One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 481 to 500. 481 Conquering Masaki's Body. Maybe he knew that there was no way to stop it, or maybe he knew that it had happened. No matter how much he resisted, no matter how unwilling he was, there was no way to change it. Kurosaki Masaki, from the fierce resistance at the beginning to the end, he was like a shameless slut in Liu Chengkong's crotch frantically begged for love. Ishin, I'm sorry for you, I hate my body, why is my body so unsatisfactory? Kurosaki Masaki let out a seductive moan, but she cried out in grief, but the expression on her face was different. It is very strange, with pain, joy, and unwillingness. Thinking about it, she is just a human now. She has been sealed for so many years, she has never had sex, and is a woman who has children. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. An ordinary human woman is how simple is her mind. Her body can only surrender to Liu Chengkong, a super veteran. The desire in her heart, which had been dormant for 8 years, was once provoked, and she faced Liu Chengkong's terrifying size. No one could compare to Kurosaki Ishin. Her body had already surrendered to Liu Chengkong. Hey, call, the more you call me, the happier you will be. After all, Kurosaki Masaki is just an ordinary human, and her body can't take it even if she is like a wolf or a tiger. So Liu Chengkong didn't lash out anymore, and fired directly to let the Kurosaki Masaki, who had come down from her orgasm, climb to her orgasm again. Why do you treat me like this? I have no grudges against you, why? Kurosaki Masaki blushed, looking at Liu Chengkong with very complicated eyes, and said lazily. No reason, just because I like you and want to get you. You will still be called Kurosaki Masaki in the future, but you are not someone's wife or mother, but my Liu Chengkong's private property. Liu Chengkong said, incomparably domineering. The tone of voice was unmistakable, making Kurosaki Masaki shed 2 tears. Am I really wrong? Why should I become human? If I still have the power, I won't be like this. If Liu Chengkong has his heart at this time, he will be very surprised, because Kurosaki Masaki's idea is no less than directly saying that he once had a strong power. It seems that Urahara Kazuki's guess is right. The one on Kurosaki Ichigo the Reiatsu, whose shares do not belong to him, may really belong to the Kurosaki Masaki in front of him. In fact, it is true. It is true that the current Kurosaki Masaki is a human being, but she and Kurosaki is the god of death a long time ago, but after having a family, they left the soul world. She wants to live an ordinary life, but she doesn't know that the world wants to live an ordinary and stable life. For those who used to have power, for someone like her, who has such an attractive appearance, there is no such thing as strong power. To guarantee. In order to protect her from leaving, Kurosaki came to the world, used Wuyu Ultimate Crescent Moon Sky Chong, and lost the power of death, so she felt ashamed and lived as a human, and didn't want to think about herself. The identity of the god of death, and she has lost the power of the god of death for herself, so there is no need for her to hold back. Anyway, she also likes power, so she transferred her violent use of secret techniques to Kurosaki Ichigo and Mozuki Yuko, Kurosaki Natsumi's 3 children. Of course, one family accounted for the largest share. And she did this, which was different from Kurosaki's single-minded use of Wuyu. Instead, she lost the power of the god of death forever and became a normal person with a lifespan of just 100 years, just like ordinary people, or she wanted to watching her child grow up, then age by herself, and slowly finish her life. She longs for the life of an ordinary person to be the same as the Soma Yoshino in the original book, but unfortunately she doesn't have this opportunity. Are you longing for an ordinary life? It's really stupid. You can tell it's the daughter of a daughter at first glance. Don't you know that being weak and ordinary is a sin? Cry, if you cry again, I will immediately kill the Kurosaki family. Maybe Liu Chengkong's words had an effect. The crying Kurosaki Masaki immediately shut up, full of tears, looking pitiful, and with no clothes on. That mature beautiful woman's jade body was very attractive. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient to me, and the Kurosaki family doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything to them, but you have to remember that from now on, you are my slave girl. It only belongs to me, Lu Chengkong, who uses it alone. Forget everything about your past. From now on, you will only have me as a master and serve me wholeheartedly. Maybe one day I will be happy to release your status as a slave girl and make you my wife and concubine. Indefinite. Lu Chengkong found that he was really a very contradictory person. Maybe human beings are a very contradictory creature. At first, Feijun called himself a servant, but Lu Chengkong was reluctant in every possible way. But facing Kurosaki Masaki, knowing why Lu Chengkong felt a sense of violence in his heart, he wanted to lash out and possess her. Damn, I, Kurosaki Masaki, have actually fallen to this point, but if I don't do what she says in the way I am a normal human now, they will surely die in one household, and I think I have stayed here for at least 5 hours. It's been 6 years, forget it, I've already given it to him anyway, and she got my body again. Even if I resist, it's useless, it will harm the wanderers and the others, so I can only pretend. Quote. Kurosaki Masaki struggled constantly, all kinds of emotions flickered, and finally calmed down. It seems that she is not an ordinary person. A normal woman will definitely cry and cry when she encounters such a big change, and she will die, but she actually so quickly calmed down and think clearly about the pros and cons. It's not easy. I hope you do what you say, otherwise I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Kurosaki Masaki glanced at Lu Chengkong resentfully, but sighed helplessly in her heart. She actually hated Lu Chengkong the most. In the sky, what she hates most is her own body. Thinking of being shameless and courting this hateful man just like a dissatisfied slut, she felt a burst of shame, but her body couldn't refuse this feeling. It seemed that Lu Chengkong's capital was really enough abundant, the technology is also great enough. Of course, the most important thing is that Kurosaki Masaki was not satisfied with Kurosaki Isshin. Back then, Kurosaki Isshin used Wuyu not only to lose the power of the god of death, but also to be seriously injured, and his ability to have sex gradually lost. After having children for so many years, it has never been satisfied. She is not a reaper. It is impossible to control her own physical needs. It is not easy to endure it for more than 10 years, and her self-esteem does not allow her to be like a human being, so her needs have never been met. Until liberation, there is not even sex. It has been accumulated for so many years, plus it has been sleeping here for more than 10 years. She has been provoked for more than 10 years, otherwise, no matter how sensitive and unbearable her body is, no matter how powerful Lu Chengkong's capital is, it is impossible for Kurosaki Masaki's body to be unable to stop. 482 Orihime Inoue. Get dressed, and you can stay out of this palace for a period of time in the future. You can do whatever you want inside. Lu Chengkong knew that Kurosaki Masaki hadn't had sex for a long time, otherwise the lower body would not be more urgent than sex. It seems that Kurosaki Yixin may not be able to do it very well, or he has been injured, otherwise Lu Chengkong is really impossible. So easy to do. In Lu Chengkong's eyes, he saw how the flesh of his mouth could make her fly away, and now he has initially conquered Kurosaki Masaki's body, no matter how much Kurosaki Masaki hates himself, but as long as he comes to satisfy her every day, I believe it won't take long for her body to be inseparable from her forever. And she will vomit directly when she sees other men, so her betrayal will be stopped. It's not very good to deal with the god of death or use this method, but dealing with Kurosaki Masaki, who is just a human now, is still not easy. As long as she completely conquers her body, she will slowly let Kurosaki Masaki's body and mind work through the dependence of her body. If you fall into your own hands, you will fall into your own hands forever, and you will never be able to extricate yourself. Kurosaki Masaki was only forced to surrender on the surface due to Lu Chengkong's threat. Of course, he didn't have a good face for Lu Chengkong, but when he saw the stickiness of his lower body, his face blushed, and he quickly shook his head. The picture drove him out, took a new dress that Lu Chengkong handed over and put it on. Remember, before you get my recognition, you can't call yourself me in front of me, but use slave, or slave family. Lu Chengkong started his own policy of forced brainwashing again. She didn't need Kurosaki Masaki to call it that right away, it was impossible, unless she was born to be a human being, such as Madonna, with Kurosaki Masaki's inner pride and self-esteem. Even if her body succumbed, her mind couldn't succumb. All he needed was for Kurosaki Masaki to remember, let her develop this habit, and his dragon kept bombing her every day, subtly controlling her body affects her heart. It won't be long before she is in bed, at least when she is in bed in front of her body desires, she will call herself that with sincerity, and if she continues to develop in this way, one day Kurosaki Masaki will completely become a person who only belongs to her. The most loyal and impossible to betray a slave girl. The slave family knows. Kurosaki Masaki's face sank, and he was about to refute, but thinking of the strength of this man and the children in his family, he suddenly suppressed his anger. When did she suffer from such anger? But in the end I had to say it reluctantly. Good. Lu Chengkong burst out laughing. Coming to the world of death may be a good choice. It will be even better after he wakes up his wives. At least here, he doesn't have to worry about everything, he doesn't feel any guilt, and he can completely the venting to satisfy the evil side of oneself, belongs to the devil side. Lu Chengkong didn't realize that he was becoming more and more like a demon. Maybe he really fell into a demon with the awakening of the demon heart, but this might be good, at least the demon can control everything, make others miserable, and make himself happy. As long as it is an intelligent creature, it is selfish. Yes, isn't it the best choice to be a demon to satisfy all of your selfishness? If possible, Lu Chengkong would never choose this most violent and direct method. Although this is very cool, it is too uninteresting, but he knows that if he uses the policy of pursuit or something, it will be very mysterious for Kurosaki Masaki's identity, and a woman who already has a family and a child, and a beautiful woman with a very firm mind, has absolutely no way to do it, so Lu Chengkong chose this method after considering various factors. As for why Lu Chengkong was able to directly interact with Masaki Kurosaki, who is now a human, without using a spirit skeleton, what he did is very simple. After breaking the limit, the 60 years of cultivation have given Lu Chengkong the power to control the spirit child. Ability. Not relying on the spirit control gloves, but a kind of ability that can only be possessed by the god of death or emptiness that breaks the limit. As long as Lu Chengkong thinks about it, he can completely turn himself into an entity like a human being, and his power will not change in the slightest. After all, everything in the world of death is made up of spiritual suns, and Lu Chengkong, who can control spiritual suns, can of course transform each other. Everything that followed was as scheduled as the original development. Ichigo Kurosaki became the god of death with the help of Rukia, holding a huge zanpakudo instead of Rukia to kill Shu. Boom! With a rumbling sound, a big hole appeared in the wall of Inoue Orahime's house, and a ghost like a snake appeared suddenly, directly wounding Inoue Orahime's good friend Longwei, and at the same time killing Inoue Orahime. Ji's soul was brought out, and the body of the detached human being. Who are you? Don't come here. Don't touch me. In the face of the unknown, both men and women are generally afraid, except for some special humans, so even a normally manly dragon Gui was also frightened. After all, she didn't know what was going on at all. Long Gui, it's me, Inoue Orahime, what's the matter with you? Inoue Orahime said puzzled. It's useless, Orahime, she can't hear what you and I said. Inoue Hao's voice was full of pain, and he was obviously affected by the power in his body after turning into an empty body. Now Orahime Inoue can't guess that this person is him at all, and it makes him disappointed and heartbroken. The last trace of shrewdness in his soul has disappeared, and he immediately fell into a state of rage and killing, and slashed at Orahime Inoue with one claw. Boom! It wasn't Inoue Orahime who was injured, but the huge Inoue Hao. The whole thing flew out. At the same time, a person appeared in front of Inoue Orahime. Of course, it was not Kurosaki Ichigo, but our protagonist Lu Chengkong, of course. There is also the grass deer Yachinliu sitting on his shoulders inseparable. Ah, you're a teacher. That's right, Lu Chengkong went to Inoue Orahime's class to make a cameo as a teacher when he was bored, especially after her brother died. Liu Chengkong often took care of Inoue Orihime as a teacher, and it was the biggest gain that Inoue Orihime did not have a crush on Kurosaki Ichigo, so Inoue Orihime immediately recognized the person in front of him. I said, "Orihime, you're still so stupid." Liu Chengkong didn't care about Inoue Hao behind him at all, but turned around and helped Inoue Orihime up, stretched out a finger to lightly touch her forehead with a flick. The invisible force directly brought Orihime Inoue's soul back into her body. "Okay, your soul and body have been reunited again, didn't I say? If there is anything that can't be solved, you can come to me." Liu Chengkong pretended to be annoyed and said that he had no share in the resurrection just now. Inoue Orihime, who lived in the southeast and northwest of the Qing dynasty, was very aggrieved. 483 Inoue Orihime's heart. "But I don't want to become the useless Orihime in your heart, who can't even do a little thing well, and I have to worry about everything." Although Inoue Orihime's reaction was a little slow, it was still quite fast at the critical moment, and he murmured immediately after regaining his senses. Liu Chengkong never thought that he would leave such an important place in Inoue Orihime's heart. In fact, Liu Chengkong had neglected one thing. Inoue Orihime had been dependent on her brother since she was a child. After her brother died, the mind is at its weakest and most vulnerable to invasion. In the original book, it was Ichigo Kurosaki who cared about her very much at that time, and that made Orihime Inoue finally fall in love with a family. There was also a reason why Ichigo Kurosaki passed on his affection for Hao Inoue to Ichigo Kurosaki, although it eventually became love. But now Liu Chengkong has replaced Kurosaki Ichigo, and extended a helping hand to Inoue Orihime when she was the saddest and most helpless. The gap between giving charcoal in the snow and the icing on the cake is here, so Liu Chengkong has paid a lot of money. Little, but very easily captured the heart of Inoue Orihime. Inoue Orihime was still ignorant at that time, and of course she didn't know what kind of feelings she had in her heart. But as she grew up, although she was still very simple and naturally dumb, it didn't mean she was an idiot, and gradually I understand that the feeling in my heart for this teacher who cares about me very much is the so-called love between men and women, that is, the so-called secret love. But Orihime Inoue was very unconfident and felt that she was useless and would only drag Liu Chengkong, so even if Liu Chengkong asked her to ask him for help in any difficult matter, Orihime Inoue did not do so. But no matter how hard she worked, she gritted her teeth and pushed through. The problem is not a little thing anymore. Forget it, let you talk to him in person. Liu Chengkong looked at Inoue Orihime's bright brown eyes that were twinkling with tears, stretched out a hand, and flew out Hao Inoue uncontrollably. It flew in front of Liu Chengkong again. Broken. Liu Chengkong spit out a cold word, and at the same time Hao Inoue's mask shattered immediately, revealing a face that made Inoue Orihime stunned. "Brother!" Inoue Orihime exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't her brother dead? How can it be? And it has become like this. The emptiness in your brother's body has been sealed by me. If you have anything to say, please tell me slowly." Liu Chengkong really didn't have much interest in such a warm scene. Capturing her was just that Liu Chengkong thought it must be very difficult. After all, although this woman is naturally dumb and slow to respond, she is very stubborn. Once she decides, she will never look back, so Liu Chengkong was worried that she would have the same crush on Kurosaki Ichigo as in the original book, and was going to use some special means. Now it seems that this is not the case. This stupid little girl seems to have a crush on herself. I see, it seems that the reason is her brother. Liu Chengkong is not an idiot after all. Although the plot of the God of Death is not important, he has already forgotten about it, but he has more or less memory, and soon he will understand now. It turns out that her helping hand to her after her brother's accident made her gradually rely on her, and she passed on her affection for Inoue Hao to herself. With the development of time, it has caused qualitative changes. In addition, the girl's heart is full of spring, and she has a good family relationship as a background. Once it changes, of course, her crush on herself will go out of control, just like the original book. She secretly fell in love with Kurosaki Ichigo, but now the object of his crush has become Liu Chengkong. Ichigo Kurosaki, I feel a little sorry for you. I robbed your mother, and now I have cut you off, so that you can't come over, and I have robbed the heroine of the original book who had a crush on you, but forget it. You don't know how to love her, so leave this glorious and arduous task to me. Lu Chengkong thought very shamelessly. At the same time, he also found that he seemed to have become more cheeky than before, but he not only didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but he thought it was a good phenomenon. After all, he has a thick face and a dark heart. No matter what era, no matter what the world is, he can live offended and nourished. As long as he is happy and his important family members are happy, then whether others suffer or die, he has nothing to do with him. After regaining consciousness, Inoue Hao immediately understood what he had done before, and he immediately looked annoyed and regretful. Of course, he was also a little fortunate. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong arrived in time, otherwise it would have been miserable. The two talked for a long time, and all the knots in their hearts for many years were unraveled. Of course, they were very happy, but Inoue Orihime's face fell again after learning that her brother was about to die again. Don't worry, he won't really die, but went to Soul Realm. Lu Chengkong knew that it was time for him to appear. Soul World, Inoue Orihime said inexplicably, but she just had one advantage. She knew when to ask and when not to ask. In her opinion, as long as her brother didn't really die, it would be fine. The phantom in your body devoured a lot of souls. After I purify him, he will go to the Soul Realm, and the phantom's violence will also be obtained by your brother. At that time, he will be different from ordinary people. Although his violence won't make him a genius, it's still okay to enter Sirite and try to be a god of death, so you don't have to worry about him. If you're lucky, your brother won't be a problem to live for hundreds of years. Lu Chengkong wasn't comforting Orihime Inoue. With his help, Hao Inoue's virtual violence was absorbed by him. He wouldn't become an ordinary resident of Liuhun Street even if he went to the Soul World, he could do the worst. A god of death, although not very powerful, it is much better than ordinary residents, and once he becomes a god of death, no matter how weak he is, as long as he is not killed, his natural lifespan will be at least a few hundred years. Thank you, I am very grateful for everything you've done for Orihime. If it wasn't for you after my death, Orihime wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. I can't repay it. Inoue Hao thanked Lu Chengkong very gratefully. He bowed, but he was right, he really couldn't repay it, and finally he could only say to Inoue Orihime. You will listen to. My name is Lu Chengkong. In the future, you have to listen to Mr. Lu Chengkong's words. My brother can no longer take care of you by your side like before. Brother. Inoue Orihime shook her head, full of tears, and in the end she could only turn everything in her heart into a very simple sentence. Brother, go all the way, Orihime is not too young, she will not be like before. Childish and ignorant. 484 Mako's murder. Understood, then I'll go. Hao Inoue nodded. Without any fear, Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand, and Hao Inoue immediately disappeared into a ray of light. Although she knew that Inoue Hao would not die completely, Inoue Orihime was still very sad, because she knew that she might never see his brother again. The sadness in her heart and the many extraordinary things that happened today made her very helpless. Seeing Lu Chengkong by her side, with the nostalgia in her heart, she involuntarily and naturally fell to Lu Chengkong. Sobbing in his arms. Cry out all the unhappiness in your heart. You won't be unhappy anymore. After today, you can move into my house. I'm really worried about your stupid appearance. Lu Chengkong touched. He whispered softly into her head. Yeah, Xiaoji, Xiaokong's family is very big. There are many people, you won't be lonely when you come. Bachenliu jumped out and said at a critical moment, but she was still crying because of her smiling face. Inoue Orihime suddenly suffocated. She couldn't go up or down. She really couldn't stop crying when she looked at this cute little girl in front of her. I see. Inoue Orihime didn't refuse this time. After such a big change, she was also indifferent. In her heart, the man she trusted the most was the man in front of her, and her brother asked her to be obedient. Moreover, she really didn't want to be self-willed, not to mention she really wanted to stay with Lu Chengkong. You don't have to worry about that Long Gui. I'll let her forget everything about today, all of it, and the same goes for her injuries. Lu Chengkong disappeared in a flash, and appeared in front of Long Gui almost at the same time. He healed her injury with a ghost, then washed her memory, and then picked her up and used Shunpo. Bring her into the house, and immediately return to Inoue Orihime. Although so much has been said, in fact, only about 3 seconds have passed, which is too fast. Even if the speed is increased to the extreme by Shun Chenyei, in front of Lu Chengkong at this time, he may only be able to say one word. Out of sight. When Lu Chengkong finished everything and took away Orihime Inoue, Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia, there was no reason for Hajime. She didn't become a noble, so she wasn't Kuchiki, arrived late. Hey, Rukia, what's going on? Seeing the scene in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to leave the question to Kuchiki Rukia. I don't know either, but judging from the battle scene, there should be a Hulk who came to attack Orihime, but it should have been rescued, and the person who rescued her was very strong. Rukia looked at the scene carefully, and found that they were all traces of virtual destruction, and gave an answer after a little thought. What? Orihime was rescued. Could there be other gods of death besides you? And you said that he was very strong. How strong is that? Because of Lu Chengkong, Orihime did not have much interaction with Kurosaki Ichigo after her brother died. At best, she could only be regarded as a classmate and a good friend, and Kurosaki Ichigo was the same. In his heart, Orihime was not as important as the original novel. After all, when Orihime was at its weakest, the two of them didn't come together. Of course, there were no meetings that could spark a spark. Nonsense, if I'm the only god of death, how can I fight against so many emptiness? I'm not sure how strong it is, but one thing I can be sure of is that you are like an ant in front of him. Kuchiki Rukia looked directly at Ichigo Kurosaki with an idiot-like look, which made Ichigo Kurosaki, who had asked such a question, feel a little blush. Thinking about it, he also found that the question was a bit idiotic, but after hearing his own strength when he was like a curling ant in front of this unknown god of death, he immediately put on a bragging appearance. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you can face this phantom so that he doesn't even have a chance to fight back, and when it's manipulated like a toy in your hand, you can say that you're powerful. Rukia said helplessly, although this guy has a good personality, he is too arrogant, and he really thinks he is so powerful without suffering. It seems that he has been a god of death for a while, killing some low-level condescension. He fluttered a bit. Lu Chengkong, Lu Chengkong, say you are ruthless, and you are so affectionate, but when you say you are affectionate, you are more cold-blooded than Aizen. I still remember those eyes so far. I didn't expect you to be so you will make a move, but then why are you so popular with women? Meiko and I are not much worse than your appearance. Why are we both single until now? Just after Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia had both left one after another, Urahara Kazuki, who was wearing clogs, arrived, and when he spoke, he appeared to be very distressed. Chi, Kazuki, just like you are worthy of being compared to my handsome guy. I'm not single like you, and there are a lot of crushes chasing me. Hirako Meiko with shining teeth also appeared. I think these two guys are too free, but it is worth mentioning that the strength of Hirako Meiko, whose potential was not destroyed by the virtual experiment, is not comparable to the original work. As these 100 years have passed, his strength has become more and more unfathomable. Judging from his dashing and confident appearance, it is very likely that he has reached a level similar to Aizen, and has also reached the pinnacle of death. Just blow it. If Urahara Kazuki wanted to say the most unbelievable thing in this world, he would definitely say that Meiko has a girlfriend, and this guy may only be suitable for him in Hiyori. But what are you going to do? Lu Chengkong will definitely go to the Soul Realm. After all, Zibo Heian is the elder brother of one of his wives. With his personality, it would be impossible not to go, so what about you? Urahara Kazuki pressed his hat and covered his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. Go, why don't I go? Jiro, Kensai, I must avenge their revenge in Hyo. If Aizen destroys me, it's fine, but since he didn't destroy me, how could I repay him badly? On the surface, Mako Hirako was still smiling, but even Kazuki Urahara was shocked by the coldness and killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect Mako Hirako's strength to improve so much. To ruin his life, after experiencing setbacks, Hirako Mako after growing up is really terrifying. In the end, Aizen was still a chess move. It didn't destroy Hirako Mako's potential. Instead, he took advantage of that incident to make a transformation. In the past 100 years, his strength has surpassed that of the entire Masked Corps. Maybe in the Masked Army, only Kuchiki Shanghai can be equal to him. 485 Byakuya, Renji arrives. That guy Mako is really, it seems that Kazuki Urahara has brought that up again. Kuchiki Kyukawa opened his eyes and said in the direction of Hirako Mako. However, I didn't expect Mako's strength to improve to such a degree. It seems that Aizen did not destroy him is really one of the biggest mistakes in his life. Time flies, 2 months have passed without knowing it, and it also means that Rukia has lived in this world for almost 2 months. Of course, the most important thing is that today is the beginning of the whole thing, because the Blue Ran has already made arrangements, prepared the Tianluodi net to let Lu Chenggong and others go to the Soul Realm to drill, and he also issued an order to arrest Rukia through the 46th room. Has the game started? Aizen, although Heian has nothing to do with me, his sister is my wife after all. In terms of relationship, she can be regarded as my brother-in-law. Since you moved my brother-in-law, it should be done by me. Prepare to be tortured. Lu Chenggong grinned Isho, looking at the pitch-black night sky, feeling that the tranquil world suddenly had 2 powerful spiritual pressures. Needless to say, the 2 gods of death, Kuchiki Byakuya and Asane Renji, who came to arrest Rukia. I don't know how many years have passed, Kuchiki Byakuya, how much have you improved? I hope it won't be too weak, otherwise killing you would be too unfulfilling. Lu Chenggong glanced at Fei Zhen who was arranging the quilt and said suddenly. Rukia will be fine, but it is inevitable to suffer a little bit. I will bring her here after this time, but she will be arrested and returned to the Soul Realm today. Do you want it? To see her? Okay. Fei Zhen hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't help but nodded to Rukia's thoughts and agreed. By the way, Fei Zhen, how's Nianmeng going? Lu Chenggong then remembered Nianmeng, this woman brought by him, although she had extraordinary wisdom, but when he took her away, the mind is still as blank as a newborn baby, and he has no experience in dealing with people at all, and he does not understand the sinister nature of the human heart. She is doing very well. She is now a research assistant for Miss Landau, and Miss Landau has also removed the explosive device in her body, so now Yinmeng is nothing. Fei Zhen knew everything about Lu Chenggong's family's affairs very well, and as a person who came to this place with her at the same time, Nianmeng was of course easier to get close to. Ni Yuli is really ruthless. Knowing that Nianmeng would not betray him, she still installed a self-exploding device in her body, killing her at any time. Fortunately, I also have a person here who is very proficient in spirit skeletons and spirit suns. The researcher, otherwise it is really a trouble. I hope you don't encounter me, or I don't mind putting you in an eternal sleep this time. A cold light flashed across Lu Chenggong's eyes, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Let's go. Lu Chenggong put away the killing intent in his heart, and took Fei Zhen to break through the air. If anyone saw the steps of Lu Chenggong's group at this time, it would be very strange. It was clear that Lu Chenggong and others walked very slowly, like an old man walking, but every step he took was already 5 meters away. Obviously, Lu Chenggong was already quite a bit at this time when he was chasing Mao Zhuali. The kind of powerful control that Huali showed. What's the matter? Isn't this kid already hurt like that? How could he still stand up, and the Reiatsu is still soaring? Asanjin Rinji stared at Kurosaki Ichigo who stood up and widened in surprise. He opened his eyes, and immediately he felt a flower in front of him, a pain in his left shoulder, and blood shot out. I said, your movements seem to be a little too slow. Kurosaki Ichigo burst out a powerful Reiki within his body that did not belong to him. It should be the Reiki Kurosaki Masaki gave him, but anyway, it is black now. Although Sake Ichigo has not fully absorbed it, his life is in danger every time his potential explodes or is injured. This spiritual pressure will be partially merged by him, just like now, in the state of the outbreak of spiritual pressure, and a Sanjing Renji can only use 1/5 of his strength to completely suppress a Sanjing Renji live. Boom. Kurosaki Ichigo held a knife in both hands and hit a Sanjing Renji's forehead at once. Although a Sanjing Renji finally blocked it, the huge force still shattered the goggles on his forehead, and the blood also smashed. Flowing down. Not only that, the spiritual pressure on Kurosaki Ichigo is still rising, and at the same time Kurosaki Ichigo's speed and strength are also rising. Kurosaki Ichigo was unforgiving, and it was a violent slashing against a Sanjing Renji. It can be said that the rules are really chaotic, but with the speed and strength far exceeding that of a Sanjing Renji at this time, even if a Sanjing Renji's skills are good, the swordsmanship is useless. Your movements are really slow like a turtle. Didn't you just say you were going to cut each other? Why didn't you move? Mozuki Ichigo sneered, and the Reiatsu on his body suddenly concentrated on Aya in an unconscious state. Sanjing Renji's body made his body seem to be very heavy, and he didn't even have the strength to pick up the Zanpakudo. It seems that you don't have much ability anymore, and you can't get away. Kurosaki Ichigo roared, leaping in the air, holding a huge Zanpakudo and slashing towards a Sanjing Renji with the inertia of gravity. How is it possible that his spiritual pressure has actually risen to such a level that he can still rise? Damn, I can only use 1/5 of my strength. Now it's troublesome. A Sanjing Renji's face changed greatly. Looking at the double Zanpakudo's eyes widened rapidly, his eyes widened to the fullest. Brush. A Sanjing Renji didn't feel any pain. A gust of wind blew past, and the mighty Kurosaki Ichigo looked down at the Zanpakudo that had been broken at some point in his hand, and muttered to himself in disbelief. Broken. What's the matter? Could it be that the paralyzed man behind me attacked me? Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and found that Kuchiki Gyakuya was still standing, but he was holding his broken blade in his hand, and looked at him with disdain, as if letting him take action against him was wrong to him, an insult. It's really him. What's the matter? I can't see how he moves at all. Damn it, he's going to attack. Ichigo Kurosaki saw Kuchiki Byakuya pull out his Zanpakudo, and he felt in his heart just now. When this thought came up, he only felt a trance, and when he came back to his senses, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he collapsed weakly. One household. Rukia can be said to have a very similar side to her sister. That is, she is very affectionate friends. In her opinion, it is entirely because of herself that Ichigo Kurosaki is implicated in front of her, and she feels guilty. Worried, he ran over immediately, but it was a pity that Renji Asanjing didn't give him the chance at all, and stretched out his hand to Rukia's neck. 486. The protagonist usually appears at the latest. Boom. Accidents often happen when everyone thinks they won't happen. Asane Renji's hand is about to touch Rukia's neck and press her against the light pole so that she won't touch Kurosaki Ichigo. Obviously he didn't want to make Rukia's execution more severe, but unfortunately his hand hadn't touched Rukia's body yet. I only felt that the right hand was numb, and an invisible wave was released from Rukia's body, which directly blasted Asanjing Renji out. What's the matter? Asanjing Renji only felt that his head was not enough. Why are there so many strange things today? First, there was a little ghost who would burst out with a different kind of spiritual pressure, and he was inexplicably flattened. Good intentions do not want Rukia to be punished. He didn't let her touch Kurosaki Ichigo, but he was blown away again. At this moment, he deeply realized what it meant to be depressed and what it meant to cry without tears. Rukia. A voice suddenly floated, very gentle, containing a strong sense of concern and worry, causing Asanjing Renji's eyes to widen. Even Kuchiki Gyakuya's pupils vivi shrank, because this voice was very similar to Rukia herself. Then they saw a woman who looked exactly like her standing next to Rukia, but her temperament was very different. This woman who looked exactly like Rukia gave off a very weak feeling. Oh my god, what's going on? Two Rukias. Asanjing Renji exclaimed, wiping her eyes, and she didn't know what to do for a while after she made sure she wasn't hallucinating. The protagonist usually appears at the latest. By Zai, when have you been reduced to the point where you want to bully children to show off your strength? Originally, I was looking forward to you, but now it seems that you let me disappointed. A playful voice floated into the ears of Renji Asanjing and Byakuya Kuchiki, causing their faces to change greatly. Byakuya Kuchiki was angry and surprised, while Renji Asane was terrified. Yes, he knew it very well. Remember who the owner of this voice is. Although he had just joined the 6th division at that time, he was just an unimportant god of death, but he had seen Lu Chengkong's performance, that terrifying man, even the captain he thought was unfathomable in front of him. Very weak. Rukia, are you alright? The person who came was Heejin. She was very heartbroken when she saw Rukia's blood-filled face. She took out a handkerchief from her arms and carefully wiped the blood on her face. Who are you? Who are you? Rukia looked at the woman in front of her who looked just like her. She didn't know why even though she saw this person for the first time, she had a very kind feeling in her heart, as if I know her the same. I'm your elder sister, Feijun. Feijun's face turned pale, obviously remembering the scene when she abandoned Rukia at the time. Although she had nothing to do at the time, she would starve to death at any time. Rukia followed. She was not dead yet. She abandoned Rukia with the only luck. But in any case, abandonment is abandonment. This is a fact that will not change, but after all, she is a woman who is soft on the outside and tough on the inside. She knows that things always have to be faced, so in the end, Dee finally said a word of horror to Rukia. The words that surprised Asanjing Renji. Sister. Do I have an older sister? Rukia was at a loss, with a blank expression on her face. She hadn't known that she had an older sister since she was sensible, but that kind of blood-connected feeling told her that the man in front of her was called Fei Fei. The real woman didn't lie to herself. That kind of gentle and caring feeling made Rukia very comfortable, and she couldn't help but have the urge to cry out loud. You have it, but it's all because of my sister's fault. It's my fault. Feijun hugged Rukia and sobbed softly. It's been so many years. She doesn't remember how many years she hasn't cried, but today she couldn't help crying, especially when she just rushed here and saw the blood on Rukia's face. She rushed out. Why are you here? Kuchiki Byakuya is now completely mature. As a family owner, he has achieved a sense of joy and anger, and he is no longer the young and impulsive young man he used to be, especially when he became the head of the family. After Wei he took the captain's seat, he got a lot of training and improvement, both in terms of strength and scheming. Even in the Soul realm, I can go wherever I want, let alone my territory, now in this world. Lu Chengkong said amusedly. With that relaxed and comfortable look, he completely ignored the Asanjing Renji in front of him. Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Byakuya were in their eyes, but Kuchiki Byakuya and Asanjing Renji both concentrated their minds and secretly guarded themselves. Teacher. Yulong Ishiguchi and Ichigo Kurosaki, who was seriously injured and barely opened his eyes, looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and couldn't help but blurt out his debut. I didn't expect you to remember me. I only appeared a few times in high school. I didn't show up after you went to high school, which really surprised me. That's right, Lu Chengkong did it in the first place. The teacher is just for Inoue Orihime, and of course, he also had a bit of teacher addiction. After getting to know Orihime, he rarely appeared. Coupled with his high-pressure methods, how could the principal dare to disobey his orders? So Lu Chengkong, after becoming a teacher, I have taken no more than 5 classes. However, because he was injured in 2 classes, he was the teacher of Kurosaki Ichigo, Chado Taihu, Long Wei, Inoue Orihime, and Shiguchi Yulong. No, this man. Maybe it was the voices of Yulong Ishiguchi and Ichigo Kurosaki who were surprised. They also woke up Rukia. Looking at Lu Chengkong, it felt a little familiar, and a picture flashed in a trance. That's right, He had seen this person's appearance from Zibo Heian when he was in the 13th Division of the Guardian, and also knew some of his past. You are so arrogant after being a traitor. Kuchiki Byakuya snorted coldly. He just couldn't stand Lu Chengkong's arrogance. At the same time, he was also very angry. He was being held down by this man all the time, and he was very unwilling. It seems that I have never admitted that I am the god of death in the Soul Society. Have you ever seen me join the 13th Division of the Guardian? Lu Chengkong's rogue but truthful words made Kuchiki Byakuya speechless. It's a fact, and he can't refute it at all. Is your purpose here to stop me from taking this criminal? Without the reason of Hajime, Kuchiki Byakuya had no interest in knowing everything about Rukia, and didn't even bother to remember his name, but called the criminal directly. 487 people are more popular than dead people. In a sense, you can also think so. If you directly say that she is the sister of one of my wife, I have no choice but to come out as my brother-in-law. Lu Chengkong said. If that's the case, then let's see the truth. After many lessons, Kuchiki Byakuya let him know that bickering with the man in front of him was a very stupid act, but he hadn't seen him for many years, and now we meet again, thinking of himself many fiasco at the hands of this man. After these years of practice, Kuchiki Byakuya, who is very confident in his own strength, wants to be ashamed, especially after he mastered Benkai's last big trick. The thought of that shame in his heart is even stronger. It was rare for Lu Chengkong to stop him from arresting the criminal this time. Dai was completely on his side, and even if he did it himself, it would not be considered a violation of the rules of the Soul Society. That's right, it's not good to bully children. Let me see how you have grown over the years. I hope it won't be like the last few times. Lu Chengkong is still such a vicious tongue. Even if his cultivation is very good now, Kuchiki Byakuya, whose face is full of joy and anger, is stimulated to flash a trace of anger on his face, but it also makes him attack faster. Restriction lifted. That's right, Kuchiki Byakuya has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength after more than 90 years, and believes that he will never lose again. But he wouldn't be so stupid and arrogant that he thought that he could only use 1/5 of his strength to defeat this man who had tried many times what it was like to fail. A seal that limits the strength of the captain and vice-captain. Boom. As soon as the limitation was resolved, Byakuya Kuchiki raised his spiritual pressure to the extreme as if in a demonstration, and swept toward Lu Chengkong like a storm. The difference between Ichigo Kurisaki's alien spiritual pressure and the spiritual pressure of Kuchiki Byakuya now was too far. Now, the air seems to have become cloudy and heavy. Rukia, who had only recovered a little bit of strength, and Ichigo Kurosaki, who was seriously injured, the injured Yuryu Ishiguchi were directly blasted out by this spiritual pressure. The more eye-catching Renji Asanjing was lifted by Byakuya Kuchiki. He hid far away from time to time, so he was not affected in any way. Rukia, isn't the teacher the one who saved Orihime in the first place? Kurosaki Ichigo was helped by Ishiguchi Yuryu, remembering what Rukia said when he was near Inoue Orihime's house, and asked him couldn't help asking. It's possible, maybe only he can have such strength. Rukia was stunned for a moment, looked at Feijun next to her, hesitated and said. Is he also a god of death? Kurosaki Ichigo, who suffered a fiasco at this moment, has understood that he has always been sitting on the sidelines. Yes, I don't really know much about him. After I became a god of death, there were only some rumors about him left in the world of dead souls. Rukia said this, her face full of admiration. Obviously in the world of god of death it is also a world that worships the strong, and it is no worse than One Piece King of Pirates. What rumors are so powerful, do you need to show such a nympho look? Looking at Rukia's adoring appearance, Kurosaki Ichigo said very unhappily. You're a nympho. Rukia completely forgot about Kurosaki Ichigo's injury, and went straight to it, causing Kurosaki Ichigo, who was already in great pain, to scream again. But you're right, he's really powerful. Of course, I was young at the time, and all I heard were rumors. I don't know if it's true, because if it was true, it would be terrifying. Lu Chia said. Those rumors are true because one of the rumors is that I was the one who watched the fight. Asanjing Renji said that his words attracted the attention of everyone except Higen, and even Ishiguchi Yulong and Kurosaki Ichigo temporarily ignored the hostile relationship between the two sides. Sure enough, gossip really does not distinguish between men and women, borders, races, time and space. 3 people entered the school, 1 Changkong, 1 Grass Deer, and 1 Zengi, who achieved the top 3 freshmen, and completed Shikai while awakening Zanpakudo, and also defeated one of the top 3 freshmen with captain-level Reiatsu on that day. The heir of the Kuchiki clan at the time of the defeat, the current captain Kuchiki Byakuya, and of course the person in front of you who made you ignorant of how you lost the battle. Asanjing Renji said here and glanced at Liu Changkong, who released his strongest pressure, but still did not change his face and did not take Kuchiki Byakuya in his eyes. So powerful. Although he didn't quite understand the place where it was written, he still knew the general meaning. At the same time, he also figured out the name of the person who defeated him just now, but this person was actually taught to him several times. The mysterious teacher was defeated, and he only felt that his head was not enough. The really powerful ones are still to come. Later, they went to the expedition team, and Liu Changkong was forced to join the second subordinate by Captain Yamamoto, just to let him participate in the expedition. It's just that when he went to the expedition, he defeated and killed the father of Captain Deadwood, the expedition team leader of Dan, but the Soul Society did not punish him for this. His limelight at that time was already the most in the Soul Society. Strong. Of course, none of this is the most amazing. Later, there seemed to be many rumors of captains and vice-captains defecting in the Soul Society. He defeated Captain Kuchiki and Captain Kuchiki's grandfather alone, and the team of Kuchiki Yinling, and then confronted the Soul World. The strongest Grim Reaper, Captain Yamamoto, repelled Captain Yamamoto, and in the end, although there was no winner, he also retreated completely. All this has been confirmed, although I have not experienced it myself. And the only time I was in the battle was when he faced the siege of almost all the captains except Captain Yamamoto, Captain Zaragi, and Captain Uno Hanaritsu. In Shikai's case, he first defeated the 3 captains Hitsugaya, Kiraku, and Yukataki, and then instantly defeated Tamura, Tosen, and Niyuri. The last blow, many captains were already Bankai at that time, but in the end there was only one. He failed miserably all the way, and he never took a step back from beginning to end, let alone injured, even his clothes were not dusty, and he remained the eternal Shikai from beginning to end. But it didn't affect his position in the heart of the God of Death in the Soul World at all. He was the legendary undefeated God of Death, and Liu Changkong was born specifically to create legends. Asane Renji said all the important battles she knew in one breath, leaving Rukia, who even knew some of it, stunned. Hey, it's not that exaggerated. Listening to your tone, it seems that the captain is the strongest God of Death in the Soul World, so many captains can't beat him together. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still a little unhappy at first, refused to admit defeat. I feel that people are more popular than dead people, and it is simply incomparable to such a monster. 488 3 days away, admiration. It's not like, but it's just like that. The strongest God of Death in the Soul World is the captain of the God of Death. Asanjing Renji also admired such a God of Death in his heart. It is terrifying to have such strength. Then this man with facial paralysis is doomed. Kurosaki Ichigo felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know whether to gloat or what, but he knew that the God of Death who had just beaten himself into a serious injury was about to be defeated. The person who defeated him was not himself, which made him feel that it was very unpleasant to have a fake hand. Although I don't want to admit it, Liu Changkong's strength has always seemed like a bottomless pit. No one has ever seen his strongest strength. With the captain alone, he will definitely lose. Asanjing Rionji said with such a certain tone for the first time. Sister. Fei. Just call me Feijun. I know that I don't deserve to be your sister in your heart, nor do you deserve to be called my sister. You will make me feel better if you call me Feijun. Feijun said indifferently. Okay, Feijun, Is he your husband? Rukia felt very uncomfortable when she heard that this man was the husband of the woman who was probably her sister in front of her. Which girl is not in love with spring, especially Lu Chengkong, who is very famous in the corpse and soul world, and belongs to the legendary dragon who sees the beginning but does not see the end, especially his identity as a civilian as a worshipper of all civilian death gods, as civilian death gods. One Rukia is no exception. What virtue and ability I am not qualified to be her wife. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death on the street. I am just a concubine of hers, who took the initiative to follow him. Feijun shook her head and said that she was not ashamed at all because of her status as a concubine. Instead, she felt a sense of pride and happiness, which made Rukia feel sour, just being his concubine. If you are happy, you will show such an expression. What if it is your wife? Captain Kuchiki is about to take action. Asanjing Renji interrupted Rukia, who was about to say something, and attracted everyone's attention, and found that Kuchiki Byakuya, who was more than Reiatsu, had taken action just now. Under Sake Ichigo's surprised eyes, the Zanpakudo in his hand turned into cherry blossoms. Apparently it was the second time he saw Shikai. Bachinliu, let's go and play. Although he has some dishes, it's enough to relieve my boredom. Lu Chengkong said to Bachinliu, who was wearing a princess dress and sat on his shoulders. Okay, I'll help you take care of Xiao Junjun. Bachinliu's size at this time is almost the same as the original, but there is still no change in his personality, and the only thing that changes may only be his strength. Xiao Junjun. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others couldn't notice anything at all. Kusaka Yakiryu had already appeared in front of Hajime. So soon, when did you come? It actually gives me the feeling that she has always been here. Asanjing Renji's eyes shrank. She thought in horror, and at the same time she remembered this harmless human and animal. The name of the little girl, one of the three new giants, has always been by Lu Chengkong's side, and no one has ever seen the grass deer Bachinliu she shot. Ms. Bachinliu. Feijun immediately stood up and bowed to Bachinliu. She was very polite and respectful. She obviously knew how high Bachinliu's position was in Lu Chengkong's heart. Okay, alright, don't be like this. Miss is not a miss, just call me Bachinliu. Kaolu Bachinliu looks like a little adult, although his tone is cheerful, relaxed, and casual, but there is an unquestionable sense of oppression in people. People will involuntarily follow her words when they hear it. I am so sorry, Feijun has caused you trouble. Feijun was unmoved. Obviously Bachinliu knew her character very well, so Qianchinliu didn't say anything. No trouble, no trouble. Anyway, as long as Xiaokong is happy, the ending is the same. In the end, your sister will return to the Soul Realm. Yachinliu's words made Kurosaki Ichigo's face change, even ignoring the situation. The gap between said loudly. What did you say? He's so strong, why let him? Rukia be taken away? No one can stop Xiaokong's decision, and no one can question it. Bachinliu's face remained unchanged, and he still kept a pure smile, but his body was exuding a pink spiritual pressure that was visible to the naked eye, as thick as the earth. The pressure was directly on Kurosaki Ichigo, making him completely breathless. What are you doing so nervously? For Xiaokong, the final result is the same. Anyway, Rukia will be fine. Yakiryu's Reiatsu is also fleeting, otherwise it may force Kurosaki Ichigo overwhelming the past. After all, the spiritual pressure characteristics of Bachinliu are very terrifying. Hoo-hoo, Kurosaki Ichigo gasped, although he didn't understand Yakiryu's words a little, but he really didn't want to feel the sense of being so close to death just now, and listening to this little girl seemed like Rukia. Going to the Soul Realm will not be the same in the end. Although he is still very worried, he also knows that with his current state and strength, he has no room to speak. He could only watch the battle between Kuchiki Byakuya and Lu Chengkong very unwillingly. Although he couldn't see anything clearly, he forced himself to look, hoping that he would not be as embarrassed as he is today when facing Kuchiki Byakuya in the future. Don't worry, Rukia is fine, and it's not convenient for me to say anything, but you just need to remember that you will be fine. Although Feijun knew a little about Lu Chengkong's plan, she didn't say it because Rukia was her sister. She clearly remembered her identity. She was Rukia's older sister, but she was also Lu Chengkong's concubine. But she also revealed a bit of news to make Rukia feel at ease. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Time has developed to the original. Kuchiki Byakuya's strength can be said to be much stronger, and because of the many fiasco, his strength seems to be stronger than the original at this time, with the Wind and Yang's cherry blossoms turned into a cherry blossom whirlwind, tangential to Lu Chengkong. Captain, I remember that the Bankai you used was useless to him. Do you think you are the only one who will improve over the years? At this time, he could see it a little more clearly than Kuchiki Byakuya, an insider. Although it's the same trick, it's much stronger than when it was more than 90 years ago. It's really worth seeing Shibei in 3 days. Lu Chengkong's superficial demeanor was extremely calm, but in his heart Vivi was a little surprised. Although Kuchiki Byakuya's strength is still not enough for him, his progress is indeed great. It seems that he has not been in vain these years, at least compared to his strength in the battle 90 years ago. At least twice as high. 489 Byakuya Kuchiki broke out. Aren't you going to run away? It's just right. Kuchiki Byakuya was overjoyed. Sure enough, Lu Chengkong looked down on him, so he gave him a chance to catch him off guard, but unfortunately he didn't know that it wasn't Lu Chengkong looking down on him, but rather he thinks too highly of himself, and he is not the only one who will improve. The 58th of Breaking the Path, Wen Lan. Byakuya Kuchiki immediately used a breaking path. In fact, his Senbon Sakura has another feature, that is, it is faster under the cyclone, and the attack angle is more unpredictable and weird. And the power has also increased. Virtual Flash. Lu Chengkong stretched out a finger, completely ignoring the cherry blossom whirlwind swept towards him. Intending to try the virtual trick, he immediately used a virtual flash, and a bright silver ball of light instantly condensed and formed. It also burst out a ray-like bright silver flash at the moment of forming. Boom! The destructive power contained in the bright silver phantom flashes that only Lu Chengkong can use, concentrated by the ultra-high-density spiritual pressure, completely pierced the cherry blossom whirlwind in front of him, and hit Kuchiki Byakuya unabated. What is that? Ghost. Rukia's eyes widened. After all, he had never fought Daxu before, so he didn't know much about it. That's because only Daxu can use Void Flash. How is it possible that a death god can actually use Void Flash, and it's still such a high-density spiritual pressure? Can he survive being hit by a death god? As Sanjing Renji's face was terribly ugly. In any case, Kuchiki Byakuya is also his captain. If Kuchiki Byakuya is killed, his fate will not be much better. After all, no matter how stupid he is, he knows that he and Lu Chengkong should be hostile at present. Isn't the next one after Kazuya? Although he admired Lu Chengkong, he didn't worship him to the point of being killed by him. It's no wonder that he was in a good mood. Shu, isn't he the god of death? Rukia said in surprise. She also learned this knowledge in the textbook, but she has never fought against Shu, so she didn't see it with her own eyes. Now I listen to a Sanjing Renji say so the corners were immediately understood. I didn't expect to come here and plan to save Kurosaki Ichigo at any time, but I actually saw such an amazing scene. This is obviously not the ghost of death, nor is it using the power of Bengyu. It's really strange, I can't feel it at all. There are several different strands of violence in him, instead there is only one, but this one is all-encompassing, as if it represents the void, death, human beings, and even everything. Urahara Kazuki, who was hiding on the side, stared at the phantom flashes of strange colors released by Lu Chengkong. Of course, the more important thing was the change in Lu Chengkong. Is this really breaking the limit of the god of death? All the creatures of the god of death and the god of death are integrated into one, and can use all the abilities of god and god of death, without the slightest conflict. Violence is basically the same source. There is no sun in the world, they are two distinct forces as they blur. Urahara Kazuki is not puppet. Urahara Kazuki guessed the whole thing not long after seeing this situation for the first time. It's worth coming this time, just to discover this matter is worthwhile. Okay. Bounding the Way. 81. Broken Kong. Kuchiki Byakuya reluctantly used Broken Kong just before the virtual flash was about to hit him. Although his Broken Kong could only resist for a while, he also gave it to him. It's time. The 88th of Breaking the Way. Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Open Air Thunder Cannon. Byakuya Kuchiki raised his right hand and snorted. A straight-line light beam of thunder and lightning met the virtual flash in front of him as the sky shattered, two high-density beams. The energy composed of Reiatsu explodes directly at the moment of collision. A number 80 tie will come to weaken the power of the phantom flash, and then a 88th break will reluctantly offset the weakened phantom flash. It's so powerful. Rukia's eyes, she said tongue-tied. Such a high-level ghost without singing is simply out of reach for her now. This is the power of emptiness. Have you become emptiness? Impossible. I can't feel the slightest aura of emptiness in him, but I can't feel the breath of death. Strange. His violence gave me an all-encompassing feeling, as if he was illusory. He was the god of death. What happened to his body? Forget it. In short, he became stronger. Damn, I still underestimate him. Kuchiki Byakuya was startled at first, and then he roared unwillingly in his heart, and a false flash made himself so embarrassed, making Kuchiki Byakuya's murderous intent and jealousy towards Lu Chengkong that had been suppressed for a long time climbed again. Hey, when you are in a daze, you will die if you are in a daze, the 992nd ban of the road. The huge cloth suddenly appeared from the vicinity of Kuchiki Byakuya, directly wrapping Kuchiki Byakuya's body. Stand up. You can't dodge now, Shu Flash. Lu Chengkong smiled, showing his shiny teeth, but the cold light in his eyes made people stand upright. The bright silver Shu Flash carried a hint of coldness. The powerful aura that destroyed everything shot directly on Kuchiki Byakuya's body, and it exploded with a bang. Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi. Thousands of blades rise from the ground behind the mold, and then each blade smashes and produces countless cherry blossom blades. It is impossible to know the number of these blades, and the cherry blossoms are attacking an enemy. And go. The enemy can't sing the ghost way, and can't avoid it, just like the eyes entering the spring breeze. Everything is just standing all the time, returning to the dust, all-round attack composed of hundreds of millions of blades without dead ends, relying only on cumbersome stunts. It will never be possible to win Senbon Sakura. Such a comment flashed through Lu Chengkong's heart. In the past, Kuchiki Byakuya's Bankai was not so spectacular, nor so powerful, nor deserved such a comment, but now it is worthy of its name. Turn it into dust. Kuchiki Byakuya's voice was as cold as ice, and the murderous aura contained in it could scare people to death. It's much stronger than it was 90 years ago, but can such an attack really work? Asane Renji was surprised by Kuchiki Byakuya Bankai's strength, but he was thinking that such an attack would deal with ordinary death or even Captain Death is hard to resist, but is it useful to deal with this or that person? All-round attack without dead ends. Rukia exclaimed, so many cherry blossom blades look really beautiful, but even Rukia can detect the hidden murderous intent. Isn't he bound to lose? Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. Seeing such an attack with his current strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irresistibility in his heart. He just stood there and died. Idea. It's no wonder that he would say such words. After all, he is still very weak now, with too little knowledge, and he does not have the kind of determination that he had when he entered the Soul realm in the original book. 490 Final Scene. White Emperor Sword. Idiot, it is said that it is a dead-end attack, can't sing ghosts, and can't avoid it. It's just an objective evaluation. For Shao Kong, if Shao Kong thinks he can use powerful ghosts that don't sing to deal with him. Such an attack, it looks gorgeous, powerful and unbreakable, but in fact it is full of weaknesses. Just find a point at will, and it will be done with a single point. Quote. Yakiryu's indifferent voice made Kurosaki Ichigo and the others sweat profusely, and black lines covered their entire foreheads. Only monsters like you can say such words, but Yakiryu's words are indeed correct. To break such an attack is the most useful way to break the face. But at least you have to have enough strength to break the face, Otherwise, if you don't have enough strength, you will die. The 6116 Stand Light Prison of the Tao. Kuchiki Byakuya has a very deep memory of Liu Chengkong's elusive Shunpo, although his Senbon Sakura Kujyoshi's speed is already very fast at this time, far from more than 90 years. He can compare before, but he is completely mature, but he will not let go of any details that can kill the enemy. I said, if I want to dodge, how can you stop me with the speed of these cherry blossoms, is it useful? I didn't plan to dodge it. It's superfluous to use the 6-stick light prison, your Senbon Sakura is good, it's more durable, allowing me to test my abilities with confidence. Quote. Liu Chengkong's body Vivi shuddered, and the aura of frost was vented out. The 6-stick light prison inserted in his waist immediately turned into frost and instantly turned into dust, but he didn't move, he really stood there, quietly. Looking at Senbon Sakura wave after wave like a tsunami in front of him. Die, Senbon Sakura Kujyoshi. Although he was a little speechless, it would be better since he didn't dodge. All the hundreds of millions of blades condensed into a ball, and he instantly engulfed Liu Chengkong and attacked from all directions. GG. A very harsh sound as if rubbing steel with a sharp metal kept coming out of the cherry blossom sphere, which made Byakuya Kuchiki's expression get what he wanted from the beginning, and it became so gloomy that water was about to pour out. Ha! Just when Rukia and the others wondered what was going on inside, there was a majestic burst of shouting from the cherry blossom sphere, and circles of invisible fluctuations penetrated from the cherry blossom sphere, and the cherry sphere immediately shattered. It cracked open, revealing Liu Chengkong's body. However, what surprised the people present was that Liu Chengkong was unscathed, and he was attacked by such a high frequency of cherry blossom blades without any incident, especially Kuchiki Byakuya, as a Senbon Sakura user, he knew very well that Liu Chengkong was in it but everything did not use. Zanpakudo's abilities, Onigiri, Shunpo, etc. have never been used, and he just stood there quietly and let his Senbon Sakura attack. This kind of contempt for him made him very angry, but more decadence, others stand in place and let him fight, and he can't hurt others. What is more helpless and depressing than Kuchiki Byakuya? It's really cool, it's even more refreshing than the top masseuses. I don't think you'll starve to death even if your Deadwood family falls. At least your Senbon Sakura has the ability to massage without dead ends in addition to dead end attacks. Not bad, not bad. Liu Chengkong found that he liked more and more people in the world of Reaper who were very cool and pretended to make him unhappy, and Kuchiki Byakuya was of course among them. What kind of ability do you have? Kuchiki Byakuya felt that it was a bit embarrassing to ask, but he had to ask. He believed that Liu Chengkong's pride would definitely tell himself that as long as he knew what kind of ability it was, he would be able to find it. The way to crack it, after all, he has not been in vain all these years. Although the Kuchiki family has lost the most precious things, he still read all the secret abilities and stunts collected in the Kuchiki family. Even if he can't learn all of them, he can find a way to crack them when he encounters such a strange trick. Hey, nobility is nobility, how can we experience the sorrow of us civilians of death? You can see at a glance that the greenhouse flowers have never been on the battlefield. Even the hardness of the virtual surface is very high, which is equivalent to the steel skin of armor. Liu Chengkong looked at Kuchiki Byakuya with contempt. Steel. Stop lying, you are a god of death at all, where is there a false steel, you? Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't say it anymore, and he was not very confident in what he said, because Lulu just now Chengkong has already used Phantom Flash twice, and the power is terrifying. Even Bastard's Great Phantom cannot have such a terrifying Phantom Flash. This is just an ordinary Phantom Flash, so what about the more advanced ones? And looking at the man in front of him, it is obvious that he has a stronger strength. But what about yourself? Already Bankai. Although there are still two most powerful moves that he has yet to use, and he is very confident in one of his unique moves, but seeing Liu Chengkong's performance, recalling his many battles with the man in front of him, it seems that he has always been suppressing himself. It can even be said that he has to play the drama by himself. It was like this before, and it is like this now. He couldn't help but let his unwilling heart appear a little decadent and convinced. Yes, the difference is not too big. He can catch up. He is better than himself, but not too good. Byakuya himself thinks, then he may be jealous or unwilling. But if the gap between the two is too big, either it is worship, admiration, awe, or fear, worry. You can't think that way. Grandpa said that I was the strongest patriarch of the Kuchiki family. I absolutely can't be afraid of him. After I have a demon, I don't even have the courage to face him. Even if it's death, I can't be afraid. Kuchiki Byakuya's face sank, and his resolute color flashed past. The spiritual pressure that erupted from his body was stronger than before, as if he had achieved some kind of breakthrough at a critical moment. The inner demon formed by the accumulation of many fiasco in his heart was actually broken by him at this moment. Have you made a breakthrough? It was a bit too much to call you a fool before. After all, you are a member of the genius class, but do you think this can change anything? Lu Chengkong was a little surprised, and he also changed his opinion of Kuchiki Byakuya. At least he didn't underestimate him. After all, he knew how much perseverance it would take to see through his own demons and even break them. It doesn't matter, I, Kuchiki Byakuya, can be defeated or die in battle, but I absolutely cannot retreat. Take my strongest move, the ultimate White Emperor sword. Kuchiki Byakuya's tone was very calm, as if he had seen through the red dust, but the momentum on his body told everyone present that he planned to use his strongest blow, a blow that would determine success or failure. With the momentum and determination after this breakthrough, Kuchiki Byakuya can be said to have reached the peak at this moment. 491 to kill or not to kill. This is my strongest sword. He infuses me with everything, strength, fighting spirit, determination, and the hatred between me and you. Let this sword end it all. That's right, Kuchiki Byakuya has obviously changed a lot after the breakthrough. He obviously doesn't want to be entangled with everything in the past, so he wants to solve all the past grievances at one time through this battle. Then beheading Lu Chengkong, all the hatred of course disappeared. If he loses in the battle, it also means his defeat. After his eyes are closed, he doesn't know anything, and what kind of hatred can he have? Unwilling, at this moment Kuchiki Byakuya has given up his life and death, and there is only one thought, then is war. Now you have the qualifications to let me face it. Lu Chengkong put away his joking expression and looked at Kuchiki Byakuya in front of him. That's right, Kuchiki Byakuya at this time is the god of death that made him look directly in the face. He used to be not at all. Kuchiki Byakuya did not speak, but stood quietly in place, the reiatsu in his body, the power poured into the sword without reservation, the scattered blades gathered around the body, forming a pair of white bird wings, shining. It makes Byakuya Kuchiki look super gorgeous and handsome, like a firefly in the darkness, illuminating the darkness. Wang Shu's flash. Lu Chengkong stretched out one hand, his 5 fingers spread out like claws, and a black-red sphere with jagged light was now in the center of his palm, exuding bursts of destruction and an amazing aura of destruction. With such a high density of spiritual pressure, the space near the black-red sphere is slightly distorted by the naked eye. This is just the flash of Wang Shu used in the normal state. What if it is used in the Bankai state? Oh my god, is this still a flash? It's terrible, time and space are slightly distorted. As Sanjing Renji looked at the flash of Wang Shu in Lu Chengkong's hands, his eyelids jumped, he was breathing coldly, and his body was covered in hair. He stood up, his pupils were the largest, and he thought in horror. Wow, even Wang Shu's flash can be used. It's really scary. Urahara Kazuki also put away his giggling smile, and secretly arranged an invisible barrier around him. You must know that the conversion in the original book is not used here. The ghost wrote of the position. Fortunately, the location here is relatively remote, and there are fewer people. Otherwise, I don't know how many people died in the battle just now. This time, Wang Shu's flash and Kuchiki Byakuya's White Emperor sword are obviously more terrifying. If you hit Kusako directly, it would be basically over, so he quietly arranged an isolation barrier to be safer. Ah! Kuchiki Byakuya roared, the white bird wings on his body swayed, and his figure broke through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and stabbing towards Lu Chengkong. The same is true for Lu Chengkong on the other side. At the same time Kuchiki Byakuya moved, Lu Chengkong's Wang Shu's flash also burst out, with a breath of annihilation, and Kuchiki Byakuya's White Emperor sword in midair collided violently. The extreme spiritual pressure collision caused layers of distortion in the center of the two. The surging spiritual power fluctuations rippled out in all directions like water ripples, and huge thick and long cracks appeared directly on the ground. "It's over," Lu Chengkong said softly. The flash of Wang Shu's light in his hand suddenly flashed and became thicker. The flash of Wang Shu, who originally stuck with the White Emperor sword to form a huge semicircular ball of light, instant hit. The White Emperor sword was expensive, and it devoured Kuchiki Byakuya's entire body. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, the billowing smoke and dust gradually faded away, and a deep pit with a radius of about 500 meters was reflected in everyone's sight. In the center of the deep pit lay a man covered in blood, dressed in a beggar's outfit, and there was no piece of his body. "Good meat, Kuchiki Byakuya, who seems to die at any time. Captain is a lot stronger than 90 years ago, but this man is more powerful than that time. Even Shikai can kill the captain without use." Asanjing Renji's eyes widened and he thought in despair. He knew that as the vice-captain of Kuchiki Byakuya, he would come to him after Kuchiki Byakuya's defeat. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but the gap between the two sides was too big. Is it better to kill or not? Lu Chengkong stagnates in the upper half of the deep pit, looking down at Kuchiki Byakuya, whose aura is suspended at this time, and thinks to himself, just when Lu Chengkong decides to kill Kuchiki Byakuya, Kuchiki Shanghai, the body and mind, suddenly appeared beside Lu Chengkong. "Don't kill him yet. If he dies, the soul world will be shaken again." Although Aizen controls everything, Kuchiki Byakuya is the only heir of the Kuchiki family, and he has no descendants. Once he is killed, it is likely to cause a crazy counterattack of the Deadwood family, and since they can know the existence of disintegration. Even if no one in their family can practice it, I think there must be something behind the Deadwood family, otherwise it is impossible to be the head of the four nobles by now. Think about it, with the strength of the Sifeng family and Yi can completely replace the Deadwood family, but there must be some reason for them not to do so. Kuchiki Shanghai looked at Kuchiki Byakuya below with murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He also wanted to kill people related to the Kuchiki family. Whenever he thought about Yi Ling, his murderous intent skyrocketed. Then you have to kill him even more. Killing one will weaken the strength of the Kuchiki family by 1 point. Even if they have any other backers, it will have no effect on us. Even though he said that, Lu Chengkong also put away his right hand, and the bright silver glitter ball disappeared. "I want to kill him more than you, but this joint eye has to deal with Aizen's affairs, and can't let redundant variables appear. He can kill him, but not now, but after he went to the soul world and rescued Mei Yan. When killing him, he couldn't just kill him alone. Either don't make a move, and the Deadwood family will be uprooted as soon as they make a move, leaving no trace of trouble. Although I don't know what the Deadwood family has that makes them so arrogant, but they can be so arrogant. Therefore, they must not be allowed to turn around and cause us trouble." Kuchiki Shanghai is right to say so. After all, he has been in the Kuchiki family for so long, and he definitely knows some things that others don't know. In addition, with the current strength of the Kuchiki family, it is indeed a bit strange that he can still be the head of the four major families. Others don't know how strong Yi is, but Lu Chengkong has often learned from Yi for more than 60 years, but he knows Yi's terrifying. Without using the Zanpakuto, Shunpo and Shiba alone can completely suppress him. Even killing Kuchiki Byakuya, let alone using the Zanpakuto. 492 Feijun guarantee. You must know that even the original Yaiki is already very powerful and terrifying. When facing Aizen, he did not use the Zanpakuto, not to mention that he is very diligent in his cultivation now, and he has never been lazy. There are so many competitors, especially those who do not. Being overtaken by Luanju, and with the imaginary enemy of Bachinliu, Yi's white fight and Shunbu far surpassed the original by a lot. Forget it, let him live a few more months. Lu Chengkong pondered for a moment, and knew that what Kuimu Shanghai said was right. If anyone in this world hated the Kuchiki family the most, it would be Kuimu Shanghai. Since even Shanghai can endure his own murderous intentions for the overall situation, there is no need for him to destroy it. What's more, he felt that maybe it would be better for Shanghai to kill Kuchiki's family in the end. After all, even if Yaiki and Kuchiki Byakuya were strangers, they were friends since childhood. If he killed him, Yaiki wouldn't blame him. He would be unhappy even though he would be unhappy. On the contrary, due to the grievances of Kuchiki Shanghai and the Kuchiki family, if he took action, Yi would only be sad for a few days at most. After all, Yi had anticipated that something would definitely happen to the Kuchiki family when she cut off everything with the nobles more than 200 years ago. In addition, she knew very well the grievances of the Kuchiki Shanghai and the Kuchiki family, and the Kuchiki family had done so many evils. It is true that only one side can survive, then the outcome is already doomed, and she has been prepared in her heart early in the morning. Yi knew very well that if it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's strength, he and the Deadwood Shanghai would have been killed by the Deadwood family, so in the end, even if Lu Chengkong killed the Deadwood family, Yi would be unhappy for a while, and soon recovered. Coming. Kuchiki Shanghai was relieved when he saw that Lu Chengkong had stopped. He really wanted to kill Kuchiki Byakuya and the Kuchiki clan. But his reason told him to wait a little longer, as long as he went to the Soul World, and after all the time of Mei Yan was dealt with, when Aizen showed his true colors, it was the time to eradicate the Rottenwood family, and he still had to uproot and cut grass and roots. Kind. Shanghai, how many of you will go? Lu Chengkong stopped caring about Kuchiki Byakuya, and walked towards Feijun and the others while talking to Kuchiki Shanghai. If too many people go, it will become a burden. That guy Aizen should have reached the peak before the god of death broke the limit. In addition to the unfathomable accumulation of spiritual pressure after living for thousands of years, the development of Zanpakuto has reached its peak. Except that old man Yamamoto can defeat him, he should have no scruples. After getting Bangyu, he doesn't need to stay in the Soul Realm anymore. He should show his true colors. In the masked army, only me and Mako's strength can match him, so we will go to 2 here. And you, Mei Yan is Konghee's brother, so she must be clamoring to go. I have to say that the hiding of Ujawali is really perfect. Even the Deadwood Shanghai didn't notice the unusualness of Ujawali, and Aizen may be almost the same, and even the one invited by Ujawali was Aizen. The Jinghua Shui you hypnotized was nothing but a fake chin. With Lu Chengkong's understanding of Maojawali, it is very likely that this is the case, especially with the passing of the past 60 years. Lu Chengkong's strength has grown by leaps and bounds after breaking the limit, recalling the feeling of Maojawali at the beginning. Has lost that elusive, unfathomable feeling. Instead, there is a strong sense of crisis and oppression. Obviously, Lu Chengkong at this time has been able to roughly detect the strength of Maojawali. Jihuali's strength will be frightening. You're right, I think she'll be really mad if you don't give her a satisfactory answer in a few days, and now she's with her every night, otherwise she'd be looking for someone all over the world to be a punching bag. Quote. Lu Chengkong gave a wry smile. Konghee's character is really more frank and direct than Yi Yi's, at least after Yi Yi became his wife. In addition to being bold and straightforward, hating evil, daring to love and hating, he has not changed. Has the demeanor of a good wife and mother. Only Zibo Kong is still the same as before, with a unique personality, bold and uninhibited, the same hot, violent and impulsive, but this is also her charm. After all, the title of Sister Ba is not for nothing. Only you can cure her. Kuchiki Shanghai said with a smile, looking helpless. Ba Chenliu will definitely follow, Konghe needless to say, but fortunately, Luanju is getting more and more knowledgeable, and volunteered to stay to guard the base camp, so Yi also followed without any scruples, and that's all for now. 1. As Lu Chengkong spoke, he didn't pay attention to the increasingly speechless expression of Shanghai of Deadwood. Thinking about it, it was also true that Big Brother went to Soul World this time for fun. How can you say that you and the others are also traitors of Soul World? Bringing the family and the mouth is like traveling. How can you not let the dead wood ring the river speechless? Don't be so nervous. I remember your name is Renji Asanjing, the vice captain of Byakuya Kuchiki. I advise you to leave the 6th division. It is better to go to the 11th division. That is the most suitable place for you. It is also the place where your strength improves the fastest. Quote. Lu Chengkong was amused as he looked at Renji Asanjing, who was looking at him nervously. It seemed that if he wanted to kill you, it would be useless for you to be nervous and vigilant. Rukia, right. I didn't know how to talk to you for a while, but I promised your sister to keep you safe, so you don't have to worry, but now I need you to cooperate with me. You don't have to do anything, just follow Asanjing. Renji can go back to the Soul Realm, and everything will be over soon. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he ignored the surprised and angry eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki, and the puzzled eyes of Renji Asanjing and Rukia, and left with Kuchiki Kyukawa slowly. I believe Master Chengkong, you will be fine. It won't be more than 2 months at most. You will be fine. My sister can guarantee you with her own life. For a moment, the air that she should have as an older sister was fully displayed, and Rukia nodded involuntarily. That's good. Don't worry. Lord Chengkong over the Soul World has already made arrangements. You should just go back and report to you. You will not be punished by any punishment, and you will not suffer any grievances. We will see you soon. Yes, when the time comes, my sister will do everything possible to make up for it, and of course I will tell you everything about you and me. Fei Zhen hesitated for a moment, tried her best to explain a few things without revealing Lu Chengkong's affairs, then gave Rukia a very reluctant look, then turned around and quickly chased after Lu Chengkong. She knew it was only a brief separation that would soon lead to a permanent reunion. 493 Kazuki Urahara's flickering Dafa. Damn, why let Rukia be taken away even though he has such strength? Because Rukia performed a ghost trick on him just now, at least it stabilized his injury, so Kurosaki Ichigo didn't faint. However, he also lost the death power that Rukia gave him. Don't you know yet? They clearly have their own plans and arrangements. How could they destroy their own arrangements because of this? Ishida Yulong said calmly, looking at Lu Chengkong and his group who had disappeared with complicated eyes. He was calmer than Ichigo Kurosaki, and he also knew more about Lu Chengkong's terribleness. In the state of the teacher, only the miserable under the sore face is good at his words. Blow, blow, one household, why are you so embarrassed? A funny voice full of jokes sounded from the bushes, and Urahara Kazuki, who was stepping on the wooden exhibition, also appeared. Kojin Rain Hat. Kurosaki Ichigo threw out his own name for him after seeing the person clearly. My name is Kazuki Urahara, then don't use Mujin or something, I'll be embarrassed. Although he said so, he didn't look a little embarrassed at all. I'm not in the mood to tell you this right now, I'm going to save Rukia. Ichigo Kurosaki struggled for a while, and suddenly burst the wound on his chest, causing him to grin for a while. It seems that you still don't understand. It seems that my previous decision was right. I didn't waste my saliva. I told you that there are at least 13 captains of the same level as Kuchiki Byakuya in the Soul Society. Among these 13 captains there are many people who are stronger than him, let alone what you look like now. Even if you are not injured at all, you may be 88 without seeing Miss Rukia based on your strength. Quote. Urahara Kazuki has to say that he really has the ability to be a negotiator, but his eloquence is very good. Bastard, why did he do this? Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists unwillingly and said inexplicably. The strong don't need to explain so much to the weak, and it is necessary for Lu Chengkong to tell you what to do. It doesn't seem to have much to do with you. With his strength, he won't even be able to break into the Soul Realm. People can stop him and save Rukia without much effort, but that's him, not you. He can do whatever he likes. Urahara Kazuki said. Yes, this is him. Why should I care about him so much? Since he won't save me, I can go by myself. Looks like you already understand. Shouting here and asking why others let Rukia be taken away when the weak act, since you don't want him to be taken away so much, and don't want him to have anything to do, then you have to become stronger, then take the Zanpakuto in your hand and do what you want. Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed, and he laughed secretly in his heart, fooling a little devil like you is not at hand. There are at least 7 days before you can open the gate to the Soul realm, so you still have 7 days, plus more than a month before you go to Soul realm before you execute the execution. Of course, this is the case without early execution. Next, are you interested in playing with me with your life during these 7 days? Urahara Kazuki said that the clothes on his body are automatic without wind, and he was like an ordinary person, and a reiki that was stronger than Kuchiki Byakuya erupted. So strong, stronger than the man with facial paralysis. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted, but he was very happy. With such a person to teach him, he believed that he could definitely improve his strength. Does that even need to be said? Very good. Urahara Kazuki nodded with satisfaction, dissipated his own spiritual pressure, and directly carried Kurosaki Ichigo up, completely ignoring Kurosaki Ichigo's screams of pain, and walked away quickly. There are people like this who teach you, plus your potential and the spiritual pressure on you is constantly integrating with you. You will definitely become stronger by then. No, I will never be affected by you. Throw away. Ishida Yulong picked up his bag, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he soon left this messy place. After returning to his store, Ichigo Kurosaki found that there was a burly man who didn't look like a high school student was waiting for him with a worried look. Chadu, why are you here? Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. Apparently he didn't realize that the people around him were extraordinary. Help you, Chadu Taihu said sympathetically. Although it was a very short word, it warmed Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. At least he had someone like him to accompany him. Well, starting tomorrow, the two of you will be ready to die for special training. Let's treat your injuries first. Urahara Kazuki signaled that Grip Tetsusai was ready to take action, while he was observing the changes of Kurosaki Ichigo, and said to himself. It's good to have a good birth. Not only is he born with extraordinary potential, but he also has a spiritual pressure that is the worst of the peak of the death god sealed on his body. Every time he is injured, every time his potential explodes, a part of this Reiatsu will merge with his Reiatsu. Coupled with my teaching, compared to when we were at the True Spiritual Art Institute, apart from the old man Yamamoto gave us a lesson, we all learned by ourselves from the textbooks and explored by ourselves, without wasting a lot of time, which is really happy. Too much, you don't need to pay too much at all, you can get the strength that countless death gods can't get. I'm a little jealous of you, Ichigo Kurosaki. I think if any of our genius class is born with a seal like you, a spiritual pressure will continue to be absorbed by itself. I don't think it will take us a few months it can reach the level that surpasses the general captain level death god. In fact, how did Urahara Kazuki know that this spiritual pressure was just passed on by Kurosaki Masaki in order to become a real human being without a trace of waste? At least this spiritual pressure was only owned by the Shinigami who reached the peak before breaking the limit. With a huge Reiatsu, it is no wonder that the original work of Kurosaki Ichigo can progress rapidly. Every time he is injured, every danger will skyrocket. Are you going to Soul Realm in 7 days? Haha, that's great, I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. After returning home, Liu Chenggong said that he would go to Soul Realm in 7 days, and Zibo Konghei's spirit was lifted. Laughed excitedly, and the sadness between his eyebrows disappeared a lot. You should thank Yi, she is by your side every day. Liu Chenggong thought Isho, Konghei is the cutest looking like this. Chi, do you still need to say it? She is my good sister, what? Are you jealous that I stole your night one? Why don't I accompany you tonight with night one, and play what you said about double flying? Zibo Kong stretched out his pink tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, saying seductively. 494 double flight becomes triple flight. It's true. Liu Chenggong heard the words and looked at Zibo Kong with gleaming eyes. Even though Zibo Kong was bold, he couldn't help but feel a little timid when facing Liu Chenggong's aggressive gaze. But this time it is not that she will retreat when she says she will retreat. Because Liu Chenggong already has a big hand, He wrapped Sifeng Yaiki and Zibo Kong around his waist one by one with his left and right hands. He stepped on Shunbu, piercing the air barrier like a teleportation, and he came to the room not long after that. Inside, without a word, Lu Chengkong directly transformed into a satyr. With a wave of his right hand, the blue light flashed, and the shynesses on Yi Yi and Kong He had all disappeared. "Ah, satyr, what are you doing in such a hurry? The old lady won't leave." Zibo Kong only felt a chill on his body, and firstly screamed, but soon returned to the true character of Sister Ba. She lost it, not to be outdone, and gave Lu Chengkong a look back. "Kong, your figure is getting more and more plump. I can't help but want to take a bite." Sifeng Yayi, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly smiled, reaching out and pinching Zibo Konghe's plump body. Zibo Kong suddenly remembered that his own peculiarity is that he can't take care of himself at all. It's just that she has been in a bad mood recently, so she has always been very gentle and virtuous. Now that she has recovered, she has of course recovered her arrogance when facing herself, and likes to tease people, especially in bed, at night. One is that Lu Chengkong likes to tease people the most in bed among so many wives. Hiss. Seeing that Yi Yi actually played the lily war one step ahead of him, Lu Chengkong certainly didn't want to be behind his wife. He took off his clothes and immediately joined the battle group. First, he whipped fiercely. Take a look at Zibo Kong and see if this tyrant sister dares to fight with herself. As the three of them rolled on the snow-white sheets and were swept up by the waves, a series of tactful moans quickly played in the quiet room like beautiful music. 4 hours later, Lu Chengkong, who had already fed the two girls and slept with his fullness, had fulfilled Shuangfei's wish, and had planned to sleep with his clothes on, but it seemed that he was lucky today, because just as he was about to hug him. As the two girls lay down, the door quietly opened. A tall figure, long brown, with a melon-seeded face, fair skin, wearing a delicate little leather jacket and tight leather pants, which completely outlines her figure that is bulging forward and backward, wearing a red tie, which is straight up below. So stunning that people can't help but sigh at first glance. It's a life worth living to be such a beauty overnight. And this beauty is the only mother in Barford, and her personality is very extreme, because her personality in Hirazaki is very unique and independent, and it can even be said to be as wild as Yaiki, but also full of temptation. But once she is in the arms of the man she loves, or when she gets along with the man she loves, she will show the gentleness and virtuousness of Zhongnan beauties, but at this time Shangma Fengye is full of wild and beautiful face, it's full of wood happy. You bastard. After Soma Yoshino came in, he saw Lu Chengkong's entire body, and the one on the left and right beside him with a satisfied look, and the whole body exuded a pink sheen, Sora Crane and Yaiki. The grievance in his heart couldn't help bursting out any longer, and he threw himself directly into Lu Chengkong's arms. A pair of pink fists kept beating on Lu Chengkong's chest, and at the same time he muttered the words, "Bad guy, big bad guy. What's wrong? Who made my Fengyi angry again? I'll help you kill him." Lu Chengkong was a little confused now, although Soma Fengyi's strength was almost the weakest among the girls, but Luanju was at a loss. They take good care of Soma Yoshino, who has a unique personality, wildness and gentleness. Why does it seem like he has been greatly wrong today? You also said that the one who made me angry is you. Soma Fengye glared at Lu Chengkong with eyes filled with tears, and shouted coquettishly. Me, how did I offend you? Lu Chengkong looked at Soma Yoshino in confusion, thinking about what he did in this matter, as if he really didn't do anything to make Soma Yoshino unhappy, but soon Lu Chengkong didn't even ask clearly. Soma Fengye said it all with a crackle like pouring water himself. Do you really like me? You don't have pity on me, do you? I don't need your pity. Soma Yoshino was like an angry female leopard who would bite at anyone. Why don't I like you? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't put so much effort into looking for you. Lu Chengkong was sluggish for a while, and found that Soma Yoshino's eyes were constantly aimed at Yaiki. He Kong, a trace of desire and envy flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly understood. Yes, I have brought Kong Shang Ma Fengye for many years, but I have never touched her. and her background and experience made her very sensitive to feelings, thinking that Lu Chengkong was just pity for himself, or of temporary interest. Since you like me, why don't you touch me? Feijun came later than me, you are with him. Soma Fangye wanted to say something, but Lu Chengkong, who had already figured out the cause and effect, where would I give her another chance to speak? Soma Yoshino, who was so stubborn and sensitive about feelings, but very eager, only felt pity in his heart, and he immediately kissed her sexy red lips. Soma Fangye stayed for a while, struggled a little, and then responded to Lu Chengkong excitedly. She told Lu Chengkong with her own actions that she had been waiting for a long time. As Lu Chengkong kept climbing on her body, he brought a strange sense of pleasure, which she had never experienced before, and the pleasure was getting stronger and stronger, making her feel as if she was taking drugs, and the more she fell into it. Deeper and deeper, but she has no turning back. Fool, how could I not like you? You know how I have lived for more than 60 years. I didn't try to become stronger because I wanted you to live a good life. As for Feijun's time, I didn't expect it. She is active. Needless to say, I don't want to know, as long as you love me, possess me, and never leave me. Soma Fangye said with a blushing face. His jade hand covered Lu Chengkong's mouth, and his charming eyes kept bursting releaser high-voltage current. After hearing the beauty's permission, Lu Chengkong stopped talking nonsense. For a woman like Soma Fangye, any sweet words are unnecessary. She is not an ordinary human woman. Her experience, the character of the monument, and her identity are doomed to her. Focus more on practical actions. A full satisfaction, as if a long-term wish was fulfilled, a scream of pain filled with extreme joy and excitement quickly sounded, and the seductive and wonderful music that had just gone silent resounded in the room again. 495 Kurosaki Masaki's Secret. Lord Chengkong, what's the matter with the slave family? No matter how dissatisfied, angry, or unwilling Kurosaki Masaki was, at least after a period of time, Lu Chengkong spent a lot of time on her. At least on the surface, Kurosaki Masaki has gradually integrated into her new identity, and the awkward and embarrassing title at first is now very natural to say. I want to know everything about you, including Isshin Kurosaki, and of course, what's the matter with your son, Ichigo Kurosaki, that Reiatsu that is close to the peak of the captain. Although Lu Chengkong had guessed a little bit, it was always good to be able to ask clearly, and he had a hunch that the Kurosaki family would become enemies with him in the near future, and Lu Chengkong, the enemy hidden behind the scenes, was the least favorite. The most dreaded thing is, of course, to understand the opportunities around me clearly. Kurosaki Masaki hesitated, but looked at. When Lu Chengkong's dignified and aggressive eyes swept across her body, it reminded her of her condition, and Lu Chengkong has been working hard on her almost every day and night since this period of time, making her pose in all kinds of difficult situations. The action of opening her mouth also made her shout out all kinds of shameful and lewd words. Although the body is very refreshing, but the heart is very painful. Under the stimulation of two extreme feelings, Kurosaki Masaki feels that she is going crazy. At the same time, she also finds that the human body has fallen to Lu Chengkong. She doesn't want to. After being trained by Lu Chengkong again, she hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said. Lord Chengkong, have you heard of Team Zero? Team Zero. You mean the legendary special agent of the royal family who guards the space outside the Soul Realm, is responsible for defending the palace where the Spirit King lives, defending against the Great Void, etc. Lu Chengkong said with a little surprise, but in his heart of course Isho, sure enough. Yes, but Team Zero is not as simple as it seems. In short, things are very complicated, and I don't know how to say it. Kurosaki Masaki's delicate and pretty face revealed a hint of pain and memory. Tell out all the important things you know. Let's talk about you first, Kurosaki Isshin's identity. Lu Chengkong was stunned for a moment, thinking of Kurosaki Isshin and her mystery. He seemed to understand a little. I belong to the heirs of the vice-captain of Team Zero, a member of the Kurosaki family. I can be regarded as the jewel of the Kurosaki family, As for the Kurosaki Isshin, the Kurosaki family is expected to become the current generation of the Zero. One of the two heirs to the vice captain. Kurosaki Masaki organized the words and said unhurriedly. With Masaki Kurosaki's explanation, Liu Chengkong has a general understanding of some secrets of Team Zero, or some secrets of the Kurosaki family. The story is a bit old-fashioned. Kurosaki Isshin has another Kurosaki family named Hei. The Shinigami of Chi-Ilu is the most talented and powerful Shinigami in the contemporary Kurosaki clan. And these two gods of death fell in love with Kurosaki Masaki, and after some inspiring fights, Kurosaki Masaki fell in love with Kurosaki Isshin, who had a peaceful personality and did not have much ambition and prefers a quiet life like her. Kurosaki Masaki was the daughter of the Kurosaki family and the vice captain of the contemporary Zero division at that time, the jewel in the palm. Since Kurosaki Masaki has made up his mind, of course he can only give in on the surface. The peaceful life only existed for a long time and was broken. As a loser in chasing a woman, Ikiryu Kurosaki disappeared for a period of time after his failure, about a few hundred years. It seems that he was sent by Kurosaki Masaki's father. Star certain tasks. Actually, I don't want Kurosaki Ikiryu and Kurosaki Isshin to fight again. Since Kurosaki Masaki fell to Kurosaki Isshin, of course Kurosaki Masaki's father also favored Kurosaki in the choice of the vice captain's heir. Isaki, so of course Kurosaki Ikiryu has to be transferred. Kurosaki Ikiryu, who had not appeared for hundreds of years, suddenly appeared. Not long after he appeared, the father of Kurosaki Masaki, who had retired, disappeared mysteriously, and then Kurosaki Ikiryu's strength soared, completely surpassing Kurosaki Isshin, becoming the strongest of the Kurosaki clan after Masaki Kurosaki's father disappeared. Without all scruples, Kurosaki Ikiryu, whose strength has risen sharply, of course started his revenge. The day before Kurosaki Isshin was about to become the vice captain of Team Zero, he led some recruits from Team Zero. The members attacked Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Masaki. Kurosaki Isshin, who was originally not as strong as Kurosaki Isshin, was seriously injured immediately when he was attacked. In the end, Kurosaki Isshin was forced to use Wuyu to defeat Kurosaki Isshin, who obviously did not want to fight with Kurosaki Isshin. He brought Kurosaki Masaki to the present world, and the members of the Zero Squad generally cannot appear in the Soul World or the present world without the order of the Zero Squad leader or the Spirit King. Although the Kurosaki Ikiryu at that time was the strongest of the Kurosaki clan at that time, he was not arrogant enough to be himself and never showed his true face. No one knew how mysterious she looked like the captain of the Zero division. Or the strength of the Spirit King is comparable. So after Kurosaki fled with one heart, he used his own strength and the forces to win over the opposition in the Kurosaki family, and he also became the new deputy of the Zero team. Team leader. It's really a complicated grievance, but it's really bloody. I heard you say that Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Ikiryu have always been comparable in strength, and their qualifications are similar. Kurosaki Isshin has you. Your father's support should improve your strength faster than Kurosaki Ikiryu. Why is he being overtaken now, and your father is also? Liu Chengkong didn't say any more. Although he is strong towards Kurosaki Masaki and has always maintained the attitude of a conqueror, it does not mean that he does not love Kurosaki Masaki, and seeing her bring up the sadness no bigger than the appearance of death in his heart is also very unprepared. I don't know why Kurosaki Ikiryu's strength has increased so quickly, and he is stronger than his father. I only know that the white-eyed wolf actually killed his father. Kurosaki Masaki said hysterically, the hatred and resentment in his voice makes people chill. What? No, it's not that he disappeared, but he was murdered. Liu Chengkong finally understood that Kurosaki Masaki's voice was so cold just now. It seems that Kurosaki Masaki's father treated her very well, otherwise she would not. It will be a little naive. When it comes to the body of the enemy who killed his father, the voice can be wonderful. The white-eyed wolf didn't know why his strength had soared when he came back. At that time, his strength was not much worse than his father's. Later, his father seemed to be worse off, and the white-eyed wolf also seemed to know that his father was adjusting him. He actually murdered his father, and after that night his strength has improved a lot, much stronger than his father. I don't think anyone would be his opponent except the Spirit King and the mysterious leader of the Zero Division. If he was using Wuyu desperately, it would be even more frightening. 496 Kurosaki Masaki returns. Such a big thing happened. The former vice captain of Team Zero was murdered. Could it be that the captain of Team Zero or the King of Spirit doesn't care? Lu Chengkong asked the last question in his heart. It seems that the Spirit King has only appeared 3 times from the past to the present, and each time it is an extremely important event, and the leader of the Zero team does not care about these matters, except for violating some prohibitions or destroying the balance of the Spirit King realm. Only then will she appear to kill the Shinigami who violated the ban, and she won't care about the struggle for power and profit. Kurosaki Masaki cried and said. So that's the case, so the Spirit King and the leader of Team Zero are the most mysterious. Lu Chengkong said with a hint. Yes, the vice captain of Team Zero or its members have been constantly changing, but from ancient times until now, only the captain of Team Zero has never changed, as if she is immortal and will never die of old age. Even in the eyes of the people in the Spirit King realm, the leader of the Zero team is even more mysterious and terrifying than the Spirit King. Kurosaki Masaki didn't know the meaning of Lu Chengkong's words, and told what he knew. Isn't it? Even in a powerful death god, you will get old and die. Is the leader of the Zero team already strong enough to transcend the shackles of the rules of this world? By the way, the leader of Yamamoto is still strong, or Kurosaki Ilu or Kurosaki One-Hearted Strength? Lu Chengkong asked a rather idiotic question, but one that he had to ask. Actually speaking, it's a miracle that Captain Yamamoto's strength can last for 1,500 years. The reason why he has been able to cover so long, and he is only the peak strength of the God of Death, has such a huge spiritual pressure and power. The combat power is completely not inherited by every commander-in-chief. Instead, a new captain must be selected by the Spirit King after the previous captain died in battle. The same captain will be blessed by the Spirit King. Although on the surface it is the peak strength of the Reaper captain, but the combat power displayed is not comparable to that of many Reaper who break the limit. The same can also make the captain live longer, and the accumulation of Reiatsu is much higher than that of those who break the limit. The God of Death must be huge, and his strength is not inferior to any member of the Zero team. This is a special ability bestowed by the Spirit King to the captain. If Kurosaki Ishin was at his peak before using Wuyu, Captain Yamamoto would definitely die, that is, only a stronger ant. As for the Kurosaki Aikiryu when I left, there is no comparison. Kurosaki Masaki said, here is an account of the original Kurosaki Ishin and Aizen's battle, although he recovered the power of the God of Death, but at that time he was still slowly recovering, and he had not fully recovered his sanity. In the end, when he fought Aizen, his strength was far worse than when he was the vice captain of Team Zero in his heyday. If his strength at that time was in the heyday or when he was the vice captain of Team Zero, then he could kill Aizen with just a wave of his hand. It was no different from pinching an ant. After all, the relationship between the vice captain of Team Zero and the team members, the gap is simply a bottomless gulf. No wonder, I said that Aizen got Bengyu and broke the limit. Although it is forced to break by external force, the power belongs to Bengyu, but the strength should exceed that of Old Man Yamamoto, a death god who did not break the limit, but the original Blue, however, Ran appeared to be very jealous of the Old Man Yamamoto. Not even directly fighting with Old Man Yamamoto is to use conspiracy or create a face to restrain Old Man Yamamoto's ability. It turned out that Old Man Yamamoto was blessed by the Spirit King. At this moment, all the doubts accumulated in Lu Chengkong's heart have been swept away. Without the trouble of problems, the whole person is more relaxed. If you have something to say, just tell me about your recent performance and tell me so many things. As long as it's not against my principles and things that I don't like or can't do, I don't mind helping you. Lu Chengkong glanced at Kurosaki Masaki, who hesitated to speak, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say anything, so he said. The slave family likes that you can bypass Kurosaki Yixin and my family's life. Even if there is a conflict, for the slave family's sake, I hope the adults will spare their lives. Although Kurosaki Masaki has always been protected by his father, living in such a family is the jewel in the palm of his hand, and he still has some eyesight and insight. During this period of time, she has roughly understood the horror of Liu Chengkong, especially in her heart. There was a hunch that she felt that it was very likely that Ichigo Kurosaki and Isshin Kurosaki would confront Liu Chengkong one day, so she would say such a thing. "You're making it difficult for me." Liu Chengkong didn't give a clear answer, but his words made Kurosaki Masaki understand, and she knew what she should do. Ghost Path. Soul Oath. I, Kurosaki Masaki, swear by my soul that as long as Liu Chengkong is willing to spare the lives of Kurosaki Isshin's family, I am willing to be Liu Chengkong's most loyal slave girl, and I will never leave. Kurosaki Masaki suddenly spoke in a solemn and sacred tone. Word by word, she had obviously lost the power of the god of death and became a real ordinary human, but she could still use ghost ways. But after Liu Chengkong heard the latter words, she immediately understood, this is not a ghost. Do you accept it? At this moment, Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have regained the nobility and pride that a princess of the Kurosaki family should have. Holding the ball of light in his hand, he said to Liu Chengkong, as long as Liu Chengkong accepts it, then this ball of light will entering the souls of Liu Chengkong, and Kurosaki Masaki became part of the souls of Liu Chengkong and Kurosaki Masaki. As long as the content of the oath is not violated, there will be no harm. This is a kind of restraint of rules, just like the cultivator in Shenxia novels swears to the way of heaven. Let me declare first, if it really gets to that point, I can only leave their lives at most, but I will completely abolish their death power and make them ordinary people. Of course, this is only based on their and if they are killed by others, I will leave them alive. I don't care if they are killed by others. Liu Chengkong didn't want to tie himself up because of an oath, but being able to make Kurosaki Masaki submit himself through such a thorough, whether it is body, soul, mind is also a good thing. After all, before breaking the rules of this world, violate if you take this oath, the end will be very miserable. Okay, that's enough. Kurosaki Masaki thought for a while. She knew that Liu Chengkong had the charm and temperament of her body and that mature beautiful woman, plus her noble aura as the jewel of the princess of the Kurosaki clan. In addition to being a bit harsh on the means of obtaining his own, Liu Chengkong didn't really treat her as a slave girl after getting along with her during this period of time. Apart from being on the bed, as long as he doesn't touch his bottom line, Liu Chengkong is also very kind to her, and it can even be said that he loves her very much, so Liu Chengkong also made the biggest concession. In this case, she is not someone who doesn't know what to do. So she also made a little concession and agreed directly. She has made the greatest contribution and dedication to her former home with everything she has, and the sense of guilt in her heart has almost disappeared. Even if Kurosaki is standing in front of her now, she will not feel too sorry for him, or pain, shame. After all, her dedication is really great. To be able to make such a contribution after becoming a human being, even Liu Chengkong is a little surprised and admired by her. This is a good wife and good mother. 497 The taste of Kurosaki Masaki. Seeing the ball of light in Kurosaki Masaki's hand entering his body, Liu Chengkong was completely relieved of Kurosaki Masaki. From now on, this woman will belong to her forever, whether it is body, mind or soul, even if she is a form and spirit. Even if she is destroyed, she will not have the slightest idea of betrayal. Like Feijun, she is a woman who is soft on the outside and firm on the inside. She feels very guilty about her infidelity of her body, betrayal, and her debt to her family. She worries that one day she will not be able to control herself and completely surrender. Liu Chengkong's crotch. She is not a god of death, but an ordinary human being, so she has the decision just now. Since her destiny cannot be changed, she will use her best efforts to reduce the guilt in her heart. At the same time, it is also a kind of make-up for it. I don't want you to submit to me completely because of this oath. I will use my actions to get you, your people, your heart, and your feelings. I will do it one day. Lu Changkong, there was a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was taking an oath. His tone was full of domineering and firmness. All wait. Kurosaki Masaki saw Lu Changkong's confident, unrestrained, domineering appearance, the masculine charm, and the powerful fighting ability on the bed, so she couldn't help but lose her mind. After all, she is a human being. And, of course, everything about human beings, which could not have been the case if she was still a god of death. She didn't expect Lu Changkong to say such a thing. He was domineering without losing confidence, majestic and manly. He clearly belonged to him. He didn't need to waste time and effort, but he still did it, invisible. Zongliu Changkong has initially left a shadow in Kurosaki Masaki's heart, and now Kurosaki Masaki is quite a single nobleman. Kurosaki Isshin was long gone, because just now she had cut off everything in the past, and everything she owned already belonged to Lu Changkong. In addition to Lu Changkong's performance, because of the combination of appeals for various reasons, Lu Changkong was able to he left a shadow in the heart of Kurosaki, who was gnashing his teeth and resenting him so much, that he would attack her in the future, and it would be easier to gain her love for him and his feelings. But before that, let's take a good look at the posture of the knight. It's a pity that Lu Changkong's attractive state didn't last long, and he returned to his original shape. The rapid change made Kurosaki Masaki a little bit unable to turn around calm. However, when she came back to her senses, Lu Changkong had already been pressed on her body, and entered her body very familiarly. Kurosaki Masaki was also a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but Lu Changkong's powerful capital, superb technology and more knowing her body, her eyes soon became blurred, letting Lu Changkong do what she did, and she became obsessed with herself. Oh me, I want to forget everything. I am new, Kurosaki Isshin. My home, all passed away. I have given everything I can. The Kurosaki family, I can't be sorry anymore. If you want to blame, you don't have the strength to keep me. Maybe the man in front of me said it well. A peaceful, happy, and stable life requires equal strength. Guarded. If you want to have a woman like me, if you don't have enough strength and capital, it will easily become a disaster. On the contrary, if you have strong strength, you will be very happy. Losing the power of death is already the best proof. Maybe only the man in front of you can have me. With this idea, Kurosaki Masaki seemed to understand something. The expression on his face became more real, as if he was happy from the heart. His voice became more seductive and hotter, and his plump body was like a water snake waist. The general twisting allowed Lu Changkong to enjoy the wonderful taste of a mature and beautiful woman. The basement of the Urahara store became a lot more lively at this time, because Ichigo Kurosaki, Taihu Chato, and Yuryu Ishida, who had returned from training, were all looking at Kazuki Urahara as if they were ready for battle. By the way, because Yi was already Lu Changkong's wife, so Chadu Taihu, who was supposed to be Yi's training, became Huling Taiji to give him special training. Uncle Urahara, why hasn't he left yet? Ichigo Kurosaki, who had awakened Zanyu with a little success in his training, said anxiously to Kazuki Urahara. What's the hurry? No one is here, why? Kazuki, who said I haven't arrived yet. How could the wise Mako-sama be late? I just stayed on the side to see if you spoke ill of me behind my back. Hiriko Mako grinned, revealing 2 rows of shining teeth that were completely comparable to the Matekai in Hokage. The deputy factory said with a lazy expression. Standing beside him is the rotten wood Shanghai. It's strange, why does this guy's clothes look like that guy with facial paralysis? Ichigo Kurosaki found his clothes when he saw Kuchiki Hikari. He wore a star hoop on the left side of his head, and a red windflower yarn on his neck. The same noble, but Kuchiki Shanghai is more approachable than Kuchiki Byakuya, and there is no such icy aura that makes people afraid to approach and daunting. Kuchiki Shanghai, who had already left the Kuchiki family, didn't intend to use this dress, but all his clothes were made by his wife Kuchiki Yelling himself. In her wife's words, this is what I made for you personally, and it has nothing to do with the Kuchiki family. It is precisely because of Yi Ling's words that Kuchiki Shanghai did not remove the surname of Kuchiki and did not change this body to serve. What's wrong? Taihu Tudu asked strangely when he saw Ichigo Kurosaki standing there in a daze. Nothing. Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled, but seeing the familiar appearance of Urahara Kazuki and the two in front of him, he also thought that he should not be on the side of Soul Society. Cut, why isn't Mr. Liu Chengkong here yet? It's not a good habit to be late. Urahara Kazuki gestured with a middle finger to Mako Hirako with contempt, then looked around and said, "It's been a long time, okay." Liu Chengkong's voice sounded right after Urahara Kazuki's words fell. Such abrupt voice made Urahara Kazuki turn around, and he was surprised to find that Liu Chengkong and his party did not know when they had already stood there. Behind Urahara Kazuki and others. 498 Mako, who was eaten to death by Hiyori. Wow, I'm so envious, why do you have a bunch of beautiful women with you wherever you go? Urahara Kazuki didn't even speak, and the rude Hirako Mako jumped out and said first, watching Liu Chengkong standing on the left and right sides. The tyrant elder sister Zibo Kong and the hot and stunning enchantress Sishenyuan Yei. On her shoulders is a Yachi Ryu Loli who has always maintained a sweet and innocent smile, and behind her is a high school student, but Orihime Inoue, whose body is far from being as hot as many mature beauties, Hirako Mako thought. In the day of my own family, I feel that the way of heaven is unfair. You're not bad, you have Hiyori to accompany you wherever you go, Why did you disappear? Oh, by the way, I'll bring Hiyori, just tell him that Mako wants to have a lot of them too. Beautiful women accompany you. As Liu Chengkong said that, he pretended to turn around to look for Hiyori. He was so frightened that Hirako Mako rushed towards Liu Chengkong with a pale face, as if his dead parents were not so sad. The great god cried out. My lord Chengkong, Mr. Chengkong, you have pity on me, I am 80 high, and I have. It seems that he is destined to be eaten by the power of the sun in this life. Stop, I remember that we were all orphans. When did you come to a high hall? Liu Chengkong turned over and kicked Hirako Mako out with a dragon swinging his tail, and said to Hirako Mako without changing his face. Okay, everyone, how do you all say that you are the captain of the former party of the Soul World? Don't let some juniors laugh. The gate of crossing the world has been opened, then I will trouble Miss Kong to borrow your ghost way. Send them in, and Tai Jai will follow. Urahara Kazuki saw that Hirako Mako was still endless, and Kurosaki Ichigo and others were already impatient and had to come out and say. Hey, Chengkong, it shouldn't be very peaceful this time, why did you bring Inoue with you? Zibo Kong patted Liu Chengkong's shoulder carelessly and said. Don't underestimate Inoue. Orihime may be weaker than us in combat, but her repair and defense skills are definitely not simple, especially in repair skills. If she can get donations from famous teachers, her achievements will definitely be very high. Quote. Liu Chengkong glanced at Orihime Inoue, who was a little embarrassed by Konghi's words because he was weak and unable to help. He felt a little funny and had to explain. Could it be that you want Captain Ujiwali to teach her? As expected of Saifeng Yuan Yei, with a little clue, he immediately guessed Liu Chengkong's thoughts. That's right, although Orihime's repairing technique has amazing potential, the effect is already very good, but there is still a certain gap compared to Unahakali. I think Unoheim's ability should be interested in Orihime's ability. If she is willing to guide Orihime, I believe that Orihime's achievements in healing will definitely not be worse than Uno Hanaru. Liu Chengkong glanced at Yi of Saifeng Courtyard with admiration, which made the latter's eyes flash with a hint of joy. For Yi, he was happier than being praised by his beloved man. Maybe Liu Chengkong's words played a role. Even Kuchiki Kyukawa, who thought Orihime was Liu Chengkong's new target, at first glanced at Orihime in surprise, and Urahara Kazuki and others were even more surprised. Especially Kurosaki Ichigo and others, as classmates of Inoue Orihime, although they didn't have the deep friendship as in the original book, they didn't expect that this natural and usually a little silly ant would have such an ability to make Liu Chengkong. Such admiration, and even recommended to Ujiwali. Kurosaki Ichigo and others may not know the value of Uno Hanaritsu, but Urahara Kazuki and others are different. Although they don't know Uno Hanaritsu's hidden strength, it is only the healing ability that Uno Hanaritsu usually shows. and the way that even the roughest of warriors backed away in her polite tone. These alone are enough to make Urahara Kazuki and others admire very much, especially Ujiwali as the top person in charge of the medical rescue department. He has been in this position for countless years without being replaced, and no one even dared to give birth to the idea of competing with her. You can know the powerful medical ability of Ujiwali. It is precisely because of the many auras of Uranohana, so in the eyes of Urahara Kazuki and others, Uranohana's medical field and attainments are unparalleled, and now I suddenly hear that someone will heal in the near future. Of course, they were surprised that there was no less achievement than Maujiwali. If the person who said this was not Lu Chengkong, Hirako Mako and others would have scoffed. Your luck is so good that even the gods are jealous, Kuchiki Shanghai said with a sigh. Maybe it was really good luck. I didn't encounter any detentions. I passed the boundary very smoothly and came to the crossing boundary gate, which has been separated for more than 60 years. What should we do now? Immediately rush over to rescue Mei Yan. Zibo Kong said eagerly. It seemed that she was really impatient to wait. Don't be in a hurry, let's understand the dynamics of the Soul Society first. Lu Chengkong shook his head, tapped on Zibo Konghei's little head, motioned her to calm down, and then walked towards Liuhun Street. Although Kong calmed down in the end, looking at her bulging cheeks and her angry eyes that were about to breathe fire, she told everyone around her that Zibo Kong had reached the limit. If you mess with her, the second generation will definitely break out, so even Hirako Mako is very smart to shut up. Xiaolingman, the entrance to the Xiaolingay, I really miss it. Hirako Mako looked at the gate in front, and there was a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. When he entered the True Spiritual Art Academy, he took the exam here. What? This is the entrance to what garden? Great. Kurosaki Ichigo went through the training of Urahara Kazuki, and after completing Shikai, the whole person was a little flirtatious, if not rationally telling the people standing around him it is extremely terrifying. Maybe he has long been incompetent and arrogant, but he is only relatively restrained. Ichigo, the expressions of Tudu Taihu and Ishida Yulong changed. This is the base of the god of death, and they are still so arrogant, aren't they courting death? It's a pity that Kurosaki Ichigo has already rushed out, and they can't stop it if they want to. 499 Orihime who vomits blood. Let him go, and let him know that his current strength is nothing, no matter how good his talent is. He is born without the need to slowly accumulate and cultivate spiritual pressure like us, and there is someone else's spiritual pressure sealed in his body. It's not a big deal. Urahara-sama had long expected that he would get carried away, so he could suppress his arrogance. Urahara Kazuki's most loyal follower, but he is not as easygoing as the original Yoichi. Urahara Kazuki's orders are executed meticulously. Lu Chengkong can already foresee the future of Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Tejai in the corpse. Life in the soul world for a while, including studying Bankai, would definitely be tragic. Just as Lu Chengkong and the others were chatting without a word, a dozen huge walls suddenly descended from the Seirei Gate, blocking Kurosaki Ichigo's path. Inside the soul world, behind Seirei Gate stood a group of death gods, some of whom were still vice-captains. Looks like we don't have the chance to perform anymore, one of them said arrogantly. Yes, because there is a pill shop there. Hisagi Shubing didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, in the eyes of their group of death gods who had been at ease for too long, traveling through disaster was simply a group of insufficiency. It was their arrogance and contempt for the enemy that made Ichigo Kurosaki and the others in the original book still alive. Jingtei and others each came to make a big havoc in the soul world. Haha, it's been a long time since no one has been here. Come on, stinky boy, let's go. Saidanfang let out an unpleasant laughter, which made Lu Chengkong in the distance almost couldn't help but let out a flickering sound. In the past, damn it, it's not a sin for you to laugh badly, but it's a sin to come out and influence people. You guys just stay here and don't move, you are not allowed to help. After saying that, Shi Danfang roared, his muscles swelled, and the giant axe in his hand hit the ground at once, smashing the ground directly, making several a large stone slab blocked Tudu Taihu's way. It's too exaggerated, the strength is so strong, and there is such power in one blow. Ishida Yulong said with a slight surprise. It's not bad, let's pass the time when it's a boredom-relieving movie. Kuchiki Shanghai said with the same expression as he looked at Saidanfang and Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. You're bad enough, Ichigo is fighting there. It's so chilling for you to say such a thing. Hirako Mako immediately hugged Kurosaki, but unfortunately the expression on his face was similar to that of Kuchiki Kyukawa, not to mention that his current strength is far superior to the original, and he is no less than Hirako Mako, who was Aizen before he got Bangyu. Even Hirako Mako, who had ruined the future of the God of Death in the original book, completely ignored this level of battle. Ichigo-san will be in danger. Inoue Orihime said. Don't get me wrong, but she is in the same class as Taihu Tudu, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Yuryu Ishida. They meet every day, and everyone is a classmate. Relationship, with Inoue Orihime's character, her popularity at school is really good, nothing to say. In her opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo is just an ordinary friend like Tudu Taihu and Ishida Yulong, and his status is far less than that of Longui, but for the sake of everyone's classmates, he came to this place. The kind-hearted she will of course be worried about her classmates. If it is a stranger, she may be like this. After all, she is too kind. If this were all dangerous, that shrewd guy Urahara Kazuki wouldn't waste so much time and effort on him. Of course Lu Chengkong would not be jealous, because he knew the character and heart of Inoue Orihime very well. Patting her little head, she said a little funny. Oh, that means he can't die, then it's fine. It's just that sometimes the words of Inoue Orihime, who are too simple and cute, natural and nonsensical, can easily make people vomit blood. Although she wants to express it doesn't mean it literally, but she said this in a relaxed, cheerful and simple tone, which still left people very speechless. At least even the very serious Huling Tizai had a cold sweat on the back of his head. Orgigi is really powerful. Lu Chengkong almost couldn't help laughing, but when Konghe heard this, he didn't have any scruples and smiled happily. Inoue Orihime, who had no idea what was going on at all, looked dazed, looking at her cute appearance. She didn't even know that she said the wrong thing and used the wrong sentence. She couldn't help but kiss her fiercely on her smooth and fair face. Inoue Orihime's face flushed with a swipe, and she fell directly into Hinata's state, playing with the right finger. Originally, Orihime Inoue, who was still thinking about whether she said something wrong, only had one voice left in her heart. I was kissed by Changkong, so many people looked at me, and I was embarrassed. Does that mean he likes me very much? Oh, Orihime, what are you thinking? Don't be shy. Boy Hao from the countryside, I admit that you have some strength, but if you want to pass here, just beat me, eat my strongest trick, and sacrifice 10 Sidan. After repeatedly attacking Sidanfang, he found that the figure in front of him was very small compared to him. The country boy was not blushing or panting. His next attack was unscathed, which made him unhappy and also admired for a while. He is just the appearance. He looks fierce, but he's actually a more punishing person. I'm sorry, I'm going to chop your axe. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes turned cold. Zanyu in his hand waved for a while, a blue-white cold light flashed past, and Danfang's wide eyes stared at his axe. It was actually smashed to pieces, but Kurosaki Ichigo's handsome pose has not been maintained for a long time, and it has collapsed under the Tears offensive of Saidanfang. Expensive. I lost. Your name is Kurosaki Ichigo, right? You have to be careful, although I don't know why you have to pass this door, but the people behind this door are really powerful. After a twist, Danfang still opened the jingling gate for Kurosaki Ichigo according to the agreement. Really? Of course I know what you said. Two people flashed in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. One was Renji Asanjing. Although he was defeated by him before, he didn't know why he had a feeling that it was the one at that time. Renji Asanjing definitely didn't do his best, and he would meet him again. The other, of course, was Kuchiki Byakuya, who made himself unaware of his defeat. Since you know, I'll give you the gate of opening. Don't be afraid. You have to rush over in one breath. The door slowly lifted up, but the pupils of Si Danfang's eyes shrank after lifting the door, as if seeing something terrible, and fell into a sluggishness, which should be said to be fear. 500 City Maru Silver Debut. Hey, why don't you move? Someone. Who is he? Ichigo Kurosaki walked in and found a man with squinted eyes and a fox-like smile on his face looking at him. He's the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. Si Danfang seemed to be awakened by Ichigo Kurosaki, but his voice was still a little trembling. For people like Si Danfang, Captain Death is simply not inferior. In a divine existence. What are you doing here? I'm not asking you to be the gate of opening. Ichimaru Jin maintained a creepy smile that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, but his tone was very soft and not angry at all. Feel. As a gatekeeper, shouldn't it be the gate of opening since we've lost the battle? Si Danfang seems to have recovered a little bit of confidence, but unfortunately his confidence is not enough for Ichimaru Yin. It's not right for you to say that. As a gatekeeper, if you lose the battle, it will prove that you deserve to die. Ichimaru Jin waved the short zanpakuto gently, and a white light flickered. Wah! Si Danfang's right hand has been cut with a scar, and blood splashed out from it. You bastard! Kurosaki Ichigo rushed over and smashed Mount Washin with a single blow from Zanyu, but it was a pity that Ichimaru Jin was able to easily hold him back. Ichigo, retreat! Ichimaru, who was one of the old enemies, did not expect that there would be a captain here. Although Ichimaru Yin was still a teenager at the time, Huling Tizai felt a terrifying chill from this young man, and he must not be underestimated. What is it? Ichigo Kurosaki turned his head to look at Guling Tizai in confusion. Obviously, he had already gone beyond the scope of a newborn cow who was not afraid of tigers, and had already entered the category of arrogance, but his face it's not Yi in the original book, but Wuling Tejai, but he's not that easy to talk about. Oh, Ichigo, so you are Kurosaki Ichigo, hee, now that I know your name, I can't let you go. Ichimaru Jin didn't know if it was genuine surprise or fake surprise, and took a look. Glancing at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, he smiled, turned around and walked back slowly. What's the matter? What did he do with the knife? Kurosaki Ichigo's head was full of question marks, and Ichimaru Jin soon told him what he wanted. This is not a small knife, but my zanpakuto. Shoot him. The spear. Ichimaru Jin's eyes turned cold, and a powerful aura erupted. He put the zanpakuto on his waist, and instantly put Kurosaki Ichigo. Locked. With a swipe, the sharp spear in his hand blasted out like a blocking bullet. The speed was fast and the penetration was strong, directly piercing the air. Kurosaki Ichigo could only conditionally fire the sword. But it was useless. The power of the magic spear directly blasted him and Si Danfang out. Obviously, Ichimaru Yin deliberately kept his hand. Otherwise, the power of the magic spear could completely pierce Zanyu directly, and then penetrate Kurosaki. Protect the body. It's 88. Ichimaru Jin waved at Kurosaki Ichigo, as if saying goodbye to his longtime old friend. When the gate was about to fall, he saw Lu Chengkong, whom he had not seen for a long time, with a fox smile on his face. Vivi stiffened, at angles and speeds no one else could see. Ichimaru Jin's right hand moved, and an extremely imperceptible light shot into Lu Chengkong's hand, and the door fell at the same time. Hee, Ichimaru Jin, you are really powerful. You have diverted so many secrets of Aizen. Is this his whole plan? But you are really stubborn. You don't have to do anything. I'll just do it. Can kill him, huh? Does that mean that you don't want to fake someone? Lu Chengkong took out a piece of paper from somewhere in his right hand. There were only a few words in it, but he wrote down Aizen's main plan, his zanpakuto abilities, how to crack it, his weaknesses, and so on. Keep up. Lu Chengkong threw a healing ghost at him and healed Si Danfang's injury. This level of injury did not require Inoue or Ahime to take action. After calculating the time, he felt that he had enough fun. The live version of Grim Reaper also watched, so it's time to start. Maybe it was Ichimaru Jin's shocking blow, which made the fluttering Kurosaki Ichigo seem to have been drenched by a bucket of cold water. He calmed down completely, and at the same time, he recalled the horror of the captain's level. It really doesn't seem like anything in front of it. Zibo Ganji, you die for the old lady. When he came to Zibo's house, Zibo Kong shouted directly. The voice was so loud and the momentum was so fierce that the whole house shook. It didn't take more than 3 seconds. There was a falling swirl pattern on his trousers, and a big, muscular man ran out in panic. Eldest sister, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell the younger brother so that the younger brother can pick you up? If Zibo Mayan is the person that Zibo Ganju respects the most, then Zibo Kong is the life of Zibo Ganju. The most feared person among them, Zibo Mayan, can make Zibo Ganju restless by scolding him. It's okay to say that you didn't notify me of such a big thing happened to Mei Yan. Zibo Kongwei often sturdily kicked over and blasted Zibo Ganju directly out, and Hiriko Mako and the others were watching. With cold sweat all over her face, only Lu Chengkong can suppress such an invincible Yuji, and the others suffer with no luck. After a while, Shiba Gansu, who was covered in bandages, ran back. Of course, he kept apologizing. At the same time, because Shiba Mayan didn't die, he didn't hate death, and he knew that the group in front of him was going to save his brother, of course. And Rukia. So he was very willing to teach Kurosaki Ichigo and others to use the Spirit Bead Core, but it is worth mentioning whether Shiba Iwagura and Kurosaki Ikinoki are born with wood knowledge, and the two of them are still the same as in the original book. Seeing that the other party is not pleasing to the eye and fighting each other, of course, he is inevitably beaten by Zibo Kong. 3 cannonballs were fired, one for Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Gansu and the others, one for Hiriko Mako and Kuchiki Kyoka, one for Lulu Chengkong, one for Sora and other women. The day that I have been waiting for has come. Aizen, let me see what you have prepared to wait for me, and how far you want to test me. It seems that only you and old man Yamamoto are qualified to test me in the Soul Society. Well, you don't have the ability to invite her to take action, and I don't think you know how terrible Anohana is. Chi-chi. A very harsh sound came out immediately although the 3 cannonballs collided with the soul mask, but it was very coincident that the captains just stared at the top of the captain's conference room, of course, including Aizen Suyu. Introduced. One Piece The Legend of Creation, Chapter 501-520. 501 The Declaration That Shakes the Soul Society. 3 shattering sounds rang out at the same time, and the 3 shells shattered. The force that erupted pushed the weakest Kurosaki Ichigo and his party out. Fortunately, Hiriko Mako felt a little embarrassed. The energy rope tied Kurosaki Ichigo and others directly, preventing them from being scattered like the original. That's because it wasn't scattered or surrounded by rays of light, and Lu Chengkong and his party were not covered at all. Dewey was stagnant in the midair of Jingling Court, so the gods of death below could see clearly the appearance of Lu Chengkong and his party. After being in Seoringe for more than 100 years, the god of death could see clearly the arrival of _Fang, and some weak people almost lost their legs and fell to the ground. Oh my god, that is the former captain of the special unit of the first team, Shanghei Kuimu, who once caused the Zanpakuta disaster in the Soul Society, the former captain of the 5th team, Hiriko Mako, the 2nd team captain, the head of the Saifungyuan, and the 4th class academy. Yi, and that one, Lu Chengkong, the demon god of the soul realm. Many gods of death screamed in horror, and because of the words of gods of death, some gods of death who had become gods of death for a short time looked up at these legendary figures in the sky. Finally came back, but what did you decide this time? A complete break. Jingle Chunchui's eyes flashed with all kinds of light. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight those gods of death in the sky. Based on his understanding, Lu Chengkong and others above would never do such a thing, but there is conclusive evidence, and it is precisely because of this that Jingle Chunchui is even more suspicious, so he has never stopped secretly over the years. Adjusted the things of the virtual experiment in that year. It's been a drama now. It's been 60 years. How advanced is your strength? The Soul Society is really an idiot. Don't you know that Dajibo Mayan is the eldest brother of his wife Zibo Kong? This kid is the shortest guard. Yes. A hint of war flashed in Zanmu Janba's eyes as he looked at Lu Chenggong and thought. Is it still here? This time is an irreversible frontal battle. The old man will never let you leave alive. Justice in the Soul Society's judgment cannot be provoked. After that, old man Yamamoto had already decided that he would not show mercy to anyone who violated justice, no matter how much he appreciated them. And Aizen also knew this. That's why he was so arrogant that the person who controlled the 46th room executed Zibo Mayan. He just wanted to use the old man Yamamoto to make the old man Yamamoto and Lu Chenggong fight with all their strength. First, you can find out how far Lu Chenggong has reached, and you can also see how far old man Yamamoto has reached. Second, if Lu Chenggong is defeated, old man Yamamoto's character will definitely do everything possible to kill Lu Chenggong, so he will give it to himself by the way. Removed a great trouble. Thirdly, if Lu Chenggong and the old man Yamamoto both suffer, he doesn't mind having a mantis catch the cicada and the oriole at the back, and eliminate the two scourges in one fell swoop. Fourth and last, if Lu Chenggong wins, he will be seriously injured, and old man Yamamoto is similar. Even if he can't kill two people at one time, he should be able to sneak attack to kill one of them. Obviously, Aizen's every move is made with careful calculation. Old man Yamamoto. Lu Chenggong stepped out, and the surging spiritual pressure pressed down on the god of death with a monstrous power. All the gods of death below the captain were pressed to the ground, even the gods of death at the captain level had to go all out. Resist, of course, with some exceptions. Do you want to fight this old man now? The old man Yamamoto's hunchback waist slowly straightened, as straight as a pine tree, his muscles bulging, as if horned dragons were coiled around his body, and his body also released a terrifying spiritual pressure directly collided with Lu Chenggong's spiritual pressure in midair. Who once had to use Bankai to fight against him, has now grown to an unprecedented level of strength. The strength of Reiatsu is not weaker than that of old Yamamoto, who has accumulated countless years, and many captains of the death god are surprised. The two spiritual pressures were like water dragons and fire dragons. As they were constantly colliding in the air, a heavy sound continued to explode, and there were circles of air fluctuations in the air, as if the air could not bear the two. It's like a person's spiritual pressure hits. Of course not, or you don't come. Since you are here, of course you have to solve all the troubles. Back then, it seemed that I was called a criminal of the Soul Society. It seemed that I was never the god of death in the Soul Society, but I did. It doesn't matter, this time my brother-in-law and sister-in-law have all been executed. Very good, then let's settle all the old and new accounts at one time. I will kill all the 46 rooms involved in this judgment and the nobles behind him. Whoever stops me, I'll let him die. Lu Chenggong's tone did not contain a trace of anger, and was very calm. When the last word fell, Lu Chenggong's spiritual pressure suddenly soared, suppressing old man Yamamoto's spiritual pressure in one fell swoop, and at the same time, the released spiritual pressure made many of the gods of death unable to bear and were crushed. How courageous! The old man Yamamoto was angry. That's right, isn't Lu Chenggong saying such words in front of so many people to declare war on the entire Soul Society? Lan Ran's guess was right, Lu Chenggong really didn't plan to have any room for maneuver with the Soul Society this time, either to be killed or to completely suppress the Soul Society, so as to solve all the troubles once and for all. It's really at the worst, said Shishi. Wartime special order, all the gods of death can liberate the Zanpakuto in the Serangei, and do not need to worry about the degree of damage to all buildings, and they will kill any disaster. The old man Yamamoto found that he hadn't been so angry for many years. No matter what, he was the one who loved the corpse and soul world the most. He would never allow anyone to provoke the corpse and soul world. The point of recovery. Yes, some of the gods of death who didn't faint immediately responded, and of course there were a few of them, but old man Yamamoto didn't exist. Have you really broken the limit? It's beyond my expectations. You can't describe it as a genius. Ujawali gave a gentle glance at Lu Chenggong's shoulders, who was looking at himself with eager eyes. Bachenliu then glanced at Lu Chenggong. A strange light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Lu Chengkong to really do it. It exceeded her expectations by a lot. She has never seen any amazing genius death gods in so many years, but it is really rare like Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong's Bankai is definitely more than that simple, there is definitely some powerful power hidden in it. 502 The Early Crescent Moon. Originally, Mao Shawali was more pleasing to Lu Chengkong. Everything about him was very unique, and she was very kind to her good daughter, and her good daughter was also very obsessed with him. Iwu and Wusha Lu Chengkong can invite he is the only male death god who has made Hanahana Unuhashi look different for countless years. It's still so hot. Lu Chengkong was not at all worried about the wartime special order he requested. Perhaps this wartime special order was a deadly existence for an ordinary death god captain level powerhouse, but in Lu Chengkong it seems that this is simply not enough to see. Let's go, this is not the time for a decisive battle. Lu Chengkong took a deep look at Aizen Soyusuke and old man Yamamoto, and then said to the people around him. Yeah. Hirako Meiko and Kuchiki Shanghai looked at each other. They were both extremely intelligent people, otherwise Aizen wouldn't be so jealous of the two of them, and they would have done more harm. Of course they knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle. Aizen planned to borrow the attention of Ichigo Kurosaki and others who liked most of the gods of death in the Soul Society. It was not the case with Lu Chengkong and others. The day of execution was the time of the war. Therefore, Lu Chengkong and the others used Shunpo to disappear directly into the air, and of course they did not forget to take Kurosaki Ichigo and others. It is the existence of being killed in seconds. Master Chief, do you want to take action to intercept it? Nigong glanced at Lu Chengkong with a wicked look, but he knew that old man Yamamoto was in charge here, and the spiritual pressure just now made him extremely terrified. I'm stupid enough to think that I can stop it by rushing over, but I still have to rely on old man Yamamoto. No need, even if you make a move, you can't stop them. They are already not what they used to be, and they are full of wings, not to mention that it is not the time to start a war. The day when Rukia and Zibo Mayan are executed is the beginning of the war. Now let's get rid of those few poor travel disasters first. The old man Yamamoto deserves to be the captain. He has the same idea as Lu Chengkong. He even saw Lu Chengkong's plan, and he also thinks that today is not the day of the war. He also needs to prepare. Today's Lu Chengkong he was extremely afraid, and he had to do his best. Yes, although Niyuli was unwilling, he didn't dare to openly disobey the old man Yamamoto. After all, the spiritual pressure of the old man Yamamoto just now was equally frightening. Okay, it's safe here. Lu Chengkong stopped in a deserted place and said to Huling Taijai. Yeah, Huling Taijai nodded. Lu Chengkong, Konghe, Yaiki, Yakiryu, Inoue Orihime, Kuchiki Shanghai, and Hirako Meiko disappeared again. Obviously, they each had their own things to do. To deal with it, Saifengyuan Yei will go back to the Saifengyuan family. Lu Chengkong, Yachinliu, and Inoue Orihime are going to look for Ujawali. As for Zibo Kong, of course, go to the Confession Palace to find Rukia and Zibo Mayan. By the way, I took the Bengyu out of Rukia's body to heal Zibo Mayan first, so as not to make any unnecessary mistakes. At least let Zibo Mayan have the power to protect herself, which was also decided by Lu Chengkong before. On the other hand, Ichigo Kurosaki and others also started the same battle as in the original book. Ichigo Kurosaki was the first to meet Madaragi, who was far beyond the level of the original book. Tiger met Enjoji Tatsubo, the third seat of the 8th team, after K0 had a large number of death gods. As for the last Ishida Yulong, it was vs very arrogant Silufang. What's the matter, do you have such a little strength? You, the man with glasses, and the burly man, among the three, I feel that your spiritual pressure is the strongest. It turns out that your level is just that little bit, and I am so disappointed. Let's stand together. In the first half of the battle between Madarame and Kurosaki Ichigo, Madarame had the upper hand. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo showed the power of the protagonist halo, K0 Madarame, but at this time Madarami's strength was far superior in this period of the original work. Not only did he have the upper hand, but he also beat Kurosaki Ichigo to the brink with an overwhelming advantage. "You bastard, stop looking down on people." Kurosaki Ichigo's face was very ugly, thinking of Liu Chengkong's powerful strength and wind that defeated Kuchiki Byakuya in the wave of his hand. Not long after seeing that he had only entered the Saranjay now, the first Shinigami he met was beaten like this. Under the stimulation of anger and danger, his potential in the Reiatsu that was constantly being absorbed by him, which was sealed in his body, exploded at the same time. "Oh, do you still have a backhand?" Madaramu's face was overjoyed, and the Onitomaru in his hand kept slashing towards Kurosaki Ichigo at the angle of the drill. "I will definitely beat you to the point where you won't be able to pick up the Zanpakuto." Kurosaki Ichigo broke out ahead of time. It should have erupted when he met Renji Asanjing, but now he is under the pressure of Madaragi. He had to turn on the protagonist's halo, and a blue-white spiritual pressure burst out from his body, and his speed and strength suddenly soared. From the beginning, he moved back slowly from the downwind, and even began to gradually suppress the corner of Madaramu. "Haha, don't laugh at me, unless you cut off my hand. Don't let me hold the Zanpakuto." The corner of Madaramu's eyes also began to be injured, and the blood of the two people was scattered all over the place, and it was impossible to tell whose blood it was. This Uncle Urahara also said that my strength can fight against 3 or 4 seats of death. How come any 3-seat god of death will beat me like this? It's too unreliable for his words. The feeling of the crescent moon and the sky flashed in Kurosaki's mind, like the picture of Urahara Kazuki and his money fight. Fly up. That's right, this kind of strength is worthy of me coming to you. Madaramu laughed excitedly and stepped on the ground. Although he could walk in a blink of an eye, since Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't, there was no need for him to use it. What he likes is the feeling of killing each other, rather than using Shunbu to bully this god of death who doesn't know Shunbu. "I'm sorry, I can't let you stop my footsteps, lie down for me." Kurosaki Ichigo roared, his eyes glowing with a pressing cold light. Zanyu is also constantly absorbing Kurosaki Ichigo. The spiritual pressure on the body makes the slash itself huge at the moment of the slash, and then strikes it, releasing a high-density spiritual pressure slash. The crescent-like slash instantly shattered the Onitomaru who was sprinting towards the corner of his eyes, and at the same time left a bone-deep imitation mark on his body. 503 The end of Namori. Ahem, I'm unlucky this time. Madaramu looked at Ichigo Kurosaki. His voice trembled a little, his body's strength was evacuated at a very fast speed along with the imitation mouth on his body, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, but his right hand was holding his Zanpakuto from beginning to end. It's just that when Madaramu woke up, he found that he was not dead, but the blood on his body was gone, and the wounds had even begun to slowly scab. Apart from healing with ghosts, they were the only ones who could have such an effect. Team 11 asked about the medicines that Ujiwali took. "Give me back the Zanpakuto." At this moment, most of Madarami's attention was focused on Kurosaki Ichigo holding his Zanpakuto. How could he pay attention to these details? "Che, what's the use of your Zanpakuto? I'm just borrowing those hemostatic medicines from you, but the medicines from your soul society are really useful," Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile, "but either way, it looks a bit more nasty." "What? I was actually saved by your enemy." Madaramu Yijao had already prepared for death. He was not afraid of death at all. Although he could not reach the realm of Kenpachi, he was indeed not afraid of death. It was hard for him to accept that he was actually saved by an enemy. This kind of feeling is really uncomfortable, and Ichigo Madara, who owes nothing to each other, of course knows what Kurosaki Ichigo wants to ask himself. "Tell me. Where is Rukia?" Kurosaki Ichigo was just trying it out with a glimmer of hope, but Madaragi really said it. Sure enough, he didn't let him down. Madaramu laughed for a while and still said it, but in the end he asked Kurosaki Ichigo for some unknown reason. "I sensed your Reiatsu just now, the 3 of you are spirits. Although you are the strongest, I still have to ask, are you sure you are the strongest?" "It should be." Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated for a while, but finally admitted it. "Really? Then I will bless you and wish you good luck. It's better to be careful with me." The captain of this team is only interested in powerful people. Madaramu said. Is he very powerful? Kurosaki Ichigo is very sensitive to the word captain now. The old man Yamamoto's reiki gave him a feeling of being shattered, which is really terrifying. Haha, you've seen that old man who fought against spiritual pressure with Lord Liu Chenggong before. Our captain was able to injure him more than 60 years ago. After more than 60 years, our captain can be said to be a powerful and frightening existence in the current Gotei 13th Division. Even Captain Yamamoto must be careful when facing our captain. Captains of the same level, such as before you Kuchiki Byakuya, who has met in this world, is simply vulnerable in front of our captain. That's right, Madarame is not lying. As someone who has been with Kenpachi for a long time, no one knows more about Kenpachi's terrifying power over the past 60 years than him. Vulnerable, is it really that strong? Kurosaki Ichigo stopped and said in disbelief. Hehe, I'm worried that you will die without even knowing his power, so I said I wish you good luck. Madaramu said with a smile. The person he admired and admired most in his life was Kenpachi Zakagi. Even more fanatical than the original. What's his name? Kurosaki Ichigo asked, forcing the shock in his heart down. He's the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki. Madaramu said word by word. At the same time, after Kurosaki Ichigo defeated Madarame and left, Tudu Taihu Ishida Yulong and others also defeated their opponents with their own abilities. After a lot of trouble, they still encountered the original book. Opponents, such as Chadu Taihu met Jingle Chunchui, Ishida Yulong met the perverted Ni Miori, and Kurosaki Ichigo met the 6th Division Vice Captain Renji Asanjing together after meeting Hanataro. He is the luckiest one. Is this the strength of the captain? Even if it is far inferior to Liu Chenggong, it is still a high mountain for me now. Ishida Yulong glanced at the wound on his body, and then glanced at the disdainful person standing in front of him. Looking at his nirvana, he secretly said in his heart, I'm sorry, master. Ishida Yulong took off the loose spirit gloves, and the spiritual pressure on his body suddenly soared. His appearance also changed, and at the same time, he also obtained the terrible ability to control the spirit child. I have to say that this world is fair to a certain extent. Although the death god has many powerful abilities such as Zanpakudo, Ghost Dao, Shunbu, Bai Da, Kendo, etc., the Quincy Master cannot match. But the Quincy Master's control over the Spirit Sun is slightly ahead of the Death God every time, and even the Death God can control the Spirit Sun after breaking the limit, but Ishida Yulong doesn't need it. How is this Reiatsu, this costume, possible? Niyuli's pupils shrank for a moment, and she could no longer maintain a smug, disdainful, mocking smile. Just when he was surprised, Ishida Yulong had already shot, and the arrow flew out. The speed was completely comparable to the speed of the magic spear used by Ichimaru Jin when he was at Seringen. Of course, Ichimaru Jin didn't use his full strength at that time. And his limit is far from this, but this is already very terrifying, not to mention that this arrow Ishida Yulong also did not use all his strength, but it was just an arrow to test and control. It's so fast, but I should be able to dodge it. Niyuli was startled at first, then smiled, but unfortunately his smile soon solidified. Because he saw that Ishida Yulong had already aimed at him above, and a much stronger spiritual arrow than before came out of the air, with a whistling sound that cut through the air, blasted his whole body into the ground, and exploded. A lot of dust. You kneel down to me and cry and beg me, maybe I will let you go in that way, otherwise I will shoot with 3 times the strength before. Ishida Yulong said coldly, although there is no Nyan dream, however, Niyuli used the essence of the righteous skeleton technology and the righteous soul technology to create another death god to use the same attack method as the original. You'd better not be too arrogant, you're just a trivial Quincy master. That's fine, then I'll fight you with the same strength as you, Benkai. Golden Kill Jizo. It really deserves to be a Zanpakudo from the same soul. After Benkai, the appearance after that is as ugly as Nimeori. It is a pity that Ishida Yulong quickly recovered after being surprised at the beginning. Pakudo's instant kill. You goddamn Quincy. Niyuli looked down at his chest, which had been punched with a big hole, and roared angrily, but he didn't lose his mind. He slashed his throat with a slap turned into a pile of green liquid. 504 bombing and killing Nirvana. Hee hee, Quincy, it's a pity, I can't get you such good research materials, but this is my last trump card. Although I can't make any attacks, the same attacks are useless to me. Nirvana, who drank the green liquid, said slowly in a low voice, quite like a villain. Really, Ni Yuli, I'm sorry, maybe I want you to sleep here tonight. Just when Ishida Yulong didn't know how to live, a voice suddenly floated. The surging spiritual pressure has an icy characteristic, so that the areas covered by the spiritual pressure formed layers of frost without exception, freezing Namori, who was about to slip away. Although it couldn't hurt him, it made him there was no way to escape. This spiritual pressure, it's you. Ni Yuli's voice sounded again, but this time, there was no complacent before, instead there was a panic that anyone could hear. I said back then that the liquid you requested is not invalid for any attack, it's just that the attack has not reached the limit your liquid can withstand, so it is useless. Lu Chengkong did not know when he appeared in Shishin Yulong behind him. He stepped out from the darkness, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. What do you want to do? Ni Yuli had already guessed what Lu Chengkong was going to do. Although Nian Meng was taken away by me, I won't be abused by you like this god of death, but I don't like to leave any hidden dangers, so you can die. Under Ishida Yulong's unbelievable gaze, Lu Chengkong was on his body. The same changes began to take place as he did, and all the nearby buildings turned into spiritual suns and were controlled by Lu Chengkong. Aren't you the god of death? How could it be possible to control the spiritual child like a Quincy? Ni Yuli and Ishida Yulong said this time in a very tacit understanding. After breaking the limits of the god of death and the void, controlling the spirit child is just a trivial matter. Lu Chengkong said with a little amusing, wrong, he can now attack the spirit child arrow just like Ishida Yulong, and it is even far more powerful. Many times more than Ishida Yulong. Don't you look down on the Quincy master. Hee hee, I will be a good person today. His grandfather died in your hands, so I will let you die in the hands of the Quincy master's spiritual arrow. Lu Chengkong while speaking, a large bow made up of spirits appeared in his left hand, and a giant arrow over 3 meters long was pinched in his right hand, aiming at the pile of liquid in front of him. No, you can't do this. I'm the captain of the Soul Society and the director of the Technology Development Bureau. I will kill you who will not be spared by the Soul Society. And proud, he said in a sharp and frightened voice, while the liquid kept shaking, trying to break free from the frost covering him. 88 Muley. Lu Chengkong snorted coldly, the spiritual pressure in his body melted into the giant spirit arrow in his hand as if he didn't need money, causing the spirit arrow to instantly radiate, and an extreme sense of danger enveloped Nirvana. Mayori's heart. Lu Chengkong's right hand was gently released, and the giant spirit arrow broke through the air. The speed and power were so fast that even the space was distorted. Almost as soon as he released his hand, the spirit arrow had already shot at Muley's body. The dazzling blue light soared into the sky, illuminating the dark night of the soul world, and Nyayungli only had time to let out a scream full of unwillingness, fear, and resentment before passing away completely. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. It's no wonder that you are just a high school student who has only lived for more than 10 years. It's normal that you are not cruel enough. Lu Chengkong said to Ishida Yulong, and at the same time he threw a bottle of medicine over, and Ishida Yulong reached out to catch it and looked at Lu Chengkong in doubt. Although you can control the spiritual child, your body can't bear the toxin of the Nikori Zanpakudo at all. This is the antidote. Lu Chengkong's figure flashed after speaking, and he didn't give Ishida Yulong a chance to speak. Disappeared in place. What a strange man. Maybe such a person is a truly qualified and powerful god of death. Is kindness to the enemy equal to cruelty to oneself? I remember it. Ishida Yulong's eyes flashed, and he didn't doubt whether there was any problem with the medicine in his hand. After all, he knew that if he didn't take it, he would surely die, and with the opponent's strength, he didn't need to use poison to be so boring. It's a pity, if I had heard this sentence earlier, I would have already died of the ability of a Quincy. Ishida Yulong smiled bitterly, but he was more happy because his grandfather vengeance can be considered revenge. It's not too late. If you live to the present world, go to your father. He has a way to restore your ability as a quencher, even better than before. There is no one-night feud between two fathers and sons. A voice drifted in. Ishida Yulong's ears were the voice of Lu Qingkong, who had already left. Father, you are really mysterious enough, you know everything. Ishida Yulong muttered to himself, but the loss in his eyes disappeared, and a strong vitality burned. Obviously he didn't want to die, especially when he knew after the power of his own quencher can be restored, he even does not want to die. Aizen, you're dead, isn't it weird? Are you cheating? It's getting more and more chaotic. The most suspicious person is now dead, hey. Jingle Chunchui looked at Tudu Taihu, who was already lying on the ground in a coma, and received a message from his vice-captain, which made him feel agitated for a while. It just started not long ago. By the way, because Aiznaneo left the Soul Society when he was a child, his vice-captain is an unknown death god, and since this book will not appear again, he will not give his vice-captain a name. What the hell is going on? How can there be such a powerful Reiatsu? Shiba Gansu said with sweat on his face. Although I don't know what's going on, I know that there is definitely a very powerful death god near here. Let's go, we must get out of here before he finds out. In the face of this terrible Reiatsu, even Kurosaki Ichigo, who defeated Renji Asani at the cost of serious injuries, can't have any thoughts of fighting right now. Not only that, but the Reiatsu seemed to follow him. No matter where the three of Kurosaki Ichigo ran, they would follow them, as if there was a knife on their necks. The pressure is getting heavier and heavier, especially the legs seem to be several times heavier, and each step costs a lot. Hee, the warm-up match before the war. Very good, I should be able to use his body to wipe my Zanpakuto clean. Zaraki Kenpachi sat on a high place, sneering as he looked down like a clown the three running Kurosaki Ichigo. 505 Janba vs Yihu. Jingle. The sound of a bell seemed very strange in a quiet environment, and at the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki discovered the owner of this Reiatsu, a spiky head, with a bell at the top of each sting, with a blindfold. A pair of eyes full of violent and ferocious rays of light, making people feel soft all over and hair in the bottom of their hearts. What are you looking at over there? When did you see it? Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was still in a daze, Kenpachi Zaraki's voice came from behind him, and the terrifying murderous aura made the entire nearby space appear to be a mess. Chilling, Ichigo Kurosaki has a feeling of being pierced through his heart by a Zanpakuto. This murderous aura is so huge that it seems to be real, it is too terrifying. I've already been hit, what's the matter? Could it be murderous? It's impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his feet a little weak, but he did not let himself fall. Zaraki Kenpachi is already a mountain for him now. Not to mention the current Zanaki Kenpachi, and in the original book, he could lose both because Zanyu gave his strength to him with all his strength, and the explosion of spiritual pressure on his body, plus Zanaki Kenpachi was not losing at all. Win. He has been fighting with the same strength as him, and it can even be said that it is completely to let Kurosaki Ichigo. To put it directly, he intends to fatten Kurosaki Ichigo before killing him. You are Ichigo Kurosaki. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kenpachi's eyes. He didn't expect that the person he wasted so much time looking for would be so useless. Although there was a powerful spiritual pressure lurking in his body, obviously he can't control it, and Zanaki Kenpachi actually found a trace of panic in his eyes, which made him feel disappointed. No matter how powerful a person like this is, it is useless, and there is no equivalent to him. Courage and mood. How do you know my name? Kurosaki Ichigo found that his heart rate was too fast, and he was really worried that his heart would jump out. Did that kid in the corner not advance me to you? Kenpachi Zengeki already felt more and more boring, and he didn't even want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. I'm the captain of the 11th team, Kenpachi Zengeki. 8. Zaraki Kenpachi. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had already guessed it, he couldn't help gasping for a breath. Without a word, he immediately let Shiba Ganshu take Hanataro away, and even pulled out Zanyu's guard. Looking at Zengi Kenpachi, it's a pity that Zanaki Kenpachi ignored the two who escaped from beginning to end. I'm sorry, I won't let you leave here, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Hehe, I'm not interested in the weak. I was originally interested in your Reiatsu, but now you're really disappointing me. Forget it, just wipe the Zanpakudo with your body. Don't say I won't give you a chance. Come on, I'll let you chop first. Any part of your body is whatever you want. If you have the ability, you'd better chop me to death with one knife, then that's the best. Zaraki Kenpachi smiled grimly and said to Kurosaki Ichigo. What, you actually asked me to cut down a defenseless person? Stop joking. Kurosaki Ichigo only felt that there was something wrong with the person in front of him. It's very manly, but you should talk about it when you are fighting with others. I just want to give you some sweetness, otherwise it's really boring to end it too soon, and I don't even have a chance to pass the time. What a waste of me looking for you for so long. Zaragi Kenpachi Hihi Isho, unmoved, and motioned for Kurosaki Ichigo to hurry up. Ha! Ichigo Kurosaki roared, stepping on the ground with one foot, rushing towards Kenpachi Zengi like a detached arrow, and the Zanyu in his hand slashed fiercely on Kenpachi's body. Boom! The effect of force is mutual, unless you have overwhelming power, or you have a method to dissolve the rebounded power. Unfortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo obviously does not have overwhelming power, but instead is shocked by his own tiger's mouth. It cracked, and blood slowly dripped onto the ground. Blow, it's so boring. Zaragi Kenpachi said disappointedly. Kurosaki Ichigo tried several times in a row, but it was useless. In panic, he could only play hide-and-seek with Zaragi Kenpachi, but when Chadutai after the tiger's spiritual pressure disappeared, he was shocked, slowly cheered up, and Zanyu slashed diagonally in his hand. Reiatsu finally hurt Kenpachi, but unfortunately, only scratched the surface of the skin. White marks appeared. The gap is really too big, but it's nothing. Kurosaki has cheered up. Even he also said that Zanaki Kenpachi looked down on him and let Zanaki Kenpachi free his Zanpakudo. The liberation of Zanpakudo. If it was 60 years ago, I would definitely tell you that he has no name at all, and he himself is not under seal. He even said that the spiritual pressure is too strong to be sealed. Forget it, with you. Saying this is superfluous. You must be thinking that now you can hurt me as long as you push harder, or even beat me if I'm careless. I release Zanpakudo. Zaraki Sword Baya stabbed it, and Ichigo Kurosaki raised Zanyu to block it. Unfortunately, Zanyu's hard blade was like a thin layer of paper. Ichigo's unbelievable gaze pierced his chest. You're talking too much nonsense. I heard the voice of Tei-chan, although I haven't cut blood yet, but if you continue to concentrate, you should be able to cut me. It's a pity that you think you can hit one or two key points. Starting to think that you are underestimating the enemy. This is the end of the game, boring. Quote. Zaraki Kenpachi has basically been disappointed with the Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. When he saw Kurosaki Ichigo cheering up, he even decided to reduce his strength to the same level as Kurosaki Ichigo and fight with him, but unfortunately it was still a mess. Not on the wall. However, there are no absolutes in the world. The power of the protagonist's halo is still very good. After Zanaki Kenpachi turned around and walked a few steps, Ichigo Kurosaki stood up again. Otherwise, the sealed spiritual pressure in his body would also at the same time, he absorbed a large part of it, so that he was not at the level of Deputy Captain Sword to the weakest captain level, which was even weaker than Tushiro's level, but it was enough for Zakagi Kenpachi to eat startled. What's the matter? He was actually resurrected, and the spiritual pressure keeps rising. By the way, the spiritual pressure in his body that does not belong to him has begun to merge with his own spiritual pressure. Haha, great, now you should be able to cut me. A hint of joy flashed in Zanaki Kenpachi's eyes. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. 506 The Secret of Zaragi Kenpachi. Uncle Zanyu, I won't let you down again. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted in his heart. Rushing up to Zanyu Kenpachi, with the cold light slashing at Zanyu Kenpachi's head ruthlessly. On the left shoulder, blood sputtered out. "I'm sorry, I don't want to waste any more time, I want to end this battle in one breath," Kurosaki Ichigo said calmly. After many battles and the almost death just now, he no longer had any heart to underestimate the enemy. "Hehe, you have to end this battle in one go. It's not good. I'm a little excited about you now." Zakagi Kenpachi laughed loudly, stepped on the ground with one foot, and directly stepped out of the solid ground. Shenking's body shot out, and Reiatsu bit Kurosaki Ichigo like an angry lion, causing his face to change slightly. At the same time, Kenpachi Zaraki ignored the wound that Kurosaki Ichigo cut on his body, and it could even be said that he let him cut. Of course, the Zanpakuto in his hand also slid towards Kurosaki Ichigo, leaving a mark on his face. A wound. As the two of you came and went, Ichigo Kurosaki became more and more frightened. At first, he thought he could suppress Kenpachi Zakagi, but as the two Zanpakuto continued to confront each other, they crisscrossed each other. He was horrified to find that he seemed to be playing with Kenpachi's Aragi from the beginning to the end, and the wounds he could leave on his body were completely cut by him if he did not resist. "Ichigo, don't be afraid, you still have me, can you trust me completely?" Zanyu suddenly appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo and asked in a low voice. "Of course, I can give you all of my strength unconditionally. I just hope you can accompany me to the end," Kurosaki Ichigo said without giving up. "Very good." Zanyu didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation, but his body quickly disappeared, and the spiritual pressure on Kurosaki Ichigo also began to soar. Zanyu lent all his power to Kurosaki Ichigo. Not only that, but the spiritual pressure in his body was completely released. Although Kurosaki Ichigo has no way to control it, but now he can barely release it with the help of Zanyu, but after the end of the battle, at least half of the Reiatsu will fall asleep again, but it is not sealed, as long as Kurosaki Ichigo is strong enough to wake it up. "Is it still possible to improve?" Zaragi Kenpachi said strangely. "Of course I can, I borrowed the power of Zanyu, and I will never lose against someone like you who fights alone." Obviously he thought that Zanpakuto of Zanpakuto could not be released. "Hehe, single-handedly, you can also say the same, because you are only worthy of letting me fight alone." Zakagi Kenpachi took off the blindfold, and the terrifying spiritual pressure directly materialized into a beam of light that shot up into the sky, directly piercing the sky in all directions. The building blew a little tossed about. "How could it be?" Kurosaki Ichigo exclaimed, thinking that he would definitely win if he borrowed Zanyu's power, but now that he saw Kenpachi take off the blindfold, it would become so terrifying. The strength of this spiritual pressure has exceeded the level of reaching the peak of the Dead Seed without breaking the limit. It can even be said that it is a little weaker than the old man Yamamoto who released the spiritual pressure in Lu Chengkong Lu Peng before. In the case of Zanpakuto, what if it is freed? "This is my normal Reiatsu. Ichigo Kurosaki, don't let me down, just hold on for a while." Zaragi Kenpachi roared, and instead of using Shunpo, he rushed towards Kurosaki one step at a time. However, with every step he took, the pressure on Kurosaki Ichigo continued to increase. "Ichigo, my ability to stop the bleeding on your body is about to reach its limit, so let's take this blow to win him." Zanyu's voice sounded in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. "Okay." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and rushed towards Zanyu Kenpachi in the same way. A dazzling blue-white light burst out from Zanyu's blade, and a huge crescent was struck by Zanyu. "Is this your Zanpakuto ability? It's very good, but it seems that you can't completely control it, you can only use it accidentally, or is this your Zanpakuto helping you? Incompetent talent needs Zanpakuto's help. Although I can also liberate Zanpakuto, my swordsmanship is completely different from yours. I force Zanpakuto to submit, obey me completely, and let him tell me his name, everything about him is determined by me. I take control, and I don't need him to help me at all. It can even be said that my Zanpakuto is dead, and it has completely become a part of my power." The Zanpakuto in Zanpakutaki's hand was colliding with Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon. With a loud noise, a wave of air emanated, smashing all the nearby buildings, and the crescent moon slammed into the sky. It smashed into pieces, leaving a deep, bone-deep scar on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Kenpachi Zaraki would tell such a secret. That's right, after using kendo to fight with Old Man Yamamoto, Kenpachi Zengeki really gave birth to a slash of understanding. Pakuto's idea, but he gave up after trying it several times to no avail. At the same time, he also felt that using his own method, after a lot of hard work, he forcibly entered his own spiritual world, fought with his Zanpakuto, forced him to submit, and knew everything about his Zanpakuto. The secret. Later, he was unhappy that there was such a sword spirit in his heart. He actually used the ability of his Zanpakuto to absorb the sword spirit. It can be said that his current Zanpakuto has a Zanpakuto, or it can be said that he does not. Because he is Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto is him. All the abilities of Zanpakuto are his strength, and it is a part of his strength. The extent to which the power of Zanpakuto, which has lost the spirit of the sword, is completely determined by the strength of Zanpakuto himself. Kurosaki Ichigo said that incompetent people need Zanpakuto to help him, and he completely devoured the spirit of the sword. Controlling the Zanpakuto completely in his hands, it can be said that even if Shanghai Kunjung stood in front of Zanpakuto, he could not control his Zanpakuto, because Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto was already dead. All the power of Zanpakuto became a part of Kenpachi Zaraki. There is actually such a crazy god of death, who can devour the sword spirit of Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto ability must be crazy, brutal, bloody, just like himself. I didn't expect such a god of death to exist. Really, it's strange. His mind is so peaceful. Logically speaking, such a god of death should be controlled by his own power and lost in the abyss of power. 507. The aura of the protagonist is not enough. In Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual world, Zanyu also heard the words of Kenpachi Zakagi. He was also sluggish for a while. He had never been emotionally fluctuated. For the first time, he felt a sense of anger. It is possible to have the same sword, but swallowing the Zanpakuto is almost impossible. It can be said that such a god of death has appeared for the first time since ancient times, so it is no wonder that Zanyu is so angry, but Zanyu knows that Kenpachi Zakagi has a pure heart that is only eager to fight and enjoy fighting. It is precisely because of this that Zanaki Kenpachi can perfectly control all of his own power, including his Zanpakuto ability, which has been transformed into his power and is judged as bloody, brutal and aggressive by Zanyu. I'm sorry Uncle Zanyu, I lost. Ichigo Kurosaki muttered. His eyes darkened and he fell down, but Ichigo Kurosaki didn't see that the wound on Kenpachi's body was actually visible to the naked eye after he fell. The visible speed resumed, and after a few seconds, there was no more wound on his body. If it weren't for the signs of being cut, it would be impossible for people to believe that he was cut just now, and the blood dripping from him on the ground just now doesn't know when it disappeared. Sure enough, Ichigo Kurosaki relied on his own talent and the powerful spiritual pressure that Kurosaki Masaki gave him in his body, plus the halo in the upper corner, a little bit of luck, and the teachings of Kazuki Urahara. Zanyu gave him no reservations. The power of the corpse made him more and more brave in the world of corpse and soul. But when the protagonist's aura was exhausted, he entered the soul realm with the strength of the first 3 or 4 seats, and it was a miracle to be able to fight until now. How about killing and killing? Forget it, let's fatten up and kill again. Hehe, if he learns Benkai and completely masters the Reiatsu that is sleeping most of the time in his body again, he will be a good opponent at that time. Zaraki Kenpachi looked down at Kurosaki Ichigo who was still bleeding at his feet, hesitated for a while and finally decided to fatten up before killing. It's a pity that he didn't kill the people who Ichigo Kurosaki was hiding on the side, but he didn't know he had this kind of idea. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki falling, Grim Tetsusai, who was hiding on the side, knew that it was time for him to take action. The 92 binding roads, swastikas, first songs, paper stretches. He really deserves to be the leader of the ghost Taoists. As soon as the grip of Ling Taijai made a move, it was a super high-level binding Dao, and the huge strip of cloth was wrapped around Zhengmu. Sword 8. Has the mouse that was stealing chickens and dogs in the back finally came out. Zaragi Kenpachi was immediately upset when he saw that the other party used his least favorite ghost way to fight with him. What he likes is the feeling of fighting with death gods like Liu Chengkong and Kurosaki Ichigo, and the feeling of swords colliding, but no matter how unhappy he is, since the other party has shot, he has not fully enjoyed the battle just now, and he has just been provoked to fight. He had no choice but to take Ling Tiejai to vent his anger. A shocking slash. Zaraki Kenpachi yelled, and the yellow spiritual pressure was released from the Zanpakuto and turned into a huge cone-shaped slash. It can be said that Zanaki Kenpachi created it for himself based on his powerful spiritual pressure. The long-range attack of course, is not as powerful as Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon. After all, Crescent Moon Chong is the only and strongest trick of Zanyu, and Zengi Kenpachi's shocking slash is completely released by its own strength, and it is not the ability of Zanpakuto at all. Of course, it cannot be compared with Crescent Moon Chong. However, relying on his inhuman powerful Reiatsu, he still possesses enormous power. Scoff. The tapered slash directly destroyed the strip of cloth, while the remaining slash stabbed at Nishitetsusai. Twice 100 consecutive bolts, the 81 way of binding, breaking the air. While holding Ling Tizai, he continued to release the binding road just now, and at the same time release the broken space to block the slash of Zengi Kenpachi. Cut. Zengoku Kenpachi spun the Zanpakuto in his hand in a circle, blocking all the dozens of iron sticks flying towards him in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed, and a shunbu appeared in the grip of Ryatsusai. Behind him, a flash of lightning stabbed at the lungs of Naruhitsusai. Mirror door. Holding Ling Tejai's face remained unchanged, and a small enchantment appeared, directly blocking Zengeki Kenpachi's flashing flowers, and at the same time widening the distance between the two sides. The final song Swastika is forbidden, the 88th of Breaking the Road. Flying Dragon strikes the Thief and Thunder Cannon. A huge monument with the swastika fell from the sky, and at the same time, it attacked Zengi Kenpachi with the straight beam Thunder Cannon in front. The ghosts are very good. It is worthy of being the masters of the great ghosts. However, I don't like this kind of fighting method. The yellow Zanpakuto, with an aura that was enough to split the world into two, slashed towards Goroshitsusai. From this, it can be seen that Kenpachi's Kenpachi is far from being comparable to that of the rudimentary Kenpachi in the original book. Now his kendo is no worse than that of Old Man Yamamoto, and he even has the momentum of being better than Blue. Rarely used, he is on par with the Old Man Yamamoto who has existed for thousands of years in such a short period of time. I believe that his cultivation in kendo will surpass that of the Old Man Yamamoto soon. You must know that any of the death skills of Old Man Yamamoto is cultivated to the pinnacle. It can be said that it is a limitless existence, and with the blessing of the Spirit King, the power he exerts even exceeds that of many death gods who have just broken the limit. And Zengi Kenpachi his kendo is comparable to such a pervert, and it has to be said that the talent is terrifying. When did this monster have such an unfathomable kendo cultivation base, even if it is not Urahara-sama, even if it is the commander-in-chief? The Shinigami of the newly born Big Three is really not easy, and he is completely draining the water in the battle with Ichigo. Quote. Huling Tizai's face changed greatly. He knew that he would be defeated and even killed in the short term, let alone preaching to Ichigo Kurosaki. What made him even more palpitated was that he was on the side and overheard it. What Saraki Kenpachi said to Kurosaki Ichigo. I also know that this Shinigami in the entire Soul Realm doesn't seem to be able to release Zanpakuto, but he will actually release Zanpakuto. Monsters, it's hidden too deep. This Shinigami who seems to only like fighting is hidden from outsiders. Such a terrible backhand. God, it's so scary when you can't liberate the Zanpakuto, and from the look of him, it's obvious that he can handle it with ease. He can use any level of strength against any level of opponent. In addition to the liberation of Zanpakuto, there is obviously a hidden clumsiness. With such knowledge, how dare he stay and retreat directly? Look, I can only use the forbidden technique, the 91 way of breaking the road. Chinsho Joushin eliminates the artillery. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Huling Tejai, and Vivi's face was a little blue, obviously using the number 91 breaking way. Moreover, it was very expensive for him to give up singing, but this time is obviously not the time to be concerned about these. What he wants is that this move can hold back the footsteps of Zanaki Kenpachi going. 508 The one who got hit has no temper. Several thick laser-like rays of light hit Zanaki Kenpachi's body. Huge explosions sounded one after another. Billowing smoke and dust formed a mushroom cloud, and the surrounding area was blown up by the power of the explosion, and it became chaotic. It will cost a lot of money to repair it. Forbidden technique. Space transfer. Garashi Tetsuai picked up Ichigo Kurosaki in a blink of an eye, completely ignoring the pale face, forcibly using the forbidden technique, and disappeared in place in an instant, and the two of them disappeared at the same time with the wooden sword. Eitza blade also just cut in the position before they disappeared. Che, I'm really upset. He actually let him escape, but it's really not easy to be able to use the forbidden technique, but from the look of him, it should be used forcibly, and it's still a long way from the level of casual use. Zaraki Kenpachi slashed, muttered, and put away the Zanpakuto. He turned around and left regardless of the destroyed buildings around him. He was here just to pass the time. Now it can be considered that the expected goal has been barely achieved, and the only thing left to do is to wait for the execution. Whether it is Lu Chengkong telling him or because of his intuition, he knows that there will definitely be a series of shocking battles on the day of execution, but he is eager till that day comes. Where is this place? When Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, he discovered that this was an unknown place, a very wide cave, and it could even be said to be a unique place, and there was a hot spring in it. This is the enemy that Urahara-sama created in the first place. Garashi Tetsusai appeared out of nowhere and was so frightened that Ichigo Kurosaki almost fainted again. It turned out to be Uncle Urahara. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted, thinking of the strength of Kenpachi Zakagi, and his last words, which made him remember freshly. He and Zanyu had done their best, but they couldn't shake the opponent's strength. Have you understood your own shortcomings? It's not a shame to lose once. Not to mention that you are facing one of the best super death gods in the soul world, but if you continue to be decadent, don't teach anyone else. Whether it can go back to the present world is still a question. Quote. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's expression, Grimatejai knew what he was thinking, but instead of persuading him, he used encouragement. Don't provoke me, I won't give up. It's not like I haven't lost. Uncle, I know you must have some way to make me stronger. Ichigo Kurosaki recovered very quickly, and I have to say that the protagonists of the anime, Grim Reaper, and One Piece King of Pirates have extraordinary nerves. The liberation of Zanpakuto is divided into two levels. The first is Shikai, that is, the Zanyu in your hand. You only need to hear the name of Zanpakuto and you can do it. Didn't master Shikai thoroughly. You also have a crescent-like slash, which is very powerful. It should be Shikai's only stunt. If you can use it at will, you should be invincible against death gods below the captain level, but there is no time for you to master it now. Only allows you to learn the second level in advance, Bankai. Gokui Tejai took out the god-turning body from somewhere and said slowly. Bankai, did you bring this thing out so that you can learn Bankai? Kurosaki Ichigo was obviously not an idiot, and immediately detected the idea of Gorichai. That's right, normally speaking, it is impossible for even the most talented Shinigami to understand Bankai without a certain age. Take Kuchiki Byakuya who defeated you as an example. He is Kuchiki, the leader of the four nobles. The head of the home. He has resources far beyond all Reaper plus the day and night teachings of the Captain Reaper, and he is also a genius. Under such circumstances, it took many years to complete Bankai. That is just the ability to use Shikai. It does not mean to master Bankai, let alone to maximize the power of Bankai. It is difficult to master Bankai to the extreme without hundreds of years of training. And now there is obviously not so much time. This is called the God-turning body, which was developed by Urahara-sama to make the Shinigami instant Bankai. It can forcibly copy the body of the Zanpakuto and collect it. You can initially use Bankai. By the way, Benkai's power is 5 to 10 times that of Shikai. Of course, how many times you can play depends on your understanding and development of Benkai. Said Ling Tejai. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even think about taking out Zanyu next to him and threw it at him. He guessed in his heart that if he failed, he would not end well, but Zanyu told him. Forget the fear, look ahead, move forward, never stop. Retreat will only lead to aging. Cowardice will inevitably lead to death. As long as you keep going, never think that you will fail to make him stronger. Let Zanyu the power is stronger, so he did not think about the consequences of failure. I think the only thing I want to know is what's the difference between the Benkai completed using this method and the Benkai who realized his own epiphany. It's a big ghost, how can it be bad? Of course there are differences, but what's more, I lost the process of comprehending the actualization of Zanpakuto's body, and the use and control of Benkai was not good enough, and I even left the soul-rich place like the soul world and returned to running. If you are in the real world or in an empty circle, you may not be able to use Benkai. Benkai has just been completed. The power of self-comprehension and use of God-turning body is almost the same. Garashi Tetsusai said what Yoichi didn't tell Kurosaki Ichigo in the original novel. Who can complete Benkai the fastest in the Soul Society alone? Kurosaki Ichigo asked such an irrelevant question out of curiosity. I came from a commoner and didn't teach me. After I became a god of death, I completed Benkai in less than a year, and Lancet Sora. Tejai was stunned for a while, obviously not expecting Kurosaki Ichigo to ask. Even so, he said it honestly. It's him. Kurosaki Ichigo thought of that man, the man who had been his teacher several times, and felt discouraged. The gap was really too big. Ichigo, let's start. Zanyu slowly appeared, and at the same time, countless Zanpakuto of different shapes appeared around. I know Uncle Zanyu. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and discarded his distracting thoughts. Of course, he knew what to do with Zanyu, and he took out his Zanpakuto and charged at Zanyu at will. Ichigo, I admit that you have great potential, and you don't need to accumulate spiritual pressure like us gods of death. You can achieve it quickly and improve your real sword very quickly, but if you compare with him, forget it, you will definitely lose your temper. Goroshi Tetsusai quietly watched the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Zanyu, and thought so in his heart. 509 Shikai of Kenpachi. The Kuchiki family, at this time, saw an old man wearing gorgeous clothes and exuding an aristocratic atmosphere in the very secret room, looking ahead with a grim look on his face. This person is the retired Kuchiki Yinling. Even by Zai's White Emperor sword lost. Can he use the power of the virtual? Could it be that he broke the limit of the god of death and the virtual, and reached the point of integration? If so, it will be troublesome, and a rotten wood while our Kumu family has turned the world upside down. Plus Saifeng Yuan Yei, Hirako Junzi, and Lu Chengkong, the Kumu family has really ushered in the biggest persuasion in 1,000 years, and it seems that we can only use him. Kuchiki Yinling pondered for a long time, as if he had made a decision that he did not want to make, and he looked like his father and mother had died. Junyang Execution Ground. At this time, it is full of death gods, and the worst is the existence of the third officer of the death god. Obviously, every officer is a high-level existence in the soul world, but it is obvious that they are almost all on alert. As if waiting for someone to come. Deputy Captain Heian. Rukia may not have committed enough crimes against Zibo Heian, so it is not her who will be executed first, but Zibo Heian. At this time, Rukia is very sad when she sees that her former most respected captain is about to be executed. Haha, don't act like a dead dad, I'm not dead yet. Zibo Heian said with a smile, with a calmness that made them face death calmly in the eyes of other gods of death. The heart is broken, but if you pay attention, you will find that Zibo Heian's eyes flashed a little sadness. He is not sad for himself, but for his wife. Although he was finally saved by Madarame and Ace Kawakami, his wife died. Zibo Heian, what other last words do you have to tell us? The old man Yamamoto said with a very generous look. Fortunately, there are many people here who know his character very well, such as Hujeong, the vice captain of Ujawali. Yin felt that it was a bit too much. She knew that old man Yamamoto's words would never be fulfilled. A last word. I never thought I would die, and I don't need to explain any last words. It was obvious that Zibo Heian knew the character of the old man Yamamoto, so he didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, but seemed very confident. If that's the case, then let's start the execution. The old man Yamamoto's expression remained unchanged, and he was not angry at Zibo's remorse for Yan's words, nor was he annoyed at his contempt for his own majesty. It's so disgraceful. Boom. With the liberation of Shuangshan, the blue light burst out from the sky, covering the entire execution ground of Shino, and even the god of death in Saronje saw the bigger and bigger blue light and more powerful Reiatsu. After all, it was 100. It is composed of 10,000 Zanpakuto, although they are all the lowest Zanpakuto. Is it coming? It looks like I'm going to hurry up. Hitsugaya Tushiro, who had been confused by Momo's affairs recently, knew what to do. Hey, it's finally started. Zaragi Kenpachi grinned Isho, and then looked at Komamura Zojin who was fighting with him and even used Bankai in front of him. Although fighting with the two captains is also good fun, I'm sorry, I can't waste too much time here playing with you two gods of death. Zakagi Kenpachi said. Arrogant. After Bankai, the voice of Komamura Zojin has become even louder, with an oppressive force. Ordinary gods of death are so frightened that their legs are weak in the face of this voice, but to Zaragi Kenpachi, it is basically a form. Same as fictitious. Komamura, I'm sorry, if I used to think he was arrogant, but after the battle 100 years ago, I know that he is one of the most hidden gods of death in the soul world, but unfortunately I can't open your mouth to remind you. Dong Xian wants to look a little ugly. Komamura Zojin is his confidant, but now he has become a god of death because of hatred and wants revenge. It is absolutely impossible to say it, but his character is like this. Now that he is still the captain of the Soul Society, he will strictly perform the duties of the captain, at least on the surface. This blindfold is useless. Not to mention that Kenpachi threw the blindfold away. The terrifying yellow spiritual pressure directly slowed down the attack of King Ming of the Black Rope Heavenly Wrath. He was right, his spiritual pressure was increasing sharply day by day. It has reached the limit of absorption and containment of the eye mask, and even if Zakagi's sword is thrown in 8 strokes, it will soon be unable to withstand the limit and explode. A Reiatsu like this can't even be compared to Master Aizen. Dongxian's expression changed, and Zengmu Jiaoba was far beyond his imagination. The left formation of the village is sure to die. It's over, Komamura Zojin, go be mad. Zaragi Kenpachi roared. The yellow Reiatsu covering him was like oil encountering flames, and it boiled violently, turning into a demon-faced Reiatsu. The body directly bites at the black rope and condemns King Ming. Bankai, Yan Mo Cricket. Now Dong Xian can only rely on his own Bankai to be effective. After Lu Chengkong destroyed Bankai, he was not as arrogant as before and thought his Bankai was almost invincible. Deprived of the 5 senses other than touch. I'm sorry I don't have time to play with you here. Let's fight with blood, red-eyed killer. That's right, Zaraki Kenpachi Shikai. This is the first time he has used his Shikai in battle in front of outsiders. If it was normal, he would never use Shikai, but instead used his original form of Zanpakuto, enjoy the fun of fighting. But now he doesn't have the time. He knows that although he can break this Yanmo cricket without Shikai, he will only be able to break it when the opponent attacks him, which is a waste of time. The yellow spiritual pressure on Zaraki Kenpachi turned blood red in an instant, making people horrified to look at it like blood, and a pair of eyes turned into a pair of blood red without a trace. Impurity pupils. Blood energy burst. A sea of blood like seawater suddenly erupted on Zanmu Janpachi's body, directly turning the entire space of Yanmo cricket into a sea of blood. Materialized after transformation. I found you. The sea of blood collapses the mountain. Zengmu Janpa shouted, his body bowed, and he rushed towards Dongxian like a tiger rushing for food. The speed was terrifying, as if he got a huge amount of blood in the blood sea with the blessing of the smashing mountain. It directly smashed to Dongxian Yao with the terrifying power of the collapsed mountain and a monstrous weather. Boom! The terrifying spiritual power fluctuations exploded at the moment when the blood sea collapsed and the mountain hit the ground. Just like the explosion of a nuclear bomb, the terrifying spiritual power formed a spiritual power storm and directly destroyed the entire space of Yan Mo Cricket. 510 Heian becomes blurred, and the sky debuts. It's really boring. Why are the opponents I encountered recently only running away? Zaragi Kenpachi said, standing in the middle of the smoke and dust, very unhappy. At the moment when Yan Mo Cricket's space collapsed, the seriously injured Toxian wanted to escape directly with Komamura Zojun, who was also badly injured. What's wrong with the captain? Ace Chuan Yuki looked at Kenpachi Zakagi, who was very annoyed there, and said, a little puzzled. Obviously he couldn't see the two captains escape. The big wild wolf and the dead blind man escaped. You can take those little devils from this world, I'll go first. Zakagi Kenpachi immediately put away his dissatisfaction and explained with a sentence. He rushed directly to the execution ground of Juniang, who had already liberated the Double Death. Really, these trivial things are always left to me to handle. Although his mouth was so unhappy, his expression was not at all dissatisfied. Obviously, he also respected Kenpachi Zengaki very much. After all, on the 11th there are almost no people in the squad who don't worship Kenpachi Zakagi. Wow, the liberation power of a million Zanpakudo, such a big fire bird. Halo, Lu Chengkong, why haven't you appeared as a bastard? Your brother-in-law is about to die. Zibo Heian's mouth widened as she looked at the double X that had been initially liberated and turned into a huge firebird in front of her, and she cried out in her heart. Execution. The old man Yamamoto ordered, but a pair of big hands quietly held down the crutches in his hands. Obviously, he was secretly preparing for battle. Damn it, little sister and Lu Chengkong, the bastard, forgot the time when my eldest brother and brother-in-law will be executed. It's miserable, I can only rely on myself at the critical moment. Fortunately, my little sister used Benyu on me. I also saw that I have mastered the blur, or I will die. That's right, just in case old man Yamamoto had someone seal his death power, but don't forget that what he wants to use is not the power of death, but the blur that he learned recently. Blurry. Zibo Heian's right hand covered her head, and a mask appeared under the surprised eyes of the people below. A spiritual pressure different from the god of death carried an aura full of destruction and devouring desire from Zibo Heian's body. Emanated from the body. Come on, little bird. Zibo Heian's voice became extremely low after blurring, and even had a metallic taste. Isn't he sealed with the power of the god of death? What? Broken Bee said in surprise. This is not the power of the god of death. Could it be that he has defeated the virtual in his body? He has also mastered the power of the virtual, so it should be. The experienced old man Yamamoto immediately thought clearly. Kill Zibo Heian, the old man Yamamoto ordered. Yes, all the gods of death responded immediately. Don't forget that Heian can only use the power of the virtual, and all the abilities of the god of death can't be used, so they can only remain invincible in the face of double X, and double X as the time of liberation is not short, the power will become stronger and stronger. It can be said that if the original work hadn't been for Kiraku Chunsui and Yukitaki Shuru to destroy the double X, if time goes by, if Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't lose Bankai, it is likely to be killed by the double S. I don't want to take care of it, but now I'm a big brother who can only use blur. It's too disrespectful to the old lady, so let me die for the old lady, the 88th of breaking the road. Flying Dragon strikes thief. Thunder cannon. At the critical moment, Zibo Heian, the star, the moon, and the person whom Zibo Heian had been waiting for finally arrived, which made him have the urge to cry with joy. Bounding the way. 81. Breaking the air. Jingle Chunshui secretly said, Fuju seems that we don't need to stop the double X, or at least it doesn't need to be beaten by the old man Yamamoto, but he still has to stand on the surface. Come out and use break empty. Is it finally here? Let the old man see how much you have grown in the past 60 years. The old man Yamamoto slowly turned into a super muscular man, and Lu Ren Ruohuo was quietly liberated. When it started to burn, The Grim Reaper who was at the level of the vice captain would have slipped away long ago. If they didn't slip away, the Reiatsu of Old Man Yamamoto alone would have knocked them out. Hey, you'll know right away. Liu Chengkong also released the sky-filled frost and directly confronted Lu Ren Ruahuo. The two terrifying spiritual pressures that suffocated the air kept biting up in the sky, and a series of rumbling sounds kept coming. It exploded in the air. The people who came were Liu Chengkong, Zibo Kong, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki, Kusaka Yakiryu, and of course Orihime Inoue, but she was completely handed over to Yakiryu and Yaiki to take care of her, otherwise he would be the one to take care of. Not to mention participating in the current strength, it would be very good not to be crushed to death by the spiritual pressure. In addition to worrying about her having an accident elsewhere, letting her come here is also to let Orihime experience high-end battles, so that she won't panic at any time in the future. Boom. Just as Old Man Yamamoto and Liu Chengkong started to confront each other, two powerful spiritual pressures suddenly came from the location of the dead Wood family. Yinji of Kuchiki, Shanghai of Kuchiki. Oops, let's move. The Old Man Yamamoto's expression changed slightly, the strength of the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly increased, and the amazing speed of Shunbu turned him into a flash of light and met Liu Chengkong. The speed of slashing is so fast that many gods of death cannot see it at all. Liu Chengkong, you really want to do this? You know that this will make the Soul Society completely chaotic. The Old Man Yamamoto looked a little anxious, because he felt that the spiritual pressure of Deadwood Yinling was getting weaker and weaker. Hee, I said that the 46 rooms involved in this incident, as well as the nobles behind them are all going to die. As for the Kuimu family, let's not talk about me, just the grievances between the two parties before Shanghai are doomed that only one of them can survive. The Deadwood family will be completely removed from the Soul realm from today. Liu Chengkong said indifferently. He was not moved at all. On the other side, Ichigo Kurosaki and Gurutsusai also arrived. Seeing the figure of Rukia, he wanted to save him, but unfortunately, Byakuya Kuchiki stopped him. Obviously, Kuchiki Byakuya's ability to recover so quickly was entirely due to Kuchiki Yinling to ask Uno Hanaritsu to help, otherwise Kuchiki Byakuya would have died a long time ago with such a serious injury. Damn, it's okay, I'll be ashamed today. Ichigo Kurosaki saw that this man was Kuchiki Byakuya who defeated him. He thought about his strength and learned Bankai, and he also knew that he couldn't defeat him. There was no way this guy could save Rukia, so he didn't rush over, but concentrated on facing Kuchiki Byakuya. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't take Kurosaki Ichigo seriously at all, but it was a pity that he soon paid the price for his contempt for others. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Kurosaki Ichigo has mastered Zanyu's only and strongest trick. The crescent-like slash directly tore the cherry blossoms that came in the face, leaving a scar on Kuchiki Byakuya's body. Kuchiki Byakuya's self-esteem was greatly trampled. After all, the kid who was killed by himself a few months ago and didn't even know how he was defeated actually injured himself, which made him feel bad that his grandfather was in danger, but there was an order from Old Man Yamamoto. Killing the calamity, can't let the criminals escape, and obeys the rules. He is the model of all the gods of death, and she always thinks that she must obey the rules to be the best god of death, so he can't help at all. Annoyed. 511 Old Man Yamamoto's Bankai. Impossible, it's just that you got the power of the god of death from an ordinary god of death in Rukia, how could you hurt me? Kuchiki Byakuya's calm tone showed anger, disbelief, and surprise. As I said, if Bankai is not applicable, I will never lose with the current you and me. At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki only had Byakuya Kuchiki in his heart. By defeating the Kuchiki Byakuya who stopped him in front of him, he couldn't take Rukia away. HMPH, young brat, since you made such a strong request, I will fulfill you, and you will not have a chance to regret it, Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi. Kuchiki Byakuya knew that he had killed the boy in front of him, and the basic task was enough. It's done, he won't have anything to do here anymore, so he doesn't waste time anymore and does his best. Have you finally agreed to Bankai? Then I'll show you my Bankai too, Benkai Tien Suo Zanyu. Under Kuchiki Byakuya's unbelievable eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo also Benkai, and then the two fought again. Yi of Saifungyuan. Broken Bee seemed to have forgotten her mission and her responsibilities. Looking at this very familiar woman in front of her, although she didn't hate Yaiki as much as in the original book, her anger was inevitable. Why don't you take everything away from her? Can't you trust her? Smashed Bee. Saifungyuan Yi felt a little scalp numb, and the crushed Bee, who was a bit lesbian and highly admired her. Of course Lu Chengkong said that she still didn't believe it, but when she saw the broken Bee, it seemed like seeing the look in the eyes of a lover who had abandoned her. Saifungyuan Yaiki believed it. It was an unbelievable feeling to be so adored by a woman so zealously. Haha, Yi, I didn't expect you to be so charming. Little sister Broken Bee likes you, and so do you. Why didn't you take the family with you back then? Zibo Kong was schadenfreude. Shut up Kong. Saifungyuan Yi immediately pushed back with a word. This little girl completely forgot who was with her when she was in a bad mood. Is it because my strength can't help you, or you don't trust me? Broken Bee, a shikai, and then rushed towards Yaiki at a super fast speed, but it seems that the attack is very hot, but there is room for it. Trouble. If it was an enemy, Saifungyuan killed him early in the morning, but the Broken Bee in front of her was her follower, and she was a fanatical admirer, so much for not taking her away back then. S reaction, even if it was easy for her to kill the bee with her strength far exceeding the original, she was embarrassed to do so. Not to mention the series of battles at the Junyang execution ground, because these are secondary, and the key battle that really decides the outcome is Lu Chengkong and the old man Yamamoto standing above. The 4 combat skills of the God of Death, Kendo, White Strike, Shunpo, Ghost Road, you are not weaker than the old man at all, and even surpass the old man in Shunpo by a lot, you are really a genius. The old man Yamamoto looked at the God of Death in front of him. In the first battle, he seemed to be repelled. In fact, the gap between the two sides was still very large, but in the second battle, this little devil had already faintly surpassed himself. Hehe, that's why I said, if you use Shikai to fight, it's difficult to decide the winner. It's Benkai, or I haven't seen your Benkai, old man Yamamoto, I think I should let you use Benkai now. Qualified. That's right, although the confrontation between the two just now was short, the old man Yamamoto who had the blessing of the Spirit King was very strong, surpassing the General Shinigami who had just broken the limit to gain powerful strength or a lot of emptiness, even because he existed for too long. His Reiatsu had accumulated too terrifyingly, so his attack power was huge. In addition, his Zanpakuto was originally the Rairin Ruahuo, known as the strongest attack power. That's right, it takes too long to rely on Shikai to decide the winner. It's been so many years, I don't even remember how many years I haven't used Benkai. You are the first one to let me use Benkai in so many years. Yes, see clearly, this is the old man's Benkai. The old man Yamamoto burst out with a spiritual pressure that was burning like a flame, and this spiritual pressure was still rising at an alarming speed. Even a captain-level death god felt breathless. Rukia, Heian, Asanjing Renji and others were directly crushed to the point that they felt like their bones were about to shatter. The old man has gone crazy. Jingle Chunshui looked at the hat that had been blown off his head, and his body was covered in sweat. Obviously, they were still very hot from so far away. As for Kuchiki Byakuya and Kurosaki Ichigo, who were in the nearby fierce battle, they were directly blasted out by the violent flames. This is just the spiritual pressure released by the Benkai process, and it is still affected. If it is on the front, it may be this spirit the impact of the pressure seriously injured both of them. Halo, that old man is exaggerating a bit, why is it also Benkai, the difference is so big. Kurosaki Ichigo spat out the dust he accidentally ate in his mouth just now, looking at the sky that had completely changed, seriously at Benkai, the color of the sky and the earth changed. At this time, the originally blue sky had turned into a fiery cloud, dark red. Looking at the Tiansuo Zanyu in his hand, it seemed that there was a big difference in style. This is the first time in my life that I have seen Genryujai-sama use Benkai. Shuru Yukitake exclaimed, "What a powerful flame-type Zanpakuto. Is this Mr. Yamamoto's Bankai? It's too strong. It's strange. The captain, like me, has reached the pinnacle of death before breaking the limit. Even if my spiritual pressure is not as good as his, who has accumulated countless years, but there is no reason why the gap is still that big. If he hadn't been hypnotized by me, I might have been killed by him." Aizen Yusuke, who had already cleaned up Hitsugaya Toshiro, took Tosenyao and Ichimaru Jin, who were all wounded but not in serious condition, hiding while watching the battle between Lu Chenggong and the old man Yamamoto. I don't know why I feel that maybe a lot of things will happen today that are beyond my expectations. In fact, although Aizen's Kyoka Shueyu and Shanghai's Mujung abilities are powerful, they are very single-clothed from beginning to end, and they have great restrictions. For example, Aizen's Kyoka Shueyu, all his abilities are based on the premise of 4 people being hypnotized. And the deeper the hypnosis, the greater the ability. For those who have not been hypnotized, or escaped hypnosis and cannot be hypnotized, it is simply tasteless. What kind of power can be said? Shanghai's village is actually similar. In the face of Ku has no Zanpakuto. How to do? The more terrifying the ability often looks, the more difficult it is to crack the momentum, and sometimes the more tasteless. 512 Bankai vs Bankai. No wonder Aizen used the power of Bengyu to forcibly break the limit, and got the power of Bengyu to continuously strengthen it so many times that he would not dare to fight you head-on, even if he just realized that he had broken the limit for a long time, or a god of death. Shu, under normal circumstances, he will not be your old man Yamamoto's opponent, except for extremely individual perverts like Uno Hanalai. Lu Chenggong was right, except for a few perverted super terrifying gods of death or Shu, normally he would not be the opponent of old man Yamamoto when he just broke the limit. Of course, cultivating after breaking the limit will of course be stronger than the old man Yamamoto who did not break the limit but was blessed by the Spirit King. He was just talking about the death or emptiness when the limit was just broken, just like the man who used Bengyu to forcibly break the limit in the original book. Indigo Dai. At that time, Aizen, who had only forcibly broken the limit for a short time, was sure to lose the battle against the old man Yamamoto, but if he wanted to kill Aizen, the strength of the old man Yamamoto was not enough, and he could defeat Aizen. Bengyu brought him super speed regeneration can be said to be one of Aizen's biggest reliances. After all, you can't kill me, and it is very easy to fight against Aizen for a long time. After all, old man Yamamoto is indeed old, and he is only supported by the blessing of the Spirit King, but Aizen does not dare to push old man Yamamoto too much. He is obviously worried if the old man Yamamoto is done, he may die too. Bankai 8 Yantu Orochi. The majestic and oppressive voice of old man Yamamoto sounded in the sky above the soul realm. The voice that seemed to be spiritual was very loud and echoed in the sky above the soul realm. Almost the entire jingling court was the god of death. All heard the voice of old man Yamamoto. The monstrous flames seemed to be burning directly above the entire Junyang execution ground, and the air seemed to be burned to the extreme, and everything in the vicinity except Lu Chenggong and the old man Yamamoto was burnt out. Suddenly, a very strange roar sounded from the air, and the sound was so loud that the air fluctuated in circles, as if the nearby air could not bear the devastation of such a strange roar and began to mourn. Orochi formed entirely of flames. The appearance of the 8th flame-headed Orochi made Lu Chenggong's heart angry. Sense of crisis. Since you have used Bankai, old man Yamamoto, I'm embarrassed to hide it anymore. By the way, I forgot to tell you old man Yamamoto. The last time I fought with you, my Bankai was incomplete. Today I will let you see me. The real Bankai. Quote. Who had seen Lu Chenggong's Bankai were all surprised. God, their hearts were overwhelmed. This is not the complete Bankai, so how terrible would it be if it were complete? Aizen even stared at Lu Chenggong with widened eyes, for fear of missing a single bit. Bankai. Abandoning God and Buddha, Function howled, Fengmo came out. Lu Chenggong slowly threw out Bankai's words. The flames that filled the sky were immediately reopened, and he couldn't get close to Lu Chenggong in a radius of 20 meters, making people suffocated. The storm appeared out of thin air. Not only did not let the flame wind make the fire more violent, but it blew all the flames away. Bankai's appearance has not changed in the slightest. It is still the magic way, but the breath on his body is more invisible and elusive, as if he is clearly standing in front of you, but it gives you a feeling of being far away. Old Man Yamamoto, are you ready? Lu Chengkong didn't see any movement from him after he finished speaking. He had already appeared behind Old Man Yamamoto, with the magic knife in his hand, carrying the aura of being the only one in the world, and in an instant he used 3 magic tricks in a row. Knife. Magic rage. The devil is rampant. Magic slaughter. One knife after another, like an antelope with its horns hanging on its horns. There is nothing to be found at all, so the Old Man Yamamoto can only be beaten and passively defended for a while, and the people below are stunned for a while. Flaming snake roars. After all, Old Man Yamamoto is Old Man Yamamoto. Thousands of years of terrifying combat experience made him quickly find an opportunity and start to attack others, although he was startled by Lu Chengkong's strange and invisible movement speed. With a big jump, he was preempted by him, but the Old Man Yamamoto was an easy man. Orochi's 8 snake heads covering Old Man Yamamoto opened their mouths at the same time, aiming at Lu Chengkong and shooting out 8 firelights with a temperature high enough to burn the space and twist it. Catch the wind and catch the shadow. Lu Chengkong grinned isho. His expression did not change in the slightest. Such an attack is indeed extremely powerful. It is indeed the most powerful Zanpakudo, but no matter how powerful an attack is, it is not useless if it fails to hit. When the 8 firelights swept across Lu Chengkong directly, the Old Man Yamamoto was horrified to find that Lu Chengkong had no practical shunpo at all, but his speed was as fast as a shooting star, easily dodging his own attack. The devil is born in the sky. The battle will not stop at all because of Old Man Yamamoto. Knowing that Old Man Yamamoto's Lu Ren Ruahuo is best at large-scale attacks, Lu Chengkong has always maintained a short distance, relying on himself to be extremely fast. The speed of the attack made the Old Man Yamamoto look forward and backward. After all, if he was not careful, he could easily hurt himself, and he had to reduce the range of his attack when he got there. Burn the earth. Seeing that it was released, it instantly turned into an incomparably huge magic knife. The Old Man Yamamoto struck back, and the monstrous flames seemed to set the whole earth on fire, forcibly blocking the huge magic knife. I'm sorry, I'm behind you. The grass is strong in the wind. At the same time, Lu Chengkong attacked the back of the Old Man Yamamoto at an extremely fast speed. The Old Man Yamamoto kicked out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. No, it's been many years. It's the first time I've seen the captain get hurt, and he vomited blood. It's still in Bankai's situation. Jingle Chunshui didn't call the old man anymore, but the captain. Okay, very good. I didn't expect that the old man would be injured by you after many years. Although Old Man Yamamoto's voice was calm, the anger contained in it could be heard by an idiot, but I don't know if Old Man Yamamoto went out today. Without looking at Huang Li, just when he prepared a powerful trick to attack Lu Chengkong, Hu Qiangyan's voice suddenly sounded. The captains and vice-captains of the 13th Division of the Guardian. Although the battle just now has been talked about for so long, it is actually not outdated for a very short time. It's just such a wonderful and shocking battle, plus here everyone basically has their own opponents, so they all ignore that time has not passed much. Aizen, he didn't die. It's all about him. Jingle Chunshui suddenly realized that it was all like this. The things that had been ignored before and some things that could not be understood were all figured out. When I heard such news, I would say that the most uncomfortable person was the Old Man Yamamoto, because he was going to release a big trick, but the voice of Toru Yuyan and what he said made the offensive of the Old Man Yamamoto slow down. Feeling very uncomfortable. 513. Haha, Old Man Yamamoto, do you want us to fight now? I think that Aizen is hiding and watching our battle or just want to see how far we are. And if it's too bad, sneak attack to kill them both in seconds. 1, or if we both lose, he will come out and take advantage. Quote. Lu Chengkong laughed loudly. He had already understood the devil's heart. In addition to his years of practice, he had completely controlled the devil's sword. Although there was still no emotion in his eyes, his movements and expressions were the same as before he entered Bankai. No difference. Even so, there are no sins for those who traveled through disasters, but you challenge the entire corpse and soul world. No matter what, you can't get rid of this sin. At this time, the old man Yamamoto seemed to be a person who was absolutely righteous and absolutely respected the rules of the weak. Directly speaking, it is super rigid. It's a rigid old man, but I think it's better for you to perceive the situation at the Deadwood's house. Lu Chengkong smiled indifferently, and there was a hint of banter in his plain tone. What's the matter? It's all gone. The old man Yamamoto's expression changed slightly. Just now, he concentrated on fighting Lu Chengkong, and he still had time to perceive the situation of Kuchiki's house. Now, he found that Kuchiki Yinling's spiritual pressure had disappeared. Shanghai strikes really fast, Lu Chengkong said. Hey, there's really no room for maneuver now. Even if I don't make a move, someone will. The old man Yamamoto sighed complicatedly. Do you mean Team Zero? Lu Chengkong seemed to know what Yamamoto Lauto was thinking. How did you know? This is a big secret. Although many captains in the Soul Society know the news of Team Zero, no one knows whether they really own it or not. Why does Lu Chengkong know about it? And it looked like he had guessed early in the morning that Team Zero would come. Although I don't know how you know about Team Zero, but now that you know about Team Zero, do you know that one of the members of the Kuchiki family was in Team Zero, and Kuchiki Shanghai killed him? Kuchiki Yinling will definitely send a notification to the god of death in Team Zero before he dies, said the old man Yamamoto. One of the purposes of my visit to Soul Society this time is to get to know Team Zero. I have also guessed that the reason why the Deadwood family is the first of the 4 major families, and the reason why the outside world is said to have the closest relationship with the Spirit King is that because there are members of their family in the Zero team. Now it seems that my guess is correct. Lu Chengkong's words made old man Yamamoto completely speechless. Others were both respectful and afraid of Team Zero, and only the guy in front of him would do this. Chengkong, what about the powerful death god you said? Why haven't you come yet? Don't hide that kid Aizen. Do you want me to find you myself? Lu Kai Zhengmujanba was finally not late this time. Come after arriving at the execution ground of Zhenyang, the first sentence he said was to make all the gods of death speechless. I don't like the game of cat and mouse, but that doesn't mean I won't do it. Zakagi Kenpachi glanced around and found that Aizen Sosuke still refused to come out. It turned into a huge yellow slash and slashed to a position behind. Bounding the way number 81, breaking the sky. Aizen's voice really appeared. A huge wall blocked Kenpachi's slash. Aizen Soyusuke and Toxian Yao, Ichimaru Jin, who were hidden on the side. The 3 of them all came out, but Aizen flashed a hint of fear when she looked at Zengi Kenpachi. Obviously, she already knew from Dongxian Yao that Zanaki Kenpachi would meet Shikai. Originally, in his opinion, this soul realm was just a few people who were not completely controlled by him, and the Zanpakuto who would not be able to liberate Zanpakuto was among them, because he had secretly probed into Zanpaku Kenpachi in the past 60 years. Strength. It's a pity that every exploration is more surprising every time, because he can't detect the strength of Zakagi Kenpachi at all, which shows that the opponent's strength is either stronger than himself, or it is almost the same as himself. That's still without the release of Zanpakuto. Now I know that this Zanpakuto who is out of his control will actually release Zanpakuto, and his ability is also surprisingly strange. How could he not be more afraid? Because he had such an idea many years ago. Zanpakuto who can't liberate Zanpakuto can stand at the top of the soul world, if he learns to liberate Zanpakuto. Word is definitely one of his number 1 enemies. Are you willing to come out? With a happy expression on his face, Zakagi Kenpachi made a sudden step and shot out an electric shot, crossing the distance between the two. The way to break the road is the black coffin. Aizen Sengyusuke's face remained unchanged, his right hand was raised, black light flashed out, and at the same time a black cube trapped Zengi Kenpachi. Ha! Just when thousands of shadow blades were inserted outside, causing Kenpachi to be stabbed by thousands of swords, there was a beast-like roar from the black cube. One after another, yellow rays of light came out from the black cube, and with a click sound, the black coffin was forcibly blasted by Zengi Kenpachi with his terrifying spiritual pressure. Oh, when did you actually give up singing and use number 90, but it doesn't seem to be of any use to him. Ichimaru Jin said in an exaggerated tone, and at the end, there was a faint sarcasm in his voice, as if to say that you still a confident look in control of everything, why doesn't it seem like you said it now? HMPH, let's break it. The glass-like shattering sound suddenly sounded, and the white light flashed, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of Aizen's mouth. After being hypnotized, everything was solved. Haha, I don't have to rely on the 5 senses when I fight, is hypnosis. Is it useful? Let's fight with blood, red-eyed killer. Zanpakutaki sneered. The Zanpakuto in his hand did not change in the slightest, and the sea of blood was once again. Appear. Scarlet cross slash. 2 blood-red slashes appeared out of thin air along with ripples in the air, forming a cross shape, but the target of the attack was not Aizen standing in front of him, but the back. Boom. A strange scene appeared. In Zergi Kenpachi's view, Aizen Sosuke was still standing in front of him, but behind him was another Aizen Sosuke who was slashed and blown away by a bloody cross. How is that possible? Jinghua Shuiyu's hypnosis is absolutely perfect. You can be completely hypnotized by watching it once. How could you possibly find me? After Aizen's voice, there was a strong surprise and a hint of panic. Jinghua Shuiyu was his biggest reliance, and it has always been unfavorable. Anyone who is hypnotized, even the captain, can't find his existence, and can't crack it. How could it be cracked by Zaraki Kenpachi? 514 kill Shiro Ichigo. As I said, I don't have to use the 5 senses when I fight. Zaragi Kenpachi showed a grim smile, looking at Aizen Soyusuke in front of him. I see, is this one of your Zanpakuto abilities? But since that's the case, I can't let you live. That's right, he will not let anyone who can make him useless, even if his subordinate Dong Xian wants him, he will put something in his body, as long as he has a little bit of dissent, Lanyan can ask for it. Took his life. Really, if you have the ability, I don't mind. It would be better if you could kill me at one time, 100 times over. Zakagi Kenpachi didn't take death seriously at all. Those extremely irresponsible words left Kurosaki Ichigo speechless. Lord Aizen, now is not the time to fight. Dongxian wanted to see the undisguised murderous intent in Aizen's eyes, worried that he had forgotten the most important purpose and couldn't help but remind him. I'm so sorry, but I almost broke a big deal. Aizen hesitated for a while and finally gave up. With a flash, she put on a strange glove and rushed towards Rukia. What are you going to do? Kurosaki Ichigo's face sank. After Bankai, his speed was his best ability, and he pulled out several afterimages to affect Aizen Sosuke. Young man, you have helped me a lot, but now it also means that you have no use value. Lan Ran's face remained unchanged, showing a gentle smile that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. At the same time, Yu pressed his right hand in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and said under the gaze of his shrunken pupils. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. The explosion with thunder and lightning completely hit Ichigo Kurosaki at such a close distance. The strong explosion directly blew the earth apart, and the smoke and dust in the sky knocked Kurosaki away. Ichigo's figure was obscured, making it impossible to see his life and death clearly. Benyu. Aizen Soyusuke crossed his right hand across, directly through Rukia's body and took out the Benyu he dreamed of. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aizen, it seems too early to laugh now, it's raining and windy. Lu Chengkong's voice sounded behind Aizen Soyusuke, making his face change greatly, because he couldn't feel when Lu Chengkong came behind himself. That is to say, if Lu Chengkong wanted to assassinate him, he would most likely kill him in one hit. As soon as the idea appeared, he immediately didn't believe it. He couldn't accept that there was such a big gap between him and this man, but at this time, he could no longer think about it. Lu Chengkong kicked out his feet, his legs poured like a storm, his legs were violently like a gust of wind, and he kicked Aizen's back with a gust of wind. Seeing him vomiting blood, most of his clothes shattered, he looks like a beggar, whereas he who dominated everything and looked like a god when the original book left the Soul Realm. Maybe Lu Chengkong is really his nemesis, right? The plan that Aizen thought was perfect would become full of loopholes when it encounters Lu Chengkong, and in the end, he would suffer. Jia, thank you so much, the god of death called Aizen. Without you, I really wouldn't have come out so easily. Just when Aizen Shenshin was about to be caught by Dongxian, Ichigo Kurisaki's voice came from behind Yanshin, but at this time his voice was very strange, a little sharp, and there was no calm before. The tightness is just violent, and the killing is also arrogant and arrogant. Bai Yihu, I didn't expect it to come out like this now. Lu Chengkong said in his heart, his expression did not change at all. The original Bai Yihu is indeed very strong, and every time he appears, it has an overwhelming advantage. Nice plug-in. But in front of him, it is not very powerful. At best, it is just a big void of worsted, and the power of Kurosaki Ichigo can indeed exert the strength of worsted in the later period, but even if Stark's into the self many years ago had no power to fight back, let alone the self now. Lu Chengkong, haha, I've seen you unhappy for a long time. Ichigo is actually afraid of you. Haha, what should I be afraid of? Ichigo, you. Just see how Bankai is used. The crescent moon rushes to the sky. Bai Yihu, who was wearing a half mask, laughed wildly, and Huling Tejai, who was on the side, turned his head a little unbearably. He couldn't bear it any longer. But no matter what, Shirai Ichigo's strength is indeed far more than Kurosaki Ichigo, and there are ripples in the air where a series of black crescent moons appear. Wang Shu's flash. Lu Chengkong shook his head and glanced at Bai Yihu disdainfully. A black-red sphere with jagged rays of light appeared in the center of his palm, exuding bursts of destruction and astonishing aura. In this sphere the moment it appeared, it shot out at Bai Yihu. In an instant, it collided with more than a dozen black crescent moons. Strangely, there was no sound of spiritual power colliding, because the flash of Lu Chengkong's Wang Shu directly annihilated these crescent moons at the moment of contact with the black crescent moons. And then Wang Shu's flash didn't stop at all and hit him directly under Bai Yihu's unbelievable gaze. Boom! The terrifying power directly destroyed the entire Moro execution ground, that is, the entire hill. Fortunately, everyone present was able to fly. The only one who couldn't, Orihime Inoue, was also picked up by Yaiki, and there was no case of falling to his death. However, there was also one person who fell, and that was Bai Yihu, who was knocked unconscious by Wang Shu's flash. Bai Yihu was severely injured and sent back to the terrifying Wang Shu's flash at the instant of Wang Shu's flash. The spiritual world was restored, and Kurosaki Ichigo also recovered. But it was useless. The trauma to his body made him comatose again when he was awake, and he fell down. Fortunately, the nearby Chadu Taihu caught him, otherwise he would have fallen from such a serious injury. Likely to fall to death. Deadwood Shanghai, you be damned, the final scene of the White Emperor Sword. It's too late to say that, although so much has been said, in fact, no more than 10 seconds have passed. Just now, Kuchiki Byakuya fell into a sluggishness due to the disappearance of Kuchiki Silver Bell Reiatsu. After about 10 seconds, when he woke up from sadness, he realized that Kuchiki Mitsuha appeared and didn't know when he had appeared. Where would he care about Kurosaki Ichigo, who was already half dead? Roared, like the roar of a wounded beast. It's just right for me to bring it to the door. It's you who are looking for you. Your two grandfathers and grandsons treat Yi Ling, who is so blood-related to you, in such a way. Whisper, Mujung. Kuchiki wanted and looked at Kuchiki Byakuya, who was rushing towards him surrounded by bird wings formed by white spiritual pressure. He was not polite. The biggest purpose of his coming to Soul Realm was revenge, although Yi Ling was killed by Lu Chengkong in the end. However, the anger and hatred in the heart of the Deadwood Shanghai did not decrease but increased. 515 Aizen, who escaped in embarrassment. With the call of the dead wood Shanghai, Muramasa's figure flickered out, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Bai Dijian's mouth, which was coming towards him. Speaking of which, he and Senbon Sakura were old rivals, and it was not the first time. Take control of Senbon Sakura. It's useless. Kuchiki Kyukawa shook his head and said softly. As soon as his voice fell, Muramasa's hands shot out countless black lines, which were tied directly to Kuchiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto blade. It's not the first time you have been defeated by such a master, but many times. What's the use of such a master coming, and it will keep you humiliated. Muramasa's voice was flat, but it had an extremely strange appeal to Zanpakuto, causing the gorgeous white emperor sword Vivi to pause for a moment, then disappear directly, and Senbon Sakura directly materialized. I'm fed up with a useless master like you. Even a god of death who has gained power for more than 3 months can't beat so much time. Instead of letting a master like me and you continue to accept failure, I'd rather die. White Emperor Sword. Under the terrified eyes of Kuchiki Byakuya, the warrior wearing the ghost head mask actually used his strongest trick, the White Emperor Sword. Under the shock of the brief death, coupled with the huge pressure brought by the White Emperor Sword, when he came to his senses, it was too late to dodge, and the extremely fast and powerful White Emperor Sword pierced through his body. I didn't expect it to end like this. I expected this day to come soon, but I didn't expect Bai Zai to die in the hands of his Zanpakuto. Saifeng Yuan Yi looked at him with complicated eyes. Kuchiki Byakuya, whose face was full of disbelief but had died, didn't know what it was like. After all, she was a playmate when she was a child. Although she was the object of her own teasing, she quickly put away such an extension, took a gentle glance and looked at herself with concerned eyes, not knowing when she would appear beside her. Lu Changkong, Zanyan Isho, signaled that he was fine. Yi knew that Lu Changkong had missed several opportunities to kill Kuchiki Byakuya because of herself. She was an extremely smart woman, she knew what to do, and she was mentally prepared early in the morning. What Lu Changkong did, it also moved her. In addition, Kuchiki Byakuya did not die in the hands of Lu Changkong, but in the hands of Kuchiki Shanghai, who was already absolutely immortal on both sides. Frankly speaking, when Yi knew what Kuchiki's family did to Yiling, she was completely disappointed and even angry. At that time, she had the idea of slaughtering the Kuchiki family. So she recovered quickly. Maybe this is the best ending. After all, at this time, either the death of the Deadwood family or the death of Lu Changkong, her Saifeng Yuan Knight, even if she is smashed to pieces, even if thousands of people refer to it, she will definitely not allow Lu Changkong to do anything. If Lu Changkong is likely to be killed and his strength is not as good as Kuchiki Byakuya, even if she doesn't want to, she will definitely stand up and kill Kuchiki Byakuya. After all, Lu Changkong cannot kill Kuchiki Byakuya many times. Yi, who dares to love, dare to hate, and dare to act, is deeply moved by his heart. How could she live up to her lover? When she decided to pursue her back then, she had already made all preparations. All Lu Changkong's enemies were her Saifeng Yuan Yi's enemies. However, Lu Changkong would not let Yi take action against Kuchiki Byakuya. Otherwise, Saifeng Yuan Yi might have shot Kuchiki Byakuya long ago, but it is no longer needed. Kuchiki's family is unlikely to have a chance to hurt Lu Changkong. Now Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Byakuya have left completely out of this world. It's all dead. It was too late for old man Yamamoto to stop him. After all, there were several gods of death on the same level as him. The moment he made his move, Mako Hirako stopped him, and Mako Hirako's strength surprised him. Incomparable, has become so powerful. Aizen, it's time for you to repay what you owe. Hirako Mako didn't need to stop old man Yamamoto after seeing Kuchiki Byakuya's death, but glared at Aizen, just when she thought about Shikai, and Aizen during the fight. Aizen smiled proudly. I'm sorry, the time is up, it really surprised me. You have also reached the peak of the god of death. It's a pity that you didn't destroy it, and there is another big enemy, but it doesn't matter, but after I completely integrate the power of Bengyu, I will be the real one. God. Lan Ran smiled, and the sky shot down 3 rays of light, but just before the rays of light were about to touch him, he only felt a pain in his chest, and a terrifying force seemed to hit him directly. In the internal organs, Aizen, who had already suffered a lot of trauma, vomited blood again gloriously. It was too wasteful. If you go to sell blood, you can sell a lot of money. Let's go. Aizen shouted, and suddenly woke up. He was a little complacent. Where did he look down on all beings in the original book? But he jumped up like a lost dog and rushed into the anti-membrane. Making sure he was safe after that, he turned his head to see who attacked him just now. What made him speechless was that it was none other than Kaolu Bachinliu sitting on Lu Chengkong's shoulders who attacked him and made his injury worse. She could hang several oil bottles in her mouth. Obviously she was very unhappy that Aizen had escaped. Bad boy, what are you doing so fast? Little glasses, I almost killed you. I have to say that Bachinliu is the only person who can rival Orihime Inoue when it comes to anger. Her words made everyone sweat. God, wouldn't it be better for people not to run and let you kill? Listening to your tone, it seems that killing Aizen is a very simple matter. Her words made Aizen vomit blood again in depression. It seems that after going to the virtual circle, he must not be as arrogant as the original and become the master of the virtual night palace. But to rest for a while. At this time, Aizen was so embarrassed. How could he dare to be so arrogant and unrestrained as in the original book and leave a bunch of rhetoric, but instead rushed into the virtual circle anxiously, as if he was afraid that the film would not be able to protect him. Aizen's matter has been initially resolved, so what about the rest? Kuchiki Shanghai looked at Lu Chengkong, as if he had made up his mind. Don't ask me, I don't dare to say anything when looking at old man Yamamoto's eyes that seem to be eating me. Lu Chengkong smiled, but after seeing old man Yamamoto's face as black as a frying pan, he didn't dare to say anything. Stimulate him again. HMPH, do you really think it's over? A very unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in the sky. It wasn't old man Yamamoto, because at this time old man Yamamoto was also surprised by Vivi and looked at the director of the voice, a man dressed in rotten wood. The middle-aged man in the family costume did not know when he appeared in the sky and looked at the deadwood Shanghai with murderous eyes. 516 Team 0 debuts. Team 0, Kuchiki Jinling. The old man Yamamoto revealed the identity of the person who came. Hearing that he was the identity of Team 0, Kenpachi immediately showed a bloodthirsty smile. He already understood Lu Chengkong. What is the battle you are talking about? If you guessed correctly, this so-called Zero team member is his opponent. I didn't expect that the 1,000-year-old Kuchiki family would be killed by your humble commoners. Well, very good. As Kuchiki Jinling's angry voice sounded, his body began to emit a burst of air that made the surrounding air appear. The ripples of spiritual pressure clearly indicate that the anger in the heart of the director of this spiritual pressure has reached its limit. Old man Yamamoto, what generation is this guy from the Kuchiki family? Lu Chengkong asked curiously. The father of Kuchiki Yinling. The old man Yamamoto didn't hide it. After all, he was much older than Kuchiki Jinling. No, he's the father of that old guy. Why does he look more like a father than a son? Hiriko Mako said with a surprised expression. Are you an idiot? The strength of the god of death represents the lifespan of the god of death. The stronger the strength, the longer he lives, and the longer he stays young. Zibo Kong looked at him with eyes like an idiot. Hiriko Mako, so Hiriko Mako almost couldn't help but want to find a cave to burrow into. Captain Yamamoto, it seems that you have been sitting for too long, and you have caused such a big thing to happen in the Soul Society. Kuchiki Jinling looked at the old man Yamamoto and said slightly sarcastically. If you can face so many gods of death by yourself and survive, then teach me a lesson. Although old man Yamamoto is not a member of the Zero Division, his identity as the captain is not much worse than that of the general Zero Division members, even it should be a little higher. After all, he is the only god of death blessed by the Tao Spirit King. If he can break the limit, coupled with the powerful ability blessed by the Spirit King, his strength is absolutely awesome. There's another god of death that breaks the limit. Kuchiki Jinling's face flashed a nuisance. Obviously, It was the first time he had been refuted in such a tone since he became a member of Team Zero, and he was still in the corpse soul. The god of death in the world, but when his eyes swept across Lu Chengkong, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help exclaiming. How is that possible? There's one more. She's still a little girl. There are as many as 4 who have reached the pinnacle of death gods. When did the soul world have so many powerful death gods? Kuchiki Jinling's complexion has turned dark. If faced with so many powerful gods of death, he promises that he can't die any longer. The ones who have reached the peak are Hiriko Meiko, Kuchiki Shanghai, Zakagi Kenpachi and finally none. Cells Yoichi Insafanjin, who protects Orihime Inoue from the mountains and the water. When looking at the old man Yamamoto, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he thought that the old man Yamamoto had survived under the siege of so many people by his own strength, but he didn't know that a Lu Chengkong made the old man Yamamoto utterly devastated, but that's why he was jealous of old man Yamamoto. A god of death who didn't break the limit was actually so powerful. As a member of Team Zero, of course he knew that the Spirit King blessed this stuff. Haha, this guy is much stronger than Lan Ran, alright, he's mine. As if afraid that someone else would snatch him, Zanpakuto took out his Zanpakuto red-eyed killer Luo and rushed towards Kuchiki Jinling first. Bold, Kuchiki Jinling shouted loudly, before a god of death who didn't break the limit dared to swing a knife at him. In an instant, he had already judged the god of death for the god of death of the 13th division of the Guardian. In his eyes, he is not only a noble family of the 4 major families, but also a member of the incomparably honorable Team Zero. Not to mention killing a captain, even killing all the captains is nothing. Captain Yamamoto, are these people involved in the rebellion of the Soul Society? Kuchiki Jinling may be afraid of the strength of the old man Yamamoto, and he has lost his previous presumptuousness, and asked in a slow tone. Indeed, in this regard, the old man Yamamoto did not raise the bar with Kuchiki Jinling, because he knew that Kuchiki Jinling was planning to join forces with him, but he was arrogant and self-sufficient. If that's the case, then kill all these rebellious death gods. They have already affected the balance of the soul world. Kuchiki Jinling immediately pulled the righteousness to himself, with a look of incomparable righteousness. Said, making Zibo Kong disdainful. Old Yamamoto, let's continue our battle just now. Let's separate the winners and losers today and catch the wind. Lu Chengkong turned into a meteor, his body disappeared in place like an invisible wind, and appeared in the old man Yamamoto almost instantly. Above, the magic knife slashed from top to bottom. The magic knife is broken. Hoyan meteorite. The old man Yamamoto was ready for the fight early in the morning, so the moment Lu Chengkong made his move, he prepared his ultimate move, a huge meteorite with a surface like an asteroid covered with hot flames. It slammed into Lu Chengkong's sword light. Boom! As if an atomic bomb exploded, a dazzling light burst out and illuminated the entire soul world, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations caused the space in the center of the explosion to be distorted. Magic steps on the 7 stars. Lu Chengkong turned a blind eye, and his movements as fast as meteors and shadowless continued to appear, very elegant and completely incomprehensible. It will appear strangely behind you in less than a second, and no matter how locked it is, you will not be able to capture Lu Chengkong's location. It is even more impossible to judge what Lu Chengkong wants to do next. It can be said that the initiative is in Lu Chengkong's hands. He can completely preempt and sweep thousands of troops, while the old man Yamamoto can only be beaten passively, looking for opportunities to attack later. The flaming snake is possessed. The old man Yamamoto's expression did not change. He had obviously thought of a way to attack Lu Chengkong's extremely fast and terrifying melee attack. Surrounded, the terrifying flames that can burn everything directly separated Lu Chengkong, slowing Lu Chengkong's violent offensive. Flame Snake Riot. The old man Yamamoto's attack came at the same time as Lu Chengkong's offensive slowed down, and the 8 flaming tongues seemed to go mad, like a snake coming out of a hole, and the lightning and flint directly bit Lu Chengkong at the same time. The teeth made of flames, and the terrifying temperature, once they are planted, let alone whether they will be bitten in half by a huge force, the erosion of the flames alone is terrifying enough. The group of demons dances wildly. Lu Chengkong's face changed slightly, but he didn't dodge, instead he retreated. The magic knife pulled out a wonderful trajectory in midair, blooming 1,000-meter-long black-red sword light and slashed directly towards it. The 8 snake heads were directly smashed by a knife with shocking power, but the old man Yamamoto showed a smile instead of being angry. 517 defeated old man Yamamoto. Something wrong. Lu Chengkong instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, the 8 snake heads in the sea of fire regrouped at the moment of destruction, and the power seemed to be even stronger, biting at Lu Chengkong at a faster speed than before. There are 2 types of demons dancing. The first type is to attack with a magic knife, and the second type is to use legs. Lu Chengkong stepped down a little bit, as if he could do the avatar technique, and pulled out dozens of them that looked like real people. The afterimage, the legs swayed, and the leg strength kicked the old man Yamamoto with a demonic energy that disturbed the mind. Such intensive leg work made the god of death below feel the shadows of the legs flying around, confusing people's minds. As the party involved in the next move, the old man Yamamoto felt even more dizzy, obviously being eroded by demonic energy. The flaming snake is raging, and the flames are burning the sky. Old man Yamamoto felt the threat, and he bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to concentrate. Under the control of old man Yamamoto, the sea of crimson flames all poured into the 8 flames in the center. On Orochi's body, the 8th-flamed head Orochi, who was originally tall and incomparably tall, looked like a murderer. Orochi turned into a flaming Zanpakuto blade, and with the swing of the old man Yamamoto, a flaming blade with a temperature high enough to burn the sky bloomed. The final form. Blood Blade Magic Art. Lu Chengkong wiped the blade of the magic knife with his left hand. Blood sputtered out. Lin's eye on the magic knife, making the magic energy on the magic knife even more intense, as if condensed to the point where it was about to be condensed at the point of qualitative change. When Lu Chengkong swung the magic sword around in front of him, a huge amount of demonic energy was injected into the magic sword, causing the magic sword to make a terrifying cry of ghosts and wolves. Come on, old man Yamamoto. Lu Chengkong held the handle of the magic knife with his backhand. Instead of slashing straight and horizontally, he slashed with his right hand to the left. The like magic power is released like a real magnified version of the magic knife, which has exceeded the limit of the sword and reached the level of the sword. In fact, this is just an upgraded version of Daomeng, formed by Dao Gang, but it is too real, and it looks a bit lifelike. The second trick is to be busy at the beginning, and the last one is the strongest sword gang, which is the strongest blood blade magic art that combines all the 7 magic knives. The huge fire knives and the magic knives were intertwined under the gazes of almost everyone in the air. The extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, and ripples began to appear in the nearby space. In the end, with the constant confrontation of the ultimate moves and the fluctuation of the spiritual power emanated from the nearby death gods who had been far away had to continue to retreat, lest they would be unfortunately killed by the aftermath of the 2 terrifying tricks leaked. The devil's energy will not stop, the devil's strength will not stop, the blood blade will attack the enemy until death. Lu Chengkong saw that the last magic knife he released was still in a stalemate. He didn't want the situation to change. The spiritual pressure also has a crazy injection of magic energy. With the blessing of the master, the magic knife doesn't seem to want to be ashamed. It seemed to vibrate sporadically, and the magic knife that was stalemate immediately burst into 100 meters of light, and with a click, it directly cut off the fire knife released by the old man Yamamoto, and the remaining power slammed the old man Yamamoto from the air. Down. Old man Yamamoto, lie down for me, the kamikaze howls. Lu Chengkong seemed to have transformed into the god of the wind who controls all the wind elements in the world. He swept his right leg towards the old man Yamamoto, and a gust of wind whistled suddenly. A kamikaze containing endless anger directly tore through the void and hit the sky in an instant. It was falling. He had just resolved the residual magic power of the blood blade magic art, and he was unable to dodge at all. Beyond all the whirlwinds in the mortal world, it seems that the divine wind that can only be used by the gods hits him. Puchi. The old man Yamamoto spit out a mouthful of blood in the sky, fluttering in the wind like a dropped kite, surrounded by function and wreaking havoc. The whole person that the old man Yamamoto fell from the air looked like a blood man. Fortunately, the two of them had been fighting at high altitude, otherwise Jingling Court would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the old man Yamamoto and Lu Chengkong. Old man is defeated. The old man Yamamoto is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. He has lived for so long and he has never experienced any storms. Although he can't believe that he is defeated, the truth is defeat means defeat, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. A very single adult is unable to fight anymore. Lu Chengkong was relieved when he heard the old man Yamamoto admit defeat. Although the battle just now was not long and it seemed to be simple, in fact, no one knew the danger better than him. If it weren't for his Bankai's other ability, Function's legs are terrifying, elegant, and unrecognizable, he might have died. The destructive power of the fire is too strong. It's easy to screw up. I lost. Did I really lose? Madaragi, who came here at some point, just saw old man Yamamoto being shot down by Lu Chengkong's kamikaze and admitting defeat. The strongest death god of the millennium was actually in the presence of so many people. He was defeated in front of him, and he himself admitted defeat. Yeah, I also feel like I'm in a dream. Ace Chuan Yujin has a feeling that he can't tell the truth from the fake. Obviously, old man Yamamoto has too much prestige in the heart of the god of death in the soul world. Hearing that he was defeated, it was a bit difficult to accept for a while. The old man is not wronged. No matter how powerful the attack cannot hit the enemy, it is still useless. It seems that the old man is really old. Can you tell this old man, what is your ability to kick out the kamikaze, follow your shadow, and be as fast as the wind? Old man Yamamoto raised his head and looked at Lu Chengkong with tired but curious eyes. Function leg. Lu Chengkong threw out 3 words. He found that he and Nifeng in Fengyan really had a lot of fate. His Shikai and Bankai's abilities were almost all like Nifeng's martial arts, and their power was as terrifying as Nifeng's. A good function leg, moves like the wind, moves like a thunderbolt, and is as fast as a shooting star. Coupled with your unpredictable magic knife like a demon, it is really a perfect Bankai. It is called the ability to invade the realm of God. It's not an exaggeration to say that the super strong Zanpakuto that perfectly combines the ghost type and the direct attack type. I always thought that I had overestimated your Zanpakuto as much as possible, but in the end, it seemed that I still underestimated your Zanpakuto, and even more underestimated you Lu Chengkong, the god of death. Old man Yamamoto couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the 3 words function leg, such an apt name. The old man is defeated, and I no longer have the strength to manage this. I think I will also step down as the captain after this time. Maybe this old man should enjoy the rest of his life. The old man Yamamoto used the Zanpakuto. The crutches stood up, sighed and suddenly disappeared in place. There is no need for him to exist here. 518 Kenpachi Bankai. Old man Yamamoto is actually defeated. Kuchiki Jinling, who was fighting with Kenpachi Zaraki, paid a little attention to this side. He could see that old man Yamamoto's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Although in the end, it is likely that the old man Yamamoto will die if he tries his best, but even so, it can be seen that the old man Yamamoto is extraordinary. After all, the old man Yamamoto is already old. But such a powerful god of death was defeated, and he himself admitted defeat. He was arrogant for a while and realized that he was a little reckless this time. If he was not careful, he might explain it completely here. With this idea, Kuchiki Jinling gradually had the idea of retreat. Do you want to leave alone? Don't die even if you think about it. I finally found an opponent who can let me let go of everything. Where will you escape? Zanaki Kenpachi saw Kuchiki Jinling's thoughts, and the offensive was even more intense. Violent, but after all, he is just a peak death god before reaching the limit before breaking the limit. Facing the deadwood Jinling who has broken the limit for many years, there is obviously a big gap. If it wasn't for his beast-like fighting intuition and Reiatsu, who was many times the same level of death, he might have been defeated a long time ago, but even so, he was slashed with a lot of knives. If you were distracted from looking at the old man Yamamoto, Kenpachi Zakiji's injury might be more serious. However, seeing Zaraki Kenpachi's expression of enjoyment change to the Shinigami of the 11th team who knew him well, Liu Chengkong and the other Shinigami present were immediately full of black lines. Hey, Kenpachi, you seem to be about to lose. Do you want me to help you? Ping Laojunzi cried out strangely. Go away, if you dare to intervene, I will kill you. Zaragi Kenpachi shouted in exasperation, like a shrew who scolded the street. He actually ignored Kuchiki Jinling's actions to chat with others during the battle, which made Kuchiki Jinling's brows furrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill you. Although the god of death who broke the limit defeated the old man Yamamoto, he didn't seem to be injured, but it should also consume a lot. Even if you join, it's nothing, just be careful about that little girl. Suddenly, countless thoughts flashed in Kuchiki Jinling's mind, and finally decided to make a decision. With a flick of the Zanpakuto Vivi in his hand, his murderous intentions skyrocketed, and each slash was much sharper than before. The gap seems to be a bit big. It's really possible to die like this. Although he thought so in his heart, there was no fear or worry about death on his face, but the madness and fighting intent in his eyes continued. The soaring made Kuchiki Jinling startled. No matter how strong your fighting spirit is, the gap in strength cannot be made up for by the high fighting spirit. Die, the 90th black coffin of destruction. How strong is the number 90 breakthrough made by a god of death who has broken the limit? You can see it here. In the case of abandoning the singing, the black coffin of the Deadwood Golden Bell is no longer than the original collapsing Jade and entering the third stage. How bad is the collapse of Jade? If the power of the Deadwood Golden Bell is completely chanted, it may be even more terrifying. After all, he broke the limit of the god of death by his own understanding, and he was a god of death who had practiced for many years after breaking the limit. There is a big gap between self-comprehension, and after many years of cultivation, and one who has not cultivated at all and relies on the power of Bengyu. Trouble, the Shinigami or Shu who has broken the limit, especially after self-comprehension, the longer they practice, the more times they make breakthroughs, the stronger they become. This Deadwood Golden Bell is not much worse than the old man Yamamoto, even a little bit stronger. If you try your best, it's very likely that old man Yamamoto will die. Liu Chengkong smiled bitterly. He thought that after breaking the limit, he had obtained all the solution and all the spiritual pressure. His strength surpassed the strongest death god Yamamoto in the Soul Society for thousands of years in one fell swoop. Not bad. I didn't expect my strength to be at the level of a member of Team Zero. At most, it is stronger than the team members, but it is far worse than the vice captain, let alone the legendary Spirit King and Team Zero's captain. However, the bitterness at the corner of his mouth quickly disappeared, because no matter how talented this world is, it can't be strong without hundreds or even thousands of years of practice. Take Kurosaki Ichigo for example, his innate the conditions are good enough. Naturally, there is no need to accumulate spiritual pressure before breaking the limit. The aptitude is super good. Normally, it takes a long time for a Reaper to accumulate spiritual pressure, even if it is a genius. It can be said that the accumulation of spiritual pressure takes the longest time to cultivate. It can be said that the accumulation of spiritual pressure is the most time-consuming part of the death trial practice, especially when there is the most time-consuming part of breaking the god of death cultivation, especially before breaking the limit of god of death and emptiness. The time to accumulate spiritual pressure is very long, every few decades or even the last year. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength soared so fast. The biggest reason for progressing so fast is that he has Kurosaki Masaki's Reiki as a basis, and does not need to accumulate Reiki. There are many superhuman advantages, but his original work can match Aizen, and it's super good after a long time. It is necessary to know that the time ratio between the boundary and the outer space is 1:2000. God knows how long Kurosaki Ichigo has been practicing in it. Swallowing bloodthirsty fury, the sea of blood descends, and the blood demon god. Zaraki Kenpachi obviously knew that he was likely to die in this black coffin, so he stopped hiding and showed his strongest strength. The whole body was burning with flames like blood, and a pair of eyes were already red as blood, and the sea of blood composed entirely of blood burst out from the body of Kenpachi Zakagi, surrounding his whole person. When the black coffin dissipated, it also showed the appearance of Zengi Kenpachi at this time. He was covered in scars, as if he would die at any time. After trying to solve it, he was wrapped in a sea of blood and suffered huge trauma. But for him who enjoys fighting, he doesn't feel any pain at all, and he just enjoys it. This is his pursuit. Grass, this guy won't be the reincarnation of DNF's Berserker. Lu Chengkong was a little speechless, looking at Zengmu Kenpachi's appearance at this time, that bloody battle, blood filled with blood, talking about hairstyle, a pair of big hands, it has become a blood-red ghost claw, his eyes are red as blood, the crazy fighting spirit, the excitement, and the blood-red Zanpakuto all over his body looks like a prison blood demon. What's wrong, Xiaokong? Bachan Liu seemed to have noticed Lu Chengkong's psychological change, a strange question. 519 Kenpachi Crisis. This guy is really a monster. Even if he is injured like this, he can't move. The blood can kill him. Kuchiki Jinling's eyes narrowed and Vivi looked a little shocked. There was no sign of retreat at all. With the fearful Zaragi Kenpachi, he couldn't understand this death god. Haha, this is my blood, the taste of my blood is good, let's increase my strength, the fury of blood. Zanaki Kenpachi laughed wildly like a madman, and the sea of blood around him rushed straight towards him. Entering his wound, and following his wound into his body, an astonishing scene appeared. The wounds on his body were completely recovered in an instant with the invasion of the sea of blood. Not only that, the spiritual pressure on Zengi Kenpachi was increasing wildly at a geometric level, and his body was filled with rich blood energy, and the Zanpakuto had changed from 1 to 2. It's still not enough. This kind of strength is still not enough for me to fight with you. Go crazy, the blood is rampant. Zakagi Kenpachi was still dissatisfied, and with a roar, his spiritual pressure suddenly tripled, and after this surge of spiritual pressure continuously improving. Oh my god, Kenpachi is likely to break the limit of the god of death if he continues to improve like this. Kuchiki Kyukawa looked at Kenpachi Zaragi in surprise and said. I think so too. Hiriko Mako nodded in agreement. The other death gods, even the death god captain, had already retreated far away. Even if they fought at high altitude and did not affect the Seorite below, the terrifying Reiatsu would still remain. And the fluctuation of spiritual power still makes countless death gods unbearable. No, he may have the power to break through the limits of death and emptiness, but this power is very dangerous. It is even said that he is difficult to control, and you don't see it. Janba's improvement is in addition to his cut, in addition to Pakuto's ability, it comes at the cost of his own defense and blood. It can be said that Kenpachi's speed and strength will become very powerful in a short time. If he is slashed by him, his injury may be normal. Several times, and this power does not exist for a long time, this is an explosion of Kenpachi, and even if it is not dead, he will not be able to fight again. Quote. Lu Chengkong shook his head and said, yes, Zanpakutaki may have the power after breaking the limit for a short time, but it will return to its original shape after that, and this is too crazy and extreme, but such Zanpakuto's ability is indeed most suitable for more wood Kenpachi. Come on, Soul Eater. Zaraki Kenpachi seems to be satisfied with his state at this time, burning the sea of blood and the blood in his body, plus the power gained by giving up most of his defense power, this is what he needs. He doesn't need defense, all he needs is constant offense and fighting. Zengi Kenpachi's big blood-red hands pulled at Kuchiki Jinling and pulled back. Kuchiki Jinling was horrified to discover that this death god actually had the strength to fight him, although this strength existed for a very long time. For a short time, as long as he walks around for a while, he will be self-defeating, but he did not expect that Zaraki Kenpachi would be so strange. A powerful suction directly sucked his whole body. Before he could react, his body had come to the front of Zengi Kenpachi, and a pair of blood-colored hands pressed on Kuchiki Jinling's chest. Breakout. Zaraki Kenpachi sneered. Kuchiki Jinling only felt that the blood in his body seemed to be under some kind of control and was instantly absorbed a lot of blood energy and condensed on his chest. With the control of Zakagi Kenpachi, it suddenly erupted when he opened. The powerful impact made him fly out, and a huge wound had appeared in his chest, and blood was constantly flowing out. Hiss, bastard, I am the death god of the Zero Division, and I was injured by a small captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian. It is unforgivable. Die under my Zanpakudo, fall into a dream, Yuhua water mirror. Kuchiki Jinling was in pain at first, but then followed by endless anger. His noble body was actually injured by a small captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian. He was so angry that he no longer hid his feelings. Shikai. As soon as Kuchiki Jinling's voice fell, the Zanpakudo in his hand turned into a blue light and disappeared, and hundreds of blue petals appeared around him. Beauty soars. I knew that the Zanpakudo of the Kuchiki family are very coquettish. Hiriko Meiko seemed to have said so earlier, but he was right. Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Yinling, who had died, still had this one in front of him. Kuchiki Jinling Zanpakudo all look very handsome, and they are good weapons for girls. Even Kuchiki Rukia's Zanpakudo, which has no blood relationship with the Kuchiki family in the original book, is known as the most beautiful Zanpakudo, and the Shinigami Zanpakudo, which has a little relationship with Kuchiki's family, is related to beauty. Fall into an eternal slumber. Kuchiki Jinling snorted coldly, his mind moved, and the blue petals floating around him immediately turned into a whirlwind of petals and slammed into Kenpachi's body. Is this your ability? It doesn't seem like you have any offensive power. Zaragi Kenpachi sneered and said contemptuously. How could you, stupid, appreciate the power of the Zanpakudo, fall asleep? Kuchiki Jinling's mouth twitched, forming a sarcastic and disdainful smile. When Zengaki Kenpachi heard the words, he only felt as if his head was hit by a big mountain. He was drowsy. He immediately knew that this was the opponent's Zanpakudo ability, but he was helpless because he kept himself from sleeping no matter what. It's not enough to pass. There is a voice in his heart that tempts him again. As long as he sleeps, everything will be over, and there will be no more pain. For about 3 seconds, the pair of blood-colored pupils full of violence and madness slowly closed, and the madness and bloody terrifying aura on his body seemed to fall asleep with the closing of his eyes. Haha, the ability of my Yuhua water mirror can make anyone fall asleep when touched by any petal. No matter how powerful, fast, and powerful you are, you will fall asleep, not like a baby. To be slaughtered. I have to say that this ability is very similar to a certain god of the Saint Seiya. It also makes people fall into a deep sleep and die in a deep sleep. Even if Lu Chengkong sees the state of Kenpachi Zengmu at this time, his face is one of sternness. The ability is the same as Jinghua Shuiyu and Shanghai's village is quite strange. If you don't find a way to crack it or the place where this ability is limited is really troublesome. Die, completely turn to ashes. Bankruptcy number 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Kuchiki Jinling smiled proudly. Although his Zero team is not a veteran member, but his ability makes many veteran players have to be afraid of 1 or 2, so his status in the Zero team is not low. 520 Deadwood Golden Bell Bankai. It looks like I can only do it. Lu Chengkong sighed secretly. To be honest, he fought a battle just now, and it was indeed a lot of consumption. Although his resilience was amazing, it was still a bit overwhelming. No problem, but he was reluctant to take action on his little baby. Moreover, Lu Chengkong even wondered whether Ujawali, who was sitting on Shui Wuyu's body not far away with relish, would throw a Zanpakudo over if he let Bakion flow out of his hands, not to mention that he was not incapable of fighting anymore. He still has trump cards, but he just doesn't want to use them because of a member of Team Zero. After all, what he did today not only challenged the whole Corpse Soul world, but also provoked Team Zero. After all, he didn't intend to let Kuchiki Jinling leave alive. Since he has already offended him, he must offend him to the death. A point lost in the strength of a team is 1 point. Wait, Saifeng Yuan Yi suddenly grabbed Lu Chengkong's hand and said softly, if Lu Chengkong trusted the most intuition, it would undoubtedly be Saifeng Yuan Yi and Kaolu Bachenliu. The intuitions and feelings of the two girls are not like Zanaki Kenpachi, which can only be used in combat. They have extremely keen intuition and perception of other things, which may be related to their Zanpakudo abilities. In addition, women are born with a proud sixth sense, and the sixth sense of a powerful goddess of death is even more powerful. Zaraki Kenpachi's intuition is only the intuition during battle. It is completely dependent on feeling and intuition. In the original work, it can break the solution that Dongxian wants. This is his beast-like fighting intuition, but it is very single and can only be used in battle. I can't even know the road very clearly at ordinary times. That feeling is really poor and pitiful. On the contrary, Sifenjin Yaiki and Kusaka Yakiryu not only have the intuition and feeling of fighting that are not inferior to those of Kenpachi Zaragi, but they also have the same intuition and feeling in other matters. Feeling, perception is the same as fighting, very terrifying. So when Lu Chengkong heard Yi Yi's words, he put his hand on Shuiyin Quangdao again. He believed in Saifeng Yuan Yi, just like Saifeng Yuan's Yi believed him unconditionally. The enemy, he believed that Yi Yi would not harm him. Since she said so, she had her reasons. Sure enough, just before the thunder roar cannon was about to swallow Zengi Kenpachi completely and turn him into dust, Zengi Kenpachi's eyes suddenly opened, no longer drowsy and lifeless, but compared to him, more sharp-edged before. Prison blood demon break. A blood-colored light flashed wildly, and a large amount of blood energy instantly formed a huge blood-colored sword hilt beside Zengi Kenpachi. Soul-thirsty and demon sealing slash. Zaraki Kenpachi raised his left hand, using his blood to condense at such a close distance to form a small vortex with powerful suction, which directly sucked Kuchiki Jinling's whole body and couldn't move. Damn! Zanaki Janpachi roared. Two Zanpakudo combined into one, turned into a huge blood energy, and went to Kuchiki Yinling's chest and slashed down with a knife. Kuchi. Originally, the sudden and powerful stunt that suddenly appeared made Jinling, who was completely unprepared, immediately injured. A huge knife mark appeared on his face, and blood spattered wildly, dripping on Exiamu Kenpachi's body. Haha, is this the smell of your blood? That's great, let's take my swastika's great trick, slashing the mountains and the ground. Zaraki Kenpachi stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the blood on his face, and he looked like a Hellshira who was drenched in blood and fought hard. Death was already pale with fright. I saw Kenpachi Zanpaku holding both hands on the hilt of the Zanpakudo at the same time. The body of the blade was injected with the blood energy transformed from the spiritual pressure in the body. The flame on the blade seemed to be burning with blood and demonic flames. Kenpachi jumped straight up, acting like a tiger rushing towards food, and the Zanpakudo with a bloody flame in his right hand draped directly into the air. Click. There was a crisp sound as if the space had been punched into a hole, but if you pay attention to it, you will find that a large space in front of Zaki Kenpachi has a gap like a crack, and a large amount of blood-colored flames suddenly sprayed out directly. Kuchiki Jinling was surrounded and burned. Okay, alright, a god of death who didn't break the limit actually pushed me to such a point that even if you die, you will die well, and if you can die in the hands of the god of death of the Zero Team, you will not waste your life. Wan let the gods fall into your dreams, Yuhua Water Mirror. Deadwood Jinling, who was burning in the middle of the blood-colored flame, suddenly spit out a very cold sentence. His anger has reached its limit. He never thought that he would be pushed to such a degree that his arrogant self-esteem suffered to the extreme. Big shame. It is very similar to Kuchiki Byakuya's swastika, but the difference is a cherry blossom blade with hidden murderous intentions in the sky, while Kuchiki Jinling is a blue petal, which has not shown other than the ability to make people fall asleep. Ability. Originally, Zaraki Kenpachi relied on swastika and his other Zanpakudo abilities to make his strength temporarily have the strength to fight against the members of Team Zero, but it was only based on the fact that the members of Team Zero did not use it. In the case of the swastika, once the swastika is resolved, the difference in strength will immediately widen at least twice. It must be known that the swastika of the god of death can increase the spiritual pressure of the god of death by 5 times and a maximum of 10 times. The level of improvement depends on the degree of mastery and development of swastika, as well as the aptitude of the god of death. Although Ichigo's aptitude is high, it is only a 5-fold increase in spiritual pressure just after using the god-turning body. Although the old man Yamamoto did not break the limit, he lived for thousands of years. Having been immersed in the Zanpakuto for so many years, his slaughter has already reached the pinnacle, and the improvement is definitely 10 times the highest. Here, it is once stated that the level of aptitude does not represent the final achievement of a god of death. Although it is said that, after breaking the limit, the god of death will be based on the level of strength, and the multiplier of swastika will also increase accordingly, and Kuchiki Jinling has obviously broken the limit of the god of death for a long time. Look at his spiritual pressure. The increase factor is at least 15 times, and the two of them don't say anything else for a moment, and the difference in spiritual pressure alone is at least 15 times. Don't underestimate the difference in spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure is huge to a certain point, and a little difference is a big gap, because at a certain point, the difference in spiritual pressure is not only quantitative, but also qualitative, and now it is obvious it's not a star and a half, but a full 15 times, so it's a little ugly. Ethiopia can say that just relying on the spirit to suppress the dead wood and the golden bell may crush the Zengmu Janpachi. Do you feel the gap between us? Can you maintain the speed and strength just now in the face of this Reiatsu? I think it is extremely difficult for you to take a single step. After Kuchiki Jinling's explanation, the momentum of his speech changed, and he became more arrogant, as if he was the king who mastered victory. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 521 to 540. 521 The Origin of Godmother. Okay, it's wonderful, this kind of spiritual pressure is really true. Zengeki Kenpachi made Kuchiki Jinling's death once and was shocked at the same time. I didn't expect that even under such a big gap, Zanaki Kenpachi could still laugh. He could see that Zengmu Janpachi was not pretending, but was really happy. Have you seen it? The Blood Demon Temple is full. This is the essence of my solution. All the tricks and attacks I made just now are for this evaluation. As Team Zero, you should know that there are some Zanpakuto or possessors of strange abilities in the world that violate the power of the gods. Kenpachi Zaraki's words changed Vivi's expression on Kuchiki Jinling's face. He was right, even Aizen knew about these things, and as a member of Team Zero, of course he also knew. And he can understand more clearly than Aizen what these abilities that can invade the realm of God or Zanpakuto mean. If these Zanpakuto or abilities are good support, if they are used in combat the attack is terrifying. Could it be? Kuchiki Jinling seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of viciousness and jealousy in his eyes, looking at the thing beside Zengi Kenpachi that was originally just a hilt, but now it has quietly turned into a hilt. A huge blood-colored giant sword made him realize that he might be in some trouble next. I really didn't expect Kenpachi, the god of death, who is said to not be able to liberate the Zanpakuto. Not only can he liberate the Zanpakuto, but his ability can even invade the realm of the gods. It's really unbelievable. Saifeng Yuan Yi said, but her tone was very calm. There was no envy or jealousy because of Zakagi Kenpachi's words. Not even the slightest emotional fluctuations appeared, surprisingly calm. It seems that Zanpakuto with such abilities is not uncommon to her at all, and there are only 8,000 Ryu, Lu Chengkong and Zibo Kong who are close sisters. Hearing that the three of them look at each other Isho, it seems that only the three of them truly understand Yi. Why it behaves like this. Take the move. What really gives my Zanpakuto the power to invade the realm of the gods is this move, the Prison Blood Demon. Zanpakujian's figure flashed, and he charged directly with a mountain-like pressure. To Kuchiki Jinling, the Zanpakuto in his hand did not know when it merged with the blood-colored giant sword around him, making the blood-colored giant sword even more intense. With Kasaragi Kenpachi Ikki, Kuchiki Jinling only felt as if he was being held down by the entire space. Obviously, at his own speed, he could completely shoot through the attack of Kazaki Kenpachi, but this was one of the prison blood demon breaks. Ability, unless you have the ability to break through space and travel through different spaces. Otherwise, there is no way to escape, and the space fortress in the world of death, the world law is extremely strong, far exceeding the world of One Piece, King of Pirates countless times. It is extremely powerful to be able to distort the space. At least so far Lu Chengkong, I've never heard of a god of death that can shatter space. It is not easy to even make a little space crack. After all, the stronger the space fortress and the law of the world in this world, the faster he can repair space and time. In many cases, even if you have cracked space strength. But the strange thing is that you haven't cracked the space has already repaired itself, so there must be a force stronger than the space repair speed to crack and smash the space. In an instant, the blood-colored giant sword became more than 10 times larger than its original appearance. A huge blood-colored giant sword directly slammed the entire body of Jin Ling into the ground with a heavy pressure. At the same time, the blade of the blood-colored giant sword also pressing him tightly, he hit the ground with a bang, and the powerful force created a huge pit in the ground of Saranjay. Hey, the attack is coming now. Zaragi Kenpachi grinned Isho, and suddenly a large area of blood shone violently, like a volcanic eruption, and countless blood chi burst out from the deep pit in an instant, forming a huge ray of blood. The incomparable blood-colored beam of light shot straight into the sky, and the energy contained in the terrifying blood-colored beam of light had completely devoured the dead wood Jinling who was in it. And this move can be said to be the strongest blow of Zakagi Kenpachi. Originally, he had paid a great price to gain the power to fight against the death god of Team Zero, and it did not last for a long time, so he burned blood. The price and the sacrifice of defense. When he was released from the prison blood demon, he saw that the age of the dead wood family was hit as he imagined. Fell down. Captain, Ace Chuan and Madaramu immediately rushed over. They didn't care who Zaraki Kenpachi was fighting, they only had their captain in their hearts, and they caught Zaraki Kenpachi without making him very miserable. There is a close contact on the ground, but the surroundings are already in a mess. Because the entire Seraiti has been destroyed by Zaraki Kenpachi, fortunately, the Shinigami inside can't bear the battle here for a long time, so he withdrew from Seraiti early in the morning. Down. Mo, godmother, look at Inoe's ability. She definitely has the potential to inherit your medical career. Lu Chengkong's words immediately shook the nearby Shengjing La Chunchui and others to the point where one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended into the sky. When did Lu Chengkong have a godmother? And she was still a flower, but it was normal to think about it. Lu Chengkong and Ba Qinliu's relationship to outsiders is that of brother and sister. Then the younger sister is the goddaughter of Maojawali, and Lu Chengkong is justified to be the godson. But just looking at Lu Chengkong's cramping in the corners of his eyes, we know that it should be the high-pressure tactics of Maojawali. Yeah, Mao Zihualai nodded solemnly. He thought it was very interesting to call Lu Chengkong. At first, he thought it was very interesting, let alone Lu Chengkong. Even she herself didn't think about it. She wanted to recognize Lu Chengkong as her godson. After all, a little witch of the 8,000 streams was enough for her to toss. Here's the thing, a few days ago, when Lu Chengkong brought Bakion Ryu and Inoue Orihime to look for Unoka Lai, after Bakion Ryu and Uno no Flower Lai had some reminiscences, Lu Chengkong went to Inoue Orihime for him. The introduction, and then the thought of getting acquainted, may be the reason for the compassionate, warm spring-like smile and temperament of Uno Hanalai. Inoue Orihime, who was a little timid at first, quickly regained her true nature. While chatting, Inoue Chiangji heard that Yachienryu called Unoka Lai as a mother, so she threw a sentence very normal, huh? Teacher Chengkong, Yachienryu is your sister, why? She calls Aunt Maojawali a mother, but you are called the captain. Shouldn't you be called a godmother? 522 Inoue Orihime takes action. At that time, Lu Chengkong almost spit out all the food in his mouth when he heard the word, godma. It was not because it was unacceptable to ask Maojawali to be a godmother. On the contrary, Maojawali secretly helped Bakion many times. Lu Chengkong was also very comfortable because of Lu's care and guidance, as well as the warm and inclusive aura she brought to him like a mother. But the problem is the title, Godmother. This title is normal for other people, but for Lu Chengkong, who once lived on Earth, it is an unintentional and crooked idea. Is it understandable to take the godmother apart? What about his own mother, Ujawali? Once this ambiguity appeared, it would startle Lu Chengkong. Originally, he just thought that this was just a joke of Inoue Orihime, and Isho dismissed it after hearing it. Unfortunately, what Lu Chengkong didn't expect was that the 8,000 rumors of Ujawali were the first. The time jumped out, shouted hello, and even danced. Obviously, she had always had this plan, but she couldn't find the opportunity to speak. Now that Orihime Inoue had the opportunity, how could the arrogant 8,000 Ryu let it go? So under her coquettishness, seeing Lu Chengkong's appearance in Lu Chengkong's strange expression and Mao Jawali, she felt amused for a while, and she didn't know which muscle was twitching. Maybe she also felt that seeing Lu Chengkong this expression is very funny, and it may be because of Bachinliu's coquettish request, she has some love for Bachinliu. In the end, Lu Chengkong smiled and nodded under the dark face of Mao Jihualai, but it was not a hallucination. Lu Chengkong always felt that the back of her smile was not the gentle mother's smile just now, but the black-bellied and vicious tongue. Smiling, Lu Chengkong seemed to see that there was a black-bellied demon emperor hidden behind this smile. However, Lu Chengkong felt even more that Mao Jawali felt the expression when he called her a godmother because of her very strange appearance. He thought it was very interesting, so he agreed, but Lu Chengkong and Mao Jawali didn't know. Because of Orihime Inoue's joke, and the efforts of Yakian Ryu, it should have been very difficult for the two sides to have much interaction, and two people like who became lovers would actually go further to a certain destination because of this. And it is precisely because of a godmother as an introduction that the two began to have an intersection in the future. Ah, can I? Inoue Orihime said a little unconfidently. You can, trust me, do it boldly, and even if you can't do it, you haven't seen Mao. Is the godmother still there? I don't know if it was an illusion. Every time Lu Chengkong said these two words, he felt a pleasant smile on the corner of Mao Jihuali's mouth, and it was precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong was even more determined that Mao Jihuali liked to use himself to open a brush before he smiled and nodded, agreeing and even forcing him to call her that. However, Lu Chengkong didn't feel uncomfortable in his heart. After all, as an orphan, how could anyone not want to have a caring mother? But Mao Jawali's body was warm, compassionate, and full of tolerance. His temperament made Lu Chengkong feel as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It's just that I didn't expect that the relationship between myself and Ujawali came to be like this. It's a little uncomfortable, but I don't know why. It may be the reason why he liked Ujawali very early in the morning. When he watched Death, he was the first when he saw the figure of Ujawali, he deeply remembered her. So after she came to this world, besides Bachinliu, what she wanted to see the most was this Mao Jawali, so every time Lu Chengkong said the word godmother, a pair of himself and Mao Jihua would appear in his mind involuntarily. Lai hey 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 picture. Especially when he learned from Yachinliu that Ujawali's busty figure hidden under an exaggerated robe was not inferior to Matsumoto's Ranju, it made Lu Chengkong a little crazy, and I have to say that Lu Chengkong was also a bit contradictory in his heart. Yes, maybe it's both. If you want to have a mother like Wujawali, and want to have a wife like Wujawali, if you want to have both, you can't have enough capital. However, Lu Chengkong is very confident in himself. He believes that he can absolutely do it, but he has all this in his heart. Apart from the fact that now is obviously not the time, he also wants to enjoy the feeling and process of godmother and godson. It's not that simple to think that it is easy to get Mao Jawali. If you think that you can rely on strength alone, then you are wrong. It takes a lot of luck and opportunity for this kind of strange woman to get her heart and body. Yeah, with Lu Chengkong's encouragement, Inoue Orihime was no longer so nervous and unconfident, and took a deep breath, not realizing that her full body was rising and falling with her breathing. He pinned Lu Chengkong's gaze completely on her chest. Shuangtian Gaiden Shun Ying, Xiao Chong, I refuse. Inoue Orihime said in a coquettish voice. The 6 flowers opened a barrier, and the Zaraki Kenpachi who needed to be protected was restored at an alarming speed to the one before the destruction incident. Condition. This ability. Mao Zhawali's eyes flashed a ray of light. Maybe this ability is insufficient in terms of attack, speed, defense, etc., but the potential of this repair technique alone cannot be tolerated. I underestimate it. If I add my own guidance, even if Inoue Orihime can't reach her own level, it won't be too far behind. How is it, godmother? The medical apprentice I found for you is not bad. Lu Chengkong said proudly. Maybe he didn't notice it himself, and even Mao Zhawali didn't pay attention. It was originally arranged by Bachinliu at the beginning. But it was more of a joke and a change of name. They felt that it was nothing big or small, but the two of them were unconsciously and subtly changing. At first, it felt weird to be called a godmother, but Lu Chengkong, who always had a depressing image in his brain, gradually became more and more natural, as if the two were really close. And Ujawali thought it was very funny at first, and thought it was not bad. She just wanted to satisfy Bachinliu and take a look at Lu Chengkong for entertainment. Wujawali also gradually began to get acquainted with it. Lu Chengkong's name. It might be fine now, but if the two keep going over time, adds something exciting. For example, if we share adversity, but don't fly away from each other, it is very likely that it will be completely transformed into a true heartfelt, just like the pure mother-daughter, mother-son, relationship between Ujawali and Yachienryu without a trace of acrobatics maybe. Of course, it all depends on the future opportunities and Lu Chengkong's approach, whether he can grasp it. 523 Night Shot. The strength of her spiritual pressure has a lot to do with it. If she becomes a god of death and specializing in spiritual pressure, it may be because of her peculiar ability. Her Zanpakudo may also become a pure healing Zanpakudo in the Ghost Dao system. In that case, with the ability of her instant shield Liuvua, her healing ability will be even stronger. It really deserves to be Mao Zhawali. Outsiders watch the fun, insiders watch the doorway. Unokalai just took a look at Inoue Orihime's ability and judged everything about her and even designed the best growth path for her. Even Lu Chengkong had to say a word in his heart, what he did. Mom is really not easy, but I don't know when I will really do the same as the name, and complete the great cause of, drying, Mom. Boom. Just when Orihime Inoue was suffering from serious injuries on Kenpachi's body due to burning blood, the whole earth seemed to tremble. With a loud noise, a person appeared in the deep pit on the top of the roof, with burns all over his body. Dressed in a beggar's outfit, with a burning head, he looked like a beggar gang member rather than a god of death. Okay, that's great, you actually dare to treat the traitors of the Soul Society. Damn it. That's right, this person is officially Kuchiki Jinling, although the last trick of Zengi Kenpachi is super powerful and can be used as the pinnacle of death. The strength of Zengi burst out the destructive power of hurting the members of Team Zero, but Zaraki Kenpachi is indeed a big gap compared to Kuchiki Jinling after Swastika, and the difference in Reiatsu alone is 15 times as much. Even if the Zanpakudo is strong, if the god of death itself is not strong enough, it will not work. If the god of death is strong enough, even a random wooden sword will have the power to open the sky and the earth, just like the original Ujawali. At one point, Lu Chengkong's 6 Aohan tactics were broken. Kang. Kuchiki Jinling slashed at Orihime Inoue, who was still healing and her strength was already low, and it was impossible for him to respond. At this moment, Yaiki appeared beside Orihime Inoue like a ghost in the dark night. I don't know where I took out a Zanpakudo and blocked Kuchiki Jinling's sword. My husband said that Orihime Inoue was protected by me when she was in the Soul Realm, and I don't want to disappoint her. After getting along with these places, her feelings for Lu Chengkong have been promoted to a level that cannot be described in the world's words. The point is, directly speaking, is sublimation. Beyond the so-called limit of love in the world, talking about husband in front of so many people doesn't change his face at all, but it seems very natural. Kuchiki Jinling was so angry that he didn't expect so many gods of death to oppose him again and again, making him feel that Team Zero no longer had the majesty it used to be. Otherwise, why would so many gods of death dare to swing their knives at them? However, at this time Kuchiki Jinling didn't have time to think too much. His only thought now was to kill Zakagi Kenpachi, the god of death who brought him endless shame. Anyone who blocked him would die. Those who block me will die. Kuchiki Jinling's Zanpakudo immediately increased his strength, and he could see that Saifeng Courtyard Yayi was only on the same level as Zengi Janpachi. He didn't believe that Saifeng Yuan Yaiki also possessed the same Zanpakudo that violated the power of God's domain like Zanpaku Kenpachi. After all, this Zanpakudo was extremely rare. He had only seen 2 of them in all his years of existence. Among them is the one that includes Kenpachi Zakagi in front of him. It's a pity that sometimes things are so wonderful. Sometimes there are several extremely rare Zanpakudo at the same time, and sometimes there is not even one for thousands of years. I saw Saifeng. Yuan Yi snorted coldly. The Zanpakudo in his hand has quietly changed without uttering Shikai's liberating words, from a Zanpakudo that is a little longer than a normal dagger to a whole body as black as ink, which looks like a famous Chinese sword. The Long Yuan sword is very similar to the weapon, and the sword body gives people a feeling of lightness, beauty, dexterity and sharpness. I didn't expect that I would see Yaiki strike again. Her Zanpakudo ability is more frightening than Zanaki Kenpachi's in my opinion. Amazing inside story. It's no wonder that Saifeng Yuan's complexion didn't change at all when Yi saw the Zanpakudo of Zengi Kenpachi just now. It turns out that her Zanpakudo is no trivial matter, at least it belongs to the same level as Zanpakutaki's. And Ting Shibasora's tone seemed to her to be more powerful than Zanaki Kenpachi's. I didn't expect Yi to shoot. Now there's a good show to watch. I originally wanted to shoot, but now Kuchiki Jinling was injured and had a fight with Kenpachi, so now Yi fights against him again and again. Harmony is likely to defeat him, or even behead him. Even Lu Chengkong said so. Jingle Chunchui and others were even more curious, to know that they had never seen Saifeng Yuan Yaiki's Zanpakudo, let alone liberated, even Zanpo in an unsolved state. The knife has not been taken out to show them. It's no wonder that the original Yaiki never uses her Zanpakudo. Apart from her strength, she doesn't need to use her Zanpakudo at all, and if her Zanpakudo is used, it's really easy to be seen and unstoppable. Invite envy. Lu Chengkong sighed secretly. This world is really wonderful. Animation is animation after all, and many places are indeed incomparable with reality. Strange, her spiritual pressure has not changed in the slightest. But why does it always give me a creepy feeling? Kuchiki Jinling glanced at the unique Zanpakudo in Yi's hand that he had never seen before. After all, Chinese Longyuan, the shape of the sword is indeed very rare in the world of death, just like Lu Chengkong's Snowdrink Crazy Saber and Magic Saber, it is unique. Take a taste of my dark power, Jian Wu. Saifeng Yuan's body flashed, although her spiritual pressure did not change after Shikai. But if you look closely, she will find her strength, speed, physical coordination, toughness, etc. have been qualitatively improved in all directions. It seems that Yaiki is integrated with the Zanpakudo named Mingan in her hand. She seems to be very slow, and she can even see every movement of Saifeng Yuan Yaiki. It seems that she is not fighting, but dancing the sword. That wonderful dance, with her unparalleled body flexibility and coordination, looks very beautiful, making people unconsciously intoxicated, even forgetting the murderous intent in the sword dance and indulging in the sword dance of death. Among them, cannot extricate themselves. Even if the strength is much stronger than Yi at this time, even the Deadwood Jinling will be lost for a while. After all, Saifeng Yuan Yi's move was released against him, so it is only natural that he feels the deepest. 524 Night 1 Bankai. It's not good, it's actually a sword dance that captivates people's hearts. To use such an attack on me, who has an illusion-type Zanpakudo, stupid, let you see what real terror is. The first dream, the gallery of mirrors. As expected of the Shinigami possessing the hallucination-type Zanpakudo, he woke up almost at the same time as he lost his mind, and even the blade of Yike's slow-moving sword dance pierced his glue and released an attack. I saw that the sky-blue petals that had disappeared for a long time appeared again, but after these petals appeared, they formed a lot of mirrors around Yi, which trapped Yi. His eyes were cloudy, and there was no light. Obviously, Yi suffered a similar spiritual attack and fell into a world of hallucinations. The Zanpakuto of the hallucination system is indeed a bit tricky. If you find a way to be firm, you can make the opponent suffer the backlash of hallucinations in minutes. Otherwise, you will fall into the world of hallucinations forever. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly. He didn't make a move, because he had already seen the mystery of this move. Outsiders couldn't attack. Those mirrors would be easy to break if attacked from the inside, but it would be difficult to attack from the outside. Even if it is broken, it is useless. Yi can't get out of the other party's hallucination attack. Even if Lu Chengkong will be rescued, it will not help, and Lu Chengkong believes in Yi's mind. No one knows Yi's heart better than him. How firm. Just like she was aimless at first, it was not worth it to outsiders. With no future at all, she actually abandoned the so-called dignity of aristocrats and the restraint of her daughter's family. Discouraged. Time is a measuring instrument to determine whether a person's heart is firm enough. Lu Chengkong felt that if Yike passed this Kuchiki Jinling's Zanpakuto ability test, it would be of great help to his future achievements. At least he would not let his own. The mind is controlled by power. As long as Yi succeeds this time, if he breaks the illusion, returns to the world and then uses the spirit control gloves to control the spirit sun to break the limit, Yi's achievements are limitless, and the speed of strength improvement is simply not an exaggeration, and it will definitely not be the dead wood inside. Something like Jin Ling can be compared. After all, if you don't have a state of mind that is unswerving and unaffected by the outside world, no matter how powerful you are, you can't control it, and after breaking the limit, Reaper or Shu's cultivation will no longer be the same as before. The 4 skills of Reaper, communicate with Zanpakuto, accumulate Reiatsu is as simple as that, but the more important thing is the improvement of the realm and the improvement of the soul that Usually said. This illusion is the best place to improve the realm. It's useless. The first dream, the gallery of mirrors will make you fall into the past, and re-experiencing everything you have experienced in the past. Everything is real in your hallucinations, and if you die in it, then your body will also die. And if you can't distinguish the real and the illusory from the hallucination, then even if you don't die in the hallucination, you will be permanently trapped in the hallucination world and cannot extricate yourself. When you completely think that the hallucination world is the real world, you will die along with it. This is what happens when you go against the gang. Quote. Kuchiki Jinling laughed, and immediately ignored Siphon Yuan Yi. After all, although this move was strange and powerful, it also had some fly in the ointment. In addition to not letting other people interfere with Yi, there was also him. He can't actually attack Yoichi now. Is this the hallucination you're talking about? It's true for a second, and hallucination for 1,000 years, but I also want to thank you for letting me understand more deeply what my heart needs and cares about, which has improved my state of mind. Quote. When Kuchiki Jinling turned his head to prepare a knife to understand Zengi Kenpachi, Siphon Yuan Yike's voice suddenly sounded, like a thunderbolt, making his face change greatly. Impossible, how could you wake up so quickly? You haven't broken the limit of death and emptiness at all, and it is impossible for your soul to be strong enough to resist the attack of my Zanpakuto. You only survived a few hundred at most years. It is impossible to have such a state of mind that is like still water, undisturbed. Quote. As the owner of Zanpakuto, no one is more aware of the ability of his Zanpakuin trick than him. It only took Yi 3 seconds to wake up from the hallucination. It's terrifying. One's voice was different from the previous one. The strength has not changed, but her thousands of years of experience in the illusion world has made her state of mind as stable as a rock, making her soul seem to have been sublimated, and her voice has an ethereal, agile, and vicissitudes feeling. People, Naughty Night 1 is a little different. This is also just after 1,000 years of hallucination. Now there is still a dream for 1,000 years, and the feeling of flowers in the mirror will soon recover. After all, a person suddenly experienced 1,000 years that others did not have. In life, when I came back to my senses, I found that the outside world was only a second, and of course it couldn't be recovered in an instant. HMPH, I am really grateful for your help from the hallucination world, which made me get so many benefits out of thin air. Then I'll use my swastika to repay and send you to the west. Swastika, the dark sword of Tianxia. Sifunye flashed a cold light and murderous intent in his eyes, and the spiritual pressure suddenly soared tenfold. The body of the Tianxia darkness sword in his hand was filled with a layer of black light. It can be said that apart from the spiritual pressure and this slight change other than that, Shikai and Wanwanya from Yuichi and Siphon Yuan really look the same. Fast wind step. Siphon Yuan Yei seemed to be one with the space, disappearing in front of Deadwood Jinling. HMPH, your strength is not comparable to me at all. You are actually trying to restrain your figure in front of me. Is it useful? Look at me. How could it be? I actually can't perceive it. Kuchiki Jinling smiled disdainfully at first, it's just that his smile soon stopped, as if he had eaten poop. Causes one strike. Doubles. Siphon Yuan Yei suddenly appeared behind the Deadwood Jinling like a ghost, and the blade of the Tianxia dark sword shot a 3-inch long sword light directly to the Deadwood Jinling. The ability to stealth. The increased attack. It's a very troublesome ability, but if your strength is almost the same as mine, it's really troublesome. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. Kuchiki Jinling smiled confidently after being surprised. This was his confidence in his own strength, as well as his affirmation of Yaichi's Zanpakudo. A huge defensive wall blocked Sifenjin Yaichi's blow 4 times. Where are you looking, you idiot, causing one blow to quadruple. 525 Assassin in the Sun. A dazzling and overwhelming scene appeared. It was clear that Yi of Siphon Yuan still maintained the posture of slashing and binding the 81st, breaking the sky, but another Siphon Yuan appeared on the other side of the Deadwood Golden Bell. On the night of the night, a heavenly demon and dark sword mixed with a terrifying sword light that was more than twice as strong as before slashed again towards the Deadwood and Golden Bell. Don't think that you can get me by doing this. I said that the gap in strength cannot be made up by a Zanpakudo, Semeng Shuiwa. Kuchiki Jinling said a little angrily. He thought he would win, but he didn't expect that there would be another night here, and thinking of the horror that the Zanpakudo of Siphon Yuan had brought to him just now, made him cautious. I saw that the blue petals around Kuchiki Jinling suddenly formed a large-scale rewash that looked like the waters, directly surrounding himself and Siphon Yuan Yei, but outsiders obviously couldn't feel any water in this water. Moisture is obviously an illusion. Don't think that the illusion here is so simple. Everything in this water area is real. For example, the water waves are monstrous. Yes, to exaggerate it is that he has absolute control in this water area. As long as he wants to, anything can appear. The water and fire in the sky directly turned into waves of water waves with huge impact, which directly blocked Siphon Yuan Yei's attack. Go to hell, the unknown god of death, the elemental giant. Kuchiki Jinling's attack this time was obviously full of strength, probably because he was afraid of the sense of danger that Siphon Yuan Yei brought him, so he didn't want to let anything more accidentally appeared. It seems that a powerful life form has been bred in the waters, and this life form is a water element giant. When the water element giant reappeared, he immediately raised his water fist with a radius of at least 5 meters and smashed it on Siphon Yuan Yei in an extremely violent way. You must know that water not only restrains fire, but also nourishes all things in addition. There is another terrible thing about it. Just like the sea, when he is calm, it breeds countless lives, but once the sea is angry, the power that erupts can also destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Although this water element giant is not as exaggerated as when Da Haifeng was angry and violent, the impact force contained in his fist is still extremely terrifying, and it can completely destroy half of the Serangé with one punch. With a bang, Siphon Yuan Yei seemed to be bound by some kind of restraint. He stood there motionless and was punched into powder by the water element giant, leaving no trace. This is the fate of going against me. Now it's up to you, the captain of the 11th team. After confirming that there was no more life in the Siphon Yuan Yi, the Deadwood Jinling laughed alone and disbanded the waters. He walked towards Saragi Kenpachi in a victorious posture, while proclaiming to the god of death in the corpse soul world. High wind step plus caused attack 8 times. The gods of death except Lu Changkong, Mao Zhawali, Ba Chenliu, and Zibo Kong thought that Siphon Yuan Yi was dead, and Broken Bee even more so. When he rushed over and died with Kuchiki Jinling, Sifenjin Yaiki's cold voice floated in the sky above Saranjay, making Kuchiki Jinling's face change dramatically. Terrifying spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came out from behind him, and it was too late when he had to react. Although his strength was better than that of Yuichi, Yuichi's Zanpakuto ability was very useful. Plus, Siphon Yuan Yi has completely mastered the rhythm of the entire battle, and almost has to lead Deadwood Jinling by the nose. He thought that Siphon Yuan Yi was dead, so he had no defense at all. Let Siphon Yuan Yi succeed one by one, and what is more important is that Siphon Yuan Yi's attack already contains the power to severely damage the members of Team Zero. With mental calculation and determination, plus enough power, there is also the final sneak attack. Siphon Yuan Yi's heavenly demon and dark sword mixed with the 5-inch sword glow formed by continuous compression directly penetrated the heart of the Deadwood Golden Bell. You actually didn't die. Deadwood Jinling glared angrily, bloodshot eyes covered with bloodshot eyes. His tone was terrified, he didn't believe it, but it was a pity that even if he was so powerful, he was directly pierced by such a powerful sword glow. When he broke his body, the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations instantly plunged into the sword light and ravaged and destroyed the body of the Deadwood Jinling, so that he only had time to leave a sentence full of unwillingness and then died directly. Yi is really good. Zibo Kong saw his sister's great power, which can be said to be a leapfrog challenge, although Kuchiki Jinling had already fought against Zengi Kenpachi before, and he was also injured, and the consumption was not high. Small, but Yi was able to kill Kuchiki Jinling with such a big gap. This is indeed a very remarkable record. Stupid guy, the 2 attacks just now were just my mirror clones. You attacked, just to lead you into the game and make you think that the one who was killed is me. You are the most proud and the least. I'll take another shot when I'm unprepared. Oh. I almost forgot, you don't know that I am the former captain of the 2nd Division, the ruler of Xingjun, and the head of the Siphon Yuan family, otherwise you will not despise me so much, Siphon Yuan sighed softly at night, and a trace of exhaustion flashed on her stunning face. Obviously, the infinitely compressed single attack just now consumed a lot of energy. It seems that the ability she used just now is not a big deal, but if you think about it carefully, miss. The combination of these abilities seems to be integrated with the space, so that the enemy who is so much stronger than himself can't detect him. Therefore, the first attack after stealth can launch a double attack. It can make its own attacks explode into 2, 4 times, 8 times at will. I don't know if there is a fatal blow above the 8 sails, and it has the ability to confuse the enemy's sight like a real person, and at the same time, it has a strong combat power. Use a mirror image of the main body. The combination of all these can completely make Siphon Yuan Yi a king who can perform a perfect assassination in frontal combat, rather than an assassin who can only walk in the dark. What is even more terrifying is that no one knows about Siphon until now. In addition to these 3 abilities, Yuan Yi has hidden more terrifying abilities, but judging from her self-confidence and calm expression from beginning to end, it can be seen that she obviously has a bigger trump card. You're right, this guy is an idiot, and he is pitiful enough. As one of the 4 major families, the Kuchiki clan, if he knew that you were Siphon Yuan Yi, he would never have dared to despise you like that. Who doesn't know that the captain of the 2nd Division in the past dynasties of the Xingjun, the patriarch of Siphon Yuan, is the god of death who is best at assassination, often able to assassinate the god of death that is far stronger than himself, and you, Siphon Yuan Yi, surpass the patriarchs of all dynasties. Is the strongest assassin, and has the reputation of the assassin under the sun. Zibo Kong glanced at the dead Kuchiki Jinling with disdain and said with a smile. 526 devouring Deadwood Golden Bell. Assassin in the sun, Yes, this nickname was given to Yi Yi by the people of the Patriarch of Sifengyuan. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that if an assassin is found to be miniature and exposed to the sun, no matter how strong his strength is at least half weaker. But for countless years, Sifengyuan, a family that is proficient in assassination, has emerged a family that transcends the limits of assassins, and overcomes the weakness that the only assassin cannot reveal his identity and let the enemy die in ignorance, and even it can turn the darkness of the sun into a weapon of its own. It will not affect the display of strength due to exposure to the sun. On the contrary, just like the assassin in the dark night that no one knows about, the sun has become a weapon to hide the figure like the darkness. So even if it is known that he is the strongest assassination god, it doesn't matter. Because she Sifengyuan Yi is an assassin under the sun, even if you know she is an assassin and you are still standing in front of you, she can still assassinate you, just like the battle just now. Sifengyuan Yi's weak wins over the strong. Leaping challenge, in the battle below, under the sun, he assassinated the Deadwood Jinling, who was obviously stronger than himself. Assassin in the sun, it turns out that Lord Yi still has such a reputation. I really deserve to be Lord Yi. I was really arrogant before. I thought that after hard training in my Zanpakudo, I surpassed Lord Yi. Now look at it. I have always been the frog in the well, and Yi Da is the king of assassins. Quote. Sifengyuan looked at Sifengyuan Yi with admiration, and Sifengyuan Yi's scalp felt numb. After all, her sexual orientation is very normal, and she also has a husband. It's really uncomfortable to look at it like that. You're tired, you did a good job, you really deserve to be my knight one. Lu Chengkong said softly, holding the tired Sifengyuan knight in his arms. Yeah, Sifengyuan hummed contentedly, and the little bee, like a docile kitten, snuggled up in Lu Chengkong's arms under her tender eyes, as if she was looking for a more comfortable position. Lu Chengkong's arms arched. From Sifengyuan Yi's point of view, her greatest happiness and happiest thing is to get a word of satisfaction, appreciation, and joy from Lu Chengkong like now, and to give herself a sense of security and make herself eager to stay in it forever. Hug, chest. This is Yi Yi's greatest happiness and what she yearns for the most. She is always a woman who can be easily satisfied when facing her man, and Lu Chengkong obviously likes this kind of Yi Yi very much. Hey, I said Chengkong, you'd better stop making out now. What should I do now? Kenpachi can destroy the entire Saranjay just now. Although old man Yamamoto was defeated by you, he won't care about your affairs, but this is not very good. What we are going to fight is the 46th room and the nobles behind them and Aizen to settle accounts. If we let the virtual circle know that Seoringay is destroyed, it is likely to attack Seoring in a big way. Tings. That's right, whether it's the Masked Legion or Kuchiki Shanghai, they all hate the nobles and the people in the 46th room, etc. But in the Seoul Society, in addition to the nobles, there are those civilians living in Liuhun Street. They used to be the same. As a member of the civilian population, it is impossible to be a human being, and they do not want to let the civilians of the entire Seoul Society be attacked by a virtual circle because of themselves and others. It's simple, control the spirit child. Lu Chengkong made a cut, and pressed one hand on the body of the dead Kuchiki Jinling. Under the astonished eyes of Hirako Meiko and others, Kuchiki Jinling's body had turned into a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The naked eye can see a very strong spiritual child. He is already dead. Without the spiritual power he controls in his body and his soul, he will sooner or later turn into a spiritual child of the soul world. But if other gods of death use these human spiritual children to rebuild the soul world, it takes a lot of time, it's the future. Quote. Lu Chengkong is not a selfless person either. Hirako Meiko Kuchiki Shanghai and others are born commoners, but he and Bachinliu and Zengmu Kenpachi are not. They live in the cannibal area of Zengmu and Kaolu. It can be said that it is a hell on earth, full of killing, sin, and blood all the time, so even if the civilians in the soul realm die, he doesn't care. Because he was not from this world at first, he didn't have any sense of belonging. He did this entirely for the sake of Zibo Kong, Hirako Meiko and others. After all, the Fabo family lived in Liuhun Street many years ago. For most of the kind-hearted people in Liuhun Street, they still have a little sense of belonging, and they didn't want to make them feel bad, so Lu Chengkong took action. With Lu Chengkong's control, the spirit child he has in his body for so many years to break the limit of death and imaginary with the Deadwood Golden Bell is of course very huge, and the buildings and so on of the Seranjay rebuilt with his everything will definitely become more and more sturdy. Soon, after Hiriko Mako and the others and countless gods of death were in awe and admiration, the ruined Seraiti could be rebuilt into a building at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is no different building outside. As expected of the god of death who has broken the limit and cultivated for at least more than 300 years, he has broken through an unknown number of shackles. He only used half of the spiritual sun he transformed into to rebuild the Seranjay, then the remaining half I am disrespectful to spiritual power. Quote. Don't forget, after Lu Chengkong broke the limit, in addition to possessing the ability to control the spiritual child and all the abilities of the virtual, of course he also has the characteristic of the virtual, swallowing. With this ability, Lu Chengkong can save on the accumulation of spiritual pressure. For a lot of time, it was precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong's spiritual power increased so quickly. Devouring. Lu Chengkong shouted in his heart, the remaining spiritual child that belonged to the rotten wood golden bell has been absorbed by Lu Chengkong, but although only half of this spiritual child is left, it is still extremely large. Lu Chengkong, I had to close my eyes to concentrate on absorbing the spiritual child that enters your body. Convert this spiritual child into spiritual power at an astonishing speed, and then keep compressing, compressing and compressing. It is worth reaching the limit that can be achieved so far before integrating into your own spirit force inside. Just when Lu Chengkong closed his eyes to absorb this spirit child, Bachinliu jumped off Lu Chengkong early, put away his innocent smile, and put on an armed expression, very alert. Protect the law for Lu Chengkong. It's really careful, but that's fine. Be careful to sail the Wanian ship. Even if there is no chance that someone will attack Lu Chengkong tomorrow, this is just in case. Lu, it's always a good thing to be careful in a world where the strong eat the weak. If Baekhyun Lu is careless, she'll be a little more cautious. 527 Sky Crane presents Small Chrysanthemums. Husband, thank you. Zibo Kong said to Lu Chengkong while lying in Lu Chengkong's arms like a little daughter. Fool, since I'm your husband, of course I have to fulfill your wish. Lu Chengkong hihi isho, it's been a week since the battle with Kuchiki Jinling. This week in Jingle Chunchui and others they persuaded the old man down Yamamoto to sit back in the commander-in-chief again and no longer mention the matter of retirement, and thanks to their efforts, the Seoul Society soon returned to normal operation. Of course, this can be said to be a new Seranjay, and it is not unchanged. At least in the eyes of the souls of the world, the four supreme nobles have changed. The Kuchiki family has been completely exterminated. In addition to the name, of course, the families behind the so-called great sages in the 46th room were all killed by Lu Chengkong. Now, the people with the greatest power and prestige in the Seoul Society are the Saifengyuan family of Saifengyuan Yei and the Zibo family who have been relisted into the four major families. As for the Sha Dalu family, although they are called the Four Nobles, their power is actually controlled by Lu Chengkong took it away. It can be said that in addition to the mysterious spirit King Space, most of the power in the Soul world is now in Lu Chengkong's hands, but he gave it to Zibo of Saifengyuan. Just home. It is precisely because of Lu Chengkong that the Zibo family re-emerged, and the limelight and prestige even overshadowed the Kuchimu family, which used to be the head of the so-called four major families, so Zibo Kong was moved after learning about this. Tears were shed. Although she doesn't care about the so-called power, she used to be the head of the Zibo family after all, and of course she wants the Zibo family to restore their former prestige, but after becoming Lu Chengkong's wife, she no longer cares about these trivial matters. He carefully helped himself to complete this little thing. Zibo Kong, who could not repay him, could only repay Lu Chengganong with his own body. Zibo Kong, who was wild enough in bed, was even more coquettish today. Not only did he serve Lu Chengkong with his little mouth, but he even offered up all his little chrysanthemums. Yi admired the madness of the nympho when he saw it. You must know that the one who is most comfortable in bed it belongs to Shiba Sora and Matsumoto Ranju, and even though Yoichi can do that as well. However, she is usually not that crazy. Instead, she appears to be a little gentler. The proteinuria is the most embarrassing, because every time she fights in bed, Sifeng-yuan Yei's movements are the most complicated and superb. Who made her a master of Bai Shunbu? There is nothing to say about her physical coordination and flexibility. No matter how difficult it is, she can easily pose in any direction and position without getting hurt at all. On the contrary, it is trivial for Yi. Therefore, every night of bed fighting is the most thunderous, and at the same time, the most shy, but because she really loves Lu Chengkong, her enemy, her request is even a shame for Sifeng-yuan. Yi will do it without reservation and without a trace of dissatisfaction. If you really want to repay me, do this every time in the future. Lu Chengkong said, and gave him another push. The giant dragon still buried in the little chrysanthemum of Zibo Kong immediately began to work again, and Zibo Kong was lost first. With a blank eye, his legs immediately clamped Lu Chengkong's waist, twisting like a water snake. As if they were about to drain Lu Chengkong, the pair of adulterers once again started to work hard under the eyes of Sifeng-yuan Yaiki, who was already satisfied and enjoying the aftermath of the climax. The next morning, Lu Chengkong climbed out of the **** surrounded by Yi and Konghe very punctually. After taking a shower and putting on his clothes, he began to practice without change. After all, practice there is no so-called shortcut along the way, perseverance is the kingly way. Hey, Chengkong, you are so powerful, do you still need to be so diligent? After Lu Chengkong completed Shunpo's practice, Hirako Mako, who was lazy and casual, didn't know when or where he came out and said, "Che, I seem to be lazy when I say it. I don't know who is accumulating spiritual pressure in the warehouse in the middle of the night." Lu Chengkong retorted, "Needless to say, there is only Lisa Yashimaru who lives in Kaoying and Han. Tell Lu Chengkong." Oh, Lisa is really, she betrayed me before I even got through the door." When Fengzi Junzi heard the words, he immediately said with a sad expression, as if Lu Chengkong had done something bad, "Don't talk nonsense, you guy doesn't sleep in your own bed, come to me and tell me something big." It's very simple, there is a serious vacancy in the leader of the soul world. In order to make up for the power of Seraiti and strengthen the deterrent to the virtual circle, old man Yamamoto has forgiven us those so-called sins back then, even in front of Seraiti's god of death. Apologize to us in person and let us come back as captains. I don't know what to do, so I'm here to ask your opinion." Hirako Mako rubbed his head and said a little overwhelmed. After all, he knew that old man Yamamoto no longer had much power to protect himself and others. In addition, Aizen secretly fueled the flames. The soul world is against it, otherwise, you can only help yourself and others. In any case, Hirako Mako and others, the leader and the deputy chief, were personally promoted and cultivated by Yamamoto, and they were more or less affectionate and kind. In addition, the old man Yamamoto admitted to the entire Seraiti in front of the death of the entire Seraiti regardless of his identity and restraint. He made a sincere apology, admitted his mistakes, and sincerely apologized to him, Hirako Mako and the masked army Urahara Kazuki who was framed by Aizen, and sincerely asked them to come back to be captains, not warders. Therefore, he didn't know what to do. The gentleness and sincerity of old man Yamamoto were not so pleasant. "Cut, I'm just used to wandering and freedom. It doesn't matter whether I live here or in this world. Anyway, I won't be a captain. It's more comfortable to be free. If you want to be a captain, be a captain." Lu Chengkong refused to say that when he was in the soul realm, it was not the first time that old man Yamamoto sent him an invitation, but he rejected them all without exception. "Actually, we also have some feelings for the soul world, but we have a grudge against the so-called nobles, the 46th room and the blue dye. I have also asked Shanghai, and I have also asked Kazuki when I went back to the world. There are Kensai and the others, except for Lisa and Naneo, who have asked you to decide and then say it again." Quote. Hearing this, Junzi Pingzi also made a decision in his heart. He just wanted to see if Lu Chengkong was disgusted with his and others' decisions. After all, they have survived for so many years, and they have experienced strong winds and waves, and they are more aware of the so-called power. The captain is just a cloud, and power and honor are easy to obtain, but brothers and comrades are hard to find in their lives. 528. Three girls come together. After making a decision, Lu Chengkong will of course return to the present world. First, he will bring Lisa Yazumaru and Naneo Eyes to his side, and of course help Orihime Inoue drop out of school. Inoue Orihime's shundan Liuhua has since agreed to personally instruct her about healing. Of course, he also had to dismantle his confidants in this world, Landau and other women, as well as Nelieru, Hannibal and their two women's officials. In the end, there is Stark, who is no longer affected by loneliness. As for whether their identities are virtual and whether they will be attacked by Seraiti, Lu Chengkong does not need to worry at all. His hands are now distributed to his wives. To be precise, it should be in the hands of his wives. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that I lived in the Zai Palace in the virtual circle, and now I'm going to live in the Soul Palace in the Soul World. Life is so dramatic. Harabelle felt a little like waking up from a dream. For thousands of years, she had never heard of a vain and justifiable Seoringe living in the Soul Realm, but now the man in front of her did it. Yeah, but what kind of person is Seo Lingting? Nilan Elu pointed out a jade pointer on her pink little face and said very cutely. Nilu, come with me. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly rang in Nellie's ears. The strange thing was that Hannibal, who was standing beside her, didn't hear it at all. Ah, I see. Nellie L was taken aback at first, and Vivi, who had a very cute mouth, opened her mouth, looking inexplicably surprised, but she quickly nodded her head very cutely, and let Helly on the side. Belle looked at her a little puzzled. Hannibal, I'm going to go first. Zhang Kong doesn't know how to do it, and he can't show up here and transmit the voice to my ears, and you won't hear it, it's amazing. The more Nellie said, the more excited she became. Her beautiful eyes flashed with sparkling light, making Hannibal a little speechless. That's how Nellie is. She is very similar to Bachinliu, and she is very simple and cute. Like a little girl. Coupled with her hot body, full of mature charm, that delicate and stunning baby face, she appeared from time to time in a very natural, unpretentious little girl's behavior, which made people couldn't help but hug her in her arms. Take a good pity in the arms. Nilu, I originally thought that if Nutra and Apollo designed a sneak attack on you that time, it would have pushed you to suffer a great disaster, and even your life achievements would be destroyed, but I didn't expect you to have such a lucky support. After that catastrophe, the symbol of spiritual power that has completely mastered itself will no longer be affected. Now he is also ahead of all of us. He has surpassed the 10th Blade Stark, and has completed his complete self-understanding. However, no matter how powerful you become, I, Harabelle, will silently follow by your side. Absolutely, it won't get you into trouble. Maybe I should do something. Harabelle looked at Nellie L's back with complicated eyes. Her eyes flashed with determination, as if she had made a decision. Obviously she was getting farther and farther away from Nellie L. Until now, she has completely grasped the influence of her spiritual power symbolizing sacrifice, and it can be said that she has also passed through the most dangerous period of her life as Vastord. There will be no loneliness like Stark in the original book or even want to die, listless and unwilling to do everything, and it will not be affected by Nellie L, making many great mistakes, and finally being attacked secretly. The fate of the broken mask. It can be said that every great void that reaches Vastor will have such a time period, which can be long or short, and is the period when all Vastors are most vulnerable to danger or even death. If the symbol of complete mastery of spiritual power cannot be successfully passed, one day will fall because of this, and Stark is the best example. Even the lucky surviving Nellie L will be ruined the achievement of a lifetime. Now Nellie L has reached the same level as Aizen, who just left the soul world, and has reached the peak of death and void before breaking the limit. Of course, Harabelle knows that Nellie L is called using the method of controlling spirits. Assist in breaking the limit. I believe that Nellie L's strength will soar faster after today. She doesn't want to do this. She doesn't want to get further and further away from Nellie L. She doesn't mind sacrificing to protect Nellie L, but she will never allow herself. Her weak strength can't help Nellie Lu at all and can only be reduced to a meaningless sacrifice, so she decided to ask Lu Chenggong to help find a way today, even if she pays everything to keep up with Nellie L's footsteps. Chenggong, what do you want me to do? After so many years of getting along day and night, everyone here is as pure as an angel, who is innocent and kind but doesn't like to tease people like Yachin Liu. Nellie Lu was very fond of him, and Lu Chenggong was no exception. It can be said that Nellie Lu is the same as Bachin Liu. In Lu Chenggong's palace, there is absolutely everything for men and women, young and old, and no one can resist their charm. Of course, to help you break the limit, so you don't come again and again, of course, to put the three of you together. That's right, it's not just Nellie L who wants to break the limit, but also the original book can make Aizen couldn't help but take her spiritual power in person, but now they are at peace, and it is already horrified that they have not been taken away. The growth of people has reached the peak of emptiness and death like Nellie Lu, and it is no wonder that the original Aizen will do so. As for the remaining one, of course, it was Sifeng Yuan Yi, who had just returned from the Soul Realm to show his mighty power. Yike, you really hide deep enough, no wonder you never take out your Zanpakuto, so you are such an awesome Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Ranku pretended that I was envious and I was very jealous, and said in a strange tone to Yoichi Safenjin, who is currently his biggest competitor and his good sister. Cut, how can I hide it deeply, but I have always used my shots. When I was about to make a shot, those gods of death or emptiness that I faced face to face were all cleaned up. Quote. Sifeng Yuan Yi automatically filtered Matsumoto Ranju's words, but instead, I looked like a master of my strength. Dugu seeks defeat and as lonely as snow, so Matsumoto Ranju rushed over in a fit of anger and performed itching tricks on Yi. Yi laughed out loud and begged for mercy. Then you two, let's play first. Lai Nilu, you are the best, just sit up obediently. With Lu Chenggong's eyesight, many years ago, he judged who they were based on the speed of progress of everyone around them. The first to reach the peak of the god of death and the virtual. So she used the spirit control gloves to find the most suitable way for them to form the spirit substructure, so it didn't take long to complete one. 529 Beyond Scrito. Yeah, facing Lu Chenggong's praise that seemed to coax a child, Nellie Lu accepted it calmly, not only did not feel unhappy, but nodded happily and sat up obediently. At that time, you also saw what I did, concentrate on it, and no matter what happens, you must control the spiritual child you have transformed into. It is not enough to lose one. These are the essence of your strength. Lu Chenggong handed the spirit control gloves to Nellie Lu. Don't underestimate the table-like utensil she was sitting on. This thing was invented by Landau over the years. It is easier for a user who can sit on it and use the spirit control gloves to control the spirit child formed by a user with super powerful strength, and it takes a lot less effort. It can be said that if Landau had already obtained this device at that time, Chenggong didn't have to suffer so much. You must know that after that Lu Chenggong tested his own strength and then lay on the bed and slept for about a week. Obviously, the mental exhaustion was really huge, and it was more exhausting than 10 consecutive battles. I see. Nellie L's smile slowly closed, and changed into a familiar look, but it was still difficult to hide her amazing charm, but it made Nellie L from an innocent and pure one. The angel turned into a solemn, mighty, earnest knight in a blink of an eye. No matter what Nellie's character is, as long as she is a phantom, who doesn't want her strength to become stronger, it's just that they have different spiritual symbols and beliefs. Really, everything is inseparable from fighting words. Therefore, every phantom is actually belligerent, even Nellier and Hannibal are no exception, but their fighting spirit is different from Grimjow's power symbol destruction at the front and rear of the car. Fighting intent is in my heart. Released according to the actual situation, instead of seeing a powerful opponent like a phantom human, like Grimjow and rushing over to fight him, it is selective belligerence and fighting intent. With Lu Chengkong taking the lead as an example of the first experiment, the rigorous Nellie Lu was not as unfamiliar as Lu Chengkong at the beginning. On the contrary, there was a sense of familiarity, and those who wanted to come to her house had also simulated this situation a lot times. Seeing that Nellie L was gradually getting on the right track, Matsumoto Ranju and Shifunjin Yaiki and two girls who were fighting while they were quiet also quieted down. Female. It may be because of experience, or because Landau's new invention has shortened the time spent in the process of using the spirit control gloves. Nellie L, who has been transformed into a spirit child in the past few hours, reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Strength has not changed in the slightest. However, the little bit of mask fragments on her head that were almost gone have disappeared, and no one who doesn't know will be able to tell whether the present Nellie L is a god of death or a human even if they look carefully. I will never confuse her with the vein, because now Nellie Lu can't see any symbol of vein at all, and the Zanpakuto in Kagyo's hand will subconsciously think that this is a goddess of death. It's such a wonderful feeling. I feel as if I'm no longer a ghost, nor a god of death or a human being, but a life form that transcends the three. Nellie L tilted her head, wrinkled. He frowned and thought for a while. Nilu, what level of emptiness are you now? Hannibal jumped out of nowhere, and looked at the god of death, who had no vacuous features at all, such as mask vacant holes and the like disappeared without a trace. Nellie Lu, who was following her, couldn't help but ask. I think I've surpassed Vastord, and I've reached the super premium, Scredo, who is almost at the apex of the virtual circle. But because I use the gauntlet to break the limit. So I have the realm of Scredo and even surpass almost all the potential to reach Scredo's void, but right now I don't have the strength of Scredo. But now there is no limit of death and emptiness. I think it won't take long for me to have the strength of Scredo, even because my current soul structure is the most perfect. I think I may become beyond Scredo. Great imaginary. It's amazing. No one thought that the always quiet, innocent Nellie Lu would suddenly throw out such a sentence, but seeing her serious expression, and everyone here knows her as a person, she will definitely not aimlessly. Not a person who can brag. Since she said that, it means she is so sure to do it. After all, she has all the excellent qualities of a perfect knight. She is definitely a person who does what she says. No, it should be false, that's right. It seems that my previous conjecture is correct. Nellie Lu's aptitude may really be the best existence in the virtual circle. Lu Chengkong secretly said in his heart that he really did not see the emptiness wrong, and he knew from watching the anime that she had never swallowed any emptiness since she got rid of Killian and became Ichuka's. But even so, she can still achieve Vastard's great emptiness in the original work. From this, it can be seen that her potential is extraordinary. At least Lu Chengkong has not heard of the void that does not need to be swallowed. Congratulations, Nilu. Hannibal happily gave Nilia a hug. That happy look was like the one that Nellie said was her. While Lu was happy, she was firmer in her own thoughts, no matter how hard she tried. At this speed, she will definitely be farther away from Nellie L. She will not help, and will even become a burden. She must follow Nellie L's footsteps and cannot let her have anything to do. Because since she was saved by Nellie L, and after getting along for a while, she has already decided in her heart that she has sacrificed her whole life for Nellie L. Hee, Hannibal, you can too, as long as you reach the pinnacle of death and emptiness, and then use the spirit control gloves to rebuild your most perfect soul, then your potential will also match mine. Likewise, there is also the possibility that it will become a big void beyond Scredo. Quote. As Hannibal's good sister, Nellie L has been with Hannibal for hundreds of years. Of course, she knows Hannibal. She knows that this silly woman will sacrifice everything for herself, but she also knows that she can't persuade her. Harabel, just like no one can stop her from the person Nelliru wants to protect, so she can only tell Harabel what she thinks in her heart. 530 Go to Lan Island and Neon Dream. Nellie L's words are not intended to comfort Hannibal, she is also stating a fact. She is a female phantom who can't lie. It is true, self-comprehension to break the phantom of Jingxian or the potential of death as there are highs and lows. Otherwise, Every emptiness can become the existence of Wang Shu, and every death god can become the leader of the Zero Squad and the existence of the Spirit King. So it is not a mess, and the potential is just a data indicating that a death god or a phantom may be. What level he has reached does not mean that he can really reach that point. Take One Piece King of Pirates Khalifa for example. Is she well qualified? It's not necessarily bad. In CP9, she is also at the bottom of the list, but in the end, she has not become the top superpower of One Piece King of Pirates. Potential is a factor. But it is definitely not the most important factor. The combination of one's own efforts, chance, luck, and the last good fortune is the final factor that is destined to be a strong person. So Nellie L is telling Hallible that because her current potential is not as good as her own, she will be discouraged if she can't keep up with her, or she will give up on a crooked path, and the cultivation path is useless even if there are natural resources and earthly treasures. If you can eat it for a while, it is impossible to eat it for a lifetime. The only way to persevere is to be king. The birth of the spirit control gloves can be said to be a very anti-sky but very tasteless treasure. But it can reverse the life potential of any death god or void, but there is a premise that the death god or void has reached the unbroken realm after all. The previous peak can only be used. So Nellie L just likes Hallible. Don't be discouraged and must reach the peak. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. As long as you reach the peak, use the spirit control gloves to build the most perfect soul of your own. At that time, Hallible's potential absolutely skyrocketed. Even if it's not like what Nellie Lou said, it's not too far from her potential, at least it will have a terrifying potential that surpasses Screedo. After all, optimizing one's own soul to the most perfect level is itself a potential boost. Here I have to say that the spirit control gloves can build Hallible's soul to the perfect level of her own soul, but it doesn't mean that she can be exactly the same as Nellie L. And the so-called perfect is just saying that her own soul was sketched to the most perfection that this soul could achieve. And the spiritual power contained in Nellie's own soul is extremely high and has great potential. After the perfection is drawn, of course there is a so-called gap between the same two different perfect souls, but the difference is not the same. The difference will be too great. At most, the speed of cultivation is a little faster and a little slower. But who is stronger still depends on her own performance and use, of course, and understanding. After all, why the powerhouses of the same level can decide the outcome depends on their respective development and use of understanding. Yeah, Hallible nodded, remembering Nellie L's words, but her decision will not change, but she will continue to practice the same as before, but she will search under this premise a way to make yourself follow or make up for the gap with Nellie L. You two. Who will come first? Lu Chengkong turned his head and said to his two wives. Me, Luanju and Yi said in unison, and after speaking, the two women looked at each other, sparking intense sparks, and then turned their heads away from each other and ignored each other. Let's decide by guessing. Lu Chengkong rubbed his temples speechlessly. The two women are very shrewd when it comes to major matters, but in the usual trivial matters, they compare what they have and what they don't have. Of course, this is also a way to enhance their relationship. The two women can also grasp this degree, just like joking with each other, but the way they joke is more unique. In the end, it may be the reason why God saw that Matsumoto Ranju did not perform well in the soul world before Matsumoto. It was Matsumoto Ranku who won. Looking at her proud, she raised her beautiful jade neck like a little swan. Saifeng Yuan Yei grinned his teeth, and sat up under his gaze. After 6 hours passed, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki and Matsumoto Ranju also completed the construction of their souls one after another, reorganizing their souls to their most perfect level, without a single flaw. It may be that Luanju learned that Saifeng Yuan Yaiki was there. Let the souls of the dead show their might. She was very resentful because of this, but fortunately Lu Chengkong was very happy that Luanju had shown such an attitude to stay in the world before, and she was able to satisfy this blonde Bobayu sister who had been away for more than 3 months in bed, which made Luanju's anger half dissipated. This night, after Lu Chengkong settled all the 6 women of Konghe, Ranju, Yaiki, Hijin, Kurosaki Masaki, and Soma Fengye, I don't know why the strength may be increasing day by day. still unable to satisfy Lu Chengkong's physique. It was only after one injection that the 6 girls were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Lu Chengkong had no choice but to say that he was satisfied and signaled Yi Yi and the others not to blame themselves. Hey, I had known that I would use spiritual power to temper my body like I did, and now I have not only gained the ability of steel skin, but also let all my overall muscle strength continue to rise. It can be said that Lu Chengkong's overall physical quality is getting stronger every day. Even if he uses his own spiritual pressure, the pure naked power can destroy the entire Kongza town in a few punches. It also makes Lu Chengkong, who is already extremely powerful in bed, even more difficult to satisfy, let alone Yi Yi and Lu Anju, the 2 most powerful goddesses of death, even the women Lu Chengkong has now, except Fei Zhen and Hasao. Apart from the pure human being Masaki Kurosaki, the needs of other women in that regard are extremely amazing. It lasts for a long time, even if Lu Chengkong, Hancock, Khalifa, and Angelina are the most powerful women on the One Piece, King of Pirates world bed, there is a big gap between them and Kong He and other women. But even in the face of Yi Yi and Lu Anju, who had stronger stamina than Kong and other women, Lu Chengkong could not be truly satisfied. It could be seen that Lu Chengkong's needs were constantly improving with the enhancement of his overall physical quality. Forget it, I have nothing to do anyway. Lying here and watching them not only can't sleep, but they will talk about their desires instead. Lu Chengkong glanced at the girls sleeping beside him who were all over the place. He glanced at Lu Chengkong. His stomach couldn't help but get aroused, so he had to get up and go out for a walk. Let's go and see Landau, and Nian Meng. I haven't had a good chat after coming here for so long, and I don't know if she is really doing well here as Fei Zhen said. I hope I didn't do it kindly. Bad thing. 531 Enlightenment of Nirvana Dream. At Lu Chengkong's speed, he went to Landau's research room in just a few seconds, but he didn't want to do it. Instead he walked slowly, like walking at night. When Lu Chengkong came to the research room, he found a figure standing there in the small garden outside the research room. Although he could not see her front, Lu Chengkong could still feel the radiance emanating from her back. Confused, lonely breath. So Lu Chengkong couldn't help but feel a little curiosity in his heart. He couldn't help but walked over, and found that this woman was not someone else but the Nianmeng he planned to see. At this time, she was standing under Gecko, although she was not like Dioshan. The moon is so beautiful. However, a hazy coat was sprinkled on her body by Gecko, plus the confused and lonely expression on her face, just like Chang'e who stayed in the Moon Palace for a long time, full of confusion about her future, and deep feelings lonely. Yinmeng. Lu Chengkong found out what Nianmeng might be thinking, and he didn't know when he stood beside her for so long. It was not until Lu Chengkong woke her up with a voice that he realized that Lu Chengkong didn't know when he was standing beside her. Around. Lord Chengkong. Nianmeng is the person who pays the most attention to rules and etiquette in Lu Chengkong's palace besides Fei Zhen. Seeing Lu Chengkong, he immediately stood up and bowed to Lu Chengkong very respectfully and politely. Yinmeng, maybe my decision was a bit hasty or unfair to you at the time, but I went to the Soul world before and saw that Niuli came back and combined the essence of the righteous skeleton technology and the righteous soul technology to create it. A god of death like you. But he didn't take the death god he made as a human being, even a beast, and regarded him as a tool of battle and sacrifice, so although it makes you feel a little uncomfortable, if you do it again, I will still treat you take away. Told Nianmeng directly at gate of opening. Although he was hiding a little bit, most of the reason was that he did not want the goddess of death he admired to be treated like the original. Of course, there are also a little bit of his own selfishness. After all, he also quite likes this beauty. Master Chengkong, I don't blame you. In fact, I know what you said just now, and I even saw it with my own eyes. Maybe you don't know it. Lord Landau actually left a monitor in Jingling Shanting. Although I can't monitor the entire Saraiti, as long as I don't enter the Saraiti's building, I can see it clearly from the outside passage. I was there for the battle between my father, Nayuri, and the Quincy Ishida Yuryu. I read it in the research. Quote. Nianmeng is very quiet, and can even be said to be indifferent. Actually, what I really want to know is why did you take me away, Lord Chenkong? Have pity on me, but you shouldn't have known me at that time. At that time, I was just created by my father newly, and I was even hungry for the outside world. Knowing everything is zero. You can't know me. Nianmeng hesitated for a while, but still asked the biggest question in her heart. It's not easy for me to answer this. In short, you only need to know that I don't want you to be a tool of Nirvana. As for why I took you away, it should be said that I admire you. In another way, I like you. Of course, just like it. Quote. That's right, Lu Chengkong likes Nianmeng, her character, her quietness, her perseverance, her pursuit without any resentment. It's just that Newly gave her life, no matter what happens to her. No matter how miserable she was treated and hurt, she would not resent Ni Yuli. But fortunately, although Nian Mengsheng was grateful to Nian Li for giving her life, but because she had just been born, her knowledge of the outside world was almost zero, and the so-called view of good and evil in her heart was not established. They were all taken away by Lu Chengkong. She has never gotten along with Ni Yuli, so she is grateful and heartfelt to Ni Yuli, but she doesn't have the same attachment to her father as in the original book. After all, Ni Yinmeng was like a 1 or 2 year old child at that time. The one who is good to her, whoever spends the longest time with her, will of course be the easiest to become attached to. Unfortunately, she was taken away by Lu Chengkong a few days after she was born, and she didn't even say a few words to Ni Yuli, not to mention that she lived like the original book for the past few years, but she came here without suffering. A very miserable life like the original. Instead, she was cared for and loved by Lan Dao as her own daughter. Therefore, her original attachment to Ni Yuli, her father, was all transferred to Lan Dao, and she was just grateful to Ni Yuli. Do you like it? Is it as simple as that? Ni Yinmeng is very smart. She has been very talented in research since she was a child. She was taught by Lan Dao seriously and gave her full play in learning. The ability of research is boring. Of course, he also learned the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings. What more complicated reasons do you need? Lu Chengkong looked at Nianmeng's bland, serene figure, wondering if it was because he couldn't be satisfied just now. With her wide eyes watching, she very tenderly printed a sip on her small mouth. It's as simple as that. I can see that you're lonely. You don't know the value or reason for your existence, or what you want to pursue. You're full of confusion about the future. In fact, you're not alone at all. At least you have someone who will help you. Rondo, the mother who takes care of her daughter with respect. You can come to her or come to you if you have any concerns. As for the value or reason of your existence, you don't need to think about it at all, because existence is reasonable. Since you came to this world, do you still need to find any reason? I am happy, and the people I care about are happy. This is already the greatest happiness. Lu Chengkong was not making any excessive moves. Although Ni Yinmeng is smart and intelligent, she has met very few people since she was a child, either Lan Dao or Bachin Luanju and other women. She usually eats and sleeps except for research, and has almost no contact with the outside world. All the information she knows about the outside world is from books, computers, instruments, etc., so directly speaking, she has a high IQ, but her heart is pure as snow. I believe that your kiss just now has already there was a shadow left in her heart. As long as she worked harder, she would soon be able to capture this pure-hearted nirvana dream, who was still at a loss and flushed. I'm going to find your mother, Lan Dao. Remember, if you're alone, you can find someone. Lu Chengkong turned around very dashingly, seemingly without a trace of nostalgia, but in fact his heart was dripping blood. One chance for Ni Yinmeng's temperament. Even if I push her to her now, I believe she won't say anything, but she pretends to be dashing, pretends to be and regrets it. 532 The Temptation of Orchid Island. Oops, Lord Lan Dao is doing that, and I forgot to tell Lord Chengkong. Lu Chengkong just walked away, because Lu Chengkong's words and the sudden kiss made Nianmeng lose his composure, and his face flushed with embarrassment. It was a mess, and even important things were forgotten for a while. Now that I think about it, it's too late to tell Lu Chengkong. I don't know what Lan Dao is doing. Nianmeng's face, who was a little blush, turned even redder. It looked like a ripe red apple. Cute. Forget it, maybe something unexpected will happen. Maybe it was influenced by Lu Chengkong, or the woman's mind was really unpredictable, and the corner of Nianmeng's mouth, who was so shy just now, actually showed a mischievous sly smile. Strange. How can it be so quiet? What is this girl doing in Lan Dao? But she is a mature beauty, and it's time to push her down, but she is too rational. It is not comparable to the current cyan apple Nian dream. Even if a woman feels ashamed, she can deal with it without a trace of emotional fluctuations, and it is precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong has not changed his face for so many years. Can't find an opportunity to start. So comfortable. Coming out soon. Suddenly, a seductive, very strange-sounding moan suddenly entered Lu Chengkong's ears. As a veteran of Huakong, Lu Chengkong immediately pricked up his ears, differentiated a little, and a wide smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, I think all brothers have understood why Nianmeng showed such an expression just now. Wow, I really didn't expect that Lan Dao was actually trying to figure it out. It's an opportunity. This kind of opportunity is very rare. We must seize it. Lan Dao's groaning sound like Chanel was full of temptation to Lu Chengkong. It was like thunder and fire. Lu Chengkong, who had not been satisfied before, had a lust in his lower abdomen, as if he had gotten some kind of garter. Of burning up. Thinking of Lan Dao, who has always looked like a scientist in an academy, who is full of rationality towards sex, makes him unable to take action. Now this kind of opportunity is a rare opportunity. Where would Lu Chengkong let it go? He immediately looked around like a thief. After confirming that no one was there, he stood on tiptoe and walked towards the source of the sound very carefully, as if he was afraid of disturbing Lan Island. Hiss, it's so tempting. Wow, that figure, that face, in addition to being more mature than Fangye, it lacks a hint of wildness of Fangye, but it has more of a glamorous lust. Wow, it's so big, I haven't gone through it. The nourishment of a man is even bigger than the Jade Girl Peak, which has turned into a fragrant wild. It's superb. Lu Chengkong looked around. Shuangmu immediately lit up. What he saw Lan Dao lying on the bed, rising up and rolling he Faciuo's big butt. Like a dog, his face looked like a puppy. Like pain, like satisfaction, like happiness, full of contradictions. One of the jade hands was actually placed in the flower source and gently pulled. No, I can't take it anymore. Lu Chengkong watched for a while, but couldn't take it anymore, because his brother had already sent him an ultimatum. He couldn't take it anymore. Lu Chengkong rushed over immediately in desperation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to overthrow Orchid, and Lan Island is the easiest to get started with. Is it finally here? It was just the next scene that surprised Lu Chengkong. In his opinion, Lan Dao, who had been caught up in self-touching and couldn't help himself, was short of breath when he was about to rush over. Showing a soul-sucking smile, he turned over and pushed Lu Chengkong to the ground, and his charming red lips took the initiative to kiss Lu Chengkong. His skills were very subtle, but his movements were very unfamiliar, and he was obviously the first. Second rate. How could this be? Lu Chengkong was surprised. Lan Dao, whose defense had always been so perfect that he had no way of attacking him, would actually take the initiative. Although he had not succeeded in knocking him down, he was also suspected of being a girl. He did not expect Lan Dao. Shima was not angry at all, and looking at her expression, it seemed that she had expected to do this early in the morning, and she had even prepared for it. Do you really think I'm an idiot, you little pervert? I've been thinking about me all these years, but I blocked it. This time it's better for you to be lucky. Sometimes it's easier for men to get things. The less you will cherish it. I hope you will remember this sentence. Don't let me down, let alone your confidence. Quote. Lan Dao gave Lu Chengkong a big white eye, but Lan Dao was right. She knew Lu Chengkong's thoughts early on. She was so smart. Although she has always been single, she has very rich social experience. How could the idea hide from her? You must know that for most of the gods of death in the current corpse soul world, they are waiting and seniors. Don't forget that she has lived for a long time. Later, she got the genes of Soma Yoshino, so she doesn't need to sleep most of the time like before. Of course she felt Lu Tanzhongkong's thoughts about her over the years, and even the pursuit that appeared many times. Moreover, she is also very grateful for Lu Chengkong's help, but she is smart and keeps all of this in her heart. She wants to see if Lu Chengkong is fishing in 3 days and sunning in 2 days. Is a temporary interest, like fresh. But what surprised her was that Lu Chengkong actually pursued her for more than 60 years, and he never used force against himself. In her opinion, Lu Chengkong would be angry if he couldn't get him like this. To this day, it was only because of his own desires that he would stretch out the hand of a pervert by himself, which really surprised Landau. Strange. Haven't you always been lukewarm to me? Why are you still here to tempt me today when you know I'm here? Lu Chengkong immediately understood that this was still Landau's research room, and of course she knew immediately when she stepped into this place. Even if she was still drawing the lottery, even if she was approaching the climax, her rationality would definitely be extremely short. How could she still be waiting here for her speed to recover, and then tempted herself to force her to push her? In fact, I'm no longer a god of death. Logically speaking, I will die if I find it. Now mine can be said to be a human being, or it can be said to be Bawant, but it only has the power of death, and Bawant's lifespan. There are also all the characteristics of human life. Landau smiled charmingly. At this moment she was no longer a rational scientist, but a seductive scene dance, full of femininity. 533 Lan Island's reverse push. You pursued me for 60 years, do you really think I'm made of stone? I've always been very grateful to you, but I'm not going to live long. I can be your grandmother at any age. And I decided a long time ago to dedicate my life to research. After the appearance of Bavint, it made me firmer. I originally planned to use the rest of my life to make up for my sins, but I didn't expect your appearance to change everything. I still remember the first time you appeared in front of me and made a deal with me. It's really interesting to think about it now. You little erotic man, please make my mind up early in the morning. Right, mother and daughter flowers. When Landau said this, he gave Lu Chengkong a ruthless glance, and stretched out his right hand to squeeze his waist, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong's steel skin defense was amazing. How could he be hurt by Landau's two-fingered zen? Lu Chengkong let out a smirk. He didn't expect Landau to see that he had an idea for her so long ago, so now he can only smirk in return. You must want to say why I know you are here and I'm still here to lure you into committing crimes. Landau probably also knew about Lu Chengkong's physical condition, and after pinching it bitterly, it was no longer in vain. Indeed, Lu Chengkong nodded, looking at the 2 pairs of meatballs in front of him at the same time. He couldn't help lowering his head and biting the grapes at the top to eat. Well, Bawant contains part of human genes and evolved from humans. I got Yoshino's genes and of course I also got part of human genes, so I said that I have Bawant's lifespan. Of course, all the characteristics of human beings. It also includes the complex emotions of human beings, as well as the power of death. To put it simply, a woman similar to human beings is grateful and has a good impression after being rescued by a hero of a man, and then the man gets along with the woman day and night, constantly pursuing, driven by good feelings and gratitude. It is easy to develop into a couple. Although I am very rational, I can even control the complex emotions of human beings. After all, I still have the power of death, but I turned around and found that in my life, apart from research, I have never really enjoyed the love between men and women. Although I was not saved by your hero. But you have helped me a lot, and I am really grateful to you. In addition to your 60 years of unrelenting pursuit, I see it all in my eyes. I am not a dead thing when I get along with you day and night. How could it be true? There is no emotion. Maybe this is a little bit of fate. After injecting Feng Ye gene, I found that after a long time, there will be what human women call loneliness, emptiness and coldness. Medications can be developed to clear this condition. But I don't know why every time I have this kind of thought, the shadow of you appears in my mind, so I give up. I want to see how many years you can pursue me. Will you give up if you lose the freshness? But you didn't. In human terms, you captured my heart. In addition, you walked in when I happened to be enjoying what it's like for a human woman to do this today, and that's why I have the current scene. I think this long-distance love run should end. Maybe find someone. It's really good for a man to find someone to rely on. It doesn't matter if it's Bavint's genetic influence or my heart is really captured by you. And after my observation, although you are very lustful, you are also enough to be that evil, a complete villain. But you are really long-term. You won't be bad to the old one because you have a new wife, and you won't lose the freshness and ignore me. Combined with everything that happened between me and you, then I found that I really can't find a reason to reject you. After all, time is the best measuring instrument to test a person. While talking, Landau actually lowered his head and licked Lu Chengkong's body with his pink and tender tongue. He licked everything from top to bottom, including little brother Quan, thinking that she had learned from human books. With her savvy and rich theoretical knowledge. With Lu Chengkong as the object of practice, her skills quickly changed from super rusty at the beginning to the end. Lu Chengkong couldn't stop. If Lu Chengkong hadn't watched Landau's transformation with his own eyes, he would definitely think she was a seasoned V. Le3. Remember, we have a very long lifespan, and according to the speed of your development, maybe we really may have this endless lifespan. No matter what, the more you remember what I said just now, the more wrong you can get. The less you will cherish it. I hope you will remember this sentence. Don't blame me, let alone those confidants of you. Quote. After Landau finished speaking, she took the initiative to twist her buttocks and sat down facing Lu Chengkong's giant dragon. Obviously, she also knew that long pain is better than short pain. Ah! Landau screamed in pain, but there was a taste of pleasure and satisfaction in his voice. The jade neck was raised as high as a swan. Soon after the pain, Landau used himself in the tree. All the skills learned in the previous session were applied to Lu Chengkong. Let Lu Chengkong enjoy the kind of madness that Aunt Xiao brought her in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, without a trace of scruples, no so-called morality, ethics, full of primitive fiery pleasure. The wife of a scumbag must not be abandoned. I have always kept it in my heart. Don't worry, as long as I admit that you are my wife. No matter what, as long as I am still alive, then I will do my best to make you happy, and protected. You. Lu Chengkong whispered in Landau's ear. Maybe because of Lu Chengkong's words, the wild and unrestrained Landau became more diligent. Sure enough, Lord Landau, it seems that you finally chose Lord Chengkong, but compared to what you read in the book, and the men you see in the human society, you always give up, and you see something better than what you have. Just abandon your bedside person, or sell your bedside person for profit. Although Lord Chengkong has many so-called shortcomings, any one of his advantages is enough to cover up all these so-called shortcomings. Maybe your choice is right, but Lord Chengkong is so lustful. She kissed just now, and I am yours again. Daughter, Miss Yoshino is also your daughter. She will never let me go. What should I do? Hearing the faintly beautiful music, standing in the garden, Nianinmeng actually started to think wildly. What surprised her was that she found that the mood swings and confusion that she had had today were more than the same. The years I have lived before add up to more. 534 Lisa Yahomaru. The next day, when the eyes of the early morning fell on the two people who had done crazy things last night, Lu Chengkong, who was wrapped around Landau like an octopus, slowly opened his eyes. Thinking back to the night when Landau was obviously his first time, he was crazy like a shameless slut who was madly demanding and dissatisfied. He didn't care about his first broken body, allowing Lu Chengkong to enjoy Landau greatly. Unique taste. How is it? Although it's my first time, but my skills are good. Landau also woke up at some point. Seeing Lu Chengkong's expression, he could guess what he was thinking. but after a night of fighting Landau was still a little tired, and she didn't have the strength to pinch Lu Chengkong. Instead, she gave Lu Chengkong a blank look. That lazy look made Lu Chengkong, who was originally very lustful in the morning, immediately raised his flag to Landau. Salute. Big satyr, isn't that enough? I added some potion to my body last night, so that my body can withstand your rain and do even more. I didn't expect you to frantically charge me with the 6 girls of Luanju and the others. Facing such a situation makes me very unbearable, you are such a monster. It was also stored in the peach blossom garden on Landau, and the changes of the giant dragon were immediately noticed by Landau. The real pain from under her body, coupled with the gentleness and tireless unrestrainedness of Yi Yi, made her pain far beyond ordinary people. Ordinary human women, no matter how good their bodies are, may be so crazy that they may have slowly died. Of course it's not enough. If you weren't concerned about your body and ancestry, you couldn't bear it, how would I let you go so easily? Lu Chengkong's typical appearance was that he was cheap and good-looking, which made Landau angry and funny. Then do you want me and Fang to serve you together tonight? Mother and daughter Hua, you've been waiting for a long time, and do you want to bring Yinmeng? But Yinmeng is so pure that she will not be able to escape you, a pervert. The palm of your hand. When Landau said that, he used his pink fist to beat Lu Chengkong's chest fiercely. It might be the first time he broke the melon in the night, or it might be the reason why he has the man he loves. Landau, who looks very cool, rational like a CEO of a modern professional woman on earth, exudes a capable, calm, and wise breath all over her body made it out, adding a little more charm. Hee. Lu Chengkong was not embarrassed when he saw through his thoughts, but instead smiled proudly, because he really thought so. What would be embarrassing to his closest wife beside his pillow? Laugh, you know how to laugh. Landau snorted, but maybe he was really tired, and twisted a few times in Lu Chengkong's arms. I don't know if it was intentional or not. After stirring up Lu Chengkong's lust, it actually looks like I'm very tired. You will take care of me. Lie down in Lu Chengkong's arms and fall asleep again. The sly smile on the corner of his mouth seems to have stolen the candy he likes to eat. Very cute as a child. This Orchid Island, I didn't expect her to have such a side. Maybe this side has been hidden in the deepest part of her heart, and she will only reveal it in front of herself. Lu Chengkong pinched Landau's Chong nose a little funny. His mind moved, a cold breath flowed through his body, the desire in his lower abdomen disappeared instantly, and his brain became extremely awake. I thought to myself, Landau, you have miscalculated. Do you think that I can't solve it if you stir up my desires? Don't forget that I realized Bingshin and Demon Heart. What emotions can affect me? When Lu Chengkong and Landau woke up again, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but Lu Chengkong didn't care. For him with a long lifespan, the concept of fundamental time had long since been forgotten. But he also knows that he still has something to do today, that is to bring his own woman, and of course the prospective woman Orihime Inoue. Lisa Yahomaru still has a vigilant look on her face, looking at herself with the expression that you are a big pervert. Don't touch me. She and Naneo collectively moved to the soul realm. When he reached Lu Chengkong's realm, he didn't need to use the realm crossing gate at all, because since he could possess all the powers of the void, including Shibin's black cavity of course, he could directly use the spiritual pressure to destroy the space of the world, and then form a path leading to the soul realm. The tunnel, with its powerful Reiatsu, stabilizes the tunnel for a short time. You can go anywhere, you don't need to use the gate of the world as before. As for Yaiki and Ranju, they can use the black voice now. Can be used, let alone Screto now. You big pervert, don't try to get my attention, let alone Lisa's sister's idea. Eyes. Naneo blocked Yazumaru Lisa behind him like a hen guarding her calf, watching with alarm Lu Chengkong. After more than 60 years of polishing, Eyes. Naneo is no longer as timid as before. She has the same calm character as in the original book. She can handle everything calmly and in the best way, but there are exceptions. No matter how calm and composed she is, every time she faces Lu Chengkong, she will be like a naive person. She's very lively, just like a cute little girl. Che, although you have grown up quite a bit, and you are no longer the coward you used to be, but your small body doesn't attract my interest. As for my idea of hitting a lecherous girl, even the protagonist didn't say anything. What are you excited about? Lu Chengkong glanced at the plumpness on Is Naneo's chest with a pretense of disdain, and said with an expression of, I'm not interested. Is Naneo pointed at Lu Chengkong in anger, and she was able to talk about Lu Chengkong every time. I don't know why I can only fall behind. In fact, Lu Chengkong has indeed wronged Is Naneo, although Is Naneo is not as good as Ujawali, not as good as Matsumoto Ranju, and he doesn't have to go up to the Sky Crane, Yaiki, and even Yahomaru Lisa in front of him. Not quite, but to say that she is small is too much. Her plumpness far exceeds that of ordinary women, and more importantly, she obviously still has a lot of room for development. Under the circumstance, you can see the 2 lumps of breast meat on her chest. Is Naneo is still very predictable. Just that she obviously belongs to the type of going with a slender and moderate body, 1 more point as fat, 1 point less as thin, not a plump or high-level woman, but each has its own characteristics. You are the little lecher. Lisa Yahomaru pulled Is Naneo aside to prevent her from being stimulated again, but when she heard Lu Chengkong say she was a lecher, she couldn't help but retorted. 535 Lisa. Why would Lu Chengkong call Lisa Yahomaru a little girl? It wasn't because Lu Chengkong called her that because he knew her original character and her performance. It's entirely because Lisa Yahomaru lived in her own palace for a period of time, but she often knocked on the side of Ranju and other female servants and asked them and Lu Chengkong's bed, such as what was it like? Is it very painful? Is it very comfortable? Or is Lu Chengkong very powerful? Forget it. There were times when it was even more powerful that Lisa Yahomaru did not know whether it was intentional or not. When Lu Chengkong and Ranju fought to the point of the most critical moment, she actually hid and watched with relish, although she blushed and panted, but she still concentrates on watching Lu Chengkong and Luanju's fight. When Lu Chengkong wanted to rectify this little erotic girl on the spot, she was very smart and fled directly, and even worried that Lu Chengkong would catch her. Every time he escaped, he used Bankai, and every time he escaped, he chose the time. Very accurate, that is when Lu Chengkong couldn't chase after her. For example, when Lu Chengkong was fighting with his wife until the climax erupted, she left immediately, and did not give Lu Chengkong a chance to take action. How could you ask Lu Chengkong to leave at that time? Chase. I don't know if she had an idea with Landau. Everyone knew that she and Lu Chengkong had an adult, and they both liked each other, but Lisa Yahomaru refused to stay. Chongkong took her chance, but instead played with the ambiguity that was elusive. Thinking about it, he planned to kill Lu Chengkong, or let Lu Chengkong realize that what he couldn't get was the best, or he wanted to let Lu Chengkong know that the easier he got, the less he would cherish it. I hope Lu Chengkong understands this truth. It is also possible that he is worried that Lu Chengkong will no longer like to cherish her so much if he is too easy to get him. If you're not a lecherous girl, why do you always come to steal the teacher when I and Luanju and the others are doing shit? Lu Chengkong said in a sure tone of course. And Lisa, in fact, you should also understand my character. I won't do things that are always messed up and abandoned. As for what you can't get is the best, the easier it is to get a man will not do it. To cherish this kind of thing doesn't happen to me. Why do you do it? Do you really want to know? Lisa Yahomaru was stunned, not expecting that Lu Chengkong would suddenly ask himself so directly. Nonsense, why would I ask you if you don't know? Lu Chengkong said angrily. He was really curious. She could see that Lisa Yahomaru really wanted to be with her, and she even looked at herself and Ranju, etc. Women have done so many human creation campaigns. Although they have zero practical experience, their theoretical knowledge is definitely not inferior to that of Randau. I just don't know why Yahomaru Lisa runs away every time. Am I really a very lecherous woman in your heart? Lisa Yahomaru did not answer Lu Chengkong directly, but instead asked back. It shouldn't be counted. If you are a lecherous woman, you would not be a single noble for so many years, and you will be like a jade. Lu Chengkong thought for a while and then said. But I think so. I find that I don't know why I am very interested in that aspect, and I can't help but think about it and want to understand it. I'm worried that after I gave you the proof of sex, it's been a long time, and you don't believe that I am a woman who is chaste to you and keeps her body like a jade. What should I do? I worry, every time I think about it. I would like to give myself to you, but in the end I dare not. I'm not that kind of woman, and I don't like women. I'm not interested in Lily's love. I'm only interested in that aspect. When I didn't know you before, I just wanted to read those magazines and they were just looking at women. I haven't seen men, I just look at it with the pure and rational eyes of an outsider. I never thought I would do those things. After I met you, I didn't even look at it, and I often think of the past. Those swimsuit idol magazines make me feel sick. I just want to see you. I'm only interested in you. I can't see everything else, so when I'm at your house, I can't help but want to see you every time you do those things with Luanju and the others. Lisa Yamanmaru may have been aroused by a thorn in her heart. She spoke slowly at first, but in the end, she became more and more excited, as if she was afraid that Lu Chengkong would not believe her, and her face turned red with anxiety. She has a very similar temperament to Lan Dao, calm, rational and full of glamour. She is completely different. I thought it was a big deal. Lu Chengkong laughed, but he didn't expect it to be such a trivial matter. He could see from the original book that Lisa Yamanmaru was appreciating it from an artist-like point of view. Just look at it, just as biological popularists look at. It is completely from a rational point of view. There is no so-called shyness or embarrassment at all, but I feel that this is just a need of the human body, and there are things to do for the reproduction of the offspring, just like humans need to eat and drink water, respectively. Biologists can do without changing their color in front of many people or not a big deal at all. Men sometimes like to watch pornographic movies, and they are full of interest in the opposite sex and want to watch them. It's not like this is the case with women, but most of the women are shy and reserved, and they will not show it face to face like Yatomaru Lisa, not to mention Yatomaru Lisa is not looking at the opposite sex. It's just a swimsuit magazine for the same woman, no big deal. If that's the case, you don't need to worry at all, because you have told everyone what kind of woman you are with practical actions. If you are a feisty, natural woman, before you know me, you still keep your body like a jade. As for the lily, I don't mind. Isn't it better to be full of tricks on the bed? I like the lily with my wives, but your heart can only belong to me alone of. And have you lived in this world for so long without discovering some of the habits of human beings? Our gods of death are actually transformed from the dead souls of human beings, but we have the power of gods of death to control the so-called emotions and desires of human beings. As long as we want to, we can easily control it if we don't indulge. It's just an interest, a curiosity, we don't need to suppress it. Just like Lisa and I are very interested in your body, otherwise you are also interested in me, very interested. How can I be angry and unhappy when you say that? On the contrary, I am very happy and prove that I am attractive. Lisa, you just want to see me alone. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he happily hugged Lisa Yatomaru, who was still thinking about Lu Chengkong's words, in his arms. He thought it was a big deal, but he didn't expect it to be such a small problem. Because she liked herself and was influenced by her emotions, she was as smart as she was, and she made a trivial matter so complicated and serious. 536 Naneo. You can tell from her performance in the original work. Without her own appearance, she was watching swimsuit idols without changing her face, with relish and no desire at all. It was purely out of curiosity, and more importantly, she was not watching. A magazine of the opposite sex is simply a swimsuit idol magazine for the same woman. It may also be that she is used to this kind of bad taste and is not affected by her feelings for herself. She is calm and composed, and doesn't care about these things at all. Interest. However, this kind of curiosity disappears after many women. Lisa is this kind once they have a man they love, of course the real kind, and for this reason, she will also be interested in those who have seen before. The so-called idol swimsuit magazine has a feeling of vomiting, and the lover's eyes show she. This sentence is not only useful for men to use by women, but also useful for men. Pan is in the eyes of lovers. It is precisely because of this that now, because of her appearance, she is worried that she will think that she is a slut who is not chaste, and dare not let go of herself. If it is a human being in the long run, it may form a psychological shadow, or mental illness is also possible, but it's just a trivial matter for the god of death or the virtual. Really? You really don't think I'm a shameless slut? Liza Yamanmuru asked, still a little unconfident. Hee, you have said it yourself. Since you met me, you have a feeling of nauseous about what you have seen before. Doesn't this explain everything? Before, you don't have a man you like. It's just a kind of opposite sex. I'm curious. Many younger women have them, and more importantly, it seems that you have been reading idol swimwear magazines that are also female, right? It's just that they won't show it without any scruples like you, but choose to keep it in their hearts, and it's not as serious as your curiosity about the body of the opposite sex. When you have someone you like, the things you used to watch are all gone. Like a pile of shit. All you want to see is the body of the person you like. You don't need to peek at it secretly. I will satisfy your curiosity tonight and let you see it slowly, but I can tell you first, you will be forever don't hate my body. Lu Chengkong said that the last time he saw Lisa Yatomaru had tears in her eyes because of the anxiety just now, so she couldn't help teasing. No, it won't be mine. I'll never get bored of it. No, I'll never get tired of it. Lisa Yamanmuru had now determined that Lu Chengkong would not view herself in this way, and after unraveling the knot in her heart, she recalled before that, I just felt funny for a while. This is really just a very small matter. It's no big deal. I just didn't expect that this trivial matter would trouble me for so long. Thinking of this, she held Lu Chengkong's hand even harder. I have secretly vowed to make up for all the time wasted in the past. HMPH, I knew that Sister Liza couldn't escape the palm of this big pervert. It's too abhorrent to kidnap Sister Liza. Ais Naneo looked angrily at the two of them hugging each other sweetly, and thought indignantly, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong and Yatomaru Lisa completely forgot about the light bulb Ais Naneo around him. Now, one of them is thinking about how to tear it down tonight, and the other is thinking about how to make up for the time wasted before. By the way, we are not the gods of death from the 13th division of the Gotei now, so where do we live? Yatomaru Lisa buried her small head in Lu Chengkong's arms, breathing the kind of breath that only the man in front of him could give her. The smell of safety and the masculine scent in which he was deeply intoxicated. This trivial matter, now I can live anywhere I want in the soul world except for the Spirit King space. I have already led the Spirit Child to build a palace near Saifengyuan and Shiba's house that is the same as ours in this world. Then you won't live unfamiliar. Lu Chengkong hugged Lisa Yatomaru by the waist, and although Lisa Yatomaru blushed, she cooperated with Lu Chengkong very docilely, with both hands gently wrapping Lu Chengkong's neck, and the small milk bag was leaning against Lu Chengkong. Chengkong's chest was arched like a kitten. After finding a comfortable position, he slowly closed his eyes, and actually fell asleep in Lu Chengkong's arms as if there was no one else around. Ais Naneo, who was watching, was very dissatisfied, and shouted in his heart that he had forgotten his sisters because of his husband. It was really the water that the married woman poured out. It is so serious even if she is not married yet. Don't you remember who you are? Let's go, Xiao Naneo. Lu Chengkong patted Ais Naneo's head, and disappeared in a blink of an eye before she had a seizure, leaving an afterimage of a smug face at Ais Naneo. Ais Naneo almost fainted out of breath. Wait for me, I will definitely snatch Lisa back. Ais Naneo shouted coquettishly, and chased after him with Shunpo. It was night, the top of a very secret mountain in the soul world. At this time, because of the cover of the night, I could only roughly see that the two silhouettes should be two figures. As for whether it was a man or a woman, I didn't know. Have you checked it all out? A voice that sounds very neutral, as if after special treatment, makes it impossible to know whether it is a man or a woman. Suddenly, the voice is flat, but it has with an irresistible majesty. The person behind her immediately knelt down on one knee, very respectful, and said in awe, "Yes, there should be a shadow of Wangshu here." Wangshu. It seems that my conjecture is correct. Apart from King Ling, only Wangshu has this ability. It seems that his injuries should be all healed, otherwise he will not come out to make trouble. Alright, let's settle all the grievances in one go. The mysterious man who seemed to be his boss didn't know if it was male or female was silent for a while before speaking. "My lord, this subordinate dares to ask, is that Lu Chengkong in the soul world really worth your attention?" The subordinate hesitated for a while, as if he was afraid of being scolded, but she finally asked. "This is the last time. If you question me again in the future, then you will know the end." The boss didn't answer directly. Instead, he threw out a wrong answer, which scared the latter back and forth. "He gave me a very unique feeling. When I first saw him, I had a feeling that he was definitely not in the pool, but that was only my first opinion, even if it was a question of potential. Although I think he has the potential to grow to a very high level in the future, but that is just potential. Since ancient times, there are as many geniuses as the sands of the Ganges River, but there are a few who can really reach the level of Spirit King and Wangshu, but later he exceeded my expectations again and again, so I had to think from the beginning that he was just a reaper with great potential. Ended up intriguing me, and I am now eager to see how far he can go." 537 The Temptation of Lisa Yahomaru. "How can he get such a high evaluation from you, Lord?" The subordinate was obviously very shocked, but she knew very well how accurate the vision of the Lord in front of her was and how unfathomable a person he was. No matter who in that person can get her such evaluation, their achievements in life will definitely not be low, and now listening to her tone, it seems that this Lu Chengkong has exceeded her expectations many times. How can this not shock his subordinates? HMPH, sometimes you can't just look at him when looking at people, but pay attention to the people around him. Which of the people around him is not an extremely talented person? He can see through the so-called racial boundaries between the god of death, the virtual, and the so-called human beings. The sea is open to all rivers, and the god of death and Shu, who should have been lost or suffered catastrophe, have escaped because of his existence, and have successfully grown to a higher peak. More importantly, there is a growth speed and potential around him. No less than his death, the grass deer Bachinliu. As a subordinate, the mysterious person didn't know if she was delusional. She always felt that the adult in front of her had a mood swing like never before when she said the last 5 characters of the grass deer, but she soon self-denial. The illusion should be, how can adults have mood swings because of such a death? Go back, without my order. You will stay in the Spirit King realm and continue to pay attention to all the developments in the Spirit King realm. As for Kurosaki Ikiryu, this little mouse killed Kurosaki Masaki's father and became Team Zero. I don't care about the vice captain, but if he dares to collude with Wangshu, then I have to care. Let him collapse for a while. Ikiryu Kurosaki will be regarded as a stepping stone for Lu Chengkong and Kusaka Yachinliu. Let me see if you can step on this stepping stone to reach a higher level of existence. It's amazing. Currently in the Spirit King realm, Kurosaki Ikiryu is only the strongest under the Spirit King and the leader of Team Zero. Such a powerful death god is actually a little mouse in the mouth of this mysterious person. So who is she, Spirit King, or the captain of Team Zero? Yes, as a subordinate, the mysterious person deeply remembered the words of the adult in front of her. After answering, the space behind her actually cracked, and then she walked in directly. A space crack, and a crack leading to the Spirit King realm. These two people are definitely not simple. Hee, Bachinliu, Lu Chengkong. After the subordinate left, as the boss, she chuckled and muttered. She disappeared without seeing any movement from her, and her movement seemed to have no trace. No, it should be said it seems to be integrated with the whole world, and it is really terrifying. Lu Mansion, that's right, this is the name of the place where Lu Chengkong lives in the Soul Palace of the Corpse Soul Realm. Everything in this palace is exactly the same as where Lu Chengkong lives in the present world, although it is a little bigger and a little more majestic. The area is also relatively large. But everything here was constructed by Lu Chengkong himself, and he did not use the spiritual sons of the soul world as resources, so even old man Yamamoto, the Iron Rooster, could not find any mistakes in Lu Chengkong. I don't know if it was a fiasco. Because of the reason in Lu Chengkong's hands, although old man Yamamoto is still as firm as before in implementing the law of the Soul Society and the justice in his heart. However, there is a touch of humanity more than before. After all, he also has feelings. Everything in the past was just interference from Room 46 and Aizen. He had no choice but to execute it, and he seemed to like picking on Lu Chengkong Jian, put on Lu Chengkong's shoes. I don't know if it's because he is so old that he is particularly remorseful, but it's a pity that Lu Chengkong seems to have known that he would be like this early in the morning. The old man was depressed for a long time. Well, don't be so impatient. Lisa Yahomaru gasped for a while, her face flushed with too blushing. Her snowy skin and jade skin were covered with a layer of pink blush, and she looked even more. Okay. Lu Chengkong knew that Yazumaru Lisa, a little girl, had peeped at him and Ranju and the others so many times to create a human being, and he had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. He also knew that Yazumaru Lisa was wasting so much because of her own horns. Time is very guilty, want to make up for it. Therefore, Lu Chengkong simply handed over the initiative to Lisa Yazumaru, but he wanted to see this braided braid, wearing a sailor suit and a pair of glasses without degrees, so that he could try what is called the transformation of uniforms. What kind of stimulation will Lisa bring to her? HMPH. Lisa Yahomaru snorted, looking at Lu Chengkong's glowing eyes, not only not angry, but proudly straightening up the plumpness of her chest. Although she was shy, she felt very exciting. Only the man in front of him can appreciate his precious jade body. Immediately afterwards, Lisa Yahomaru was shy and excited, but she was so cold and beautiful that she lowered her head and buried her head under Lu Chengkong's crotch, her head bobbing up and down quickly. Oh, Lu Chengkong suddenly exclaimed comfortably. Lisa Yahomaru's movements are very unfamiliar, but she has a wealth of theoretical knowledge and often observes female ventriloquism such as Yaiki and Ranju, but she is making rapid progress. Maybe she really it is a natural fox spirit, and the speed of progress is far less than that of Landau. Every time she made a mistake, she didn't need Lu Chengkong to say anything, she corrected it herself, and she would not make the previous mistake again, which made Lu Chengkong feel crooked. How is it? Are you feeling good? Lisa Yahomaru looked up at Lu Chengkong as if she was eating a very delicious ice cream, and looked at Lu Chengkong as if she was a child who wanted to be praised. He stretched out his lilac tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, full of the ultimate temptation. It's comfortable. Lu Chengkong sighed. Even if he had such a life as an emperor, he wouldn't want to be an immortal, all he wanted was these wives to accompany her. There are more comfortable ones. Lisa Yahomaru is charming Isho, she looked like a cold and glamorous beauty from the outside, and now she shows such a coquettish side, it is really soul-stirring. After all, there are many times when some more extreme women, such as a dignified lady who looks indescribably expensive to outsiders, suddenly behave very dazzlingly in front of you on the bed. These two extreme performances are irresistible to any man. And the current Yazumaru Liza is like this. She looks calm and composed on the outside, like a glamorous beauty with no emotional desire, but now she is looking at Yazumaru Liza's cold and pretty face. How could that coquettish action make Lu Chengkong unhappy and comfortable? 538 Eat Yahomaru Lisa. Really? Lu Chengkong looked at Lisa Yahomaru excitedly, looking forward to her exciting performance. Sure enough, Yahomaru Lisa didn't disappoint Lu Chengkong, only to see that she pushed up her two balls of moderate size and plump with and a soft meat ball in it to surround Lu Chengkong's giant dragon, but only expose the faucet at the top, push it up and down, and then open its cherry mouth to hold the dragon cap. Hiss! Lu Chengkong gasped comfortably, as if there was an electric current flowing through his body along the giant dragon, and his body couldn't help but experience VV's convulsions. Soon Lu Chengkong couldn't help but hug Yahomaru Lisa, who was the little lamb, and jumped directly onto the bed, pressing him directly. Yahomaru Lisa wrapped around Lu Chengkong's body like a water snake, constantly twisting his slender waist, A pair of slender jade legs were already caught on Lu Chengkong's body. Come on, possess me, my body, everything I have belongs to you. I want to look at you every day, your body, everything about you, I will never get tired of seeing it. Lisa Yatomaru was emotional, said sternly. Immediately, a cry of pain rang out, and a beautiful plum blossom appeared on the white sheets. In order to let Lu Chengkong and herself have a perfect sex, Lisa Yatomaru didn't care about her body at all, and let Lu go crazy. Chengkong asked for it from herself, and she also tried her best to cater to Lu Chengkong. The sound of wheezing, breathing, and the sound of slaps rang all night. In the middle of the night, the room that was supposed to be playing the Golden Breath drum heard another cry of pain from Lisa Yamamoru, and this cry of pain was worse than the previous one. My little chrysanthemum, Peach Blossom Spring and Xiaozui are all for you. Take pity on me, don't be shy, I will definitely satisfy you. Only vaguely heard Lisa Yatomaru say such a sentence, and not long after that, the two fell into a frenzy of passion again, and it was not enough for outsiders. In the next 2 months, Xiao Lingting has completely recovered to the speed when Lu Chengkong and others invaded the Soul Realm, and even because of Lu Chengkong's reasons, Xiao Lingting's corruption has been eliminated, broken and standing, plus Hiriko with the return of Meiko and others. Xiaoringe's overall strength not only did not drop, but instead increased a lot. The masked army and the others, except for Liza and Naneo, who took Liza with her because she was uneasy, and the others who did not let Acridine return to her original position, all returned to their positions before leaving the Soul Society. The leader of the 6th division of the dead Byakuya Kuchiki was replaced by Kuchiki Hikari. The Technology Development Bureau was the captain of the 2nd division. Of course, Kazuki Urahara did it. Others are also not much different from the duties performed by the original Kamen Legion after defeating Aizen and returning to the Soul World. However, the duration of the quiet days is too short, or it may be said that these years have been eventful, or it may be that the quiet days have passed very quickly. Today, Seraiti sent to the world to replace the patrol of Kuchiki Rukia to eliminate some relatively low-level patrols. The Ghost of Death reported that a large number of human souls have died out in this world. Lu Chengkong, Soma Yoshino and Ranjima who heard the news said almost in unison, Bawant. With the corpse soul world where Hiriko Meiko and others returned, plus their strength far exceeding the original, and the current Seraiti is not corrupt at all. It is almost impossible for Bavint to make a riot in the Soul World like the original book, but Lu Chengkong thinks that Bawant's invasion of the Soul World is a good thing, at least it can make the god of death guarded by Xiaoringe not support it. It is also a good thing to be lazy and let yourself watch a big show to pass the time. Old man Yamamoto, the thing you said should be what Bavint did. Lu Chengkong felt a little bored today, so he came to this captain's conference room and said what he knew. Counting the time, without the interference of Yaiki in the original work and the ability of Soma Yoshino, the only maternal Bawant, to create a more powerful blood essence that devours the soul and does not age. Lu Chengkong originally thought that Carrier God didn't do much. After all, the reason why Carrier God can face Kurosaki Ichigo and Kuchiki Byakuya alone in the original book is entirely due to the power of Jingji chapter plus countless blood essence piled up, and now there is no Yoshino action. Bavint shouldn't have much to do with the introduction of blood essence. But things are often beyond everyone's expectations. Carrier God did not know where to find a very extreme method, and actually concealed all the Bavint around him, saying that these blood essences will not grow old after eating, and their strength can be continuously enhanced. In fact, it does not grow old, but it does make Bavint, whose lifespan is almost immortal, continue to shorten. He may live in a few years, and Carrier God himself is taking it, but he has the power of the pure world seal to suppress it. So not as serious as others. Bavant, how did you know that? As expected of an antique, old man Yamamoto, who had lived for thousands of years, immediately remembered what kind of race it was. It's very simple, one of my wives is the only motherhood in Bawinter, and the other is Bawinter's creator, how could I not know? Lu Chengkong said in an astonishing voice, making Jingle Chunchui look envious, this guy's beauty is really not ordinary. You're talking about Landau. It's strange. With her strength, she still hasn't died of old age. It should be your kid's actions, but since you know it's what Bavint did, it can be solved. Since they want to invade Sirinte, then we will wait for the work, wait for the rabbits to come and catch them all at once, so as not to slip through the net again. Quote. The old man Yamamoto made the decision immediately, but when he wanted to pull Lu Chengkong to do free labor, he found that Lu Chengkong, who was still standing there just now, had left at some point. This guy escaped again. I'm mad at the old man. The old man Yamamoto was out of breath. Every time he tried to catch him as a free laborer, he slipped away, and this time was no exception. Everything in the next development is similar to the original, but the difference is that Ichigo Kurosaki and others did not have the 3 small things developed by Kazuki Urahara, who were responsible for detecting the existence of Bavint, to help them detect Bavint, so many times all missed the chance to fight Bavint. It is worthy of the help of the corpse and soul world of the dead statue in the world. Kazuki Urahara immediately developed 3 small things of the original book to explore Bavint, and also sent the Corner of Matter Aim, Ace Chuan, and Asani Renji to help. Ichigo Kurosaki and others also made that Ichigo Kurosaki, Taihu Chato and Yuryu Ishida no longer look like blind flies. Also, in order to give Ishida Yulong some strength, not to die innocently, and to make this entertainment show last a little longer, Lu Chengkong can give Ishida Yulong a reply when he goes to the corner of the eye. Needless to say, the weapon of the teacher's ability was also created by Kazuki Urahara, and only this guy is so leisurely. 539 Bawant, S Invasion. Bankai Sky Lock Zanyu. In the basement, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been unable to Bankai many times, after Zanyu's suggestion, he was finally able to use Bankai again, and because of his consciousness, he increased the spiritual pressure multiple of Bankai this time. It actually increased from 5 times at the beginning to 6 times. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest way to improve strength. You mean Bankai? Of course, Carrier God, who has fought with Death God many times in the soul world, of course knows Bankai that Captain Death will know, but he didn't think that this boy of Death God who seems to him has some strength can actually Bankai. It's really amazing as expected. Let you see how powerful I am, Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo of Bankai came back with confidence again. In this basement, he showed the ability of Tiansuo Zanyu. Immediately use it. Appearing behind Carrier God, Tiansuo Zanyu stabbed Carrier God's waist. Boom. Kariashin's expression changed slightly, and he secretly said in his heart that he was very fast, but he did not lose any square inch. He twisted his body and blocked his right hand back. With the sound of a crash, all the sand and stones under his feet were blown away by the strong wind. Dangerously and dangerously, he blocked Tiansuo Zanyu's stab. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted very arrogantly. Tiansuo Zanyu turned, and a black crescent moon was released from the blade. After watching by Ichigo's battle, he also learned a trick, although he has always been it is to pick up bargains behind by Yihu, but this is also a way to increase his strength. What is this? Facing the sudden black crescent moon, Carrier God couldn't dodge at all, he could only fold his hands together to protect his head, but he was blasted out by the powerful black crescent moon and hit the wall. At this time, Ishida Yulong also arrived, and after shooting 2 arrows of Carrier God, he shot another arrow to completely open the gate of crossing the world. Obviously, he made the innocent move of the original book. Only the weapon of his Quincy in the soul realm can be used to the extreme. Oh, Ishida, do you know what you're doing? A Sanjing Renji said helplessly, pressing her forehead. I know of course that while doing so would make Bavint harder to deal with. If we were to fight here, we would die if we lost, but if we win, we wouldn't be able to kill them and let them escape. What if the world starts to absorb human souls again and again? And this bottom is simply unable to bear us to fight, and only the corpse soul world can. There are so many death gods in the corpse soul world. Even if we lose, can we kill them by besieging them? What's more important is that although they can absorb spiritual suns in the world of corpses, they will not absorb the souls of human beings in this world. I have no choice but to do it. Ishida Yulong said. I don't mean that, I mean, Their purpose is obviously to seek revenge for the Soul Society, but if you think about it, we still have our share of the shot here, but they went to the Soul Society. They set up a net of heaven and earth to wait for them. They will definitely die if they go, and those who want to fight will not be able to. Quote. Assanjing Renji's words made Ishida Yulong sweat cold. When did this guy become so belligerent? It wasn't Assanjing's bellicose, but he saw Lu Chengkong's group's battle at the Junyang execution ground. See what is the real peak death god powerhouse. As a god of death or a ghost, he doesn't want to go to a higher level, but he knows that there are not many opportunities to fight in the world of corpses. Now that Bavint is finally here, of course he won't let it go. After all, he also knows that fighting is the best and fastest way to improve his strength. No matter what, we must follow. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, and several of his classmates had their souls taken away by Bavint. Of course, the anger and hatred for Bavint had to go. Hey, do whatever you want, it's useless to go anyway. Renji Assanjing opened the gate and walked in. Ichigo Kurosaki and the others followed, and soon the gate disappeared. The only thing left is this messy basement that was destroyed because of the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Carrier God. Soul Realm, I'm back, and revenge has begun. After crossing the Broken Realm and arriving at Soul Realm, Carrier God said excitedly, but he didn't know that from the moment he entered Soul Realm, many gods of death in Seoringe have been aware of their existence. Is it finally here? Lu Chengkong looked up at the few rays of light flashing in the sky, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gee, I thought the opponent was so strong this time, but I didn't expect it to be this level. It's boring. It would be better to find the two guys like Kuchiki Shanghai and Hizishenzi to fight. Zengi Kenpachi felt the spiritual pressure of Bawant and his party, and suddenly felt boring. Now he has higher and higher requirements for choosing opponents, especially after the battle with Deadwood Jinling. In his opinion, it is absolutely not possible when there is no peak of death, but fantasy is beautiful, and reality is cruel. Even if Zanaki Kenpachi does not go to Bawant, Ichino's Maki will go to Zanaki Kenpachi. Hehe, Bavin. Urahara Kazuki chuckled while studying what he was doing, and did not pay attention to it. After all, it is too much for the opponents to go to this level, and it may be Seraiti's the captain has this kind of thinking, so that's why Bavint in the original book can make a big noise in Seo Lingting. Of course, not all captains are like this. Some of them have a strong sense of responsibility, and the one-strand Oye Wolf Village Zojun went to hunt down Bawant in person, and the 10th team captain Hitsugaya Toshiro was also on the way. Ranju, it's better for you to play this time. People in the Soul Society may not know how powerful you are. If you don't act like this, you may get rusted. Lu Chengkong suddenly said to Matsumoto Ranju. Just rely on them. Is it worth my shot? Matsumoto Ranju smiled confidently but coquettishly, his tone full of confidence in his own strength and disdain for Bavint. If their leader gets all the purification seals of the Soul world, and the entire spiritual child in the Soul world is so full, it is also a good sandbag. Lu Chengkong smiled. The most powerful among his wives besides Bachinliu were Luanju and Saifeng Yuanyei. The status of the Soul world, he felt that it was time for Matsumoto Ranju to take action. You must know that if Matsumoto Ranju's Zanpakuto ability is known, it will be as shocking as when Yaichi's Zanpakuto was known, especially Yamamoto Old Man and Hiyori, who have the strongest Zanpakuto of the flame and ice types. Fanya and the two would be even more surprised if they knew about it. 540 Goodbye young Mori Dao. Since my husband said so, then I'll take the right to entertain. I usually have a fight with Yi when I'm bored. I also want to see if he's a good free sandbag like you said. Matsumoto Ranju smiled slyly, held Lu Chengkong's right hand, and let the two huge meatballs on his chest stick to Lu Chengkong's right hand. The feeling of flesh-to-flesh contact made Lu Chengkong very comfortable. Under the service of Matsumoto Ranju's two huge meatballs, Lu Chengkong and Matsumoto Ranju were chatting and laughing and soon came to the fourth team. Needless to say, Lu Chengkong came here either to look for bourgeoisie or something. It's time to eat. Although Matsumoto Ranju's cooking skills are no less than that of Ujawali, the cooking styles of the two girls have their own characteristics. It's just two different routes. After all, Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. Lu Chengkong has a little bit of fur. It depends on the two women's own understanding and improvement. Of course, there are many Chinese cuisines. Try different styles and tastes. Food. Lu Chengkong is also happy. It's weird, where is the leader of Uno Hanalai? Matsumoto Ranju also noticed Hinamomo. She didn't know about Hinamomo. At first glance, Matsumoto Ranju, who is so pitiful, seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, felt pity in his heart. After all, Lu Chengkong himself said that if he didn't know about Xiaozentao, he would just look at it. At this time, she couldn't help but hold her in her arms and take good care of her. Are you looking for me? Ranju. Ujawali came out of nowhere, which shocked Matsumoto Ranju. When they were bored, they often discussed cooking skills and learned from each other, so the two sides also compared familiar. Yeah, Captain Unohana, but she seems to be a little weird, what's the matter? Matsumoto Ranju patted his first altitude and said after relaxing. Did you say her? She was hypnotized by Lan Ran using Jinghua Shuiyu. To be honest, she is also a poor person. Ujawali had a compassionate smile on her face, making the people around her feel as comfortable as the spring breeze. That's not pretending, it's the temperament that she was born with, not something that can be cultivated the day after tomorrow. With the explanation of, Matsumoto Ranju also roughly understood what was going on. He heard about her former friends, grew up together from a young age, and even sacrificed her life to protect her many times when Hitsugaya shot. His expression became a little weird, and the pity in his heart disappeared. Comparing her friend Ichimaru Jin and Hinamori Momo, it seems that the gap between the two is really big. One is a person who seeks revenge for friends and relatives at all costs, even if they risk the world to do nothing. One is like Hinamori Dao. If it is really like what Uno Hanalai said, then Hinamorita doesn't seem to be worth pity. After all, even friends like Nisafaya can swing their knives against each other. Who else is there? Can't swing a knife. I found that her psychology is actually very contradictory, and it's not all her fault. She can see that she is not the kind of hypocritical person. On the contrary, she is still a simple girl, but it is destined to be him in the face of a deep-minded person like Aizen. The sadness of Aizen, coupled with the constant influence and hypnosis of Aizen's Kyoka Suzuki, it is not bad that she did not kill Tushiro with a knife. Maojawali's words made Lu Chengkong stunned for a moment, and he felt that he seemed too extreme before, and his evaluation of the young Sentao was indeed insufficient. Such a god of death said so, as if he really lacked what he thought. In all fairness, Hinatao is indeed a kind person. Even if Aizen rescued him, it is impossible for him to forget his roots and start with Hitsugaya, who has been his friend and family member for many years. To play with Hina Sendao between applause is simply a matter of grasping, and he has also been hypnotized by Jinghua Shuiyu. With this idea, Lu Chengkong also changed his mind towards Hina Sentao. Although he didn't have much affection, he didn't dislike it as much as before. At the same time, Lu Chengkong also remembered something and immediately said to Ujawali. Godmother, you have also seen Aizen's Jinghua Shuiyu, were you really hypnotized at that time? To be honest, with his understanding of Ujawali and her assessment of her unfathomable strength, how could the level of dying be hypnotized by the hypnotized Hanalai? Even if the hypnosis is really successful, Maojawali's strength should be able to crack Jinghua Shuiyu. After all, she has lived for so many years. What kind of ability and what kind of Zanpakuto has never been seen before? If you're talking about being hypnotized, I was indeed hypnotized by Aizen's Kyoka Suzuki. Anahakare nodded and admitted. I am also a god of death. I have hands and feet just like you. I am not an omniscient and almighty god. It is impossible to know everything, but to make predictions of everything in advance. You can't decipher Jinghua Shuiyu. Lu Chengkong looked at Maojawali in disbelief. If someone in the soul realm could crack Jinghua Shuiyu perfectly, in his opinion, it was only Zanaki Kenpachi. Only the person in front of him who has been making him unable to figure out the details, and who is evaluated by Sophie as the world of death, is equivalent to Sophie's death in the world of One Piece King of Pirates. He does not believe that the flower is really true. Will be recruited. If this is the case, Ujawali is not worthy of such attention. Hee, I think you misunderstood what I mean. I can't predict everything. What I just said was just that I was hypnotized by Jinghua Shuiyu, but it doesn't mean that I couldn't crack it, and I didn't see through it. In fact, it was the first time in Aizen. I already noticed something was wrong when I used Jinghua Shuiyu on me. Remember what I said to you before. The source of all the powers of the god of death is the soul. Kyoka Shuiyu is equivalent to casting a layer of energy on the 5 senses of the soul, so that the hypnotized person will see and hear according to the thoughts of the hypnotized person. He wants to be seen by the hypnotized person. 2. To hear, to feel everything. But when my soul is so strong that this layer of energy can't affect my soul at all, then the hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu will lose its effect, and even if Aizen wants to use Kyoka Suigetsu to deal with me, it will definitely be cracked by me and will be backlashed. The Mirror Flower Water Moon will lose all effect on me. One Piece The Legend of Creation, Chapter 541 to 560. 541 Ujawali can use the Mirror Flower Water Moon. Since you know, why didn't you crack it, instead? Lu Chengkong understood a part, but he still didn't understand, but he was interrupted by Maojawali before he finished speaking. As I said, I don't know the all-knowing and almighty God. I just felt that the 5 senses of my soul were covered with a layer of energy. I didn't know it was hypnotic energy at that time, so I wanted to study it, and either this energy continues to exist, but if Aizen wants to use Kyoka Suzuki against me, attack me and fight me, the energy on my soul's 5 senses will then operate to erode the 5 senses of my soul, and my 5 senses will be affected by the blue dye, and I will be the first to notice it. If that happens, I will be able to crack the hypnotic energy of Kyoka Shuiyu at the click of a finger, and because this energy and Zanpakudo Kyoka Shuiyu figured out and have a link, and Kyoka Shuiyu is also a part of Aizen's soul. So once Aizen fights with me, if I destroy this energy, Aizen will be instantly backfired several times. The backlash of the soul is not as simple as an ordinary injury. He can use 50% of his combat power when he is backlashed. It's already very good. When I want to kill him, it's just a matter of waving my hands. Maojawali said quietly, but her words made Luanju feel a chill in her heart. Even if Lu Chengkong hadn't told her, she could feel the unusualness of Maojawali with her strength and perception. She is not an idiot, on the contrary, she is very intelligent and careful. From the solemnity in Lu Chengkong's eyes when he looked at Mao Jihuali, she could vaguely guess that Mao Jihuali was not simple. So when Aizen used Jinghua Shuiyu to cheat death, you already felt the energy of your 5 senses at work. Lu Chengkong has roughly understood the end of the whole thing, but he still asked the last one question. Yes, sometimes you can't just rely on your 5 senses when fighting. I believe what my heart sees more than what I see with my eyes. At that time, I didn't know the general function of this energy. Later at the same time Aizen used Kyoka Suzuki, his death also followed, I guessed a little. Therefore, after understanding the actual function of this energy, I seemed to be investigating whether this was really Aizen, but in fact I was studying this energy. Later, I felt that it was a little worse, so I took Youngin to find Aizen. Ran, in order to fully understand the mirror, let my research have a perfect ending. So I cooperated with Aizen and pretended to be surprised, thinking that I had mastered everything, and then told the secret of Jinghua Shuiyu. Then I don't need to care about what Aizen wants to do. After all, I'm just a 4th team. It was at that time that I completely understood all the secrets of Jinghua Shuiyu. By the way, since you asked, I will also show you my research results. After Maojawali finished speaking, she actually pulled out the Zanpakugo, which surprised Luanju and Lu Chengkong. She said something that almost made Lu Chengkong scream. Break it, Jinghua Shuiyu. A faintly imperceptible light flashed, and Lu Chengkong and Luanju had already changed their faces, especially Lu Chengkong, whose eyes were wide open. Impossible, Mao Zhawali could actually use Jinghua Shuiyu's ability. The world is so messed up. Are you surprised? Aizen believes too much in his Zanpakuto. Every Zanpakuto has its own strengths and weaknesses. The so-called complete hypnosis, a perfect Zanpakuto simply cannot exist. The shortcomings were all made up for by Shinigami himself through acquired efforts, but he did not do so. He stubbornly believed that his Zanpakuto was perfect. In fact, Kyoka Shuiyu can control the 5 senses. In addition to the condition of seeing the liberation of Kyoka Shuiyu, there is also the fact that Aizen's own strength cannot be much weaker than the person being hypnotized. Otherwise, his use of Kyoka Shuiyu in battle is a kind of cumbersome. Dominating the 5 senses requires enough energy to influence the 5 senses of the soul. Have you ever seen Aizen use Kyoka Suzuki in a head-to-head fight against someone who is much stronger than him? No, when facing Captain Yamamoto, he chose to leave. If his Kyoka Shuiyu was as perfect as he said, he could have shot the hypnotized Captain Yamamoto and killed him directly. Need to let go of a big enemy. In fact, he knew this in his heart, but he was reluctant to admit it. Sometimes, the smarter people are a little stubborn, and they will subconsciously ignore this. To be precise, they are unwilling to believe in their own shortcomings. Kyoka Suzuki is his most proud ability. How could he be willing to believe that this Zanpakuto, which is perfect in his opinion, has imperfections? Ujawali shook his head and released the complete hypnosis of Lu Chengkong and Matsumoto Ranju. You haven't told me how you can use Jinghua Shuiyu's ability. At this moment, Lu Chengkong only felt that Ujawali was even more mysterious. The ability to use other people's Zanpakuto was too scary. Pakuto is a part of Shinigami's soul. Even if it is possible to have 2 identical Zanpakuto, it is absolutely impossible that a Shinigami who already has his own Zanpakuto abilities can use the Zanpakuto abilities of other Shinigami with different abilities. It did. It's very simple. Use the energy that Aizen left on the 5 senses of my soul and then use a special method to hypnotize others, including Aizen himself. Aizen controls the energy generated by Jinghua Shuiyu to dominate other people's 5 senses. In the final analysis, Aizen has the ability to control the energy of the mirror, so that it can control the 5 senses of others. So does it mean that I can also control the energy of the mirror like Aizen, and I can also use the mirror? What? This is the theme of my research plan. Otherwise, why would I waste so much time studying Kyoka Suigetsu? In general, in a certain respect, Kyoka Suigetsu is as perfect as Aizen said, but there are also many limitations. The more perfect and powerful his abilities are, the more places he can limit. Don't be fooled by the seemingly powerful and perfect Zanpakuto. Ujawali said with a chuckle, completely unaware of the impact his actions had on Lu Chengkong and Matsumoto Ranju. Okay, I won't talk to you first, I'll go and treat Tauzi first, but she was badly hurt by Aizen, and she was the one who was hypnotized the most. As long as her hypnosis is resolved, Aizen will stay in her heart. The shadow under her will also disappear quickly with the passage of time and her own perseverance. After all, Aizen can have such a great influence on her. In addition to what he did intentionally on weekdays, that is, through the hypnosis of Kyoka Suzui, the hypnosis is deepened. Because of this external force, the reason why Hinamori Dao is so dependent on Aizen is a big reason. It is because of Jinghua Shuiyu's hypnosis. After the solution, the external force of hypnosis disappeared. Maybe she will be affected by the emotions of the past for a period of time and there will be a downturn for a while, but without the influence of hypnosis, Hina Moritao, who has regained her complete sanity, will soon wake up completely, and will no longer be the same as before. There will be no situation where Hitsugaya Tushiro is wielding his sword. 542 Intimidating Little Peaches. Wait, Lu Chengkong suddenly stopped Mao Zhawali, and seeing Mao Zihua's doubtful gaze, Lu Chengkong immediately said, "Let me try it." Okay. Mao Zhawali nodded without any hesitation, moved the lotus step slightly, and gave up the position to Lu Chengkong. Devil heart. Lu Chengkong whispered in his heart, and a pair of eyes changed quietly. The pair of heart-pounding demon eyes appeared in an instant, and the originally dead eyes were empty and dull, and the young Sentao suddenly raised his head and looked at it. A pair of eyes she will never forget. Hina Sentao's eyes shrank rapidly, staring blankly at the pair of magic eyes in front of her. She only felt that all the sights in front of her had disappeared, and the only thing left was a pair of terrifying eyes carved into her heart and lungs. After a moment of sluggishness, she unable to suppress the fear in her heart any longer, she screamed in horror, and at the same time, she began to revive her life, who was dead and without a trace of life and death. Your method is really extreme, but the effect is really fast enough. If you make a person whose heart is no greater than the depth of his heart, if he is afraid of death, he will quickly regain his anger, and it will no longer be dead. Mao Zhawali couldn't help but be surprised. It's not that she hadn't seen Lu Chengkong's magic eye, but she just didn't expect Lu Chengkong to use such extreme methods on Hina Sentao. You were shot by Aizen's Jinghua Shuiyu, and you're very desperate to be stabbed by Aizen, right? You can't bear so much pain. I think your best friend Xiaobai felt more painful when you slashed at him, and now he has just been discharged from the hospital. It won't be long. Lu Chengkong Hihi Isho, when he and Yazumaru Lisa went to the movies, Eyes Naneo always jumped out to destroy them, but Lu Chengkong glared at her with his magic eyes, and he was still very timid at that time. Eyes Naneo fainted from fright, but he didn't expect the magic eye to have such an effect. I don't have much time to waste on you. If you can't recover, I will stay with you every day, looking into my eyes every second until you overcome the hypnosis. That's right, he just wanted to take advantage of Hina Moridao's fear of the devil's eye and rely on his own perseverance to overcome the hypnosis of the mirror. If Aizen interferes here, it is impossible to overcome even with Weissen Dao's perseverance and strength, but now Aizen is still squatting somewhere in the virtual circle to heal, where is the opportunity to interfere with Hina Moritao? Although Ujawali can control the energy of Kyokushueyu, of course, it can easily dissolve the energy of Kyokushueyu on the 5 senses of Hina Sendao's soul, but doing so is a bit of a cure. If you face Aizen again in the future, as long as Aizen thinks about it, Hanada will fall into hypnosis again, and it is likely to have an indelible psychological shadow, even serious enough to form a demon, so he has to use Hinamatsu's fear of the devil's eye to force him to accept the reality, so as to adapt to. In the end, it will take a long or short process to overcome it. It all depends on Hina Moritao's own perseverance. No, I don't come here, I don't want to look at another pair of eyes. At this time, there was only pure fear in Wei Sendao's heart, the fear that went deep into the soul. Where would there be time and leisure to grieve, to think in the past, thinking about the blue dye, thinking about the hypnosis of Jinghua Shuiyu? There was only one thought left in her mind, that is, these eyes disappear quickly. As long as these eyes disappear, she is willing to do anything. It seems that things are a little troublesome. It is very likely that Xin Dao will overcome the hypnosis of Kyoka Shuiyu and regain her strength. It is not impossible that she will no longer be afraid of Kyoka Shuiyu in the future, but she has fallen into another inner demon. Resistance may be infinitely close to zero. Quote. Lu Chengkong felt as if he was doing something bad with good intentions. Although he achieved the expected goal, it seemed that he had also transformed Xin Dao from being controlled by Aizen's Kyoka Shuiyu to being controlled by his own magic eye. But that's fine. Anyway, I don't have so much time and I'm not so interested in using the magic eye to scare the young Moritao. It's not a big deal, it's just a little bit of a fly in the ointment. As long as you forget about Aizen, stand up, overcome your inner demons, face your heart, and accept the reality, then these eyes will leave and disappear. Can you do it? Lu Chengkong said word by word, in order to give Hina Sendao increase the pressure, and it was the kind of gathering magic energy into the magic eye, which made the deterrent power of the magic eye even greater. Aizen, no, don't come here, I promise you, leave quickly. Hinamori Dao's face showed a hint of struggle and hesitation, but she collapsed under the eyes of terrifying demon eyes, and immediately shouted. Very good. Lu Chengkong thought with a thought, the devil's eyes, devil's heart, and devil's energy disappeared, returning to his usual approachable appearance. The speed of change made Mao Zhawali stunned. Young Sentao gasped hard, her face was pale, Her face was covered in cold sweat. She looked at Lu Chengkong in horror. Obviously Lu Chengkong's figure had been deeply engraved in her heart. Of course it made her terrified of the kind. If you can't fully recover when we see you next time, then you should be prepared to live with this pair of eyes every day. Lu Chengkong said that he even glared deliberately, scaring the young Sentao like a rabbit. Jumping back, the little head kept lit like a chicken pecking at rice. The little girl is frightened, but I think this young Sendao is also very cute. You have left such a bad impression in people's hearts. Are you afraid that you won't be able to do it when you want to chase people in the future? Matsumoto Ranju came over angrily glancing at Lu Chengkong. He said with a charming smile. Che, if I want to hit her, I won't be able to do it. Lu Chengkong said very stinky, but he said it was not unreasonable. Now the influence of the magic eye is more than the influence of Jinghua Shuiyu. To be huge. As long as he wants to, he can use the magic eye to scare the young Sendao into a mental breakdown. It is possible to directly dedicate himself. Of course, the reason why Lu Chengkong's magical eye has such great power is that the young Sendao has been dyed by eye and his Jinghua Shuiyu. The defense line of the mind was tortured all over the body, and of course Lu Chengkong, the latecomer, succeeded in the invasion without much effort. Really, you frightened Xiao Taozi like this, but gave me these hands and tails. Ujawali said with dissatisfaction, but her smile has not changed in the slightest, and it still makes people feel like a spring breeze, as if she is the embodiment of great compassion and compassion. At least seeing the figure of Azuki Hana, the trembling young Sendao, who was like a frightened rabbit, calmed down slowly, and even took the initiative to lean towards Uzohana's body, as if Uzohana was her in the sea. The only one who can be rescued is like a lonely boat. 543 fighting in a row. It's almost the same. Without the original Rondo, Carrier God lost the ability to absorb spiritual suns. If Kuchiki Kyukawa and others did not take action, Ichigo Kurosaki, Komamura Zojin, Hitsugaya and others would defeating this fiasco is in his own hands, so it is not difficult for Carrier God, who is much stronger than the original work under the crazy absorption of blood essence. But it's a bit difficult to kill him. Even in a heads-up situation, it's easy to be overturned by Carrier God in a long-term Zango. Now there's a good show to watch. The most dreaded thing about Bavint is not their strength. The increase in speed is not what they call a puppet, but if you can't completely kill him with one blow, he has the ability to continuously absorb the spirits. Lu Chengkong felt the spiritual pressure of Carrier God. Back then, he still beat Carrier God to the point of death. If Deng didn't need him to relieve his boredom, he would have killed him, and now he is just letting him play the role. It's time to relieve the boredom, but there is one more effect, that is, making sandbags for the chrysanthemum. The two Shinigami captains, Tushiro and Kimura Zojin, this Reiatsu is like a light bulb, not to mention Ichigo Kurosaki, the rest are Renji Asanjing, Yuki Yasugawa, and these guys. Hey, there's a show to watch. Lu Chengkong smiled, a gust of breeze blew, and the figures of him and Matsumoto Ranju had disappeared, apparently rushing towards the Moro execution ground that was destroyed before. Is this guy a monster? I've already beaten him to the point where he can't move. Why is he alive again in a blink of an eye? Kurosaki Ichigo was panting heavily, and he was injured in many places. Originally, Carrier God was not weaker than him at all, and even slightly stronger than him. If Ichigo bursts out, he can still kill Carrier God who is stronger than himself. But the problem is that Carrier God is an existence that is almost immortal. Unless you can beat him into powder with one blow, otherwise, if you wait for it to work, one will grow and one will grow, and Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely lose. Just like the battle between the old man Yamamoto and Aizen in the original book, the old man Yamamoto clearly had the strength to defeat Aizen, but he couldn't kill Aizen in the end, and Aizen, who has the power of collapsing jade, is not afraid of consumption at all. Old man Yamamoto consumes too much and will be defeated instead. As I said, with the power of the Pure World chapter, plus being in the Soul realm, it is impossible to kill me. As long as the Soul realm is not destroyed, I will not die. Even if I can't destroy Soul World this time, as long as I don't lack time, if I hide in this world and continue to absorb blood essence, I will one day surpass Soul World and destroy Soul World. Not at all impossible. Carrier God stood there very calmly. Those red and dangerous eyes looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said confidently. Looks like we're going to make a move. Komamura Zojin on the side is also a god of death with his own pride. If it is not necessary, he will never join forces to besiege an enemy, but now it is obvious that he can't make a move. This event never let him escape. Let me do it, Bankai, the great Gurren Bingaran pill. Hitsugaya Tushiro knew that Shikai could not be killed alone, so when he shot Bankai, he turned into a giant frost dragon, and 12 lotus flowers appeared behind him. With an extremely cold air, he stabbed at Carrier God. Has the Soul Society really degenerated now? How could a little devil be the captain? Carrier God said contemptuously, but his eyes were serious. Because he heard this kid say the word Bankai. He has fought many times with the Soul Society. He knows very well that the death god who knows Bankai will not be weak no matter how weak, but strategically, he must despise the enemy. He still knows how to pay attention to the enemy tactically. Long Zunjia. In the battle with Liu Chengkong more than 60 years ago, he already knew how big the gap between himself and the real peak death god captain was. He has been training hard for more than 60 years, but it is a pity that he faced Aizen, and he is still young after all, and his growth potential is extremely huge. Bankai is not a real complete version yet. As the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow type, how could it have only such a little power? Looking at the power of the strongest Zanpakuto of the fire type, it can be seen that as long as it has the word strongest, the Zanpakuto are not weak, on the contrary strong perverts. After all, will the strongest Zanpakuto in each series be inferior? It's just that Hitsugaya's body is still small now, and he hasn't grown up completely. He can't bear the spiritual pressure and ability of the domineering Bing Lunwan. Plus he was hypnotized by Aizen. It's normal to be defeated, but in defeat. After giving Aizen, not only did he not get discouraged, but he practiced more attentively. In his opinion, Aizen has been doing so much longer than me as a god of death. It is normal for me to be stronger than myself. As long as I persevere, I will reach the level of Aizen sooner or later. I have to say that Hitsugaya Tushiro is indeed more mature and rational than the original. Misha, summon the thunder and lightning from the sky. Feeling a cold crisis looming over him, Carrier God immediately abandoned his current opponent, Ichigo Kurosaki. Anyway, Ichigo Kurosaki fought with him for so long, consuming almost at the limit. It is supported by a toughness, which is not enough for oneself. Thunderbolts are frozen, Hitsugaya Toshiro shouted, and the Zanpakuto with ice block in his hand stabbed directly at Raiden. He was stunned. Raiden was actually frozen directly. It seems that he lost to Raiden a few months ago. After Aizen is not without harvest, there is a kind of progress of breaking and standing, and the strength will go further. As expected of Chun Shui's evaluation of a genius who can be stronger than him in just over 100 years, the speed of progress is fast. If he loses to Aizen's hands, he won't have a shadow in his heart, but he will be more motivated to become stronger. Komamura Zojun admitted many years ago that this kid is a real captain, and now seeing Toshiro looks small, but his mind is very mature and firm, and he has a little admiration. Condensation. Carrier God's expression changed slightly. The ability to freeze was beyond his expectations, and even his most proud thunderbolt was frozen in ice, which should not be underestimated. The wind ball separated the erosion of the ice block, and at the same time controlled the wind and pulled the distance from Hitsugaya Toshiro. Thunderbolt. With a wave of Carrier God's right hand, the yellow lightning flashed away at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Hitsugaya Toshiro's pair of wings made of ice and snow joined together to block the lightning of Carrier God. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also expended his last strength and released the final blow of the crescent moon. 544 Playing with the wind. You're still far. Crescent moon crimson. Kurosaki Ichigo waved and poured the rest of his spiritual pressure into the heavenly lock Zanyu. A thick black crescent moon swept over directly, and the earth was torn apart directly and bombarded. On the body of Carrier God, there were wounds that could be seen deep in the bones. After all, it was Kurosaki Ichigo's last full-strength blow, and of course its power would not be weak, but unfortunately, it was useless to kill him with a single blow. It's a pity, if you hit a god of death or a virtual body with the same strength as me, you can severely injure them and lose their combat effectiveness, but I said that I have an immortality in the soul world. Strength, he absorbed the spiritual child faster, and the injury on his body healed in a blink of an eye. It's really troublesome. This undead body must be killed by a ghost with super salty power in an instant. I knew that I would call the master of the ghosts to hold Lingtiajai. Knows that his shot is useless. Although his strength is great, he can't kill Carrier God all at once. After all, his Bankai is a pure physical attack. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's Tiansuo Zanyu, there is also a trick similar to the Ghost Way, the Crescent Moon Sky. No way, maybe I can kill him instantly with the kind of stunt I can't master now, but I'm also sure that I can use it successfully. It's really troublesome. Hitsugaya Tushiro had already roughly felt the nuclear limit that his attack could reach at the moment of the attack just now. If it is to use Tianxiang Lingalan, it can be killed. The problem is that he does not have the confidence to control this most basic and most powerful ability. If the arrogant Hingrenwan can't control it, it is likely to be backlashed. It seems that you are really useless. I thought I didn't have to shoot, but now it looks like I've lost again. A beautiful voice that made one's whole body go soft suddenly sounded in the quiet execution ground of True Central, and Karyashin's eyes immediately rang out. Looking over, he shrank for a moment. He saw the male death god who played him with applause back then. Isn't he a traitor? How come here? Lu Chengkong, Matsumoto Ranju. Komamura Zojun said in a deep voice. He didn't expect these two people to come, but he was relieved. No matter what, as long as the two of them are willing to shoot, then this Bawant will be able to do it. Must die. It's not that he has no spine in the left formation of Komamura, but that he has seen the horror of the battle between Lu Chengkong and Old Man Yamamoto. The Battle of the Old Man is the real classic. The terrifying Zanpakuto and the terrifying Reiatsu are constantly colliding. Whether it is visual effects or the destructive power of the affected area, the battle between the two of them is more attractive. Although the strength of Kuchiki Jinling is comparable to that of Old Man Yamamoto, Old Man Yamamoto's ultra-wide range is the strongest. The flame-type Zanpakuto was more attractive than him. Hey, because you and my husband lost the bet again. Matsumoto Ranju said angrily. When she came just now, she made a bet with Lu Chengkong, saying that so many captains should be able to clean up Bawant, and Matsumoto Ranju just judging by the strength of the Reiatsu. How could one know about Bavant's ability to absorb Reiki, but of course she lost. But you may really be a very good sandbag. Matsumoto Ranju suddenly walked over to Carrier God step by step. The breasts on her chest trembled slightly with each step she stepped out, leading one after another. Wonderful milk waves. However, apart from Lu Chengkong, no one dared to keep their eyes on her, because Matsumoto Ranju's breathtaking spiritual pressure has slowly spread out, and the air in the sky seems to be unbearable. The Reiatsu who lived in Matsumoto Ranju became very depressed. Okay, so strong. Ichigo Kurosaki was supported by Chadu Taihu. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said incredulously, he didn't expect this tall, plump, scary blonde royal sister dairy cow girl to be so terrifying strength. The current spiritual pressure of Matsumoto Ranju is no weaker than that of the old Yamamoto who fought against Lu Chengkong a few months ago, and even worse. Don't get me wrong, although Matsumoto Ranju has broken the limit for a few months, her aptitude is also high. It's scary, but it's impossible to catch up to the level of Old Man Yamamoto in just a few months. But in the past few months, Lu Chengkong took her, Bachinliu, Saifeng Yuan Yei, and Nelly Lu several women to the boundary, and everyone knew the time of the boundary and the outside world. The ratio is 2000 to 1. It seems like a short period of time has passed outside, but Lu Chengkong and others have passed a period of time inside. Duanji is a very good practice space. Lu Chengkong didn't remember it before, but after thinking about it, he immediately took Matsumoto Ranju and others to Duanji to practice for a period of time. After all, after they broke the limit, the speed of their strength improvement was very fast. What was missing was time, and the most important thing in Broken Realm was time, so after staying in Broken Realm for a while, Lu Chengkong and his party had all the strengths. Qualitative ascension. It's unfathomable, only the captain, Your Excellency, could give me this feeling, but now this woman named Matsumoto Ranju actually brings me this kind of pressure. No, she is stronger than the captain. How is it possible? What is Lu Chengkong? Who is it, and why are the women around you stronger than the other? Komamura Zojin's face was very solemn, and the strength of Matsumoto Ranju far exceeded her expectations. Don't say I won't give you a chance, I'll let you make 3 moves. Matsumoto Ranju raised his head, blonde hair draped over his shoulders, looking like a blonde Valkyrie on the battlefield, majestic and heroic. Wind. Of course, Carrier God also felt the power of Matsumoto Ranju, and did not dare to have any reservations. He even stimulated the power of the Pure World chapter to the limit, and a hurricane flew towards Matsumoto Ranju. It's a pity that this powerful hurricane actually dissipated invisibly when it was about a meter in front of Matsumoto Ranju, leaving everyone present except Lu Chengkong puzzled. Is your puppet the wind? Playing with the wind in front of me? Are you still far behind? It's like a classmate playing an axe. Matsumoto Ranju shook his head and said amusingly, his voice full of mockery. You don't have to worry, I'll keep my word, and there are 2 more tricks. Impossible, how could it dissipate suddenly? At that moment my Meisha lost control of that hurricane. Impossible, the ubiquitous wind is my magic weapon, I don't believe it. Carrier God gritted his teeth, and if he didn't believe it, he sent out a more powerful hurricane. Unfortunately, it was the same as before, and it dissipated immediately after approaching Matsumoto Ranju about 1 meter. 545 Ranju Real Shikai. You can't teach a child. Matsumoto Ranju imitated Lu Chengkong, shaking his head and said, watching Lu Chengkong burst into laughter, facing the mature and sexy, hot and plump Matsumoto Ranju occasionally showed a little girl-like cute Lu Chengkong. It's also heartwarming to see. Still, it was also very funny. Thunderbolt. Carrier God, who knew that the wind was useless, was no less than 2 arms were abolished. His biggest weapon, besides absorbing the spirit and the pure world seal, was the power of his puppet. Now the power of the puppet it is almost equivalent to useless, how can the loss be not big for him? Is it thunder and lightning? I seem to be able to do this too. Matsumoto Ranju tilted his head, stretched out his jade hand and tapped a finger, and a sharp rubbing sound exploded from the air. Because the thick electric snake rippling out in the air with the sound of Matsumoto Ranju's finger, it directly smashed the thunder and lightning of Carrier God. Impossible. You can manipulate the wind, like me, using the wind to generate high-voltage static electricity under the friction of the atmosphere. Carrier God's eyes almost popped out. He didn't expect that there is a god of death with the same ability as himself. No, it should be more than he was much more advanced, because he didn't see this death god liberate Zanpakuto at all. Wrong, it's not like you. How can the light of Firefly compete with Hauyu? Matsumoto Ranju said disdainfully, as if comparing Carrier God's ability to himself was an insult. What? Carrier God's face was terribly ugly. After all, if someone devalues your most proud ability, but the other party does have the same ability that you have more than you, this feeling is really better than eating. Stool is also uncomfortable. It's hard to accept. It's uncomfortable. I'm sorry, but I really don't need to take your feelings into account, because I'm just stating a fact, you know. You're annoying me a bit, and my husband says you're a good person. But I don't know what to do, because I'm afraid I'll kill you if I accidentally push too hard. Matsumoto Ranju seems to be stating a fact, but her words are unacceptable, but she doesn't care at all. There is always only one person who can make her take care of, that is Lu Chengkong, the others are life or death. She didn't care at all. As for Ichimaru Jin, a stubborn relative and friend who wanted to avenge herself. As long as he is not an enemy of Lu Chengkong, Ichimaru Jin will always be her relative and friend in this world, Matsumoto Ranju. After all, he always regards Ichimaru Jin as his brother, and Ichimaru Jin also simply regards him as a relative. Sister to see. Because of Liu Changkong, the two of them didn't develop to the level of the original book at all. They were just friends and relatives who grew up together, and were even taken by Liu Changkong's side early on, let alone the point of the original book. Even if it was them, the friendship between them was not as deep as I imagined. After all, the time they spent together was too little, much less than the original book, and they were barely considered to have been with Liu Changkong when they were young. Ichimaru Yin was just her best friend. At most, just being a big brother is the same as the relationship between Kunenbai, Lisa Yahomaru, and Mako Hirako of the Masked Legion. They are all pure friendship and family affection. However, Matsumoto Ranju is still very grateful to Ichimaru Jin. She is not a person who forgets her roots. If it wasn't for the food she gave her when she was a child, she might not have survived. She doesn't care if she dies. What she cares about is if she dies. I can't get to know this man who made me love so hard. So as long as Ichimaru Jin is not an enemy of Liu Changkong, then Ichimaru Jin is Matsumoto Ranju's benefactor, friend, and relative. She will definitely save Ichimaru Jin's life, let him live well, and repay him to the best of her ability. The life-saving grace when I was a child, and the kindness that allowed me to have Liu Changkong as a husband. If you can do it, try it. Kurayagami was already resigned at this time, but when he heard Matsumoto's words, he laughed angrily. He admitted that his strength was not as good as the woman in front of him. But if he wants to kill him, who has an immortal body in the soul realm, Karya God definitely doesn't believe it. Don't believe it. Look at this. Matsumoto Ranju stretched out a jade finger, and a jagged gray-white sphere suddenly condensed on the jade finger. The high concentration of violence is very scary, and this virtual flash, it was obviously injected by Matsumoto Ranju into the aura of his own Zanpakuto ability, which made Wang Shu's flash contain an aura of wind, giving people a feeling of nowhere to be found, illusory but unable to dodge. That's Shu flash. No, Wang Shu's flash. Shinigami actually has a Wang Shu flash that can only be mastered by 10 blades. The knowledgeable Komamura Zojin was taken aback and watched as Matsumoto Ranju pointed to him. The jagged gray-white sphere on the top of it exclaimed loudly. Is it necessary to be so surprised? This Wang Shu's flash, I think it is enough to knock you to pieces. You can't leave anything behind. It's a pity that you didn't have the blessing to die under Wang Shu's flash. Matsumoto Ranju continued her maddening words, as if she felt very sorry that Karya God couldn't die under the flash of his own Wang Shu, as if it was his blessing. Let's go. Karya God rose directly into the sky. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in vain. In the face of this level of death god, he had no resistance at all. Saroi Tei's chance. Did I say let you go? Matsumoto Ranju's eyes narrowed. The invisible wind actually materialized and became visible to the naked eye, forming a cage to block the soaring Karya God. No matter how he punched, kicks are useless. And what makes Karya God desperate is that he finds that his proud doll, Meisha, can't be used, and he can't control the wind. Although you don't have the blessing to die under the light of my Wang Shu, but you have the blessing to see my Shikai, thank my husband well before you die. If it wasn't for him to let me use Shikai, just rely on it. Even if you die 100 times, you won't have the qualification to see my Zanpakuto liberate 10,000 times. Matsumoto Ranju put away the smile on his face and put on a cold expression. His eyes flickered with cold light, and he slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto on his waist. The endless storm, all return to my palm, whisper, cat demon. Quote. Matsumoto Ranju's Shikai liberation language is the same as Old Man Yamamoto. It belongs to the longer one, and may be the strongest in each series. Zanpakuto's liberation language is relatively long. 546 the strongest Zanpakuto. Call. As soon as Matsumoto's voice fell, around Matsumoto's body, there were as many as 9 huge tornadoes soaring into the sky. Any one of such terrifying tornadoes in the world is extremely destructive and super catastrophic. Not to mention that there are as many as 9 tornadoes, and after the emergence of these 9 tornadoes, with the continuous ultra-high-speed rotation, the wind speed is getting bigger and bigger, and the power is obviously getting stronger and stronger. It is also the strongest Zanpakuto, but the power of Shikai alone is far from what Benkai's Hitsugaya can match. It's the wind, it's only Shikai that has such power. This is the Qingfeng Zanpakuto, and its power is not inferior to the commander's most powerful Zanpakuto of the flame type, and it's even more powerful. No less. Impossible, could it be that your Zanpakuto is? Komamura Zojun screamed in disbelief, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was beside him, seemed to feel something and his pupils were also shrinking rapidly. Are you talking about the strongest Zanpakuto of the Qingfeng type? That's right, my Zanpakuto cat demon is indeed the strongest Zanpakuto of the Qingfeng type. That's why I said playing with the wind in front of me, you're still worse far. Matsumoto Ranju smiled coquettishly. Her charming smile is really tempting, but it's a pity that almost everyone is now attracted by her words. Is this the gap? Hitsugaya Toshiro lowered his head and muttered to himself. Her is the strongest Zanpakuto of the Qingfeng type, but it is just a Shikai that has a discoloration of the sky and the earth, like a disaster, and has the ice and snow type. The strongest Zanpakuto, if Hitsugaya Toshiro achieves this level, he can barely do it even if he uses the strongest Tianxiang Yulin. When we got here, the Zanpakuto that Matsumoto had been hiding all along was finally revealed. Those who knew it were surprised and didn't believe it, but Lu Chengkong felt it was a matter of course. The original Matsumoto Ranju was still able to perform as a vice when his spiritual power was taken away by Aizen. Captain level, and also the first sister among all the vice captains. Even ordering all the vice captains, there is basically no problem. If she loses her spiritual power, she can still do this. Then her Zanpakuto can still be Shikai, but it is an incomplete Shikai, and it can't even be regarded as a real Shikai at all. It doesn't have the power that Shikai should have, it's too weak. After she lost her spiritual power, Shikai's ability is just that the blade turns into smoke, using all the surrounding sand as combat power. The place where the dust touches can do the same cutting action by waving the handle of the knife. This ability is really unsatisfactory. Even in Lu Chengkong's words, Shikai, who lost her spiritual power, used only a small part of her Zanpakuto's ability. Now it seems that Lu Chengkong is right. Matsumoto Ranju, who has not lost her spiritual power, has fully awakened the Zanpakuto. With sufficient spiritual power as support, she has awakened her true Zanpakuto, the strongest Qingfeng type Zanpakuto. All of this is taken for granted by Lu Chengkong. Because of her own spiritual strength, her aptitude is much higher than that of Ichimaru Jin, whom Aizen values. It can be said that among so many people Lu Chengkong has seen, her aptitude is among the best. Kind of. Otherwise, Aizen wouldn't need to spend so much effort to capture her spiritual power. There is no reason to have that gray cat with poor power. The only explanation is that the gray cat in her original book can only be regarded as a small part of her real Shikai's strength, and the real one follows the spirit. The power was taken away and she fell into an eternal sleep, buried deep in Matsumoto Ranju's soul, but now there is no such situation. What Matsumoto Ranju now has is not a gray cat, but a cat demon, the strongest breeze. Department of Zanpakuto. I really didn't expect it. It's so scary. How come everyone around him is so scary? First Zakagi Kenpachi, later Shifunjin Yaiki, and now Matsumoto Ranju. Komamura Zojun said in a deep voice. Leader of Bavant, see. This is the real manipulation of the wind. You are just a little trick. All the winds between heaven and earth are under my control. You can die. Ranju left the sentence. Her Zanpakuto blade was still there after Shikai, but if she didn't concentrate and her eyesight was not good enough, she wouldn't be able to see her blade at all. Because the surface of her blade is just like old man Yamamoto's blade like fire, burning a layer of raging fire, while Matsumoto Ranju is covered with a layer of infinitely compressed storm, with a gentle wave, the rapid rotation covering the blade. The cutting force possessed by the storm can completely cut the air completely, and even the space is distorted. Liu Chengkong has also seen Matsumoto Ranju use these storms with all his strength to even cut a crack in the space. Although it was repaired by the law of the world in an instant, it was already terrifying. Completely grasped, thoroughly grasped. With the blade of Matsumoto Ranju facing Karya God for a while, the 9 tornadoes that were raging around Matsumoto Ranju immediately whistled and surrounded Karya God, and then squeezed towards Karya God in the middle at the same time. Brush. Like a sharp tool cutting tofu, almost no sound came out, and there was no barrier. The tenacious body of Karya God couldn't resist the erosion of the tornado at all. In an instant, it was ravaged by 9 tornadoes, and there was no trace of damage left. Even if he wanted to absorb the spirit, he couldn't do it. Because he didn't react at all, and even just felt the pain, he completely lost consciousness, and he couldn't even shout before he died. This attack is best described in this sentence. In the face of Matsumoto's Zanpakudo's all-round attack without dead ends, the enemy can't sing ghosts, let alone dodge, just like watching the breeze is dull, everything is just standing all the time, returning to the dust. Bavant, who has given us headaches for so long and is difficult to kill, was killed by her with a wave of her hand. Kurosaki Ichigo only felt that his head was not enough. Why was anyone around that man so terrifying? Husband, this sandbag is not durable at all. It will be gone in one time. Next time you find a better one and let me do it, it's boring. Matsumoto Ranki's words immediately caused Komamura Zojin, Kurosaki Ichigo, and even Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was still in shock, to have black lines on his forehead, and a drop of cold sweat left on the back of his head. Come back, you must be so scary. Let you go. Okay. Liu Chengkong nodded, facing the occasional little girl-like cuteness, he enjoyed it very much. He embraced Matsumoto's willow waist like no one else, and before stepping out, he was greeted by the complicated eyes of everyone. Left. 547 Aizen is in action. Hey, it's really unpalatable. Are human souls so unpalatable? Yami used the soul suction on several humans in front of him. These are just the most common humans. How can they bear a yacho? Caste-level shattered soul-sucking is not without exception. Of course, Yuzi Longui is the only exception. What's the matter? Ulquiorra, is this the person you said you were looking for? Yami walked up to Ryazawa Arazawa, and faced Ryazawa Arazawa with the spiritual pressure released by Yami's Vivi. The soul is close to collapse. Let me see clearly first. Ulquiorra Cipher was an extremely cautious person. He looked at Aizawa Longui carefully, and then said disappointedly after a while. No, just get closer to her. Her soul it's close to collapse, it's a piece of junk. Really? Since it's rubbish, then let's die. Yami felt a little disappointed, and immediately kicked Aizawa Ryuki, who couldn't move at all. Boom. The expected scene of blood and blood did not appear, but a burly man with arms that looked like a virtual body barely blocked Yami's blow. Is it classmate Chadu? Yuzawa Longui breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one wanted to die, and she was still in her prime, and a lot of young and beautiful girls didn't want to die. It's so powerful. It's just that a random blow has such great power. I can't beat them back just now. Chadu Taihu was taken aback, but on the surface he was very calm. In fact, he was more like a real warrior than Kurosaki Ichigo, who was more angry than he was, and would chirp when something happened. No matter what his heart was, his surface is very calm, but it is a pity that his potential is far less than that of Kurosaki Ichigo, and he does not have the same background and luck as Kurosaki Ichigo. Otherwise, under the same conditions as Kurosaki Ichigo, his achievements will definitely surpass Kurosaki Ichigo. He has all the qualities that a true warrior should have. He will never back down in the face of a strong enemy, and he will never retreat in the face of death. He is never afraid of danger, and his emotions are invisible. No matter what his heart is, he will only go to going. These are things that Kurosaki Ichigo does not have at present. Ulquiorra, what about this? I have to say that Yami's ability to detect Reiatsu is really poor. Yami, I advise you to exercise your probing nerves. An opponent of this level can see that they are garbage. Ulquioricifer's face was very calm, but Vivi admired the man in front of him, knowing that in the case of losing, he has not flinched in the slightest, but it is a pity that his strength is too poor. Cut. Yami cut in an unhappy voice. He didn't dare to vent his anger at Ulquiorra, because the departure of Hannibal, Nellie and Stark made the 10-blade. The numbering is obviously different. Tammy is still the same number as the original, but Ulquioricifer is not. Now the Balagan Ruzan gang is the 10th blade, and his Ulquiorra is the 20th blade, but he will return to the blade in the second stage. Even if he is at the level of the original book, he is actually better than the first 3. 10 blades difference. Even if you can't win, you can still be invincible. After all, everyone who can become a Vastord level void has his special ability. Stark is infinitely illusory, Balagang has a terrifying death energy, and Ulquioricifer also has a second stage return blade. The extent to which it develops depends entirely on how the virtual itself does it. As for the 30th blade and the later ones, I will explain it at an appropriate time. Chadu Taihu released his spiritual pressure, concentrated on the arm and punched it out like a laser cannon, but unfortunately the spiritual pressure was too scattered, and it did not condense at all, let alone after passing through. Compressed, but it is indeed difficult to do it with Chadu Taihu's current strength. After all, he is not a ghost, nor is he a god of death, he is just a human with special abilities. Poochie. Yami punched Chadu Taihu lightly and vomited blood and fell down, but it is admirable that Chadu Taihu's face did not change in the slightest from beginning to end. Even if he lost, he would not die. Go to hell. Seeing Chadu Taihu collapsed, Yami kicked Chadu Taihu again, along with Arasawa Ryuki, who seemed to collapse at any moment when he barely opened his eyes. There are a lot of accidents sometimes, especially when Ichigo-san appears. It is usually an accidental appearance, but unfortunately there is no music for his appearance this time. A thick and long, fork knife, directly touched the palm of Yami's palm. Brother Yehu, who had not solved the hidden dangers of his own emptiness, made his debut very dashingly, and even showed off very arrogantly. Chadu, we made an agreement. You can't go down if you punch for each other's sake. I will definitely beat these two guys very quickly. Hey, Ulquiorra, is that this guy? Sure enough, Yami was still so speechless. The Reiatsu of Kurosaki Ichigo in the world of the god of death is the easiest to detect, even if it's just now even the Shinigami who entered the school can do it, so he never knew that the Reiatsu that was constantly turning on waste resources like a light bulb could be seen even with the eyes, right? Maybe only a guy like Yami still needs to ask. Orange hair, black Bankai, it's him, but what I didn't expect was that your pointless attacks just now led to the target. A ray of light appeared in Ulquioricifer's eyes, but still as handsome as before, he stood there and said to Yami. Since it's the goal, then it's great, you die for me. Yami shouted excitedly, since it's the goal, no matter how bad the strength is, it won't be too bad, so he mustered up his strength immediately. Knocked over. Bankai Tiansu Ozanyu. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted. The spiritual pressure burst out. The Zanyu in his hand immediately shrunk into Tiansu Ozanyu. The swords and fists collided, and the ground under his feet shattered immediately. Stones splashed. Is it you who interrupted Chadu's right hand just now? Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. What if it's me? Yami also sneered back. Obviously he didn't know what was going on with his slow head turning. Click. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped, and Tiansu Ozanyu pulled Yami's right hand at a very fast speed. The blood splashed and Yami's pain screamed at the same time. Yami's right hand had been cut off and fell to the ground. What an idiot. You didn't know the strength of the other party and made a rash move. I told you just now that you need to exercise your probing nerves, but he broke the dense steel skin so easily and cut him off. The right hand, I heard that he had such a Reiatsu not long after he learned Bankai, but even so, his strength could not pose any threat to Aizen-sama, not even the top 6 of the 10 blades. Ulquioricifer didn't help Yami in such a situation. In his opinion, Yami was simply being a cheapskate. He had already warned him so many times, but he was still so reckless. Who was to blame? 548 the power of one finger. You seem to be in a tough fight now, do you want to make a substitution? Ulquioricifer is still very good to his peers after all. Although he is cold on the surface, he will help whenever he can. Don't be so annoying, Yami shouted angrily. Except for Vastord in the 10 blades, the symbols of the spiritual power possessed by the other broken faces were nothing but Aizen forcibly using the power of Bengyu. It was catalyzed by it, so Yami couldn't control his own anger at all, but was instead controlled by his own anger. It seems that I can only use it. Yami slowly pulled out the Zanpakudo, obviously planning to return to the blade. Does it need to be turned against an opponent of this level? Ulquioricifer was obviously different this time. Obviously, Yami's ignorance made him a little angry, and he deliberately stimulated him. Although he was also used after collapsing Jade, his life achievements basically stopped. But before he used Bengyu, he was a genuine Worstard after all. Although he was also in the most dangerous period of the Worsted stage, he was obviously better than the previous stage of Stark and Nelly L. Not so dangerous. I told you to stop being so annoying. Yami was already provoked by his anger at this time, and his sanity was even less, and he even dared not talk back to Ulquioricifer. Woke up. He said Zanpakudo. Is he the same as me? Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank. His surprise flashed past. Thinking of Shiro Ichigo in his body, his spiritual pressure suddenly decreased, and his heart also sounded by Yihu's voice. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Let me come. Kurosaki Ichigo did not expect that Shiro Ichigo would actually appear to compete with him for the body at this time. Immediately, most of his energy was concentrated on fighting against Shiro Ichigo. It would be good to have 1 or 2 achievements in combat power, and Yami obviously also feeling the change of Kurosaki Ichigo. This time he actually had a bit of a head, no longer using the return blade, but seized the opportunity to rush up to pick up the bargain, and soon Kurosaki Ichigo was beaten all over his body. Strange, this kid's spiritual pressure is too turbulent, right? Could it be that he can't control Bankai? Impossible, but it is really too strange. When the spiritual pressure was high, it was actually higher than me now. When it is low, it is no different from garbage. Quote. Ulquioricifer's heart radiated all sorts of thoughts, and he didn't stop him when he saw that Yami was going to take out Ichigo Kurosaki. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the dust rolled up, blocking Ulquioricifer's vision, but soon as Gami's huge body flew upside down like a cannonball, he could see clearly, but he saw when he knew who was coming, his face changed suddenly. Although he's a piece of garbage, I'm too embarrassed to not save him. Liu Chengkong brought Orihime Inoue, who was successful in his studies and far surpassed the original book in terms of his accomplishments in Shundan Liuhua, and came to the world. Obviously, he thought of the original book. Zilongui seems to have this disaster, and finally Urahara Kazuki came forward to solve it. But now Urahara Kazuki is the captain of the Soul Society, and Saifeng Yuan Yaiki is her obedient wife. How can she care about this? And Longwei can be regarded as a beauty no matter what. In addition, she is the best friend of his prospective wife, Orihime Inoue, and he also wants to see how much Orihime Inoue's level has improved after staying with Uno Hanaritsu for a while, so he came here. As for saving Kurosaki Ichigo, Liu Chengkong didn't plan to take action. After all, it had nothing to do with him, he was dead or alive, but now the kind-hearted Orihime Inoue was in front of him, and he promised Kurosaki Masaki to abolish it if he could. Kurosaki Ichigo's power of death, let him be an ordinary person and not kill him. Now that he has come here, saving him is just a matter of waving his hands. Doing so will make Kurosaki Masaki feel more favorable to him and make his relationship progress faster, so why not do it? What's more important is that even if he doesn't take action, someone will take action, because he has already sensed that Kurosaki Ishin has come to the vicinity and will take action at any time. No matter what, Kurosaki Ichigo can survive even if he doesn't take action, but if he doesn't take action, it will affect his impression of Inoue Orihime. In any case, Kurosaki Ichigo is also Inoue Orihime's classmate. With her kindness, she will definitely save her classmates if Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't have a head-on conflict with her, so Lu Chengkong can't stop it, right? Moreover, if she doesn't save herself by then, she will definitely be unhappy if Kurosaki Masaki finds out, although she swears with her soul that she will not betray her even if she is like this. But his chauvinism is destined that he does not want to rely on this so-called soul oath to restrain Kurosaki Masaki alone. He wants to get Kurosaki Masaki with his heart, so he can get such good benefits just by waving his hand. Why? Happy but not. Anyway, at the level of Kurosaki Ichigo, even using Wuyu is just an ant in front of him. It is easy to kill him. You must know that Lu Chengkong's strength, who returned from a world in the world, is more and more unfathomable. With his current strength in addition to his own woman, there are 8,000 streams, and now in the soul world, only Ujawali can be valued by him. Yummy, let's go. A picture flashed across Ulquier Lassifa's mind, that is, the picture of Lu Chengkong riding the still leopard Grimjow to the Void Night Palace. The power of collapsing jade catalyzes. His strength has been greatly improved, but even so, he dare not say that he can defeat the 10th Blade Stark of the year, let alone the most dangerous death god in his opinion, and he hardly even thinks about it. He gave a loud shout to Yami. Damn, Ulquiorra, I've always listened to you, but you let me be beaten and go away. Whoever dares to do this to my Yami will die. False flash. It's a pity that Yami, who was already in anger, couldn't hear it at all. Just now, he didn't understand what was going on, and was sent flying by a huge force. Just when he was about to attack, Ulquiorra actually to go by yourself. Idiot. Ulquiorra had no hope for Yami anymore, and immediately opened the black cavity and wanted to go to the Void Night Palace when Yami flew upside down again, letting his instinctive hands block it, but it's a pity the force that blasted Yami was obviously not something that Ulquiorra could resist, and the two giants, including Yami, were pushed away for dozens of meters before barely stopping. Since you're here, it would be too bad to leave without leaving something behind. Lu Chengkong retracted a finger that he stretched out. With one shot, the red virtual flash in front of him was extinguished, and the force between the fingers directly pierced through the air and hit Yami's body directly like a shock wave across such a distance. 549 The death of Jamie. One finger. Yami, who was in a rage, seemed to be drenched in a bucket of cold water at the moment. The anger in his heart was extinguished immediately, and he looked at the man in front of him and said in horror. Actually, you don't need a finger. Lu Chengkong grinned Isho, revealing his white teeth. His body shook, and the air seemed to become very turbid and heavy in an instant. Ulquier Lassifa, who just wanted to open the black cavity to escape again, seemed to be pressed by hundreds of mountains on his shoulders, unable to move at all. He did all of them, not to mention only Achukas's Yami. I said it would be too bad not to leave anything behind since we're here. Ulquiorra, we meet again. Lu Chengkong looked at the big dummy in front of him, and thought to himself that it was a pity. Such a good big dummy would definitely be a gold medal fighter if he used it for himself, and he was the kind that was absolutely loyal, but now he was obviously smitten by that idiot in blue dye. Using the half-unsealed Bengu ruined the future of a lifetime. It's a pity that Ulquiorra couldn't open his mouth to speak under the pressure of Lu Chengkong's face, and he couldn't even move his eyelids. Orihime, let me see your abilities. Lu Chengkong ignored the two broken faces of Ulquiorra and Yami, but turned his head and said to Inoue Orihime, who supported Longwei. Ah, I see. Inoue Orihime was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. She was still very useful, otherwise Lu Chengkong wouldn't take him too far. This kind of feeling of being valued by Lu Chengkong makes her simple, cute and cuddly. Inoue Orihime, who was a little stupid and natural, was overjoyed. Shuangtian Gaiden Shenying, Xiaochang I refuse. Under the shocked gaze of Kurosaki Ichigo, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, Chadu Taihu, whose right hand would be destroyed, actually returned to the shield in Shuangtian. It was restored to its original state in an instant under the repair surgery, and there was no trace of scars at all. It was exactly the same as before the injury. When did this Inoue Orihime, who seemed to him know nothing, actually have such a powerful ability? Could it be the reason of this man again? Let's not talk about other abilities of Shundan Liuhua. The most important thing for Orihime is her prosthetic technique. At this point she is already 2 years from the original book, and she is far incomparable. It seems that recommending her to the godmother for teaching is a very correct decision, but what I didn't expect is that the godmother can make Inoue Orihime, who has the power different from herself and does not belong to the god of death, make such rapid progress. Lu Chengkong quietly watched Chadu Taihu's hand from never to return to its original state. It only took 2 seconds. Compared with the dozens of seconds or even half a minute of the original work, the victory was too much, and the speed of repair was much improved. How about it? I'm very good in the sky. Inoue Orihime said with a cute smile. It's really amazing. I think now, except for the godmother, who can outperform you in terms of healing, no one can compare to you, and I believe that it won't be long until you become a god of death and master Shikai and Bankai. I think you'll be on the same level as your godmother in no time. Lu Chengkong nodded in admiration and said that he didn't mean to say good things to Inoue Orihime. It was indeed that Inoue Orihime did a great job in this regard. I don't dare to compare to the teacher, she is the real powerful. When Inoue Orihime said Hana, she immediately put on an expression of admiration, and love. It seemed that she really admired Unoji. Walai, but no wonder. Uno Hanaratsu was able to use Kyoka Suzuki's ability just by researching the energy of Kyoka Suzuki that Aizen exerted on her 5 senses. It was really unconvincing. Orihime, close your eyes. Lu Chengkong suddenly said to Inoue Orihime. Although Inoue Orihime didn't know what was going on, she closed her eyes very obediently. You're called Yami, right? I'm sorry, farewell. Lu Chengkong gently tapped Yami across a few dozen meters. Ripple, Yami only felt like he was hit by a planet. The unbelievable huge power made him unable to even shout, and he was directly crushed into powder. The breeze blew, and Yami didn't leave anything behind and went directly. Ulkiola, let's go, help me tell Lanran a word. Don't take care of the scar and forget the pain. I was able to let him go and let him roll into the virtual circle. And now I can also get into the virtual circle. He's got his head off, and it's best to pick up my tail and be a human until I'm not strong enough. Lu Chengkong waved his right hand after speaking, and Ulkir Lassifa's pupils shrank, because a black cavity appeared beside him. This is an ability that only 10 blades can master, and a god of death can actually use it. However, Lu Chengkong didn't give him a chance to be surprised at all. And Ulkioricifer was pushed in without being able to resist, and went directly back to the Zai Palace. Let's go, Orihime. Lu Chengkong ignored Ichigo Kurosaki. Just as Aizen said, does the existence of 3-dimensional elements need to pay attention to the existence of 2-dimensional elements? No need at all. Zonkong, but I don't feel relieved to put Longui here. Can I take her to the Soul Realm? Inoue Orihime hesitated for a moment, and then said timidly. Obviously, Longgui's is her best friend. When did you become so smart? Lu Chengkong blurted out in surprise, causing Inoue Orihime to blush, asking himself, am I usually stupid? It's fine if she's willing to go, then I'll clean up Lanran and let her go back. Lu Chengkong nodded. Of course he didn't mind such a trivial matter, and he was already saying in his heart, you entered the Soul Realm. Don't even think about leaving. Longwei, I don't know how to tell you, as long as you go with me, it's very safe there. If Inoue Orihime, a pretty girl with a natural and usually stupid head, could explain it to Longwei clearly. Curious. Yeah, although Yusawa Ryuji didn't know what Inoue Orihime was talking about, he still understood the general meaning. It is indeed very unsafe here. Anyway, she is also parentless like Orihime. The only thing she cares about is does Orihime have anything to do. I want to be with Orihime the most. Now that Inoue Orihime said that, of course she would not refuse. Ichigo Kurosaki, I would like to advise you, it's up to you to listen to it or not. It's best not to be impulsive until you solve the hidden dangers in your body, otherwise you will not only be the victim, but also the people around you. You are very lucky, you have a good background, good luck, good qualifications, and there is a person around you who throws a punch for you, so cherish it. Quote. 550 almost got mad at Aizen. Lu Chengkong didn't want to say anything and left, but after seeing Chadu Taihu who had been rescued by Inoue Orihime on the other side, he still admired Chadu Taihu, a man who talked less and did more things when he watched anime. Yes, it was also because of him that Lu Chengkong left a sentence and left. He said this not only because of Chadu Taihu, but also because of Kurosaki Masaki. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort to say a word. He believes that after what he did today is known by Kurosaki Masaki, her goodwill towards him will skyrocket. At that time, not only her body, but also her heart, which has gradually begun to favor her, will be completely handed over to him, and you can gain a lot without paying anything. Of course, Lu Chengkong likes to do this kind of business. Chadu. After Lu Chengkong left, Kurosaki Ichigo stood up and walked to Chadu Taihu. After confirming that it was all right, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of what Lu Chengkong had just said, thinking of his current situation, for a while, he didn't know what to do. In the original book, he could still find Mako Hirako or Kazuki Urahara, but now he really doesn't know who to find. On the other hand, Ulquiorra Lassifa has returned to the Virtual Night Palace in the Virtual Circle, but the way to go back is completely different from the original. Welcome back to Ulquiorra, but why is Yami missing? Aizen looked at Ulquiorra Sifa in front of him, looked left and right, and even felt that there was indeed no Reiatsu of Yami nearby. But it really doesn't look like Ulquiorra Sifa has fought. How could it be gone? Lord Aizen, the task you explained has been completed, but there are some accidents. Ulquiorra Sifa did not hide or need to hide. His personality determines what kind of big illusory he is. Speaking of which, Ulquiorra Sifa didn't say any extra words, and directly scooped out his eyeballs. After all, what he saw with his own eyes was sometimes more useful than what he said in the Smallpox Dragon and Phoenix. The images began to appear. I have to say that Ulquiorra Sifa's ability is really good. It's like watching a movie. This task. At the beginning, Aizen and even the 10 blades of everyone present showed disdain, and even became a little interested when Kurosaki Ichigo appeared, but after seeing Tomi's right hand cut off, except for the 10 blades the other broken faces outside were surprised. No matter whether Yami's strength is the weakest among the 10 blades, as long as it is the 10 blades, it is not comparable to them. But soon, even 10 blades Baohuo Lan Ran's face was moved. With the appearance of Lu Chengkong, a finger broke away Yami's illusory flash, and the remaining power penetrated the air and directly smashed Yami together with Wu. Ulquiorra Sifa was knocked flying, and in the end, under the pressure of Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure, Yami died without a whole corpse. When Lan Ran saw Lu Chengkong's last words, he was so angry that his face was very blue, and his 7 orifices were smoking. Thriller and surprise. Aizen, how can you be the god of death who can be my city's Maru Yinshibo? If it wasn't for me wanting to take revenge on my own, I wouldn't be too lazy to waste so much time on you. It seems that your mirror flower doesn't want to. As powerful as I imagined, there are at least a lot of people who can break it. Ichimaru Jin thought to himself. Aizen is Aizen after all, and the livid face was put away when it appeared. There were only Ichimaru Jin and Beilagang Ruzengang who wanted to see Aizen's jokes the most, and the attentive Ulquiorra Sifa noticed the momentary change in Aizen's face. You have done a good job. As for Yami's death, you can't blame him for being weak, it can only be said that the enemy he faced was too strong. Aizen took a deep breath and said slowly. I said, Ulquiorra, you are too useless. If you kill the so-called target directly at the beginning, and then retreat, don't waste so much time making excuses and saying that it is not worth killing. That guy Yami won't die either. An arrogant and provocative voice suddenly came from the side of Ulquiorra Sifa. All the faces except Aizen looked over. The owner of this voice had blue flamboyant hair and a face hanging on his face. With a provocative smile, the whole person looks very handsome, cold, full of publicity and pride, but there are many broken faces present but they dare not speak, because behind this broken face with blue hair depicts a number, 3. If there is no accident, this broken face is the third-ranked existence in the 10 blades. He and Audiobookseries' rivalry with other broken faces does not dare to intervene, nor does he dare to interfere. Grimjow, I don't think you understand what I mean, let alone the appearance of the death god in the end. He belongs to the unexpected factor. Aizen-sama is not concerned about the strength of this death god, but his growth. After all, when his spiritual pressure is high, it is indeed very powerful. I think if he leaves it alone, he will kill himself. Or it will become a pawn for us in the future, so I didn't shoot him directly. Said Audiobookseries. That's why I called you an idiot. Since you said that his future growth will exceed your expectations, and then turned against us, what are you going to do? Grimjow said that he is the most unique existence in the Void Knight Palace, because he is the only Bromian who has not been transformed by Bengyu. For his self-confidence, he disdains to use the power of Bengyu and becomes Lu Chengkong's mount. He has learned a lot, he believes in his own hands, and he also knows that using Bengyu, his life achievements are over. He will not use it idiotically, and it is also the only 3 Vashi in Zai Palace. One of the Tog-level phantoms. With the opportunity that Lu Chengkong took away from him at the beginning and Stark's teaching, coupled with the crazy battle in the virtual circle, he finally faced a powerful enemy again, and realized the symbol of his own spiritual power in the middle of life and death. Successfully advanced to Vastord. Although it is only a beginner level, it should not be underestimated, because he changed his future with his own hands, and at the same time, because of his pride, he did not accept the transformation of Bengyu, because he is the only 3 in Zai Palace. Vastord's Great Void. In addition, he didn't care about Aizen's domination of the Zai Palace on the surface, and he even carried out some of Aizen's orders. In order to preserve his fighting power during the war, Aizen did not attack him. This is mainly because of his self-confidence. There is also the value of Grimjow's use. He believed that even Balagang and Audiobookseries had succumbed to his subordinates. This proud and arrogant guy would be shocked by himself. Aizen, who wanted to completely subdue this proud leopard, did not kill him in the end. Anyway, he can obey his own orders, and kill him when he has no use value. 551 Grimjow's Little Juju. If that time comes, I will kill him. Although Audiobookseries' voice was flat, the murderous intention contained in it made many of the broken faces present chill. Grimjow's tone suffocated, and he couldn't say a word for a while. After all, Audiobookseries' strength is obvious to all, and it can be said that killing Kurosaki Ichigo can be easily captured. It's very well said. Since that's the case, then there's no problem. Audiobookseries is now completely his own subordinate. Of course Aizen will help Audiobookseries, not to mention Aizen was absolutely delighted by Kuroshi's words, because Audiobookseries' words were more powerful, although Grimjow's words made sense and were the best solution. But if he really does this, he is not telling himself that he is afraid of Aizen, afraid of a death god who is just an ant now. Aizen's anxiety and horror caused by seeing Lu Chengkong's strength just now disappeared. HMPH, Aizen, you're such an idiot, do you think you can conquer me? Even if your strength is not what I can defeat now, but yours is just a delusion, I Grimjow will only be convinced by one person in my life, and that is you Lu Chengkong just saw. Maybe you self-righteous guy still doesn't know my true identity, Ulquiorra. Since you won't kill him, then I'll kill it for you, let me see if he's really amazing. Grimjow made a secret decision in his heart. Tonight is also the time to leave by himself. Now in the Void Knight Palace, he no longer values anyone except Audiobookseries. As for Aizen's strength, it is not the current one. You can conquer yourself. He is belligerent, eager to fight against powerful opponents, and never afraid to die in battle, but he is not an idiot. He knows that if he goes to Kurosaki Ichigo tonight, Aizen, a shameful guy, sees that he dares to go against his even if the order doesn't kill him, he will find himself in trouble. Since this is the case, why bother to ask for trouble, and give him the opportunity to find trouble for Aizen? It is time to leave, anyway, staying here will not help his strength, and he can't let go of his body and mind like before with Aizen. The fight with Audiobookseries, and the shit. Or GG, you and Long Gui go to the Soul Realm first. By the way, I still have some things to do here. Remember to tell Yi that she is optimistic about Bachanliu, and go to Lisa to tell Ju Nanbai to come over. Come, of course, and Harabel, too. Lu Chengkong suddenly opened the black voice that went to Saranjay Lufu, and then said to Inoue Orihime, after returning from the break, Bachanliu didn't know if his head was convulsing, or if the sun rose from the west. She was breaking when she was in the world. She said that she was bored and wanted to go back, but after returning to the soul world, she actually said that she was going to retreat. Facing the strange Bachanliu of the elves, Lu Chengkong really had no choice, and he thought it was a good thing. After all, he had never seen Bachanliu settle down and cultivate. It was a good thing anyway. Saifeng Yuan took care of her every night. Who knows if the time of retreat is the most defenseless time for Bachanliu. Yi was the first goddess of death to come into contact with Bachanliu. Apart from Ujawali, Bachanliu and her should have the richest relationship. There shouldn't be any danger for her to take care of Bachanliu. Lu Chengkong also felt that he had already told Yi that he was not safe. If there is any accident, he can send someone to let Maojawali come over. With so many arrangements, he does not believe that there is any security problem in Bachanliu. Obviously, Lu Chengkong has worked hard for Bachanliu, this little treasure. Yaqian Ryu, the first girl she knew after she first came to this world. However, it occupies a pivotal position in Lu Chengkong's heart, at least not counting the wives in the One Piece King of Pirates world, but all the people in the world of death. Even Saifeng Yuan Yi and Luanju are in Lu Chengkong's heart. No 8,000 streams are important. Until now, Lu Chengkong still has a very deep memory. He clearly remembers the words that Bachanliu said in a tender but coherent voice with a firm voice when he was still a baby who looked less than 1 year old. I don't have a name, I don't have parents, I live in the 79 area of North Liuhun Street, Grass Deer. My memory there is nothing but blood, and I am surrounded by creatures that are closer to beasts than people. For me as a baby, it's not surprising when I was trampled to death. That's where you appeared, Lu Chengkong in the 80th area of Biliuhun Street. From the deepest depths of darkness, you cut off the bloody world around me in an instant. Then gave me my name, and I wouldn't be here without you. Yes, from that day on, you are my world. This sentence has a sad feeling every time I think of it until now. It can be said to be deeply remembered and even deep into the bone marrow. If he said who he loved the most in this life, he would definitely say Khalifa and Hancock. If he said who he loved the most, he would definitely say it was Bachanliu, although love and love are only one word difference. But they are two completely different meanings and feelings, just as family affection and love cannot be compared. Oh. Although Inoue Orihime had a reluctant expression on her face, she was very smart at this time. Knowing what to do would make Lu Chengkong even happier. Lu Chengkong nodded. It's so sweet, Orihime, get ready, I'll eat you next time you go. Lu Chengkong suddenly kissed Inoue Orihime's cherry lips like lightning, and left a kiss in her ear. After saying something that only she could hear, she waved her hand gently, and Orihime Inoue and Arasawa Ryuki, who saw that she was taking advantage of him and gnashing his teeth, had already entered the Black Chamber and returned to the Lu residence. Okay, Orihime is gone. That idiot Aizen sees Orihime's ability and won't be foolish enough to try to catch her. Orihime Inoue, who studied with Uno Hanaritsu, if you are Aizen, you'll be able to beat her. If she takes it away, I'll have to write a letter to you. Lu Chengkong let out a sigh of relief, as if he had thought of something and showed a very strange smile. If Yi or Luanju were there, he would definitely say that her husband must have taken a fancy to a beautiful beauty and must want to take action. These broken faces catalyzed by Benyu came to the world. Old man Yamamoto should send someone, I don't know who it will be. Luanju will definitely not appear. I don't know if those people are still the same as the original. It's really interesting, Hannibal, when I was still having a headache how to pursue you, I didn't expect that you would actually deliver it to your door. 552 Life is a god of death, but a genius. At night, extreme danger seems to be hidden in the dark night of Kakuza town, which surrounds the entire Kakuza town. Some caring people, such as Kurosaki Ishin, and Daiyinyu City, are likely to be the most powerful destruction of the original book. Ishida Ryuzan of the teacher. It can be seen from the fact that he can be friends with the former vice-captain of Team Zero, Kurosaki Ishin. It is not even compared to the boss of the original book, the ruler of the Invisible Empire that appeared after Aizen, who is suspected to be a Quincy. Where to go? What's more important is that the rulers of the Invisible Empire have lived for thousands of years or even thousands of years, and Ishida Longxian is more than 100 years and a few hundred years. Not a lot. Under such circumstances, his achievements are still so high, and if Kurosaki, who used to be the vice-captain of Team Zero, should have his eyes above the top, he can see the difference so much if he values him so much. Wherever it sounds. Why, even though you are a Quincy, but you look down on the Quincy so much. Without Ishida Longxian's experience of strong winds and waves, it is impossible for Ishida Yulong to understand Ishida Longxian's thoughts. I'm not interested, but you're not talented. Ishida Longxian coolly dropped a sentence that Lu Chenggong liked the most, and was also the most pretended to be, making Ishida Yulong speechless. But even so, Ishida Ryujin trains this son who, in his opinion, is completely incompetent every day. This kind of disagreement can be seen as long as an outsider calms down. Unfortunately, Ishida Yulong is a fan of the authorities. It might take a while for him to fully understand. Brush. A very quaint portal suddenly opened somewhere in the world, and a group of people dressed in completely different clothes from the world came out. To be precise, it was not a human being, but a death god. The old man is also true. Is it necessary for me to come to this world with such a broken face? A man with yellow hair and very unique teeth said listlessly. Captain Hirako, please be more serious. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who looked like a bad boy with silver hair, had to correct Hirako Mako's mistake. That's right, the Shinigami of this line is precisely because of the appearance of the broken face, and the Shinigami who was forced by old man Yamamoto to come to the world for a period of time. The representative is of course Hirako Mako, and his assistant is of course Hitsugaya Toshiro. As for the man behind him and the original work, there is not much difference between the death gods that appeared, Rukia, a Sanjing Renji, Madarame, a Yasugawa Gongjin plus the first two captain-level death gods, a total of 6 death gods. It's all the fault of that bastard, Kazuki, for asking me to teach that brat called Ichigo Kurosaki to become absurd. Hirako Mako sighed. To be honest, he didn't want to come, but that guy Urahara Kazuki brought up Kurosaki Ichigo's problem during the captain's meeting, and said something righteous and awe-inspiring to let Hirako Mako come. If he couldn't refuse, in the end, after the old man Yamamoto asked his opinion symbolically, he immediately decided to let him come. In fact, what no one knows is that Hirako Mako laughed proudly in his heart. Kazuki, I am very grateful to you. I am used to eating the food in this world, and it took me so long to go back to the soul world. I almost faded out. I didn't expect that. You're going to do that. It's really giving a pillow to sleep. Because of Lu Chenggong, Pingzi Mako and other mask core group did not live in a warehouse incognito as in the original book. Instead, they built a high-profile palace like Lu Chenggong to enjoy life, typically enjoying life. At the same time, it is also demonstrating against the Soul Society. Now Hirako Mako thinks about the fact that she promised to go back to be the captain and was fooled by the old man Yamamoto with a public apology. Be free, enjoy life and have good things to eat. Now in the soul world, he can't get enough to eat, and he can't enjoy it. He still has a pile of documents in front of him every day. It's obviously a vase, and she often goes to the hospital, the 4th division, for treatment, which makes Hirako Mako burst into tears every time she thinks of it. No, that guy in the sky eats and drinks spicy food in the corpse soul world. It's the same when he comes to this world. Go to him to eat. Hirako Mako has already decided, but on the surface he still looks very righteous and said. For the sake of the gods of death who came to the world from the world of corpses and souls, it would not be so miserable to sleep on the streets. I, the god of death in charge of this command, had to sacrifice my glory to take you to a good place to live and eat. A Sanjing Ryan, who doesn't understand him as a human being, is really excited. You have to know that many of their death gods live in miserable lives when they come to this world. You can see from the original book that they came to this world, no. Going to live at Kurosaki Ichigo's house is to live at his classmate's house, or to sleep on the street. Now they are certainly happy to hear Hirako Mako say that. Only Rukia was with her sister Feijun during the period of time in the Soul World, and Feijun obviously confessed to her childhood. Although the process was a bit complicated, the two sisters finally recognized each other, and Feijun was tell her a lot. One of them included the deeds of the man in front of him, so she immediately looked at him with strange eyes after hearing what he said, which made him look a little embarrassed. Obviously, he also remembered that Rukia had a man named Hirako. Feijun's sister is one of Lu Chengkong's wives. Then she should know more or less about her prestigious deeds. It's too bad, she may be revealed now, but Hirako Mako is fortunate that Rukia finally looked at herself with weird eyes and didn't say anything unnecessary. Let him breathe a sigh of relief. Huh, Mako, why are you here? In an alien costume, Ju Nanbai also has brown skin, green eyes, blonde hair, a hot body, a high collar and a half-covered face. Usually the two girls of Haribel, who were carrying a large zanpakuto with a hollow body and a blade shaped like a circle, appeared not far away, but they used a black voice instead of a piercing gait. Shiro, what's the matter? I should have asked you this sentence. Right, why did you come here with Haribel? As soon as Hirako Mako said these words, something seemed to come to her mind. Nanbai is because of Lu Chengkong's arrangement. Therefore, she was not virtualized. Her talent in virtualizing should be said to be false, but Lu Chengkong knew that Ju Nanbai, an innocent little girl, was a super genius. It should be said that she was a god of death. It's a fake super genius. 553 Hallible's meatball is a pillow. The years go by like a shuttle, and the stubble of time is like a white horse passing through a gap. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the decisive battle with Iskalan has quietly arrived. But BYD is still trapped in a weird space, thinking hard. The four of Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, Tang San, and Ji Yushinfeng from the Spirit Hall were all ready to go. Go to the agreed location. The parting is imminent, and I don't know if it is life or death. Liena, from now on, the Spirit Hall will be completely handed over to you. If I can't come back, give this to Xiao Di. Bibi Dong took off a necklace from her neck and handed it to Liena. Teacher, you can definitely come back. You should give this to Xiao Di yourself. Liena burst into tears. Bibi Dong feigned anger. Do you still think I'm your teacher? If you still think I'm your teacher, then listen to the teacher. Yes, Lena knows. Teacher, please rest assured. Liena nodded and replied. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded, turned to look at the master, and said silently, Xiaoging, I'm sorry. Master Vivi smiled wryly and shook his head. I wish you a triumphant return. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded. Dad, Mom, you have to take care of your health. Tang San looked at his parents. His mother had just returned, and she had not yet enjoyed the joy of family reunion. She was about to go to the battlefield in person. This battle might never come back. Tang Hao is no longer the Tang Hao he used to be. His hair is straight and his eyes are filled with relief. Having a child like this, what is there to be unsatisfied with as a parent? Tang Hao patted Tang San's shoulder. Little San, you are a man now. As a father, I want to say to you, a man always has something on his shoulders. Tang San nodded firmly. My father's words will be remembered by Xiaosan. Tang Hao raised his head and laughed loudly, but he didn't make a sound, and tears welled up in his eyes. As a father, Tang Hao was unqualified. Tang Hao wanted to make up for Tang San, but his son wanted to go to the battlefield in person, but as a father he couldn't go. His heart was sad. Sanner, come here to Mom. Lanyan's eyes were full of tears, and she waved to Tang San with a smile. Mom. Tang San walked over and stood in front of Lanyan, a head taller than Lanyan. Blueyan only raised his hand and stroked Tang San's long golden hair, but couldn't say anything. The sound of Tang San held his mother in his arms, that belated maternal love. Tang San not only did not reject it, but cherished it even more. This is a great blessing for Tang Hao and Lanyan. Sanner, mother will always protect you, Lanyan said with a smile. Well, Dad, Mom, take care. Tang San held the trident in his hand, adding a bit of heroic aura. Qian Runshui walked up to Qian Daoliu, Grandpa. Qian Daoliu stretched out his trembling hands and touched the long hair of his most beloved granddaughter. A 99-level peak titled Duluo would not tremble even when he was about to die. Qian Daoliu's trembling showed how worried and excited he was. Ren Shui, let's go. As the successor of the Seraph, protecting the continent is your rule. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking, he turned around and stopped looking at Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui nodded and replied firmly, Grandpa, granddaughter will definitely not let you down. Ji Yushenfeng looked at the 4 people in front of him, and said angrily, Hey, brother, I don't know if this battle is life or death. The boss's secret to picking up girls hasn't been given to me, but I don't know where to go. Alas. Ji Kamikaze's ridicule, surprisingly no one responded and joked. Even the usually noisy Xia Palang had a dejected expression, and he didn't laugh with Ji Yushenfeng. Po Jun, Tian Xia, and Zi Xing all fell silent. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you look like this? Lao Su, I'm going to fight with others, not to die. As for this look, Ji Yushenfeng couldn't stand the atmosphere the most. The atmosphere made him very depressed. Mad, although we usually make fun of you, our relationship is the best in the Creation Club. How can we not worry if you go to fight that pervert now? Xia Palang said faintly. Ji Yushenfeng Bibi smiled bitterly. Little wolf, you know, I am most afraid of this kind of atmosphere, and you still gave me this. Tianxia Bibi shook his head and said, Mad, I actually took your purple gold and jade gourd. I didn't have money for the last drink, so I took it as a pawn. I'm leaving soon, I don't want you to have any regrets. Ji Yushenfeng nodded silently, then suddenly felt something, raised his head, a pair of small eyes stared round. What? My purple gold jade gourd, as you took it as a pawn. Tian Xia nodded calmly. Tian Xia, you stinky boy, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. You return my baby, return my baby. Woo woo, you return my baby. Ji Yushenfeng shouted to the end, but he couldn't even cry. Behind the heads of all the people present were covered with black lines, and they were completely speechless to this guy. Tang San kicked Ji Yushenfeng's butt angrily and said helplessly, Stop howling, it's time to go. Woo, return my baby. Ji Yushenfeng burst into tears and snot. Tang San and Qian Runshui shook their heads helplessly, slandering in their hearts. This guy is not only lustful, but also so greedy for money. Tang San, Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong, and Ji Yushenfeng stood side by side, watching the millions of people in Wuhan City farewell. They felt that they had a mission on their shoulders. Tang Chen swung his arm vigorously and shouted loudly, We will win this battle, come back in triumph. Immediately, 10,000 people said in unison, We will win this battle, and come back in triumph. Tang San clenched the trident in his hand, I will definitely not let everyone down. Brother, we will stick to it until the moment you arrive. 554 turning Ju Nanbai into a real virtual. Yeah, Kensai, Lujuro, and Hiyori, the 3 of them have been blurred, so we should be the ones who understand blurring the most, so old man Yamamoto can only let us come. What's more, the emptiness in the body of Kurosaki Ichigo is not comparable to the rubbish that Aizen got into the body of the 3 of them in Hyo. If other people come, even if they can make him emptiness, they can't stop it. I can only come, Hirako Mako said. Don't use your excuses for me. If you don't want to come, old man Yamamoto can let you come with your strength. It's not because you are used to enjoying the food in this world and you are not used to eating the food of the soul world. As for Quan Chi and the captains, It's fine when they are in the virtual world, do you need you? Lu Chengkong moved his head, found a comfortable position in Halibal's arms, and then reclined his pillow again, and then he immediately dismantled the true face of Hiroko Mako, and led Asanjing, who was eating a lot of food behind him. Renji and the others looked at Hiroko Mako with contempt, and it turned out that the captain actually had this idea. Cough, let's talk about Shiro. Even Hiroko Mako couldn't bear to change the topic in the face of the contemptuous eyes of the gods of death. Ah, what's the matter with me? Mako, you are just greedy. Ju Nanbai walked over with his head tilted, making Hiroko Mako's face purple again. I'm not talking about this, forget it, am I really so unapproachable in front of beautiful girls? After all, I was also the number one in the list of handsome men at the True Spirit Academy back then, and now even my first love, Baisa to me. Hiroko Mako said with tears streaming down her face with a heartbroken look, causing Asanjing, Renji and others who had despised him just now to wonder if Captain Hiroko was really that great. Yeah, I remember that at that time, Junzi was the same as Chengkong, but Chengkong was the first, but Junzi was the last one. Isn't Bai very smart? It's a pity that soon, with the innocent and lovely Ju Nanbai's words, Asanjing and others immediately no longer doubted. Compared with Hiroko Mako, who has many previous records, they are more willing to believe in the innocent-looking Junan. White. Besides, I don't remember when I was your first love, but I've always been single, and I clearly remember Mako, you always say that every time you see a beautiful girl. It's a pity that Ju Nanbai doesn't seem to want to let Pingzi Junzi go. As she kept saying her words, Pingzi Junzi's face became more and more ugly, and finally she had to shout, okay, bye, I admit that I was wrong. No, you're more ruthless than Lisa. Haha. Zhang Kong laughed out loud when he saw Hiroko Mako being so embarrassed by Ju Nanbai, and even Halibal, who felt a little strange from his chest and was a little twitchy and trembling around him, was attracted. Come here, a little nervous. Let's get back to the point, Bai, do you believe me? Lu Chengkong turned to look at Ju Nanbai and said. Compared to the big idiot of Junzi, of course I believe you will pull it. Ju Nanbai really held a grudge. Junzi has been through the vicissitudes of life now, but Ju Nanbai obviously still won't let go of the opportunity to attack him. Then let me tell you straight, I have been paying attention to you a long time ago. As soon as Lu Chengkong's words came out, he clearly felt that a jade hand was moving around his waist, which made Lu Chengkong look at Halibal in amazement. Obviously very surprised that Halibal seemed strange today. First, he took the initiative to hold himself, and then let his head rest on her precious soft round, and then squeeze the soft flesh around his waist like a jealous girl. It was really strange. HMPH, what are you looking at? Although Halibal's voice was still calm, it was obviously a bit higher than before, and she looked a little embarrassed. Look at the beauties, Lu Chengkong said as a matter of course, and sure enough, Halibal's little hand was immediately withdrawn. Although there was a high collar blocking it, Lu Chengkong believed that Halibal's mouth must be showing a little smile at this time. A woman like Libel would only be happy if she was praised for her beauty by someone she admired or cared about. As for other people you don't know or strangers, Halibal doesn't even bother with the smallpox dragon wind you say, and even cuts him. Lu Chengkong's series of strange actions today made Lu Chengkong understand something, but now it's obviously not the case. When saying this, Bai, maybe your potential talent in Death God can only be regarded as a genius that surpasses ordinary Death God. If it is only Death God, maybe your achievements in Death God in your whole life are at most an ordinary captain level, which should be you're at the limit of death. Lu Chengkong looked at Ju Nanbai seriously, and said in a serious tone, making Ju Nanbai, who was eating peony cake with a small mouth, also put on a serious expression and looked at Lu Chengkong, looking forward to his next words. On the contrary, I found that you are very talented in vain. Maybe you think it's absurd for me to say that. You are a god of death, but you say that you are very talented in vain. Lu Chengkong laughed a little at himself when he said this. Laugh. No, if it was someone else, I would have kicked it earlier, but I believe in you. Ju Nanbai was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled lightly. Explicitly revealed. Why can't Bai treat me like this? I fooled Bai with a few words. Anyway, I'm also a handsome guy. God, this gap is too big. Mako Hirako looked up at the sky, looking very desolate, but all the gods of death present were attracted by Lu Chengkong's words, and they all ignored Mako Hirako, which made Mako Hirako even more sad. That's good. I want to ask you, Bai, do you want to become stronger? Lu Chengkong smiled happily. After all, being so trusted by a beautiful woman is also something to be happy about. At this time, Lu Chengkong's mood is peaceful. Zhishenzi's mood is completely in two extremes. Think about it, if you become stronger, you can protect Sister Lisa and the others, and you won't be calculated by Aizen and the others as before, and let the three of them, Xiaoriri, Idiot Kenshi, and Lu Juro. Ju Nanbai remembered the achievements of the three gods of death in their lifetimes were all limited, their faces collapsed, and their mouths pouted unhappily. That's good, Shiro, even if you make you virtual, you can also show your talents in virtual, but doing so is too one-sided, so I want to turn you into a virtual and cast away all the power of the god of death. Identity, soul, become a real virtual. Lu Chengkong's words made the roof of the building extremely quiet, and made a god of death into an empty space. If he said this when the 46th rune was in power, he would definitely be sentenced to death. Only the man in front of him could say that. 555 Lu Chengkong's returning blade. After I become virtual, am I still white? Ju Nanbai didn't directly refuse or agree, but instead asked such a question. As long as your heart is still white, then you will always be white, see. This sister named Halibal is Daxu, and after you become a void, before you reach Vastord or start to comprehend the broken face, it may be just a figure, and can't see the appearance with a mask. But I believe that you are a super genius. When you begin to understand the face breaking or become Vastord, your mask will start to fall, and the appearance will be exactly the same as you are now, but when you have surpassed Vastord like you, Nilu, and become Skrito, then you will not see any void at all, and you will look the same as you are now, a god of death at all. Lu Chengkong told Ju Nanbai all his views and thoughts, and let her choose, after all, whether it was from watching anime in his previous life or from the vision he had cultivated after living for so many years now. He can see that if Ju Nanbai is false, he is definitely a super genius. With his full help, and the peculiar place of breaking the world, there is no need to worry about the length of time. Ju Nanbai's strength can be used in a very short time. The time has soared to a very terrifying level. After all, staying in the outside world for one day is equivalent to staying in the broken realm for 2,000 days. The gap here is indelible. Okay, I must avenge Xiaoriri and the others. As long as I have this strength, what if I become a virtual person, as long as I am still white? Although Ju Nanbai's words were very naive, her back seemed to be magnified countless times in an instant, and even a little throbbing and a trace of tears flashed in the depths of Hirako Mako's eyes. Hirako Mako's fist has been clenched quietly. Aizen, you wait for me, in the near future I will give you back 10 times their pain in Hyo. Don't worry, you will always be Ju Nanbai. Believe me, there is no difference between being a ghost and a god of death, because I can be considered a ghost now. Lu Chengkong stood up, pulled out the snow drink mad knife and stuck it on the roof, and shouted under the astonished and disbelieving eyes of the gods of death except Hirako Mako and Halibal, return to blade, come down. Kirin Emperor. Bang. Lu Chengkong's body was immediately wrapped in a silver-colored spiritual pressure, causing the color-changing spiritual pressure to shoot straight into the sky and the earth, as if to dispel the dark night in Kuzucho. Lim Chao and the surprised Kurosaki Ichigo only felt a pressure like the power of heaven falling on him, and the whole person was directly crushed to the ground without being able to resist. It can be said that as long as people in Kuzucho have Reiatsu, they will be crushed to the ground by this sudden Reiatsu. Except for Kurosaki Isshin and Ishida Ryujin who were recovering the power of death, it is very difficult to be pressed. Almost couldn't breathe, and basically fell down except for lying down. As for the gods of death, such as Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were closest to Lu Chengkong, they were blown away by the gust of wind driven by this spiritual pressure. Fortunately, Hiroko Mako acted upon the opportunity and immediately raised his spiritual pressure to the extreme to block the god of death behind him. With Shengliu Chengkong's intentional control, they will be fine. But even so, they all turned pale with fright. At such a close distance, although it was only for a moment, they most deeply felt how terrifying the spiritual pressure that seemed to destroy the world in Lu Chengkong's body. Palpitations. When the light dissipated, they stared at Lu Chengkong with wide eyes. Not so much Ju Nanbai. After all, she was also preparing to become a phantom. Of course she wanted to see the so-called return blade of Po Mian. They all gasped, including Mako Hiroko. The target was a humanoid creature, but when they saw it clearly, they couldn't find any words to describe him. The whole body is covered with inky silver scales, and it looks like a streamlined body full of speed and explosive power. The original human head has become a unicorn-like and a bit like a dragon's head. Generally speaking, it is more inclined to the unicorn, making Lu Chengkong's whole person look fundamental. It is a human-shaped unicorn, and it is also the emperor among the unicorns, the human-shaped ink unicorn. Before I broke the limits of death and emptiness, I was the body of death, and I broke the limit with the body of death, and after breaking the limit, I did not change the essence of my death. Therefore, I can use all the abilities of the virtual, including the return blade, instead of the so-called virtualization like Aizen uses the collapsing jade. The virtuality is only the ability to break the minimum degree of external force, and it can also be said to be the initial level of the return blade. Even if it is completely blurred, it just evolves the power of blurring to the extreme. But it is still not as good as the real return blade, nor is it a return blade. It can only be called a virtual return, and it can only be regarded as a fake return blade, not a real return blade. By the way, only by truly breaking the limits of death and emptiness, changing the structure of the soul and sublimating the soul, can it have the ability. After Lu Chengkong returned to the blade, not only did his appearance change, but his voice also changed, giving people a very heavy and somewhat metallic sound. Then I've become a virtual and different from you. Ju Nanbai asked in confusion. It can be said that, because my essence can still be regarded as the god of death, but the soul has reached a perfect state, or it can be said that it has reached the balance point of the emptiness and the god of death, just like the yin and yang fish of Tai Chi, it is in the center and can be used on both sides. The power of the god of death, that is to say, the power of the god of death and the void can be used, but the shape of the return blade is different. In fact, there is not much difference between Shu breaking the limit and death breaking the limit, but the starting point is different, and the form after returning to the blade is different. Take Nailu as an example. She can be said to grow up at almost the highest level. The void has broken the limit of the void and the god of death, so the earth looks no different from humans or the god of death. She was invastored. At most, if she returns to the blade now, the Zanpakuto has changed, turning into a spear-like weapon, the Huiji shotgun, with an increase in strength or some strange and powerful abilities. Her appearance and shape will not change in the slightest as it is now. She still looks exactly the same as the god of death and human beings. At most, it is the god of death with a green gun. At the same time, she can also learn to use the god of death, Shikai and Bankai. Even all the abilities of Ghost, Kendo, etc. 556 Grimjiao vs Kurosaki Ichigo. Lu Chengkong pondered for a while, and recalled how Nelilu used the return blade after she became Skrito, and then sorted out the language and said it. But when it came to the end, Hitsugaya Toshiro and the other gods of death had changed a lot. Skrito is so terrifying. Not only after returning to the blade is the same as Shikai and Bankai, the god of death, the shape and appearance will not change in any way, and even can learn the abilities of Bankai, the god of death, and Shikai's Kendo Ghost Way, etc. It's really terrible, and this kind of Skrito, who only appeared in the legend, actually has one in the soul realm, and he is still with the man in front of him. And I, as you can see now, can still use the abilities of Shikai, Bankai, Ghost, etc., the god of death, and I can also use all the abilities of the virtual, steel skin, ringing, returning blade, virtual flash, king fake flashes, etc. The only difference is that Nilu's return blade has not changed in the slightest, but after I return to the blade as a god of death, I will look like a humanoid, as if it has become a real virtual, and is no longer a god of death. In fact, it is to let the god of death, who breaks the limit, have the complete power of emptiness, of course, including the appearance of emptiness. Other death gods who have broken the limit will also use the return blade, but they have different appearances and types of humanoid shapes. By the way, if you want to see the appearance of different Reaper returning blades after breaking the limit, you can let Mako return to the blade to show you. 2 months ago, Mako also broke the limits of Reaper and Void and mastered the ability of returning to the blade. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, the silver-colored light flashed across his body, and it had returned to its original state. At the same time, he did not forget to pull Hirako Mako into the water. It's strange, after hearing what Master Chengkong said, the previous members of Team Zero should also have the ability to return to the blade, which means that he can become stronger after Bankai. Then why doesn't he use the blade? The death god who has reached the limit also has to learn how to use the returning blade. Can he not learn it? Asanjing Renji suddenly remembered that Kuchiki Jinling from a few months ago also seemed to be the god of death who broke the limit, so he should also return to the blade. In that case, why not even use the return blade? Yi Yi has the title of an assassin under the sun. Do you think he still has the chance to return to the sword after Yi Yi's assassination? If he immediately added Bankai and returned to the sword at the beginning, then Yi Yi at that time was nothing more than that. The strength of the peak of the death god can only injure him at most, and cannot kill him at all. It's a pity that he was lucky when he saw that Yi Yi was only at the peak of death god's strength, underestimated the enemy, and was assassinated by Yi Yi in the end. At that time, even if he wanted to use the return blade, it was too late, and the dead could still use the return blade. Lu Chengkong was right. At the moment before his death, what Kuchiki Jinling regretted most was that he underestimated Yi Yi and didn't use the returning blade immediately when using Bankai, otherwise he would never die. So it is. Asanjing Renji thought of Siphon Yuan Yaiki's ability to suddenly disappear his body and mind, as well as the ability to double his attacks, an entity clone that possesses all the abilities of the main body just like the main body. Think about him. Feel the scalp tingling. Especially Asanjing Renji, he can be sure that Siphon Yuan Yaiki definitely has more than so many strengths, and must hide more powerful Bankai abilities. After all, the Zanpakuto that claims to violate the realm of the gods is no joke. There are so many abilities to enhance strength, as well as the best and terrifying prison blood demon. Then Yi Yi should also have an equivalent or stronger trick, but unfortunately, under Yi Yi's assassination, Kuchiki Jinling didn't use Yi Yi's terrifying trick similar to Zengmu Jonpachi's prison blood demon temple. After being forced out, he was already dead. After all, he still looked down on the enemy and looked down on the enemy, and looked down on the trouble he caused. What happened just now? Grimjow stood up, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Only his own king could have such a surging and endless spiritual pressure, but he had a deep memory of this kind of spiritual pressure. How could it be forgotten? Forget it. I cleaned up the Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him and went over to take a look. This is the god of death with high potential that Wulkiora said. But why did I only see scruples and hesitations in his eyes? There is fear, a waste. Grimjow glanced at the Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him with disdain, but he did not know that Kurosaki Ichigo's fear, hesitation, and scruples were due to the emptiness in his body, but in any case, Kurosaki Ichigo was indeed realized now. All foolish enough. A strong person must have a heart to move forward bravely and never be afraid to retreat. Now Kurosaki Ichigo is hesitant because he is afraid of the emptiness in his body that will lead him out. The surface is really far off. You're disappointing me, are you that much? If that's the case, you're going to die. Grimjow's eyes flashed with a cold light, his feet squeaked, and his figure came to the black like an agile leopard. In front of Sake Ichigo, a punch hit his stomach. At the same time, the 5 fingers spread out, and a dazzling red dazzling sphere condensed and formed. With a bang, the red sphere in Grimjow's hand immediately shot a ray-like flash, which blasted Kurosaki Ichigo out and blew up more than a dozen consecutively. The building just stopped. Cut, it's boring. Grimjow was quite confident in his flickering. With the strength that Ichigo Kurosaki showed just now, even if it didn't kill him, he couldn't get up again. Such an opponent is not worth killing even if he survives. He is not interested in an opponent who has fear in his eyes and shrinks. Crescent Moon Chong. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been beaten all the time, felt the danger of his life at the moment Grimyours let out a phantom flash, and no longer dared to hold back. A black crescent moon was released between the crises. Although it can't cancel out the phantom that is now a primary Vastord, instead of just a phantom flash of Grimjow catalyzed by a self-destruction jade that only has Ichuka's broken face, it will also use most of its power. Barely offset. It seemed that he was kicked far away, and he was very embarrassed. In fact, he didn't suffer too much damage. Seeing Grimjow turn and leave, his contemptuous eyes stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's heart, and made him, who was already in a very bad mood. He broke out immediately, and a black crescent moon that was even bigger than before came out of the sky. I didn't expect you to be able to unleash such a slash. The power is good. Unfortunately, the current Grimjow is not comparable to him in the original book. He was able to control it perfectly and bring his own strength into full play. 557 Crushing Crescent Moon with Bare Hands. It is simply not comparable to Ichuka's, who was catalyzed by Benyu in the original book. At least Grimjow in the original book could not perfectly control the power of breaking the face brought to him by Benyu, and his strength in the original work was far from impossible. Compared to him now is Vastord. After all, how big the gap between Vastord and Ichuka's is depends on the original work of Ichigo Kurosaki and Grimjow, as well as the respective fighting conditions of Ulquiorra. In the face of Ulquiorra, Kurosaki Ichigo had to use Bankai and Blurry to be able to barely match Ulquiorra's normal state with no return blade. Just the return blade of the first paragraph, Ulquiorra, can easily kill Kurosaki Ichigo, but unfortunately Ulquiorra does not know what is going crazy. It may be the protagonist's halo, or it may be Ulquiorra hadn't read the symbol of his own psychic power, so he was affected. In addition, he wanted Kurosaki Ichigo to feel what it means to be desperate, and he actually dragged the battle for so long, used the second stage return blade and used so many planes, and finally brought out the power of Shiro Ichigo, and it became a complete blur. Turning his head Ichigo was finally defeated with the support of Shiro Ichigo far surpassing Ichigo Kurosaki, so at the beginning of the battle, he was determined to kill the enemy, rather than having so many planes. Of course, the best thing to do is to deal with your own hidden dangers before fighting. Don't be affected by the spiritual symbol of your own strength like Ulquiorra, and don't be the same as Kurosaki Ichigo. But this level of slashing is useless to me. If I was just Ichuka's, I might leave a scar on my body. It's a pity that I am the real me now, in the midst of life and death. The hard-fought Vastord. As soon as Grimjow uttered the last word, he stuck out his right hand, ignoring the black crescent moon, and grabbed it directly, pinching it with force, and actually crushed Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon. I actually crushed the crescent moon with my bare hands. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in disbelief. Such an attack can still work on Ichuka's words of no return, but to me, it's a joke. Grimjow smiled disdainfully, as if mocking Kurosaki Ichigo's whimsical, too high look at yourself. While speaking, the right hand rises again, and the virtual flash condenses again. In the original book, Rukia Kuchiki came to help him, but now because Ranju Matsumoto is gone, Rukia took the place of Ranju Matsumoto. Masa and one of Grimjow's men were fighting and wanted to come and help, can't do it. One household, you are still such a waste, leave your body to me, and he will help me clean it up for you. Bai Yihu's voice resounded in Hei Yihu's heart again, and at the time of life and death he would not, I believe Kurosaki Ichigo will not let go. It's a pity that this time, Ichigo Bai underestimated the firmness in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart, and he refused to give his body to himself even though he died. He is still very confident in his own strength. Even if he can't defeat Lu Changkong, his rank is a genuine Vastad. With the power of Zanyu, Benkai's words would defeat Zhe Li in his opinion. Niu is definitely not a problem. Grimjiao, right, give me a face, spare his life, I promised a friend to teach him something, at least I can't let me die before I teach him, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to him. After I learn it, I won't care whether he lives or dies. Hirako Mako suddenly appeared beside Kurosaki Ichigo and knocked Kurosaki Ichigo stunned with a punch. In his body, Shiro Ichigo had begun to constantly want to come out with Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, Ichigo didn't want to die. Of course I figured it out. It's you. Grimjiao stayed in Lu Chengkong's palace for a while, and met Hirako Mako a few times, but at that time Grimjiao was just a leopard. Fighting Stark in the basement, even if he came out, he didn't talk much, so it was normal that Hirako Mako didn't recognize him very much. For the sake of your being Wang's friend, I'll let him go this time, and this bastard isn't really worth killing me. Grimjiao does not look at the monk's face but also let the Buddha's face. He also knows the power of the Hirako Mako in front of him. Since the other party did not arrogantly order him, he treats him as a person of the same level, which can be regarded as giving him face. He has a feeling that the god of death in front of him is even more powerful than Aizen, and he is not someone who doesn't know what to do. If the other party gives him face, he also wants to give face, and this god of death makes his king's friend, so he finally chose to accept it. With a hand, he turned to Lu Chengkong's location with a bang. You're right, he's really worthless now, whether it's strength or mind, he's even afraid of the emptiness in his body. Hehe, Ichigo Kurosaki is very grateful to old man Yamamoto and Kazuki Urahara. This time it's you, your luck is good, but luck always runs out. If they hadn't asked me to help, I wouldn't be bothered to care about you. Rather than they value your potential, I value the emptiness in your body more. He is the real one. The strong, whether it is strength or mind. Quote. Hirako Mako directly picked up Ichigo Kurosaki and disappeared in place, obviously taking him to learn to blur, and then left immediately, but he didn't have much time to waste here. It would be better to enjoy food and ice wine. No, not to mention that Kingzi Junzi was really badly taught by Lu Chengkong, he enjoyed it too much. But thinking about it, the reason for Lu Chengkong to become stronger is very simple. Do what he wants to do, protect the people he wants to protect, and enjoy life better. This is the reason, but this reason is already the most sufficient. See my king. On the other side, Grimjiao had already used the ring switch to come to Lu Chengkong, ignoring Hitsugaya Tushiro's surprised eyes, and actually showed an impeccable etiquette to Lu Chengkong, except for Sun. In addition to Toshiro Fanya, Renji Asani and a group of gods of death have entered to fight against Grimjiao's men. If Aizen and Ulquier Lassifa were there, they would definitely suspect that there is something wrong with their eyes. You must know that whether it is the original Grimjiao or the current Grimjiao, they are rebellious, and they will never come out like this. Respect of the heart to anyone. Even if it is only Ichuka's in the original work, he has never been respectful or convinced in the face of Aizen, let alone such a courtesy. Only Lu Chengkong has the qualification and honor to let her Zhe Li. Nyo did so. The 30th blade. Hitsugaya Toshiro clearly noticed the number on Grimjiao's back, and his pupils shrank involuntarily, but the shock in his heart was like a tumbling river, and the waves were like surging water, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. What kind of death god Lu Chengkong is, and how many secrets he hides behind his back, it's terrifying. The more he knows, the more difficult it is to raise the idea of confrontation. 558 Zhu Nanbai's coquetry is hard to resist. Grimjiao, your subordinates are dying, do you need them to survive? Lu Chengkong asked Grimjiao very casually after throwing a bottle of ice. No, I told them before that if you use Bengyu, there will be a bad ending in the future. Don't blame me, it's a pity that they can't stand the temptation of power and use Bengyu. Sooner or later, such a broken face will end. The only way to go is to fall. Even if I save them this time, they won't live long. If they insist on not using Bengyu, I will save them. I don't need it now. I have given them the opportunity. No wonder people can't grasp it. Grimjow shook his head and said, "It seems unfeeling, but it is normal for Suyu to grow up in a place like the virtual circle. After all, many ghosts are unlucky enough to have no chance." Now Grimjow has given his subordinates a big opportunity and a test. If he can't stand the temptation of power, then he can't blame him. In the virtual circle, Grimjow and Ulquioricifer are in the virtual circle. It's already kind. I'm glad you can make such a decision. If you choose, you can't stand the temptation of power, and lose the broken face under the abyss of power. I have to re-examine you, Toshiro, they will hand it over to you. Now, if any of the gods of death can't support it, you can go and support it, Mako and I have things to do. Liu Chengkong stood up, took Grimjow, and followed Hannibal and Ju Nanbai slowly from left to right. Go down. Please call me Captain Hitsugaya. As for you, I'll know what to do if you don't tell me. Hitsugaya Toshiro Marine was determined to correct Liu Chengkong's mistake first, but Liu Chengkong didn't care. He waved his hand and disappeared from Hitsugaya Toshiro's sight. The veins on Hitsugaya Toshiro's forehead burst out, but there was nothing he could do. He could only feel the changes of spiritual pressure in the four directions in a dejected manner, and he could rescue him at any time according to the actual situation. Did you see it, Shiro? This is just the beginning of Vastord, who has just begun to comprehend the shattered Daxu of himself. When you reach the stage of Vastord, you are similar to what he looks like now. Liu Chengkong directly twisted Grimjow over, making Ju Nanbai's innocent little eyes widen to see clearly up and down. Only Liu Chengkong treated Grimjow like this, and Grimjow did not get angry at all. Break out. Well, that's right, I'm only a beginner, and I just started to understand that the face-breaking transformation is so close to the human form. If this is the case, Xiaobai can rest assured. Now that there are so many real-life examples, Ju Nanbai is completely relieved. She doesn't want to become a monster like Virtual and can't change back to her original shape. In that case, she may have to think about it, since she can change back to Harmony after she becomes stronger. The same human form now, and Liu Chengkong also said that he is very talented in the virtual, so there should be no problem. This time, I will help you transform and completely transform the soul that belongs to the god of death into a virtual soul. From now on, you will no longer walk the path of the god of death, but the path of virtuality. As long as you reach the peak of virtuality, you can use the control glove again to perfect your phantom soul, break the limit of death and phantom, and become an existence like Nailu. At that time, after you have broken the limit by entering the void, it will definitely be many times faster to learn the ability of the god of death than you are now practicing with the god of death. No matter what happens, you must stay awake and not resist in the slightest, understand? That's right, the soul reorganization and soul structure that breaks the limit can only be used after reaching the peak of death or emptiness, but to transform a soul of death, human, bavint, emptiness, quencher, etc. To completely transform them into other races can be transformed as long as the transformed person is in an absolutely awake state, without being deceived by abilities such as Jingwashuiyu, and without any resistance in their hearts. I see, but then you want to treat me to a peony cake, and it's still the kind sprinkled with soy flour. Ju Nanbai nodded with a smile, his lively and innocent look can really compete with Bachanliu. Liu Chengkong was speechless. He didn't expect that Ju Nanbai's head could still think of these things at this time. Aren't you going to invite me to eat it? Wow, I want to eat peony cake. I want to eat the one sprinkled with soy flour. I want to eat it. I told Sister Lisa that you bullied me. When Ju Nanbai saw that Liu Chengkong didn't speak, he thought he wouldn't agree to him. Suddenly, in addition to the stunt of the 6-car boxing, he lay on the ground and acted coquettishly, so that the speechless Liu Chengkong quickly nodded and agreed. Ju Nanbai Kai stood up as if nothing had happened. The speed of change really made people think that her performance just now was just an illusion. Bye, I finally know why Quan Chi was so angry with you that he was in the 4th division many times. Liu Chengkong said with the same feeling. I'm not as good as you said. It's a pity that Liu Chengkong still underestimates Ju Nanbai. He really doesn't know whether she is naive and cute, or she is too naive. At that time, he didn't even know whether he was complimenting her or not. Okay, the flowers are over here, let's get started. Lu Chengkong motioned Zhu Nanbai to lie down. Maybe the peony cake played a role. This time Zhu Nanbai was very good, and lay on the bed obediently, staring at him. A pair of clear water eyes looked at Lu Chengkong. If someone with a crooked mind faces the gaze of Zhu Nanbai's eyes, he may not help but retreat in shame. Soul, loose, Lu Chengkong thought to himself, with his current strength, combined with the spirit control gloves, transforming Zhu Nanbai is simply effortless. For the next 3 days, Lu Chengkong has been searching for Zhu Nanbai's best friend. The soul structure that was suitable for becoming virtual was finally found on the night of the 3rd day, and at the same time, the transformation of virtual was completed. With a flash of light, Zhu Nanbai's appearance after becoming virtual was also revealed. No, it's too coincidental. Lu Chengkong looked at Zhu Nanbai's appearance at this time, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. At this time, when Zhu Nanbai turned into a virtual appearance, it was exactly the same as the original work after the virtual appearance. The appearance of the steel skin on her body is exactly the same as the strange clothes she wore before, the clothes in the original book Betrayal of Souls and Eisen wore, as if her steel skin is based on the style of her favorite dress. Turned into the same. Lu Chengkong was speechless the most. When the corners of his mouth cramped, Zhu Nanbai's appearance at this time was a bit out of the essence of the virtual mask. With a heart-shaped outfit, the eyes were larger, and there were stripes on the hair, a bit like Quan Chi. With the mask of masquerade. At this time, her appearance after she has completely turned into a virtual reality is exactly the same as the virtual appearance of her original book and the Eisen wore, except that the mask of the mask has become a virtual mask, and the clothes have turned into steel skin. It is simply carved out of the same shape. It is simply a cute version of the alien, or it can be said to be a girl version of masked Superman. 559 Killing, swallowing the constant battle. Bye, look at yourself. Lu Chengkong couldn't stand it anymore. He was worried that he would burst into laughter if he looked at it any longer, so he took out a mirror and let Zhu Nanbai see it for himself. Look. Wow, is this what I looked like when I became a virtual? It's not as ugly as I imagined, so handsome and cute. Zhu Nanbai's voice did not change in the slightest, but when her words came out, not only Lu Chengkong, but also the ruthless Grimzhou and the expressionless Hannibal had cramps in the corners of their eyes, and Vivi shook her body. Obviously she is holding back her smile. Zhu Nanbai's aesthetics are not ordinary and unique, and not everyone can keep up with her aesthetic sense. Bye, I won't say more nonsense. Just prepare. I will take you and Hannibal, Grimzhou and Nailu in the Soul Realm to break the realm. Eisen at least has it will take 4 months to attack the world, and the world of souls, so I'm going to make you a Vastord or even a Skrito before the war begins. Lu Chengkong's words made Hannibal and Grimzhou take a deep breath when they heard the words. Skritona is the legendary Great Void. They have only seen a big virtual reach this level, and that is Nelly Lu. Now that Lu Chengkong has put down such a rhetoric, he wants to make Zhu Nanbai, who has just become a virtual, advance to the level of Skrito within 4 months. This is really shocking, but with the explanation behind Lu Chengkong, they also feel that maybe it is possible to do it. I have already sensed from you the hidden energy that you are hiding in order to slowly wake up. Don't underestimate these 4 months. 1 day in this dimension, in the boundary realm is equal to 2,000 days in the past. That is to say, as long as the 1 month we spend in the outside world is equal to 2,000 months, which means at least 160 years have passed. In the boundary of at least 160 years, your daily life it is the battle. I will let Shanghai, Lu Julong and the others go to the virtual circle to bring all the powerful virtuals, including some of the broken faces made by Eisen in the virtual night palace. Day and night battles, continuous battles, devoured more than 160 years. In the frantic battles and slaughter, between life and death, your potential will be pushed to the limit, while Grimzhou, Nailu and Hannibal and you 3 virtual talents will continue to fight for at least 160 years. After becoming Vastord, simply swallowing has no effect, unless swallowing the same level or stronger virtual talents it works. The outbreak between life and death is your way to advance, and your opponent is not someone else, it is me. You must fight with me with the determination to kill me, otherwise you will die. Quote. When Lu Chengkong said the last word of death, a cold aura erupted from his body, which made the three people in front of him feel a chill, and they all clearly felt the determination in Lu Chengkong's words. I see. Seeing Lu Chengkong's appearance at this time, Zhu Nanbai didn't dare to make trouble, and nodded very well behaved, but she didn't regret it at all, didn't care. Instead, she was a little excited. He had completely believed what Lu Chengkong had said to himself earlier, that she was a super genius. Because she found that not only did she have no discomfort after becoming a virtual, but she seemed to have awakened potential power, and there was a desire to fight and explode, which was completely different from when she was in the body of the god of death before. A feeling of depression, like being blocked. 3 days later, Nelly Lu also came to fight with Lu Chengkong, and it was obvious from the expression on his face that he knew what kind of situation he was about to face. Let's go. Lu Chengkong opened the Lahaicheng directly and came to the boundary realm, but what surprised Zhu Nanbai was that there were already all kinds of big voids standing in front of him, including Kilian and Yacho. Cass, even Vastord had too, and one of them actually began to realize the death of himself, and his strength should be on the same level as Grimjiao. So many, are you ready early in the morning? Hannibal was also surprised by Vivi, then turned her head and said to Lu Chengkong. If you listen carefully, you will hear Hannibal talking to Lu Chengkong. When talking, I got a lot closer, and there was no sense of distance that was vague before. Yes, I have been preparing since I saw Bai's talent. I know that Bai will definitely agree. Even if she doesn't agree, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, I will just let it go. Lu Chengkong shrugged indifferently. It turned out that he had been secretly capturing Daxu in the virtual circle a long time ago, and later sealed them all in a certain corner of the virtual circle. For the past 3 days, he just let the Deadwood Shanghai and the others go to the virtual circle. Sealing these imaginary places by oneself will bring them all to break the boundary. Anyway, the virtual circle is surprisingly large. The hidden Yachukas are as many as the sands of the Ganges River, and there are also a lot of Vastodes. I know that Lu Chengkong suspects that there may be a lot of Skrito. As far as the voids in front of them are, they are only a drop in the bucket of all the power of the void circle. It is a pity that the power of the void circle is too scattered. If all of them are combined together as organized and disciplined as the zombie soul world, the zombie soul world may be completely destroyed by the void circle. Killed. But maybe this is the so-called fairness of heaven. The overall power of the virtual circle is stronger than that of the corpse soul world, but it is also destined that they will govern themselves, kill themselves, and evolve their own characteristics. It's just on the surface of the virtual circle. It's really hard to help you. Kuchiki Shanghai walked over and smiled and tapped Lu Chengkong on the chest. Hee, is it a lot of work for those who are capable? That guy Mako was asked by Kazuki Urahara and old man Yamamoto to teach him to teach Kurosaki Ichigo in this world. Both Ranju and Yaiki are cultivating and watching Bachinliu. They only went to break the world before. Not long after, even if you come again, it will be of no use. Instead, it will be counterproductive to push too hard. You are the only person with the most free time and the most strength. Lu Chengkong, hey Isho, looks a bit like an ancient profiteer and landowner squeezing labor. That smug smile made the smile on the corner of Kuimu Shanghai's mouth tickled up. Only chatting with Lu Chengkong, or bragging about it together, can this be done. A relaxed, stress-free, unprofitable feeling. I'm leaving first. When the war begins, I'll be going to the world again, so let's go back and enjoy it. After chatting a few words with Kuchiki Shanghai and Lu Chengxian, they also knew that Lu Chengkong had important things to do, so he brought it with him when he was very comfortable. With Fengchao Luzhiro and others, they left the Broken Realm and returned to the Soul Realm. 560 Hallibal's unique first time. Grimjiao, in the first 3 months, take a good look at the symbol of spiritual power in your body. Nailu, you are optimistic about Bai. Unless you are on the verge of death, you should never take action. Lu Chengkong was speaking peacefully this time. The tone was completely different, and the unquestionable power made it hard to think of rejection. Hannibal, come with me. Lu Chengkong was very serious on the surface, but he was actually laughing in his heart. After waiting for so long, he thought it would be very difficult to overthrow even the current Lu Chengkong. Hannibal, I didn't expect her to be delivered directly to the door. Here's the thing, on the night that Nellie Lu advanced to become Screto, when Lu Chengkong and Landau were doing the things they loved to do the most intensely, Hannibal actually broke in, even though she saw the scene made Hannibal a little embarrassed, and even wanted to leave directly. However, the persistence in her heart made her calm down in a very short time. She asked Lu Chengkong if there was any way for her to catch up with Nellie L, why she was so eager to chase Nellie L. As long as she was not an idiot, she's actually really similar to Broken Bee in this regard. One is to sacrifice everything that he can sacrifice for Yi Yi, standing behind her silently to protect her, and the other is to sacrifice everything that he can sacrifice for Nellie Lu, also standing silently behind to protect her. She never reciprocates anything, all she wants is to be able to catch up with Nellie L and help her when she needs it, that's all. Originally, Lu Chengkong had nothing to do. If it was forcibly promoted, there were many ways to go directly to grab Aizen's Bengyu, but there was no side effect, and it was indeed difficult to narrow the gap with Nellie Lu. After all, after entering the Screto level Dashui, Nellie L's strength has increased dramatically, and even Lu Chengkong was surprised by the terrifying speed of improvement. Just when Lu Chengkong was at a loss, Landau came up with a solution, a way to make Lu Chengkong overjoyed and Hannibal embarrassed, that is to do things through sex, especially in the first. It's time to pour Lu Chengkong's hidden spirit liquid into Hannibal's body and combine with her virgin Yuanian. The general process is like this, but in fact it's not that simple. There is nothing in the world for nothing. This is not as simple as simply pouring in liquid, but at the same time pouring in liquid, controlling one's own spiritual pressure and turning it into a spiritual child into the liquid into Hannibal's body Myaning. It can be said that this is completely it is to sacrifice Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure. The transformation is absorbed by Hannibal, this kind of spiritual child with no resistance, extremely pure and high quality. This method is similar to the double cultivation in the comprehension novel. The first effect is the biggest, and the subsequent effect increases with the number of times. Less than once. In this world where strength is respected, weakening one's own strength to enhance the strength of others, even if it is a close relationship between the god of death or the virtual, few people can do it. When Hannibal learned about this method, he was shy for the first time. Other than that, it is rejected. Because she knew the importance of Lu Chengkong's enormous power, she knew very well what kind of situation Lu Chengkong would face in the future. Weakening Lu Chengkong would be the same as hanging Shaxing Dong. She couldn't do it, in her opinion, even if she couldn't keep up with Nelieru. As long as Lu Chengkong is still there, Nelieru won't have much problem, so she refused without hesitation. What surprised and shy of her was that Lu Chengkong actually agreed without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. In fact, only Landau knew why Lu Chengkong was so righteous and awe-inspiring, without the slightest reluctance or heartache. Because of Lu Chengkong's strength, Reiatsu has surpassed Hannibal too much, and it is not at the level that the current Hannibal can understand. Therefore, as long as Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure is a little bit, Hannibal can reach the pinnacle of Vastord in spiritual pressure, that is, the pinnacle of emptiness, and in the more than 160 years of breaking the world, the little bit lost. Not only can the spiritual pressure be completely recovered, but it can also be better than before. A little bit of spiritual pressure can be exchanged for a beauty that he has long admired. Lu Chengkong is of course not a loser in this kind of business. In his opinion, simply possessing a powerful spiritual pressure cannot represent a god of death or the overall strength of the void. Pressure can only be regarded as the source of motivation. If you don't have enough strength, it's not useless to talk about the source of all the power, so it's not enough for Reiatsu to reach the peak of Reaper and Void category. However, there are still advantages. You can see from Kurosaki Ichigo that it is the spiritual pressure of Kurosaki Masaki's peak of death that is sealed in his body, so that he can continue to break out and break through in such a short period of time. So as long as the spiritual pressure reaches the peak of the virtual, and then in the more than 160 of the broken world, he continued to fight against Lu Chengkong. Constantly seeking breakthroughs between life and death, even if you can't catch up with Nellie L, you can completely shorten the distance between the two, so that Hannibal can reach Scredo in a much shorter time. Belle didn't even know. Her heart is very chaotic now. Some are angry, some are shy, some are hesitant, some are overwhelmed, and a little bit because Lu Chengkong can give such a big move for herself. Hannibal, are you ready? To be honest, I've been thinking about how to get you. I don't want to use force or force you to make you feel unwilling. I didn't expect you to be delivered to the door when I was very distressed. In fact, let alone this little bit of spiritual pressure, even sacrificing a quarter is nothing. As long as you can bear it, for me now, the simple accumulation of spiritual pressure has actually become very simple. The spiritual pressure improvement of my soul has not been of much help to my strength. The way of my cultivation now is the perception and sublimation of my soul. Every time my soul is enlightened and sublimated, my overall strength can skyrocket. Among them, spiritual pressure is also included. Compared to the accumulation of spiritual pressure, it seems that it has no great effect now. Quote, Lu Chengkong came to this unoccupied place and cast a barrier that was easy to destroy internally, extremely difficult to destroy externally, and couldn't see anything inside from the outside, and then said to Hannibal. So I seem to have paid a lot, but it's just a drop in the bucket. I'm not as great as you think. I'm actually a very selfish person. What I want to do is to do what I want to do, protect myself and want to protect people, enjoy life better. Quote,